Lord of the Mysteries chapter 343 to chapter 399. Isn't this making things difficult for me? Upon hearing Aaron's request, Klein nearly drew a crimson moon on his chest in passing, but he ultimately resisted the urge and replied very seriously, I'm not going to do it. Perhaps some of my actions have caused you to misunderstand. But I have to tell you that faith isn't something that can be changed once it's decided. Alan immediately raised his arms and made an apologetic gesture. I'm sorry. I misunderstood your piety. I shouldn't have joked about your faith. Alright, our difference in faith doesn't stop us from being friends. Klein wiped away his fake expression and smiled. That doesn't hold true in Fasak and Fainapotter. They can only accept one faith. In comparison, as many churches had coexisted for more than 1,400 years, Ruan and Intis were much more open in this aspect. Without waiting for Alan's reply, he pretended to casually change the topic. Did you see Willa Septon after that? He's the child who had his leg amputated and said that your luck would turn for the worse. He believed that the Nighthawks would definitely investigate based on the clues provided by Alan, so he was somewhat curious about the outcome. He was curious if it was the child or the tarot cards in his hand that changed Alan's luck. No, I haven't seen him since he was discharged. Alan shook his head with certainty. What a pity. The Nighthawks can find him based on the address registered in the hospital, but I can't rashly interfere. Of course, that child might have already moved away. After chatting with Alan for a while, Klein prepared to head to the underground shooting range and familiarize himself with the complimentary revolver with ordinary bullets. At this moment, two acquaintances walked in. One was a member of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council, a shareholder of the Quim Company, Ma'am Mary. The other was Klein's landlord, Mrs. Stellan Sammer. They were both wearing relatively light dresses, making them look much younger. According to the club's rules, each member could only bring one additional person in. Therefore, Mary's maidservant and specially hired bodyguards were left in the reception hall. Klein politely went forward, greeted him, and praised him politely. Ladies, both of you are as beautiful as ever today, but your beauty is different from usual. Mary, who had recently come into contact with many important figures, smiled. Roselle once said that life is about sports. As for Stellan, she always stays at home and deals with those trivial matters. Even when she goes out, she only attends banquets and listens to operas. Her health is much worse than before, so I brought her here to play tennis and squash. With her high cheekbones, she turned her gaze and saw a member of the House of Commons and two members of the Parliament of Bakelin chatting in a corner. I met someone I know. I'm going to greet them. You can wait for me at the library. All right. Compared to Mary, Stellan was clearly much prettier, but when facing the lady, she appeared rather respectful and docile. After Mary walked some distance away, she raised her chin slightly and looked at Klein. Mr. Moriarty, you seem to be very busy recently? Yes, I was working with a lot of detectives to help the police investigate the serial murder case. We made a certain contribution and received a lot of money, Klein answered truthfully. Stellan covered her mouth with her hand. Really? What does the murderer look like? Why did he kill those ladies? The newspaper's description was very vague. I'm sorry, but I have to abide by the confidentiality clause. Klein skillfully found an excuse. I can't possibly tell you that it has a body of black fur, a smooth, moist tail, and likes to run on all fours. Klein lampooned inwardly. Stellan nodded regretfully and asked curiously, what's the matter? She then asked curiously, how much money did you receive? A lot of us split it. Klein didn't answer her directly. Did you get 50 pounds? Stellan pressed. Yes. Klein nodded honestly. Stellan Sammer immediately smiled. Your income is higher than I imagined. You're really a capable detective. No, such a good thing might not happen even once in a few years. Klein smiled and shook his head. No matter what, you've proven your ability. Stellan's eyes darted around. Next Sunday, Luke and I will be holding a banquet at home. I hope you can attend. Yes, sorry, this is very presumptuous. I'll get my maid to deliver the invitation to you later. Haha, there will be many unmarried ladies attending this banquet. Their fathers or mothers have relatively decent jobs, and their family's annual income is more than £200. Some of them even have part-time jobs that they can do at home, such as typists. They are all very outstanding women. This is a matchmaking banquet. Mrs. Stellan has acknowledged my ability to earn money as a detective, so she plans on introducing a girl to me, who's single? However, in her eyes, am I only worthy of a woman of this level? Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but considering the need to maintain a good neighborly relationship, as well as the trouble of preparing dinner, he agreed with a smile. If there's no emergency, I'll be there on time. Stellan smiled. Then Luke and I will await your visit. Without further ado, she bade farewell and left, entering the club's small library. As for Klein, he practiced his marksmanship and beyonder powers in a small, enclosed shooting range. At 9 o'clock at night, Klein sat in front of his desk, watching the crimson moon in the sky gradually pierce through the clouds, revealing a figure that was no longer imperfect. The watery red veil slowly spread apart, and time ticked by. When it was 10:15, he heard a series of illusory pleas. Without needing to discern it, Klein could guess that it was a plea for help from Miss Magicians. He closed the curtains, extinguished the lights, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the grey fog. He reached out to touch the crimson star that was constantly contracting and expanding. In the blink of an eye, Firz's hazy figure appeared on the chair with the symbol of stacked doors. She heaved a sigh of relief, stood up, and bowed. "Honorable Mr. Fool, you've saved me once again." "It's nothing to worry about," Klein replied in a very nonchalant tone. Firz clicked her tongue and sat down again. She thought about what had just happened and didn't speak for a moment. As for Klein, in order to maintain his image, he didn't take the initiative to raise the topic. In the towering palace that looked like a giant's residence, silence quickly became the main theme. When Firz snapped back to her senses, she suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little oppressive, making her feel uncomfortable. During the gathering, there was Miss Justice and Mr. World, so there was no need to worry about no one talking. But now, there's only me and Mr. Fool. What do I do? I feel so pressured. I have to say something. I have to say something. I can't just sit there like an idiot. That's Mr. Fool we're talking about. He definitely won't mind, but I'm very nervous and restrained. Firz suddenly found the feeling of being alone with her boss when she first entered the workplace. Although Klein wasn't a spectator, he could clearly tell that Miss Magicians was being reserved and uneasy. Hence, he smiled and said, "Perhaps you can tell me how you became a Beyonder. For example, how you obtained the apprentice formula and that bracelet." Klein silently added the true direction of the question. Firz relaxed a little and recalled, "I'm not sure. That was almost 3 years ago. I had just graduated from Bakeland's medical school. With my father's help, I entered a private clinic that paid well. My father had already settled down in East Balam. Ever since the safe sea route to the southern continent was discovered, the kingdom's outstanding youths began to spread their footprints to every corner of the continent. As a low-ranking officer, my father went to East Balam to pursue wealth and power. As for me and my mother, we were left behind in Bakeland, living a life of bereavement. It would be months before a ship would bring us a letter from afar. Such situations aren't rare in the kingdom. I know an old man who has 5 children, but they are either in the archipelago, West Balam, Paws Valley, or the Hagati Plains. They have their own careers, families, and wealth, but they have forgotten that there is a father who is always waiting for them to return. When I was in grammar school, my mother contracted a serious illness. I had no choice but to watch her die in the hospital bed. And my father only replied to my letter a month later. He told me that he had a new family in East Balam, and that he had welcomed a new life. He gave me all his wealth in Bakeland, and he even gave me some extra money. I believe he felt a little guilty. As a best-selling author, Firz had already mastered the skill of rambling. Klein had nothing to do, so he listened quietly without interrupting. Phew. Firz exhaled and continued. In short, my father introduced me to the use of clinic through the Retired Military Officers Club. The salary there is indeed very generous, and I'm doing pretty well. I'm just a little anxious about the future, so I've been working hard to learn from the senior doctors and save up money until I met an old lady who often came to see me. She was very lonely. She had no children, and her partner had passed away 10 years ago. I felt some pity for her, so I would often talk to her and chat with her. One time, I was surprised to discover that she could actually pass through walls. This made me enter a whole new world. That old lady said that this was a legacy left to her by her husband. She vaguely mentioned that as long as one wasn't a member of any family, there wouldn't be a curse. Not long after, she was so ill that she was about to pass away. She asked me if I was willing to become someone like her. I was very young back then, and I still had many fantasies in my head. I agreed without any hesitation. She gave me the formula and asked me to guard her corpse after she died and take away the glowing item that would suddenly appear. And this was the legacy she left to me. It could be used as the main ingredient for the potion. In addition, she also gave me this bracelet and exhorted me not to use it unless it was the most dangerous time. At the same time, I didn't have to pay too much attention to the ravings of the full moon. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to avoid danger in the end. After using it once, the full moon's ravings became more serious. From the looks of it, she's the widow of a particular Abraham. She used her own experience to prove that the curse only exists in the bloodline. Klein nodded slightly. When you become a high-sequence beyonder, the ravings won't be of much use. I hope so. Although Furs didn't believe that she could become a high-sequence beyonder, she believed in Mr. Fool. It was Monday again. Just as Klein got up and went downstairs, he saw an open piece of paper on the coffee table in the living room. On it was a short message, effective. That's good. Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The stone pillars in front of her supported the high dome, and the mottled and ancient long table seemed to have been placed there for hundreds or even thousands of years. Although Audrey Hall had seen this scene many times, she still felt a sense of shock reverberating from the bottom of her heart whenever she came above the gray fog. She swept her gaze and didn't see any new members. She immediately looked up and bowed to the person who was shrouded in thick gray fog. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. As she spoke, she suddenly saw a card with complicated and gorgeous patterns on its back on the table to the right of the Fool. It was placed there quietly, casually, like an ordinary item. This is the card of blasphemy? The card of blasphemy that hides a pathway of the divine. Audrey instantly understood. After the Fool nodded in response, she subconsciously glanced at the hanging man, Sun, and the magicians and realized that they had also noticed the card that didn't exist in the past. However, their eyes and actions revealed their doubts and surprise, as well as their inevitable guesses. After all, a card placed by the mysterious and high and mighty Mr. Fool's hand is definitely not an ordinary item. Mr. World's reaction is a little strange. He didn't even look over. Is he hiding it too well? Is he really the nemesis of the spectator and telepathist? Audrey quickly determined that other than Mr. Fool, she was the only one who knew about the card of blasphemy. This made her rather proud. She felt like she had shared a secret with her parents when she was young, but her two elder brothers didn't know about it. That was the card of blasphemy created by Roselle the Great, a treasure that countless beyonders in the mysterious world fantasized about. After the magicians, Sun, and the others greeted her, Audrey took the initiative to raise her hand. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have something to report to you alone. Alone? The hanging man Alger frowned slightly and subconsciously tried to guess the content, but he had no clue. Sun and the others were equally curious, but they weren't too bothered. Klein nodded slightly. Sure. Frankly speaking, he wasn't sure what Miss Justice wanted to report. After waiting for 2 seconds, he blocked the senses of the other members and gave a hint to Justice. Audrey sat in a dignified manner and said sincerely, Mr. Fool, because I requested to purchase the spectator formula at a Beyonder gathering, 2 people suspected to be members of the psychological alchemy have recently contacted me through certain nobles. I'm inclined to join them, but only if I can guarantee my own safety. What's your opinion on this? I take this very seriously. Psychological alchemy. From all the information, this wasn't an evil organization. They probably didn't have any gods yet, and they focused on the exploration and research of the mind, consciousness, spirit, and spirituality. They were closer to academic societies. Of course, in the eyes of the Orthodox Church, this was blasphemy. They believed that everyone's spirit belonged to God. Also, according to Daxter Guderian, the higher-ups of psychological alchemy had a certain tendency to worship the original creator, the God who created everything, to a certain degree, a more primitive form of worship. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but in the end, he only smiled. If you think it's appropriate, you can do it. If you encounter any difficulties, you can seek help on the tarot. Thank you for your suggestion. Audrey immediately felt relieved. Klein thought for a moment and added in a very calm and leisurely tone, "That's right. Within the psychological alchemy, there are some people planted by the church, such as informants from the mandated punishers and the nighthawks. You need to know how to hide and conceal yourself. Mr. Fool sure is nice. He even specially reminded me to be careful." Audrey's eyes curved slightly as she replied with a faint smile, "In the future, there will also be informants from the tarot in psychological alchemy. Miss Justice, you haven't even joined, but you've already thought of how to betray them." Klein silently drew an invisible crimson moon for psychological alchemy. After reporting on the psychological alchemy, Audrey wasn't in a hurry to end the private conversation. Instead, she said, "Mr. Fool, I've memorized another 2 pages of Roselle's diary." This was also the reason why she requested a private conversation. If she were to conjure Roselle's diary under the witness of magician's furs and give it to Mr. Fool, she could imagine that he would immediately come to her to borrow the Roselle's notebook she had bought in the past when she returned. And the goddess could prove that Mr. Fool had seen them before. "I forgot to tell Furs in the next 2 days that the Roselle's notebook I bought was chewed up by Susie." "Yes, it was chewed up and turned into pieces. It can't be restored." "I'm sorry, Susie." Audrey repented inwardly. "Very good." Klein happily tapped the edge of the long bronze table and helped Miss Justice conjure the diary. When he got the 2 pages, he cast his gaze over, and his smile gradually stiffened. The first line of the diary read 6th March. F***ck, the food here is making me constipated. This is what I saw at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Klein hid his expression and flipped to the second page. He found that the content was still the various complaints and novel experiences of Roselle's early transmigration. It wasn't of any actual value. He controlled his expression and revealed a smile. "Do you wish to deduct the payment from the unpaid gold pounds, or do you wish to receive something extra?" Audrey didn't hesitate at all. She directly said, "Mr. Fool, I would like to know which pathway of the divine is contained in that card of blasphemy. She really treats money like dirt." Klein sighed silently and smiled without hiding anything. "That's a Dark Emperor card. The corresponding sequence 9 is lawyer." "Is that so?" Having obtained the answer, Audrey felt abnormally satisfied. After the private conversation ended, Magician's Furs eagerly looked down at World. "Mr. World, I will search for mystical items or powerful beyonder weapons in the Sun domain for you as soon as possible. What deal did the 2 of you come to in private?" Audrey, who felt that she was very familiar with Furs but was completely unaware of this matter, couldn't help but ask. Furs heaved a sigh of relief. "Mr. World helped me find the formula for Trickmaster," Klein said with a smile. "Mr. World is very good at finding formulas. He has a wide range of reliable resources and connections in this field." Audrey was surprised when she heard that. The hanging man Alger concealed his solemn expression and examined World again, raising his evaluation of him. As for Sun, he was looking forward to it. He hoped that after he finished digesting the light supplement potion, Mr. World would be able to easily find the formula for Sequence 7. High Priest Sunday World, who didn't notice the gazes, laughed hoarsely. "Miss Magicians, before you make the purchase, it's best if you recite Mr. Fool's honorific name and ask him to pass the corresponding information to me." "Yes, I've already asked Mr. Fool, and he agreed to help us. If the item you fancy isn't something I'm satisfied with, perhaps I'll consider changing it to something else." Klein currently had 3 options for items in the Sun domain, so he planned on comparing them before making a decision. Among them, he knew that the brooch that Eye of Wisdom had mentioned had the effect of purifying and exorcising evil. It also allowed the wearer to use a portion of the spells in the Sun domain. The negative side was that the wearer wouldn't feel cool, and they would always be in a hot and irritated state. Klein only felt that the mystical item was alright. In addition, the price was likely close to £2,000. Back then, even if he sold the briber formula, he wouldn't be able to fork it out. Therefore, he planned on waiting for a few days. If the magicians and the lady with the artisan behind her couldn't find a better one, he would cash in the formula and buy the brooch. Alright, I'll give you the information no later than tomorrow. Furs had already confirmed that Mr. A would be holding a gathering that night, but she still reserved an extra day to prevent any accidents. After they finished their conversation, the hanging man Alger looked around and said as though he had already prepared a script in his mind, I recently accepted an investigation mission. I've recently accepted an investigation mission. I'm not sure if you have any relevant clues. In the past 2 to 3 years, many native tribes in the southern continent have been plundered, and everyone has been kidnapped. In the various plantations and archipelagos at sea, some slaves have also strangely escaped. Ever since the countries of the northern continent abolished the slave trade, such a thing hasn't happened in a long time. Have you heard any news about it? His gaze swept past justice, magicians, and world, but he didn't look at Sunday. How could a youth trapped in the forsaken land of the gods in the city of silver know anything about the outside world? Audrey carefully recalled the bits and pieces of information she had heard at the noble gatherings. After a while, she said, no, I've never even heard of such a thing. Magicians Furs and World shook their heads as well. A sign that the black market slave trade is flourishing again? Why would there be a need for a large number of slaves? Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table and pondered over the matter in puzzlement. Seeing that no one could provide any clues, and with Mr. Fool showing no interest and not interjecting, the hanging man Alger's expression didn't change as he said, you can try searching for the wind-blessed formula. You can try searching for the wind-blessed formula. I will give you an absolutely satisfactory reward. The wind-blessed formula? He's almost finished digesting the seafarer potion. Klein activated his spirit vision and swept a glance at the hanging man. Indeed, he discovered that the color of his astral projection surface was not only as pure as the blue sea, but there were also some ripples, as though they were slowly undulating. Doing the math, Mr. the Hanging Man took nearly 4 months to digest the seafarer potion. He's often at sea. Audrey also made a judgment based on her observations. Furs paid more attention to another point, and that was that Mr. the Hanging Man was currently a sequence 7, a mid-sequence beyonder. She nodded indiscernibly and muttered to herself. After the hanging man finished announcing the mission, Sun raised his hand and said nervously, I've been assigned a mission. I've been assigned a mission. I'll be going to the half-destroyed temple that I mentioned before to explore in a short period of time. Yes, the one with the fallen creator. The leader in charge of this operation is Shepherd Elder Lovia. Suggestion? My suggestion is to hide as far away as possible and focus on stability. Upon hearing Sun's question, Klein immediately gave an answer in his heart. However, in order to maintain the fool's image and see what other people would give different suggestions, he maintained his silence and didn't manipulate the world to speak. After a brief silence, the hanging man Alger turned his head to look at Sun and said in a low and calm voice, the information you provided is too little. You've provided too little information. It's hard for us to give any useful advice. We don't know what else exists in that half-destroyed temple other than the true creator, which is also the strange statue of the fallen creator. Naturally, there's no way to analyze the corresponding situation. The fallen creator is indeed the true creator. The city of silver where Sun lives also has the faith of the true creator, and he even built a temple. Magician's Furs listened with relish, just short of taking out a notebook to jot it down. As for Justice Audrey, she was looking forward to Sun's detailed description of the strange temple. Derek nodded and looked up for a few seconds. Apart from the statue, there are also many incomplete murals with terrifying evil spirits lingering about. However, they have already been eliminated by the expedition team led by the 2 elders of the 6-member council. I didn't see those murals with my own eyes. It said that it records the prophecy of the apocalypse and the fallen creator saving his believers, as well as the corresponding bloody sacrificial ritual. In the corner of one of the murals, there are strange words derived from Jotun. After a rough deciphering, the elders believe that their meaning is Rose Redemption. This might be the code name of the creator of the murals, or it might be the name of the organization that built the temple and the city. According to the chief's judgment, these murals are at least 1,000 years old. I'm referring to the 1,000 years that you know of. But I'm not completely sure. In the City of Silver, we take the period when there's more and more lightning as day, and the period when there's less and more and it's more comfortable as night. A cycle is a day, and the 4 seasons only exist in books. Therefore, we can't grasp the exact number of days. Only the chief can confirm it. When Sun said this, Fur suspected that she was listening to a story. A city with no sun, no crimson moon, no day and night, and no changes in the 4 seasons sounded unreal. Only fairy tales and novels would dare to describe it like this. Furthermore, the author had to have smoked marijuana and be in a state of mental convulsions to create such a city. The first thought that came to Furz's mind after her initial shock was to write a novel using the City of Silver as a blueprint. However, she quickly gave up on this plan because she didn't know what the City of Silver meant. She didn't know if it was a secret that the 7 churches had jointly protected. She was afraid that the moment the book was published, the author would be visited by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers to collect the copper pennies deposited in the gas meter. So the environment of the City of Silver is like this. Yes, and there's also the monsters in the depths of the darkness that Sun always mentions. Unfortunately, I'm only sequence 8. Otherwise, I really want to get Mr. Fool to send me there for an adventure. No, Audrey, you're no longer an innocent girl. You should clearly understand how great the danger is hidden within. Audrey would let her thoughts wander from time to time, and at other times, she would do some self-reflection. At least 1,000 years? The Aurora Order hasn't appeared for more than 300 years, maybe even less than 200 years. This shouldn't have been built by them. Yes, perhaps the faith of the true creator existed in the early 5th epoch, or even the 4th epoch. However, the organization that served him back then wasn't the Aurora Order. In the following 1 to 2,000 years, under the great suppression of the 7 churches, the believers of the true creator repeatedly fell into danger. The church was destroyed time and time again, and finally, it revived. For the Aurora Order? Klein, who had some guesses, didn't change his sitting posture or state. Sun paused for 2 seconds and continued, the terrifying monsters in the ruins of the city and the half-destroyed temple have been preliminarily cleared. The terrifying monsters in the ruins of the city and the half-destroyed temple have been cleaned up. Our mission this time is to explore the underground part of the temple. Do you have any suggestions? With your understanding of the fallen creator, what should I pay attention to? My suggestion? The hanging man, Alger said without any hesitation, my suggestion is to absolutely not go. The fallen creator is a true evil god. Even if his temple has been destroyed, it's very likely that there's still an abnormally strange danger hidden in his temple that's difficult to detect. If the other elders of the 6-member council were leading the team, it wouldn't be impossible for you to go, but the risk would be very high. But you just said that the person in charge of this matter is Shepherd Lovia, and the true creator is a god at the top of this beyonder pathway. Therefore, you absolutely can't go, Alger added. Your suggestion is the same as mine, but such a suggestion doesn't need Sun to describe the situation of the half-destroyed temple at all. It can be concluded from the conditions given at the beginning. I get it. Mr. the Hanging Man, you did it on purpose. This way, you didn't pay any price to roughly figure out the situation of the half-destroyed temple. It's like bullying a child. Sitting at the seat of honor, the fool Klein leisurely reached out to hold his forehead. Sun fell silent for a few seconds before saying awkwardly, but I have to accept the mission. The Hanging Man chuckled. Nothing is necessary. Before this mission, will you still participate in the patrol? Find an opportunity and deliberately let the monster injure you. As for the specifics, you can refer to the past examples of the City of Silver. At that moment, Audrey read a message from Sun's eyes and actions. That works too? After a brief moment of surprise and confusion, Derek frowned slightly. But, I don't have any patrol missions recently, the Hanging Man Elder chuckled. You can pretend that you're close to losing control. No, to be precise, you can make yourself close to losing control. Under such circumstances, I believe the upper echelons of the City of Silver wouldn't bring a dangerous item that could explode at any time for an exploration, right? There's a trick. As long as you keep your spirituality in a relatively dry state for 2 consecutive days, you will experience auditory hallucinations and show signs of losing control. And if you don't continue to squeeze it, the situation will improve in a week and you won't really lose control. Of course, your City of Silver definitely has methods and measures to treat those who show signs of losing control. The recovery should be faster, so you have to estimate the time. It's best to start 2 or 3 days before you set off. Derek was taken aback. After a long while, he muttered to himself, "That's right." After a long while, he muttered to himself, "Yes, people who show signs of losing control will be restrained and isolated in the spire's basement. They will receive treatment from medicine, rituals, and mystical items. If the situation is mild, they only need to consume medicine. Sigh, an honest and sincere child has been poisoned by an old fox just like that. However, Mr. the Hanging Man, how do you know the technique to make yourself close to losing control? If this technique is often used, losing control might really befall." Klein sighed inwardly. Audrey was also dumbfounded when she heard that. She felt that she had learned another lesson. Seeing that Sun was still a little hesitant, as though he didn't want to deceive the City of Silver elders, the Hanging Man Alger asked in a low voice, "Do the other elders of the 6-member council know that the fallen creator is in control of the shepherd pathway?" "I don't know," Derek shook his head honestly. Alger asked again, "Do you think that Shepherd Elder Lovia might cause harm to the City of Silver?" "Just answer yes or no, don't explain." "Yes." In the end, he couldn't lie to himself anymore. Alger chuckled. "So, you're the only one who knows about this but can't find a way to warn the other elders of the 6-member council, right?" "Yes." Derek's expression gradually became solemn. Alger changed his sitting posture and leaned back slightly. "That mission is extremely risky. You know that. If you die in that half-destroyed temple, who can think of a way to expose Shepherd Lovia's oddity? Who can save the City of Silver from disaster? The fallen creator is a true evil god. You didn't pretend to lose control and deceive others because of selfishness. You did it to save the City of Silver. Which is more important, your honor or it?" Sun gritted his teeth and nodded solemnly. "I understand. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man." Audrey and Magician's Furs immediately had the urge to cover their faces with their hands. What an easily fooled child. But that's good too. It prevents the tarot from losing members in the near future. Klein sighed silently and controlled the world. "I have a question for Mr. Sun," Klein said. "This might involve a deal. I request for a private exchange." Klein hurriedly switched back to himself and nodded indifferently. "Sure." After the magicians and company were blocked, the world looked at Sunday. Does the City of Silver have a way to remove the mental corruption of an evil god from a Beyonder characteristic? This was something Klein had wanted to ask a few times in the past, but considering that Justice and company might be interested, and with Sun being unable to answer and involving an evil god, all eyes were cast on the godlike Mr. Fool. He restrained his urge until he received a revelation from Miss Justice and came up with the idea of a private conversation. "We haven't met any evil gods." "Son," Derek replied sincerely, "we only have a way to separate the mental corruption of the rampager in the Beyonder characteristic. This is it. That might work. After all, I have the gray fog." Klein held back his joy and made the world speak. "What reward do you want?" "It's not about the reward." Sun shook his head and said, "That method and the corresponding knowledge requires at least a patrol captain, or even a powerhouse at the level of an exploration captain, to have the right to come into contact with it. The former requires a sequence 7, and the latter requires a minimum of a sequence 6. Phew. Klein sighed and made the world say in a hoarse voice, "That's right. I hope you will be qualified as soon as possible." After the world and the Sun finished their private conversation, the tarot gathering entered a free chat session. With great interest, Audrey inquired about the unique scenery and strange happenings at sea. The Hanging Man, Alger, gave a selective description based on his own knowledge. Magician's Furs listened quietly and gradually gained inspiration. She wanted to write a novel about a pirate king. She wanted to write about how he captured a female passenger and had a love-hate relationship with her, a story where fantasy and reality coexisted. Sun could only imagine what the sea looked like based on the paintings and the corresponding text in the City of Silver's collection. In the end, Klein, whose spirituality was gradually drained, announced the end of the tarot gathering. He quickly returned to the real world and took an afternoon nap. 7:30 p.m. Empress Burrow, in a house that seemed to belong to a noble. Furs put on a hooded robe. After many days, she once again participated in the gathering organized by Mr. A. She sat quietly in a corner and pretended to casually look around. She found that Mr. A, who was sitting alone in the sofa, seemed a little different from before. This wasn't a change in appearance or temperament, because his face was completely hidden in the shadows of the hood. Furs couldn't see him clearly at all. She felt that he was different, but it was an almost intuitive feeling. Mr. A was no longer as leisurely and indifferent as before. He always looked at everyone with a condescending attitude. Now, he seemed to be very repressed, trying hard to control something, and the sense of danger he gave off skyrocketed. In the past, Mr. A was like a mountain, but now, he's closer to a venomous snake with its forked tongue. The best-selling author, Furs, suddenly felt glad that she hadn't brought her along to hide the matter of the tarot. In order not to let Zio know that she was seeking to purchase items from the Sun domain. This way, even if something unexpected were to happen, it would be much easier for me to escape. Furs turned the bracelet that only had 2 stones left. She wasn't in a hurry to write her request on a note and give it to the attendant. Instead, she patiently watched for a while. This was not because she was naturally cautious, but because the past few lessons had left a deep impression on her. The only 2 stones left on the bracelet were proof. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, she finally picked up the paper and pen in front of her and wrote in deliberately distorted handwriting, seeking to purchase mystical items or powerful beyonder weapons from the Sun domain. After handing the note to the attendant, Furs looked around again, but she was unable to find the eternal blazing sun believer who had helped with the purification and exorcism ritual among the many disguised or concealed figures. As the waiters shuttled back and forth, the whole hall was quiet and orderly. After the discussion in the middle, Furs's request was added to the 2 blackboards at the front. Before long, she received a reply from the waiter. A small piece of white paper was filled with densely packed words: mystical item, ring of light. It allows the wearer to become an emissary of light, a servant of the sun. They will be immune to many diseases and wield the power of holiness. The wearer can summon dazzling beams of light and use many spells from the Sun domain. It can purify dead spirits within 50 meters. It is the nemesis of such creatures. Through this ring, those that the wearer approves of will be enhanced, and those that disapprove will be weakened. The only problem is that if the wearer uses it frequently, they will gradually become a believer of the eternal blazing Sunday. They will slowly abide by the teachings from the bottom of their hearts and praise the sun. If you wish to obtain it, please pay £9,000 in cash in one go. I can wait for you to raise it. £9,000? Furs gaped, feeling as though the other party was robbing her. This was a huge amount of wealth that she couldn't borrow even if she borrowed it from someone. Apart from the deposit for the assassination of the ambassador with Intis, all the money she had seen up to this point didn't add up to this much. A person with £9,000 in cash would definitely be considered a tycoon even in Bakeland. Although I know that mystical items are expensive, I didn't expect them to be this expensive. Does he want to stop participating in Beyonder gatherings after receiving £9,000, withdraw from this circle, and enjoy life in peace? Furs quietly took a deep breath and didn't dare to respond for a moment. She pretended as though nothing had happened and listened in for nearly 10 minutes, but she didn't receive any other responses or relatively cheap Beyonder weapons. She had no choice but to get up and head to the bathroom. After confirming that no one was around, she closed the bathroom door, sat on the toilet, and recited Mr. Fool's honorific name. She told him what had happened in the form of a prayer and asked him to pass it on to the world. Above the endless grayish-white fog, Klein, who had heard the overlapping illusory voices, quickly entered and gained a basic grasp of the situation. £9,000? He silently recited this number, and his expression twisted slightly. After silently calculating the amount of money he could raise in a short period of time, he exhaled, conjured the fake world, and manipulated him to respond. The negative side effects of this mystical item are too serious. I don't want to become a believer of the sun. You don't have to worry about this anymore. Let's switch to cash transactions. Pay £450, and the recipe for the Trickmaster is yours, Lucien said. As soon as he said that, the connection was cut off. Klein watched the world disappear, raised his hand to rub his forehead, and muttered to himself, "Next, we'll have to see what clues that barbarian lady can gather." Meng Meng thought to herself. "Otherwise, I'll have to buy that brooch from old Mr. Eye of Wisdom." In the bathroom, Furs heaved a sigh of relief and indicated that she would hold the sacrificial ritual as soon as possible. "It's a pity that I don't know the formula for the time being. Otherwise, I could take the opportunity to see if there are any Beyonder ingredients I need." She returned to the hall and focused her gaze on the information on the two blackboards. She didn't respond to the previous note, nor did she even consider the issue of bargaining. This was because even if she could get the other party £1,000 cheaper, she didn't have the money to buy it. More importantly, she felt that Mr. World wouldn't be able to afford it either. She watched until the end, and due to Mr. A's changes, she didn't stay any longer. Without talking to anyone, she quickly left the house. After more than 10 minutes, the gathering was completely over, leaving only Mr. A and his attendants behind. Mr. A slowly stood up and walked down the stairs to the basement. Suddenly, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, rolling down several steps. He lay there, and the shadow beneath him quickly turned crimson. His flesh and blood melted and soaked into it, making the shadow look like a brand new, skinless, monster-like person that had been separated from his body. Gasp. Mr. A's breathing gradually calmed down, and his tense body slowly relaxed. The separated flesh and blood flowed back into the body again. Everything became normal again. Mr. A crawled forward and knelt in the basement. Once again, he choked with sobs and made a confession. He was repenting for his previous mistakes and his lack of vigilance, allowing the Lord's descent to be foiled. City of Silver, Derek Berg's home. He circled the table in silence a few times, unable to make up his mind. His rationality told him that Mr. Hanged Man's suggestion was the best choice, but his mind kept flashing with the faces of the other members who were participating in the mission. He felt that he would be abandoning them if he pretended to lose control and didn't go. Is there no way to save them? Should I find an opportunity to meet the chief and tell him that the half-destroyed temple belongs to the fallen creator, an evil god who wields the shepherd pathway? I'll tell him to be careful of Elder Lovia and change the person in charge of this mission. But, where should I say that I learned this from? In their eyes, Mr. Fool should also be equivalent to an evil god. Derek scratched his hair in frustration. The axe of Hurricane was placed within reach, and with every bolt of lightning that streaked across the window, it emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, Derek stopped in his tracks and looked at the alternating light and darkness outside. He looked at the deep black sky. It was as if he had seen his parents before they died, and he found the pain of stabbing a straight sword down. It's too late this time. I have to make preparations in the future. I have to make sure that the discovery of the fallen creator isn't suspected. His expression contorted for a moment as he gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly left the window and returned to the table. He began to practice the light suppliant Beyonder powers to expend his spirituality, allowing it to quickly dry up. In Earl of Hall's luxurious villa, Audrey, who was leisurely painting in the art studio, heard a rhythmic knock on the door. When her maid, Annie, opened the door, she realized that it was her mother, Countess Caitlin. Although this lady was close to 50, she looked to be in her early 30s. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and was beautiful and graceful. She was enough to attract the attention of most gentlemen. "Mom, what's the matter?" Audrey put down the items in her hand and stood up in puzzlement. The Countess looked at her youngest daughter, who was more beautiful than she was when she was younger, and smiled. "I just attended a banquet. Madame Della said that you're very interested in psychology and want to hire a tutor, is that right?" "Yes, but I haven't made a final decision yet." Audrey pretended to be hesitant as she answered, as usual. How could the Countess not see through her daughter's thoughts? She smiled and said, "She recommended a psychiatrist named Escalante. If you don't have any problems, I'll send someone to invite her for lessons twice a week." "How about that?" "You decide." Audrey's smile blossomed bit by bit. "Mom, come, sit here. I happen to be lacking a beautiful model." On Tuesday morning, Klein confirmed from the Bakeland Morning Post that there would be a gathering held by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom tomorrow night. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief, no longer worrying about whether the items could keep up with Miss Sharon's siege of the enemy. To celebrate the good news, he decided to go to the Quelag Club for a day of leisure. in the Quelag Club's underground shooting range. After shooting, Klein carefully maintained the free revolver and adjusted the ratio of purifying bullets, demon-hunting bullets, and exorcism bullets to 3:1:1. Phew. He exhaled, put away the revolver, straightened his jacket, and slowly returned to the hall on the first floor. He had just heard from the waiter that the pan-fried dragonbone fish was a limited supply today. As soon as he entered the buffet cafeteria, Klein saw an acquaintance, Talem Dumont. This equestrian coach, who had short brown curly hair and came from a declining noble family, had an unfocused gaze as he ate his lunch without tasting the food. Klein walked over with his tray, sat down, and greeted them. Talem turned his head to look at him. His lips quivered a few times, and after 3 or 4 seconds of silence, he finally stammered. "Sherlock, do you know people with strange abilities, very powerful, very rare people?" "Yes, the person in front of you is." Klein raised his eyebrows slightly, but he did not give a direct answer. "What do you want?" Talem opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He pondered for a while with a serious expression before squeezing out a smile. "Nothing, I was just curious. Last time, he asked me what I should do if I fell in love with someone I shouldn't love. This time, he asked me if I knew anyone with strange abilities. Are you trying to get rid of the other party and completely cut off your friend's feelings? What kind of person is worth such a risk? Hiring a killer was tantamount to murder." Klein mumbled to himself and cut a piece of fish without any bones and stuffed it into his mouth. Talem took a deep breath, quickly finished the food on his plate, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He seemed to have returned to normal and said with a smile, "Mike wants to hire you as his bodyguard for a few days." "Mike Joseph? That reporter from the Daily Observer? I remember that his performance in Golden Rose was rather outstanding." Klein chuckled. "What does Mike want to do?" Talem spread his hands. "I'm not sure. He just mentioned it casually. It seems to be related to an interview. He said he would visit you the day after tomorrow and hoped that you would be free to accept this request." "I'm not sure." Klein, who didn't know the specifics, didn't give a definite answer. At this moment, he heard a woman pleading in his ears. "Miss Magicians?" Was she prepared to sacrifice money in exchange for the formula? Klein sped up and finished the rest of the food. Then, he drank the black tea in one gulp and went to the reception desk to ask the waiter to open a lounge for him. After sealing the room with a wall of spirituality, he went above the gray fog and discovered that his judgment was correct. Miss Magicians was requesting to hold a sacrificial ritual. The reason why Furs had delayed until now was that she only had £370 on her. She had to go to the bank to withdraw part of her savings. After a series of operations, she saw the £450 disappear into the illusory door, and a formula appeared in her mind. Sequence 8, Trickmaster. Main ingredients: Spirit Eater stomach pouch, 20 ml of deep-sea marlin's blood. Supplementary ingredients: 5 ml of essential oil made from hornbeam, 10 g of threadball grass powder, 1 blooming chestnut flower, 80 ml of pure water. I finally got it. It's been years." Furs was overjoyed. She couldn't help but pace back and forth, feeling smug. Then, she took out a pen and paper to record the formula in case she forgot it and had to trouble Mr. Fool again. "If I don't meet someone who doesn't understand the market, the main ingredients will cost at least £300 each, and I only have £430 left. I still have to work hard to earn money. I am going to write a new book." Furs instantly felt that she was filled with motivation. She was no longer the procrastinator from before. At 7:55 on Wednesday evening, Klein, who had all his savings, stepped into the house where Eye of Wisdom was holding the gathering with mixed feelings. He was wearing a black robe and a hood that covered his face. He also wore an iron mask. £1,674 in cash and 5 gold coins. "This is the new peak of my wealth. I wonder how much will be left after this gathering." Klein entered the activity room with a myriad of thoughts and scanned the area with the help of the flickering candlelight. The apothecary isn't here. Is he delayed? Klein frowned slightly and sat in the same seat as last time. After a few minutes, Eye of Wisdom clapped his hands and said, "Let's begin." Before he could finish his sentence, someone eagerly spoke up. It was none other than the woman who seemed to have the support of an artisan. She suppressed her voice and said, "Is the friend who sold the Briber formula here?" "I'm here," Klein answered succinctly. The woman heaved a sigh of relief and reached out to push down the iron mask. "There's a beyonder weapon you need this time. Of course, you can also choose cash." "What beyonder weapon?" Klein suppressed the restlessness in his heart. The woman organized her words and said, "This is a whip woven from the feathers of the holy sun bird. Usually, you can disguise it as a belt. When used, it will be covered in pure holy flames of light. Any undead monster that is whipped by it will suffer great damage. The weaker ones will even be directly obliterated. It can also be used to soak in liquid to create holy sun water, but this will reduce the amount of time it can maintain its spirituality for a month at a time. Currently, it can be used for 13 months. If you're willing, I can use it to exchange for the Briber formula. You won't need to pay any additional money." "Holy sunbird? It's not the divine bird of the sun. If it's the latter's feathers, I'll take it. Of course, only the tail feathers will do. They can be used to concoct the sequence 4 unshadowed potion." Klein was rather satisfied with the weapon itself, but the problem was that it had quite a bit of overlap with the purifying bullets and exorcism bullets. Furthermore, it could only be used for 13 months. Every time he created a portion of holy sun water, it would be reduced by 1 month. When the time came, he would have to replenish similar items. With this in mind, he turned to look at the seat of honor. "Mr. Eye of Wisdom, can you introduce in detail the brooch you mentioned last time?" "Yes, write it on a piece of paper and indicate a price that will satisfy you." He was afraid that the others present would be interested in the brooch after hearing the introduction and raise the price. Therefore, he decided to let the other party write it. "All right." Eye of Wisdom laughed and got the attendant to bring a pen and paper. As he wrote, the members of the gathering continued their transactions. Some people even asked about the price of the whip and received an answer that they would talk about it later. After a while, Eye of Wisdom finished writing the introduction and handed it to Klein through the attendant. Klein unfolded it and found that the words on the paper were printed. He couldn't see anything special about them. "Very careful." He read carefully. "The sun brooch can also be called midsummer. It's one of the weaker grade 2 sealed artifacts. With it as the center, the area within 10 meters will be filled with pure and warm energy. Normal people won't be able to sense it, but undead monsters will be continuously injured. They will be like a pool of water under a blazing fireball, quickly evaporating. Even the vengeful spirits and shadows will be the same, but they will last a little longer. In this kind of environment, the strength of powerful undead will obviously be weakened. It's very difficult for the wearer to be possessed and contaminated by evil monsters. The wearer can use spells such as summon holy light, create holy water, flame of light, cleave of purification, fear immunity, holy oath, and sun halo. The downside is that as long as you wear it, you will never be able to feel cool. You will always be in the terrible heat. Young man, don't underestimate this state. You will slowly lose control of the heat. I can only sell it if the price is 2,000 pounds. Don't try to bargain. You should know very well that I'm not too short of money, and I'm a collector. It's much stronger than I imagined." Old Mr. Eye of Wisdom was too vague last time. Klein's heart palpitated. After thinking for a few seconds, he turned his head to look at the lady with the artisan backing her 900 pounds in cash. The normal price of a sequence 7 potion formula was about 800 pounds. "Deal," the lady replied without hesitation. "If I had known, I would have asked for 1,000 pounds. Klein squeezed out a smile. He was a man of his word and didn't go back on his word. He used the prepared formula to exchange for 900 pounds in cash, instantly increasing the amount of cash he had to 2,574 pounds. This was enough for a single man to live a good life. After old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's appraisal, the lady looked at the formula again in satisfaction. Sequence 7, Briber. Main ingredients, 1 weeping baby flower, strange-faced marijuana crystal. Supplementary ingredients, 5 drops of golden datura juice, 5 drops of black datura juice, 4 drops of hallucinatory grass essential oil, 80 milliliters of red wine. After completing the transaction, Klein took a deep breath and looked at old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. He said solemnly, £2,000. I want that brooch of Sunday, Eye of Wisdom chuckled. To be honest, I don't really want to sell it, but since I have 2-081, the existence of the brooch of sun isn't necessary. Besides, I've already offered a price. It's not my style to go back on my word. Wait for me for 3 minutes. I'll go take out the brooch of Sunday all right, Klein answered in a pained and expectant manner. At this moment, the gazes of the beyonders in the activity room were all focused on him. A transaction of £2,000 rarely appeared in ordinary gatherings of this level. It might not even happen once in a year or two. And from these gazes, Klein clearly sensed greed and covetousness. After a brief silence, the transaction continued until Eye of Wisdom returned. In his open palm lay a dark gold brooch in the shape of a sunbird. It was obvious that there was some sweat on Eye of Wisdom's face. You can make the payment after confirmation. Eye of Wisdom, who was wearing a hooded robe, walked straight to Klein and handed him the dark gold brooch. Very generous. Just as Klein reached out to take it, before he could take a closer look, he felt that his surroundings had turned hot. Even the wind seemed to have been burned by a raging fire. Once he inhaled it, it spread to his lungs. At that instant, it was as if he had left the cold and damp Bakeland and was now in the middle of the northern continent's desert and wilderness. Above his head was the sun that emitted infinite light and heat, and around him was endless yellow sand that was extremely dry. Phew, it makes me want to eat ice cream. Sweat slowly seeped out of Klein's forehead, but with the iron mask pressed tightly against him, the liquid was unable to drip freely. All it could do was cling to the spot in a sticky manner. Through direct contact, he sensed the pure, warm energy radiating outwards, and the surrounding beyonders didn't show any abnormalities. After pinning the brooch in the correct position, Klein emitted his spirituality and immersed them into the dark gold surface. With a boom, he saw pure golden dots of light dancing in the sky as he received a lot of information. This included how to use a portion of the sun domain spells with the help of the brooch. The focus was on the spirituality input technique and the activation incantation. Among them, by continuously providing spirituality for 2 seconds, the brooch would summon a holy light that descended from the sky, purifying undead creatures and dealing a certain amount of damage to other types of targets. By continuously providing spirituality for 5 seconds and chanting the word sun in ancient Hermes, it could create a small amount of holy sun water. This could expel evil spirits, chase away the cold, and purify wraiths. Coupled with the difference in strength and interruption, the rest of the spells could be cast accordingly. Fire of Light was a dense golden holy flame that appeared out of thin air. Cleva Purification was an effective attack against evil spirits and wraiths. It could be attached to bullets. Fear Immunity allowed the wearer to no longer feel fear. Holy Oath could temporarily increase one's strength, dexterity, fire damage, or holy damage by chanting the corresponding ancient Hermes word. The Sun Halo was targeted at companions within a 20-meter radius. It could effectively increase their courage and purify the evil energy in their bodies. It feels pretty good. Apart from the lack of strangeness, there aren't any major flaws. It complements my magician's powers. It's just a little too hot. Klein's mind was filled with images of himself in a short-sleeved shirt. He rolled up his robe and took out a stack of notes from his inner pocket. Together with the £900 he had received from the woman who was the artisan, he counted a total of £2,000 in cash and gave it to Eye of Wisdom's attendant. After counting 3 times and finally confirming that there were no mistakes, Klein looked at the rapidly shrinking wallet, feeling both happy and melancholy. All that was left of the money he had painstakingly saved were £574 in banknotes and 5 gold pieces. However, he had also obtained his second mystical item. Its side effects were clearly less than that of the Master Key. It was a mystical item with more outstanding abilities, the Brooch of the Sun. It's just too hot. Klein reached out to touch the iron mask and almost took it off to fan himself. With the amount of banknotes returned to what it was in the past, he no longer considered buying anything else. He sat there quietly and listened until the end. Stimulated by the large transaction of £2,000, tonight's gathering was relatively lively. For example, the whip made from the feathers of the holy sun bird was sold for £850. Eye of Wisdom also continuously bought an ancient book and a Beyonder ingredient. When it was over, Eye of Wisdom surveyed the area, looked at Klein, and chuckled. It chuckled and said, "You're the first to leave. They're afraid that I'll be robbed." Klein thanked it sincerely, and under the guidance of the attendant, he walked out of the activity room. Then, he eagerly took off his hooded robe and iron mask. He had already tried to wrap and seal it with his spirituality. He could isolate the continuous purification of the surroundings by the brooch of the sun, preventing its existence from being discovered by other Beyonders. However, the negative effects couldn't be weakened unless he didn't carry it on him. In order to ensure my mental health, I'll only use it when I need it in the future. Usually, I'll just rely on purifying bullets and exorcism bullets. Klein left the gathering, took a big detour, and arrived outside the Brave. He entered and circled around, then quickly walked out and hired a carriage. Unsurprisingly, he soon saw the outline of a figure in a black regal dress in front of him. Sharon's appearance didn't change at all. She asked in an ethereal tone, "Are you ready?" "Yes, you can choose the location and time for the ambush. Inform me when you're sure." Klein nodded calmly. Sharon looked at him. "All right." Seeing that she was about to disappear, Klein added, "Get Caspers to prepare a box of explosives and bury them in different parts of the battlefield." Seeing that she was about to disappear, Klein added, "Get Caspers to prepare a box of explosives and bury them in different parts of the battlefield." Sharon fell silent for 2 seconds. "Steve is also an explosives expert." "No, my main goal isn't to blow anyone up." Klein smiled. "I just want to set off some fireworks." Sharon looked at him quietly for a few seconds before finally nodding. Seeing her figure quickly turn incorporeal, Klein leaned back against the wall and opened the window, allowing the bone-chilling cold wind to blow in. However, he still felt very hot. "I hated summer when I was on Earth. Well, I like popsicles, ice cream, cold drinks, watermelon." As Klein mumbled, he reached into his pocket and grabbed the sun brooch. This was a mystical item worth 2,000 pounds. Returning to Minsk Street, Klein slowly walked along the path with withered trees on both sides towards the house at number 15. When he passed by Lawyer Jurgen's house, he subconsciously looked inside and saw the gas lamp with a faint blue glow. "There's someone here." Klein sighed with a smile, his forehead dripping with sweat. The next day, early in the morning on Thursday. Just as Klein came out of the bathroom with the newspaper, he heard the doorbell ring. "Who is it?" "Oh right, Talon mentioned that the reporter, Mike Joseph, would be looking for me today." Amidst the clanging sounds, Klein came to the door and reached out to grab the handle. The image of the visitor naturally appeared in his mind. He was in his 30s, dressed in a black woolen coat and a half-top hat of the same color. He had sparse eyebrows, charming blue eyes, and a beautiful mustache, but his skin was rather rough. He was none other than Mike Joseph, a reporter from the Daily Observer. "Good morning, Mike. Talon told me." Klein opened the door and greeted him. Without a doubt, he had thrown the sun brooch above the gray fog. Mike Joseph tugged at his bow tie and said, "Sorry to disturb you so early. I have something else to do later." "I understand," Klein said politely. "Have you had breakfast?" "I understand," Klein said politely. "Have you had breakfast? Do you want to try my toast?" "I'm really sorry about that." "I'm really sorry. It would be nice if there was a cup of hot coffee. Milk would be fine too. I saw that you ordered fresh milk." "All right." Klein smiled. He busied himself with baking the toast, pouring the milk, and taking out the tin can of cream. Then, he sat down and ate until he was half full without saying a word. Across from him, Mike enjoyed his breakfast without restraint, oblivious to the silent atmosphere. "Phew." Klein exhaled and put down his cup. "Mike, you want to hire me to protect you?" Mike slowly put down his knife and fork and drank a mouthful of milk. "Yes, about 2 days. Friday and Saturday, and maybe Sunday morning." "Who wants to hurt you?" Klein asked after some deliberation. Mike chuckled. "No, this is a form of proactive self-protection. The chief editor of the newspaper has arranged for me to go to East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district to do an investigative piece of news. It said that I've received funding from a church or a noble. As you know, East Borough is rife with gangs. There are villains everywhere, or people who are willing to betray their conscience for a bite to eat. I need a protector who's good at fighting and shooting. Besides, most private detectives have connections in East Borough, don't they? I don't. I rely on metaphysics to solve cases. No, inference. Klein thought for a moment. But I might not have the time for the next few days. I have to wait for Miss Sharon to take action. Mike hurriedly cleared his throat and said, I've already applied for it. I've already applied for it. £10. The total for this protection mission is £10, even if nothing happens. Klein smiled. Mike, I'm serious. If I'm free, I'll accept this commission. If I really can't handle it, I'll introduce you to another detective who's also good at fighting and shooting. For example, Stewart or Kaslana. 2 names had already flashed through his mind. Mike finished the rest of the toast. No problem. After breakfast, Klein watched the reporter leave his home. Through the oriel window, he enjoyed the pattering of the freezing rain outside, the carriages and pedestrians that came and went, the dark sky, and the colorful umbrellas. Finally, a normal mission. It doesn't involve beyonders, nor is it a cat in the act of catching an adulterer. Unfortunately, it's not a commission like a murder case. Otherwise, I'd be able to experience what it's like to be a true detective. There's only one truth. Klein's thoughts wandered, and he was in an inexplicable state of leisure. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about Sharon and Merrick, he planned on relaxing, visiting all kinds of museums, buying a ticket to the theater, listening to a few operas and concerts, and experiencing the various cuisines of Bakeland. Yes, I'm a casual tourist, a lonely gourmet. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh, turned around, and walked to the sofa area, intending to flip through the newspaper he had yet to finish reading. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a note on the coffee table at some point in time. The handwriting was elegant and reserved. Meet at the back door of the Brave tonight at 10. Klein was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look out the window and sighed silently. Is it finally going to begin? 10 in the evening, in the alley at the back door of the Brave. Klein, who was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a half-top hat of the same color, only circled the area once before strolling to the nearest street like the last time. Just as he walked out of the alley, a carriage stopped in front of him. And behind the glass window was Merrick's brown eyes that were constantly suppressing their malice. Klein pressed down on the half-top hat on his head, held his sturdy cane, and calmly boarded the carriage, as though he was the one who had beckoned for the carriage to stop. He sat down and straightened his bow tie, like a gentleman on his way to a banquet. Such an attire isn't suitable for combat. Dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and tight pants, Merrick sized him up and suddenly furrowed his brows. It was obvious that he still had some doubts about Klein's strength, but he chose to trust Sharon. Klein smiled in a relaxed manner. My beyonder powers are different from yours, and so are my combat styles. Such clothes won't cause any negative effects, and it even suits me very well. For example, it has a lot of pockets, allowing me to store different items in different places. This way, I won't take the wrong item when I'm anxious and lose my life because of a laughable mistake. As he spoke, he took out the remaining 3 sedatives from a secret pocket he had sewn, a special sedative concocted by an apothecary. As soon as he finished speaking, a silhouette quickly appeared on the other side of the window. It was a figure wearing a black regal dress and a small bonnet. She was none other than the Sequence 5 Beyonder of the Mutant Pathway, Wraith Sharon. You're explaining too much, Sharon said in an ethereal tone as she looked at Klein with her blue eyes. It's not natural enough. I'm just trying to get into my acting mode. Klein laughed dryly and replied, It's probably because I'm a little nervous. Without waiting for Sharon to speak again, he handed the 3 sedatives to Merrick. Without waiting for Sharon to speak again, he handed the 3 sedatives to Merrick. Without waiting for Sharon to speak again, he handed the 3 sedatives to Merrick. I believe that you have more experience than me. You won't drink too early or too late, and you won't drink too little or too much. Merrick looked at the sealed and transparent glass test tube and gently shook the liquid inside. 2.5. Any more and I'll really calm down and not want to do anything for a while. Very good, Klein praised and turned to look at Sharon. Have you determined the location of the ambush? Sharon nodded slightly. We're on our way there. She did not directly reveal the location of the battle to Klein. Very cautious, very careful. Klein thought for a moment and asked, will you be harmed by the purification? Zombies can do it, and I can do it when I'm in my spirit form, Sharon gave a very simple answer. In other words, when a Sequence 5 Wraith still has a physical body, it's very difficult for purification to have any effects. Klein asked thoughtfully, what about exorcism? What about the demon hunters? As she was dealing with a powerhouse of the same pathway, Sharon didn't hide anything. Demon hunting will cause damage to our bodies, while exorcism will harm both our bodies and spirit bodies, but it's not fatal. Klein smiled and exhaled. I understand. He thought for a moment and asked again after some deliberation, do you feel the power of purification and exorcism? No, Merrick answered hoarsely from the side. Very good, the spirituality cage that mutated from the wall of spirituality can indeed isolate the effects of the sun brooch. However, I'm so hot. Klein sighed inwardly and confirmed, that's not the case. Wraith Steve, Zombie Jason, and Werewolf Tyre, apart from the Scarlet Lunar Corona, what other mystical items or beyonder weapons do they have? We don't know. Merrick pinched the space between his eyebrows again, looking a little annoyed. With the great battle at hand, it was inevitable that he, who had been suppressing his malice and desires, would have some emotional fluctuations. Sharon listened quietly and replied in an unperturbed tone, that's right. Under the influence of the Scarlet Lunar Corona, Jason and Tyre will be in a relatively crazy state. Even if they have mystical items, they don't have the rationality to use them. Unless it's passive. Merrick added, and to a werewolf, his claws are his beyonder weapons. It's the same for me, Tyre, and Jason. They can slice through steel and come with poison. Klein's eyes darted around slightly as he nodded. All right, I have no more questions. In the night where there were few passers-by, the carriage sped along. The wheels of the carriage ran over puddles from time to time, splashing tiny stains on the ground. 10 minutes later, Merrick had the zombie who was driving pull the reins. Klein looked out of the glass window and saw a dark place with dilapidated buildings. Not far away, there was the sound of running water. This is the West Balham dock that has been abandoned for a year. It's about to be renovated. Our ambush spot is in the warehouse area, Merrick introduced. An abandoned West Balham dock. If anything were to happen, the Tussock River would be the best escape route. According to my previous reconnaissance, there's a Lever Cathedral about 2 kilometers northwest of here. It belongs to the god of steam and machinery. Klein quickly recalled his surroundings. He got off the carriage, pretended to leisurely straighten his clothes, and with his cane in hand, he followed Sharon and Merrick deep into the dock that was about to be renovated. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived at an empty space surrounded by a few warehouses. The soil here was dark brown, and withered weeds were everywhere. A wooden crate was quietly placed in a secluded and dark corner. That's the explosives you wanted. Merrick pointed. Klein nodded. Aren't you afraid that a tramp will steal it? My zombies are sleeping underground here. Once anyone enters, they will scare them away. Merrick pointed to a few spots. When you bury the bombs, avoid them. No problem. Klein chuckled and nodded. He then asked, if I use my purification and exorcism powers now, will it harm those little guys of yours? No, they're equivalent to corpses in their slumber. Furthermore, there's a thick layer of soil as a barrier, Merrick gave an affirmative answer. After Sharon surveyed the area, she said, stay here and make your preparations. You stay here and do your preparations. We'll lure the enemy over. It won't take more than 30 minutes. Please make good use of the time. After you're done with your preparations, hide in a random warehouse. Don't be in a rush to attack. You have to be patient. No matter how dangerous the situation is, treat it as normal. When I become weak and the Scarlet Lunar Corona appears, you can use that eye to find Steve and launch a sudden attack on him. I'll also use my mystical item to cooperate with you. Klein listened carefully and chuckled. It's a very simple plan. The simpler the plan, the more effective it is, Sharon replied calmly. Merrick pinched his forehead and shook his head. Steve isn't a stupid guy. If a complicated plan goes awry, it'll be completely ruined. After the exchange, Sharon's figure instantly vanished. Merrick also quickly ran out of the dock. Watching them leave, Klein took out a small square metal box from his pocket. There was a membrane formed from spirituality stuck to it. This was the spirituality cage that had evolved from the wall of spirituality. It could isolate the effects of certain mystical items on the outside world to a certain extent, but it couldn't improve the negative effects on the wielder. Of course, a sealed artifact that was too powerful or bizarre was definitely not something a spirituality cage could deal with. It needed a special sealing environment that corresponded to it. For warehouses overgrown with weeds, and the ground is a little muddy from the previous rain. Klein took out a piece of paper and shook it. The piece of paper quickly tightened and became as hard as an iron plate. Klein held the piece of paper and quickly dug a shallow hole in the middle of the empty space. He buried the small square metal box in it, separated from the outside world by a thin layer of soil. Then, he took out sticks of dynamite from the wooden box and buried them in different corners and different warehouses. As for the last few sticks, he buried them near the center of the tomb. After doing all of this, he took out his revolver and adjusted the ratio of bullets. 3 purification bullets and 2 exorcism bullets. Stuffing the revolver into his armpit holster, Klein straightened his clothes and went to the gap between 2 warehouses. He threw a paper figurine there on top of the buried explosives. He looked at his surroundings again and took out another square metal box. He removed the spirituality cage on the outside and took out the dark gold brooch in the shape of a sunbird. He solemnly wore it on his left chest. Phew. Klein exhaled and left. He circled the area outside, threw some inconspicuous items, and burned the used piece of paper. After returning, he climbed to the top of a warehouse and hid in the shadows. After counting and confirming the various charms, extract, and herbal powder, Klein touched the iron cigar case and snapped his fingers. The paper figurine he had thrown in the gap between the 2 warehouses immediately stood up, turning into a gentleman wearing a black double-breasted frock coat, a half-top hat, and a sturdy cane. The gentleman's position was rather remote and hidden, making it difficult for anyone who came in from the outside to see it. And with it replacing him, Klein's figure completely vanished from where he stood. However, his vision wasn't affected in any way, and he could clearly see the path that led to the clearing. Even though he was prepared and had experienced many battles, Klein still felt a little afraid and uneasy at this moment. No matter how good a performance was, it could still be seen through. Furthermore, the opponent was a Sequence 5 Beyonder with a mystical item. There was also a Sequence 6 and a Sequence 7. This is the state every magician is in before they go on stage, right? Klein took a silent breath, suppressing the various emotions in his heart and the heat in his body. Tonight, the crimson moon was covered by clouds, and there was only a faint glow in the clearing. Not long after, Klein saw 3 figures approaching at an extremely fast speed. The one running at the front was Merrick. His slightly messy hair was completely blown back by the wind, and his expression was distorted and ferocious. His speed was faster than a steam locomotive at its peak. With a whoosh, he arrived at the entrance of the clearing. But even so, he still couldn't shake off his pursuers. The person closest to him was a man whose face was as pale as his. There were a few indistinct black spots on his face, as if they were marks left behind by a rotting wound that had healed. The malice in his eyes was completely unconcealed and unsuppressed. It was like a zombie that yearned for fresh flesh and blood more than a human. Klein guessed that this was Sequence 6 Jason. The distance between Jason and Merrick was maintained at 7 to 8 meters, sometimes lengthening and sometimes shortening, over and over again. And more than 10 meters behind them, a figure was being left further and further behind. It was a thin but muscular man. His hair was shaved very short, and each strand stood up like a spike. As he swung his arms, the tips of his palms had a metallic glow that reflected the faint crimson moonlight. They were black fingernails that were as long as daggers, werewolf tire. Klein silently recited the other party's codename in his heart. In his mind, a wall splattered with blood appeared. Intestines hung in protruding positions, and bloody severed limbs and organs scattered all over the ground appeared. Tap, tap. Tap, tap. Merrick ran with all his might. Jason gritted his teeth and chased after him with all his might. The black spots on his face that had healed had swollen at some point in time, as if rotting liquid was about to drip out. Wherever the two of them passed, the puddles on the ground and the liquid in the muddy soil quickly condensed into white frost, freezing inch by inch. The withered weeds were blown up by the strong wind created by the two of them. As they slowly fell, they rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a pale palm reached out from the frosted soil and accurately grabbed Jason's ankle. Paw! Jason twisted his body and kicked with all his might, breaking the palm's wrist and sending it flying. At the severed end, the flesh had long since rotted away, and white maggots scrambled to squirm out. Merrick stopped, pinched his lips with his right hand, and whistled shrilly. Bang! 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 The soil in different parts of the empty space was lifted up, and the expressionless corpses sat up. At the same time, the cold wind suddenly swirled, and countless transparent shadows seemed to have smelled the blood feast. No one wanted to be left behind, and they all rushed to Jason. Some pulled his arms, some pulled his legs, and some even hugged his head. Jason stopped in his tracks and snorted. The shadows were immediately sent flying. Some of them screamed and disappeared, while others were lost in their original spots. Almost instantaneously, Merrick and Jason raised their right hands at the same time. They raised their thumbs and placed them next to their index fingers, while their index fingers aimed at each other. Without a sound, the air separating the two exploded, and wisps of black chi surged upwards. Merrick took a step back. A few strands of his messy hair withered and fell to the ground. Merrick, you're still so weak. You still don't know how to use the power of desire. Jason laughed hoarsely. At this moment, Werewolf Tyre rushed to his side, and the Sequence 5 Beyonder in charge of this operation, Steve, was still nowhere to be seen. Don't be in a hurry to finish off Merrick. Wait for Sharon to save him. Lord Steve is about to arrive, Werewolf Tyre said to Jason in a low voice. He then stuck out his bright red tongue and licked his lips. I wonder what Sharon will look like when she's naked. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw Jason turn his head. His pale face was gloomy, and two identical figures vaguely appeared in his eyes. A black regal dress, pale blonde hair, a delicate face, and pale skin. Paw! He reached out with both palms and grabbed Werewolf Tyre's neck. The sound of his bones cracking could no longer be supported. Wraith Sharon had attacked. Tyre took a deep breath, causing his neck to swell up like a water pipe, causing strands of black hair to grow out. He temporarily resisted the force that was about to snap his windpipe and cervical spine. His eyes gradually rolled back, and his bright red tongue stuck out. Sticky saliva dripped down the sides of his lips. However, his right hand accurately and steadily reached into his pocket, breaking a certain preset spirituality shackles. The warehouse around the empty area suddenly lit up, and the crimson moonlight filled the area. Jason's grip on Werewolf Tyre's neck rapidly decreased, and a figure wearing a small bonnet appeared behind him. A smug and cruel smile appeared on Tyre's face. He took out a miniature full moon from his pocket with his right hand, a crimson full moon. It was a dark red accessory that constantly emitted a serene glow. It was in the shape of a full moon, and it was inlaid with crimson gems. In the middle was a symbol that symbolized the moon and many mysterious labels. Sharon instinctively narrowed her eyes and took 2 steps back. The illusory feeling quickly dissipated. Her legs seemed to no longer be able to support her weight, and she fell limply to the ground. Her complicated black regal dress was stained with dust and mud. Werewolf Tyre raised the round accessory that was the size of a palm that emitted a crimson glow and laughed as he panted. Lord Steve was right. You will definitely try to counterattack, and Sharon, the target of your possession must be Jason, who is 1 sequence higher than me. Therefore, he handed the scarlet lunar corona to me. Guess where he is now? This is different from what Sharon expected. From the looks of it, I can only choose the best opportunity to attack. Klein frowned when he heard this, and he forcefully suppressed the anxiety in his heart. At this moment, Werewolf Tyre wasn't in a hurry to attack, because he knew that the longer the effects of the scarlet lunar corona lasted, the weaker Sharon would be, and the more pain Merrick would feel. As for Jason's originally cold eyes, there was an additional hint of brutality and madness. He could no longer find any rationality in his eyes. He was also affected by the scarlet lunar corona, but he, who was used to indulging his desires, didn't feel any pain. Instead, he was filled with a desire for the fresh flesh and blood in front of him. Gasp! Jason let out an inhuman growl from his throat, and the hair on his exposed skin turned white. At this moment, Sharon raised her arms with great difficulty and used her left hand to take off the black glove on her right hand. And Jason happened to pounce at her, and the surrounding soil was covered in a thin layer of ice. Suddenly, endless illusory light erupted from Sharon's palm. They sucked on Sharon's spirituality, and in front of the doll-like lady, they intertwined to form a bronze door covered in mysterious patterns and filled with an indescribable smell. The door swayed and opened with a creak, revealing a small gap. Inside the crack, pairs of pale or transparent arms, filled with teeth, or bloodied and skinless arms reached out. They crossed the void and grabbed zombie Jason. Pairs of indescribable eyes hid in the darkness behind the door, quietly watching the prey in front of them. Before Jason could react, he was grabbed by the arms. He was entangled by the slippery and illusory tentacles, and he was tied up by the bluish-black vines that had baby faces protruding from them. These strange things cried and laughed sharply as they tried their best to drag zombie Jason behind the door. Even though his thoughts were completely controlled by bloodthirst and the desire to kill, Jason instinctively felt fear. Gasp! The sound from his throat suddenly intensified, and the arms that made one's scalp tingle were immediately covered in layers of frost. The bluish-black vines that had baby faces protruding from them let out painful groans, and a turbid yellow liquid that looked like it was rotting kept dripping down. The pulling force slowed down, but it didn't disappear. Jason constantly controlled the ghosts to interfere, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea. He tried to use spells from the death domain, but it didn't have much of an effect. His body couldn't help but firmly walk towards the crack in the illusory and mysterious door. From time to time, he would struggle to retreat a little. As he had taken a sedative in advance, Merrick wasn't completely defeated by the pain. He took this opportunity to take out the last 2 sedatives, snapped the bottle, and drank 1.5 in one go with the glass shards. The malice in his eyes weakened, and the warped expression on his face returned to normal. He looked at Werewolf Tyre. At the same time, with a whoosh, Tyre's thin but muscular body disappeared from the spot and appeared more than 10 meters away. When his figure appeared, there was still an illusory scene left in his original spot. A black gas that seemed to have a life of its own rose from the ground, piercing through the afterimage and vanishing. Tyre didn't use blink. He didn't have any beyonder powers in this area. He relied on the extreme speed brought by the scarlet lunar corona, a speed that could leave afterimages behind, and at this moment, Klein, who was hiding in the shadows at the top of the warehouse, reached his left hand into his pocket and touched the iron cigar case. He removed the spirituality cage on the surface and gently opened the case. He believed that Wraith Steve had definitely arrived at the scene. Otherwise, if this stalemate continued, Jason would definitely be dragged behind the terrifying door. And even with the augmentation of the scarlet lunar corona, Tyre wouldn't be able to finish off Merrick in a short period of time. When the time came, Sharon would use the mysterious door to aim at the werewolf, and the scarlet lunar corona would change owners. As soon as Klein's finger touched the all-black eye in the iron cigar case, his mind rang with crazy, filthy, and terrifying ravings. It was a terrifying ravings that made one's blood vessels bulge, eyes crack, and head explode at any moment. And in this ravings, Klein saw strange, mysterious, and illusory black threads. They were divided into many groups. Some extended to Sharon's body, and some came from Werewolf Tyre. They intertwined with each other, but they didn't entangle with each other as they penetrated into the void. Among them, many of the black threads came from places that weren't far from Merrick, but they didn't overlap. Wraith Steve. He wanted to possess Merrick. With a thought, Klein retracted his left hand. He didn't pull out his gun and shoot. Instead, he snapped his fingers silently. Boom! In the crevice between the 2 warehouses, there was a sudden explosion. The churning flames and heat caused a figure in a black double-breasted frock coat to float out. After attracting the attention of others, Klein quickly pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger at the location in his memory. At the same time, the dark golden sun bird brooch on his chest flashed with a stream of light. He added, purification / to purification bullet, bang. A pale golden stream of light arrived in the blink of an eye, striking an empty space that seemed to be empty. However, resplendent flames suddenly soared there, quickly outlining a figure wearing a black tuxedo and a dark red cloak. The figure's left arm was burning with a holy and pure flame, constantly emitting a faint black and green smoke, illuminating his pale face and making it look gloomy. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His hair was neatly combed back, glistening with a glossy sheen. His eyes were black and green, devoid of any emotion or pain. Wraith Steve, he turned his head and looked at Klein, who was at the top of the warehouse, with a gaze filled with malice. Klein was suddenly taken aback as he felt a chill run down his spine. Even the heat from the sun brooch couldn't offset it. His body quickly stiffened, and his eyes glazed over. Two identical figures were reflected in his eyes. A black tuxedo, a dark red cloak, oiled swept-back hair, a dark green gaze, and a pale face in his 40s. Almost instantly, Klein was controlled, and his thoughts gradually blurred. This was the power of a Sequence 5 Wraith, a strange and difficult ability to defend against. Fortunately, he had sufficient knowledge and was already prepared. Furthermore, the exorcism effect could effectively resist the possession of evil spirit-type creatures. Therefore, before his ability to think completely disappeared, he stirred the spirituality that originated from his soul body and injected it into the dark golden sun brooch. Just as he raised his hand to strangle himself, a bright and pure warm light suddenly descended from the sky. It was like a pillar of light from the kingdom of the sun, bringing with it a brilliant feeling and a holy purification that completely enveloped Klein. The spell of the sun domain, holy light summoning. In the holy light, the invisible force of control suddenly weakened, and Klein's eyes suddenly regained their luster. Immediately after, his figure burned and became brittle and charred, leaving only a thin piece of paper. At the same time, in the gap between the two warehouses, Klein, who was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a silk half-top hat of the same color, jumped out from the flames. His cane had long been thrown somewhere, and the same figure floating above his head had been successfully corroded by the flames, turning into ashes that scattered in all directions. Before Klein could confirm his situation, he felt his ankle being tightly grabbed by an invisible force. His calves, arms, and clothes on his chest and back were also firmly grabbed. In his long-activated spirit vision, Klein saw blurry and transparent figures. Some of them were incomplete, some were covered in blood, some had charred skin, and some were pale and cold. Whoosh! A cold wind of unknown origin blew at the back of Klein's neck, causing his hair to stand on end. He couldn't help but tremble. The dark golden sunbird brooch in front of him suddenly flashed with a hint of brilliance, and golden illusory flames instantly ignited in the surroundings. These flames emitted the aura of the sun, and due to their density, they formed an ocean. This was the fire of light from the sun domain. The terrifying ghosts that surrounded Klein silently screamed and disappeared. The cold wind behind his head was also replaced by the heat produced by the sun brooch. In such an environment, Klein temporarily became safe. He couldn't help but sigh in fear. Even though he had made preparations ahead of time and had an item that countered the other party, he was still in danger in a one-on-one battle against a Sequence 5 Wraith. His performance had nearly ended in failure at the beginning, and not too far away from Merrick, Steve's figure in the dark red cloak turned a little illusory. The resplendent flames burning on his left arm were quickly extinguished by the black gas. His shimmering green eyes were filled with malice and desire. He seemed to have lost his rationality and the ability to think. At that moment, with the warning shot from before, Merrick had already distanced himself from him. He commanded the zombies, who had crawled out of the mud with numb expressions, to surround and block Werewolf Tyre. He circled around him, creating slippery thin ice and rotten mud in an attempt to affect his movements. Werewolf Tyre held the crimson full moon in one hand and ran without stopping until he was blocked by a zombie. Only then did he casually grab it. Whoosh, the zombie was split into 6 pieces. The rotten flesh and squirming maggots were scattered all over the ground. Werewolf Tyre was stunned for a moment as he looked at his claws in disbelief. Only then did he realize that the bonus brought by the Scarlet Lunar Corona wasn't just limited to his speed. He felt that he had mastered some powerful and strange spells. Tyre stopped running and turned to face the pale Merrick. At that moment, zombie Jason was getting closer and closer to the illusory but mysterious door. His body was wrapped in bluish-black vines that had baby faces protruding from them. He was being dragged by arms that were either full of teeth or skinless. His eyes were almost glued to the crack of the bronze door as he stared coldly at the indescribable eyes hidden in the depths of the darkness. It was as if it was the place where he belonged from the bottom of his heart. No. The body that was controlled by the desire for slaughter and bloodthirst cried out in an extremely shrill voice. Werewolf Tyre, who was about to counterattack, paused, gritted his teeth, and threw the miniature crimson full moon at Wraith Steve. Only by allowing a sequence 5 Beyonder to recover his strength and receive a bonus would the battle end quickly. Only then would zombie Jason have a chance of being rescued. Upon seeing this scene, Klein's eyes lit up. He immediately raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom, in the path of the scarlet lunar corona, a buried bomb lifted up the soil, blowing out a strong gust of wind that was filled with impact. A scarlet flame soared. The scarlet lunar corona was smacked as it made a small turn and landed in another direction. Boom, another bomb exploded, and another cluster of flames soared. Klein jumped out and pounced at the scarlet lunar corona that wasn't far from him. Suddenly, a pale palm appeared in front of the scarlet lunar corona's trajectory and firmly caught it. It was none other than Wraith Steve, who had disappeared at some point in time and had reappeared. His instincts made him chase after the full moon. With a soft sound, Steve held the scarlet lunar corona. His dark green eyes, which were filled with malice and desire, had an additional hint of spirituality. This allowed him to return from a pure wraith to a sequence 5 Beyonder. The corners of his mouth curled up as he sneered at Klein. He wasn't in a hurry to finish off this weak opponent. Instead, he made his figure vanish once again. Klein, who had already pounced forward, rolled twice on the ground, reached his left hand into his pocket, and once again gently opened the iron cigar case, touching Rosego's all-black eye. Amidst the obscene ravings that made his tears and snot flow uncontrollably, Klein saw strange black lines again, and from where they came, he caught a glimpse of the vanished Wraith Steve. He was approaching the weakened Sharon at high speed. He wanted to control her, rescue zombie Jason, and end the battle once and for all. Sharon was the main target of this operation. Klein suddenly retracted his left hand, and with a thought, he once again injected his spirituality into the sun brooch. 2. 1. A bright and pure pillar of holy light descended from the sky and enshrouded Sharon's back. Steve, who was wearing a dark red cloak, suddenly appeared a few meters away, narrowly avoiding the holy light. With the augmentation of the scarlet lunar corona, his speed was terrifying to the point where he could effectively dodge in an instant, but at the same time, the half-squatting Klein had already raised his right hand and pulled the trigger of his revolver. His target was zombie Jason. A dazzling bullet flew out, aimed at Jason's back, helping him enter the mysterious bronze door as soon as possible. But at this moment, Steve's figure disappeared and he flashed behind Jason, blocking the exorcism bullet with his open left palm. Sizzle, the burst of sunlight made him shake his arm in pain and narrow his eyes. His skin was constantly charred and peeling off, but it quickly healed and regenerated. Suddenly, he heard a crisp paw sound. Klein snapped his fingers again. Boom, not far away, a bomb exploded, causing a shockwave and bullet-like rocks to spread out in all directions. Most of them were slapped onto zombie Jason and Wraith Steve. No. With a scream, the clothes on the side of Jason's body were torn. White marks that were constantly deepening appeared on his skin, as if blood was about to flow out. To a zombie with a body as hard as steel, this wasn't much of an effective injury, but to Jason, who was struggling to hold on, it was the call of death. He could no longer hold on, and he was quickly pulled into the gap of the bronze door by the strange and terrifying arms. No. Jason's scream echoed far into the distance. The mysterious illusory door closed with a clang, completely swallowing the latter half of his voice. It was isolated. The empty space surrounded by the warehouse was silent. Zombie Jason had completely disappeared, as if he had never been born in this world. Wraith Steve's eyes widened as he opened his mouth and let out an angry scream. Damn it! Bang, as the sound echoed, Klein felt as if someone had struck him in the head with a heavy hammer. His vision turned blurry, and his breathing was filled with the smell of blood. His vision was blood red. For a moment, his ears were filled with buzzing sounds, and he couldn't hear anything else. After werewolf Tyre sent out the scarlet lunar corona, he had grown black fur and sharp fangs all over his body. At this moment, he wasn't immune to the effects. He covered his ears in pain as blood flowed from the corners of his eyes and mouth. The weak Sharon also revealed a pained expression under Steve's screams. However, she still managed to close her palm with great difficulty, instantly cutting off the magical rays of light that were emitted. The mysterious and illusory bronze door disappeared in front of her. Klein knew that things weren't good. He quickly endured his headache, took a step back, and entered the fire. His figure quickly disappeared as he flashed to another direction where there was a sudden explosion. Just as he jumped out in search of a counterattack, he saw that the middle-aged man in the dark red cloak, Steve, didn't chase after him. Instead, he stopped where he was, as though he was waiting for something. Klein suddenly felt restless. His head felt dizzy as his stomach cramped. He quickly became weak, but he didn't know why. Merrick, who had just recovered from the screams, also showed signs of abnormality. He kept reaching out to scratch himself, as though he had an uncontrollable itch. He gasped for breath as he used his crazily growing sharp nails to tear through his clothes, leaving white marks on his body. The deeper he scratched, the red could be seen seeping out bit by bit. Sharon fell to the ground, but she couldn't stand up. Her blue eyes gradually lost focus, as though she couldn't see anything. Poison. She whispered the word. Steve, who wasn't far from her, looked at her tightly clenched fists. He seemed rather fearful of the bronze illusory door that was covered in mysterious patterns and filled with an indescribable aura. He didn't recklessly attack it. He held the scarlet lunar corona in his right hand that emitted a cold glow like a crimson full moon. He took out a brown translucent glass bottle from his pocket with his left hand and snorted. Biological poison bottle. It can randomly create different poisons. Once it's opened, they will gradually spread out. It will take effect in less than a minute. After that, the symptoms will become more and more serious. After 4 minutes, if you haven't escaped the poison-filled environment, the corresponding consequences will be irresistible. For example, death. What a pity. I thought Jason would be able to last until now. Sharon, you wouldn't have been affected originally. Your spirit body isn't afraid of being poisoned, but unfortunately, there's the scarlet lunar corona here. You can't change your state at all. Or, you can give up and let me realize your hidden charm. He leisurely introduced the abilities of the mystical item in his hand, as though he was waiting for Klein and company to completely lose their ability to resist before taking action. However, Tyre, who was prepared, didn't understand his intentions. Under the influence of the scarlet lunar corona, the werewolf, who had lost his rationality, didn't hesitate to counterattack. He pounced forward, waved his claws, and tore at Merrick's body. Clang! 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 The sound of nails cutting through steel rang out one after another, and a few wounds finally appeared on Merrick's skin. Klein pinched his forehead and felt that it was beginning to heat up, but the negative effects weren't as serious as Steve had described. From the looks of it, the brooch of sun, which is constantly purifying and expelling the evil in the surroundings, has weakened the poison. Klein suddenly chuckled. You want us to wait until the poison takes effect? Why do you think I didn't use fireworks just now and relied on explosives? With so many explosions, it must have attracted the attention of others. The nearby official Beyonders are about to rush over. You don't have time. Steve turned his head to look at Klein, whose face was smeared with paint, making it difficult to discern his appearance. He suddenly smiled. I forgot that there's a little bug that can be easily dealt with. Don't worry, you'll definitely be dead before the people from the church arrive. Before he could finish his sentence, Klein suddenly raised the revolver in his right hand and fired a purification bullet. Steve moved his feet slightly, and he had already traversed several meters, leaving afterimages along the way. However, Klein's bullet didn't shoot at his original location. Instead, it hit the center of the clearing, piercing through the soil and producing a clang. A spiritual breeze blew past, and Merrick's zombies and Steve's shadows came to a halt at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out crazily towards the center of the clearing, like a pack of hungry dogs at mealtime. Steve, who was about to use a strange technique to control Klein and easily kill him, was stunned for a moment before revealing a puzzled and surprised expression. This was the first time he had discovered that the dead spirits he controlled would go out of control for no reason. At the same time, Klein snapped his fingers and detonated a few more bombs, causing scarlet flames to soar into the air from different places. His figure quickly jumped through the flames and flashed out of the clearing. "Trying to run?" Steve whispered. Just as he was about to turn incorporeal and chase after his target, he discovered that the zombies and shadows had dug out a square metal box and were fighting over the items inside. Soon, a shadow succeeded, and its body swelled up. As if it had gained intelligence, it flew in another direction. "So he wants to use that item to delay my actions and successfully escape. Humph, he doesn't know enough about the Wraith and the Scarlet Lunar Corona." Steve temporarily gave up on chasing after Klein and put away the biological poison bottle. His body suddenly disappeared and appeared on a thin layer of ice formed from a puddle of water. Then, relying on his terrifying speed that left after images, he arrived behind the gigantic shadow in 2 steps. A dark green light flashed in Steve's eyes, and the shadow immediately dissipated without a sound. The item in its hand suddenly fell to the ground. The other zombies and shadows completely ignored the suppressive aura of their superiors as they scrambled to snatch it. Steve became more and more surprised and puzzled. He also realized that his spiritual premonition couldn't obtain any revelations from the item that had caused the zombies and shadows to riot. He took a step forward and caught the item with his left hand. It was a dark gold key ring with an ancient and exquisite copper whistle hanging from it. Next to the copper whistle was a simple and unadorned brass key. They stood side by side, tightly pressed against each other as they lay in Steve's pale palm. At the same time, the Scarlet Lunar Corona in Steve's right hand was quietly emitting a cold crimson glow, like a miniature full moon. Before Steve could have any other thoughts, a weak, illusory, but very strange voice drilled into his mind, tearing at his nerves and peeling off his scalp. "Ah!" Steve suddenly screamed and fell to the ground from midair. The Scarlet Lunar Corona in his hand, as well as the ring with the copper whistle and key hanging from it, were sent flying by him. He struggled on the spot, twisting as his body bulged out one after another. Inside, tiny arms that resembled a baby's grew out, where a foul-smelling pale yellow liquid flowed out. At this moment, a cluster of flames ignited again. Klein, who had already escaped, leaped out and blocked the Scarlet Lunar Corona's trajectory. He didn't attempt to catch the mystical item. Instead, with a light flick, he turned it around and sent it flying towards the weak and limp Sharon. Steve's cries of pain gradually became softer as the Scarlet Lunar Corona accurately landed on Sharon's body. Sharon's figure immediately turned incorporeal, and her blue eyes, which had lost focus, instantly regained their luster. She clenched her right fist tightly, and her left hand held the palm-sized accessory embedded with a ring of dark ruby. Her body floated up. The Scarlet Lunar Corona made the wielder immune to the effects of the full moon. Sharon was no longer weak, and in her spirit-body state, she wasn't afraid of biological toxins. At this moment, the zombies and shadows had gathered together again, fighting for the strung Aztec copper whistle and master key. Klein didn't mind. He stretched out his left hand, raised his arm, and pointed. On the sunbird accessory on his chest, a dark golden luster flashed. A strong, bright, holy light descended from the sky, enveloping the zombies and shadows that were fighting. Under the sunlight, the transparent and strange shadows quickly melted and disappeared. The pale and stinky living corpses first emitted black smoke, and then began to burn like candles. By the time the daylight disappeared, there was almost nothing there. There was only the ancient and exquisite Aztec copper whistle and the ancient master key strung on the blackened ring, lying there quietly. On the other side, Sharon didn't bother with Merrick, whose injuries were gradually worsening under Werewolf Tire's attacks. Instead, she relied on her strange jumping ability between mirror-like items to arrive at the thin piece of ice that Steve had previously used. Then, she stepped out. She stretched out her clenched right palm towards Steve, who was transforming into a monster. She suddenly opened it and aimed her palm at the enemy. Endless light burst out and quickly intertwined to form a pair of bronze doors covered in mysterious symbols and patterns. Creak, with a jarring sound, the small black bonnet on Sharon's head was blown off by a sudden gust of wind. Her meticulously combed light blonde hair draped messily over her shoulders. Clearly, using that mystical item again was quite taxing on her. Creak, a crack appeared on the mysterious bronze door as shrill laughter, sobs, and shouts echoed. The arms that were either covered in teeth or skinless fought to reach out and grab Steve, whose pustules were splitting open one after another. The strange bluish-black vines and slippery, illusory tentacles that highlighted a baby's face also wrapped around this Sequence 5 powerhouse. Ah! Steve cried out again. The pale yellow liquid that flowed out of the pustules covered his entire body, allowing him to barely resist the pull. A bright red crack appeared on his face, and inside it was a dark hole that resembled a tunnel. At this moment, Klein had already raised his revolver and aimed at him. Without any delay or hesitation, Klein, who had disguised his face and was wearing a half-top hat, calmly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! With the flash of the sun brooch, 2 bullets filled with holiness accurately hit Steve's head. Although they failed to penetrate his skin and bones, they ignited a resplendent flame, turning Steve into a bright torch. Ah! With another scream, Steve was pulled closer to the illusory and mysterious bronze door. As Klein threw out the revolver's cylinder and poured the cartridges to the ground, he took out the metal box that contained the Beyonder bullets. At the same time, he once again injected his spirituality into the sun brooch. 2. 1. A holy and flawless beam of light fell from the sky and hit Steve's body in an instant. Taking advantage of this gap, Klein stuffed the purifying bullets and exorcism bullets into the bullet holes in a ratio of 3:3 and closed the cylinder. He aimed at Steve's head again, and as the dark gold brooch flashed, he pulled the trigger 6 times in a row. Bullets that swirled with a pale golden glow or emitted brilliant flames tore through the void one after another, hitting Wraith Steve's head. Thanks to the clown's control over his body and his persistent marksmanship practice, Klein's 6 bullets that were augmented with cleave of purification accurately hit the same area as the previous 2 bullets. They were like fists from a giant of light, pounding Steve's left cheek again and again. Amidst the bangs, Steve, who was entangled by the strange arms and bluish-black vines, was unable to turn incorporeal to dodge. His head kept tilting to the side as his body trembled. His cheekbone rapidly caved in, and his white, sharp bones snapped. Bang! The final bullet completely tore through the area, causing the Sequence 5 Beyonder's dark red blood to splatter out. Resplendent or golden flames constantly drilled in, burning out a bluish-black fog. In the holy light, Steve's clothes were ignited, and his body rapidly charred, dripping with grease. However, he wasn't dead yet. Compared to Nimble Master Rosago, a Sequence 5 of the mutant pathway clearly had stronger survivability. However, Steve, who had suffered a heavy blow, was no longer able to resist the strange tugging arms. His legs couldn't help but move forward, as though he was flying towards the bronze door, towards the deep crack that had opened up, and towards the pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness. At this moment, Sharon, whose forehead was covered in sweat, suddenly clenched her right palm. The illusory and subtle light was suddenly cut off, and the indescribably mysterious bronze door lost its source of existence. It swayed, and before Steve entered, it reluctantly pulled back the arms that were either covered in teeth or covered in blood, closing the crack. Creak, the door closed and quickly turned transparent before vanishing. Steve's body, which was leaning forward, stiffened on the spot. His entire body was charred black and shriveled, like a mummy that had been burned for a long time. It was even closer to a carbonized stick that only had embers left. With her right fist clenched and the scarlet lunar corona in hand, Sharon's figure quickly turned incorporeal. She took a step forward and overlapped with Steve. Klein's spirit vision instantly lost track of her, but the charred Steve raised his fists and smashed them at his already heavily injured head. Bang! His head turned into a paste like a rotten tomato. Milky white spots sprayed up and then fell to the ground. Accompanying it was a translucent shadow. It quickly spread out and turned into a huge jellyfish-like object. There was an unreal liquid swaying inside, and a pair of pale white eyes condensed. Sharon was forced out by this strange thing and reappeared next to him. She suddenly stretched out her left hand and let out a silent whistle. The ground suddenly turned black, as if it had turned into a muddy sea. A twisted blood-colored vine grew out of it. It was divided into many sections, and each section had 4 sharp fangs and 1 eye. The blood-colored vines crazily grew upwards, fixing the jellyfish-like phantom in place, greedily sucking the unreal liquid inside. The shadow quickly collapsed, and the blood-colored vines retreated back into the muddy abyssal sea. But with that delay, the headless, charred Steve ran across the clearing toward the exit. He was not completely dead, even though he had already lost his head. Steve had only taken a few steps when a crisp sound broke the silence. Pa, Klein, who was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a matching half-top hat, snapped his fingers at him. Boom, the soil beneath Steve's feet was violently lifted as scarlet flames soared. It spread upwards, and when it reached its highest point, it scattered down like a beautiful firework. Amidst such fireworks, Wraith Steve's body was completely torn apart. His charred hands, feet, organs, and flesh splattered all over the ground. Among them, a finger rolled to Klein's feet, and the brown, translucent biological poison bottle landed in another direction. The remnants of Steve's body squirmed a few times before finally calming down. Amidst the blooming flames and such a scene, Klein felt his spirituality become more active. The power in his body that didn't completely belong to him became closer to him to a certain extent. Following this feeling, he switched the gun to his left hand and used his black-gloved right hand to remove the half-top hat from his head. He pressed it to his chest and bowed slightly to Sharon. Sharon looked over with her blue eyes. Her gaze went past Klein and landed on Tyre and Merrick, who were still fighting behind him. Sharon's figure disappeared, and her image was immediately reflected in Tyre's eyes. Tyre stood there stiffly, his black hair standing on end. He raised his arms with great difficulty and pressed them against his head. Gotcha, he twisted it forcefully, and his eyes saw his spine hidden under the tattered clothes. Pa, Tyre twisted and pulled again, pulling out his own head. During the entire process, he didn't let out a scream or say a word. He held his own head and let the blood drip down. The headless corpse was still upright and did not fall down. Sharon didn't immediately leave Tyre's body. She seemed to be trying something. Soon, bits of black-green light seeped out of Tyre's head and body, and with one of the fangs as the core, it quickly condensed together. From the looks of it, Miss Sharon has a way to accelerate the separation of the Beyonder characteristic. The premise is that she possesses the target, kills the other party, and has complete control over the body. In enlightenment, Klein bent down to pick up the bullet casings that had fallen to the ground, and he placed them into the iron box. He was afraid that the subsequent investigators would find the artisan based on the uniqueness of the bullet casings and find the woman who had bought the barbarian and briber formulas. From there, they would lock onto the gathering of Eye of Wisdom and threaten his own safety. As for the bullet, it had long been sacrificed to the corresponding deity in the holy light and flames, like the material of a charm. After putting away the revolver, Klein was just about to take a step forward when Sharon appeared beside the biological poison bottle at an exaggerated speed. She made it float up and land in her palm. Before Klein could think of anything else, the pale lady flicked her wrist and threw a brown translucent bottle and a black-green fong at him. To save time, she's helping me pick up the spoils of war? Klein was taken aback. He instinctively pulled out a piece of paper and covered the two items without making direct contact. At that moment, in his line of sight, Sharon's complicated black regal dress had lost its usual tidiness. It gently swayed in the wind, and a few strands of her pale blonde hair stuck to the side of her face, making Sharon look more human. This biological poison bottle comes with a lid. I just don't know what negative effects it has. Klein lowered his head and examined his spoils of war. He resealed the biological poison bottle with a black lid hanging beside him to prevent it from continuing to harm him. As for the black-green fong, it was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by werewolf Tyre. As Klein placed the two items into a small metal box he had prepared, he used holy night powder to create a wall of spirituality to seal off their influence on the surroundings. He watched from the corner of his eye as Sharon's figure disappeared. Steve's remaining flesh squirmed, producing near-transparent points of light. Similarly, he was still wary of Merrick, in case he suddenly went crazy. While on guard, he discovered that the zombie's healing powers were indeed astonishing. The bone-deep wounds from before had basically closed. Merrick also gave him a deep look, as though he had thought of something and understood something. After finishing what he was doing, Klein took more than 10 steps and first picked up the square metal box that had been dug out by the zombie and Shadow. Then, he found Aztec's copper whistle and master key that were surrounded by human-shaped candles. He glanced at them and awkwardly realized that he didn't dare pick them up. The effects of the scarlet lunar corona were still radiating through the empty space. This was the final and most unavoidable preparation he had prepared. For this, he had specially taken the time to go to the hospital morgue to test what the corpses would do and what they wanted to do after snatching Aztec's copper whistle. Thus, he came up with the corresponding process design. Ahem, can you stop the influence of the scarlet lunar corona? Klein turned his head to look at Sharon, who had reappeared. There was a translucent doll in her hand. Sharon didn't say a word as she wore the scarlet lunar corona in her other hand to her chest. The circle of crimson gems quickly dimmed, and the light of the full moon disappeared from the abandoned clearing. Only then did Klein bend down, pinch the ring with his fingertips, and pick up Aztec's copper whistle and master key. Then, he placed them into the square metal box with bullet marks and quickly sealed it. At the same time, Merrick circled around and cleaned up the scene. Sharon picked up the small black bonnet, and her figure disappeared before appearing in front of Klein. The Book of Secrets is in your guest room, Sharon said calmly. That is to say, regardless of the final outcome, as long as I can return alive, I will be able to receive a portion of the reward. I won't have done all this for nothing. Klein smiled and bowed slightly. Thank you for your generosity. The official Beyonders might arrive at any time. We should leave. Sharon nodded. Do you need any help? No need. Klein chuckled. I still have a lot of fireworks that I haven't set off. As soon as he said that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom. Boom. Boom, the remaining bombs exploded one by one, causing flames to rise into the sky. They clustered around the largest and most eye-catching flower in the middle, dreamy and beautiful. Sharon's gaze was instinctively attracted by it for a second. When she looked back, Klein's figure was already gone, leaving only the slowly dissipating flames. Outside the clearing, in a small circle to the northwest, on a path where he wouldn't directly encounter the official Beyonders, matchsticks were lit one after another. Scarlet flames soared into the sky before quickly disappearing. Klein's figure constantly appeared in them as he leaped away from the West Balham dock. Right on the heels of that, he took out a special bottle of extract and smeared it on his face. With a gentle wipe of a piece of paper, he removed all the oil paint. With a flick of his wrist, the piece of paper was burned to ashes. Then, he picked up the cane he had hidden nearby, adjusted his clothes, and walked out onto the street like an ordinary person. Not long after, Klein arrived at a cathedral. Its name was Lever Cathedral. As many of the believers weren't rich, and they might not be able to rest on Sundays, they were even more busy during the day. Therefore, the cathedrals of the various churches would stay open until the wee hours of the morning, giving most of the believers a chance to pray and repent. Klein looked up, tapped the steps with the black cane in his hand, and walked in. He planned to avoid the next wave of inspections of the surrounding crowd. A few minutes later, a machinery hive mind team appeared in an open space surrounded by abandoned warehouses. There were a total of 5 of them, each with a different Beyonder weapon, but they frowned at the plowed scene. After watching for a while, they solemnly immersed themselves in the search for clues. Inside the Lever Cathedral. As it wasn't 11 yet, there were quite a few people here, but no one spoke. The entire prayer hall was so quiet and sacred that no one wanted to break the silence. Klein sat on a chair in the 3rd row by the aisle. He leaned his black cane forward and took off his half-top hat. After half an hour of undisturbed silence, Klein opened his eyes and slowly got up. He picked up his cane, put on his hat, left the cathedral, and took a rental carriage back to Minsk Street in the dark. At this moment, the security and checks in the surrounding area had inevitably relaxed, becoming a shadow under the light of the gas lamps. Not long after midnight, Klein took out his key, opened the door to his room, and entered the empty guest rooms to search for the Book of Secrets. Without much effort, he found the ancient book bound with thick parchment paper in the wardrobe of the room on the 1st floor. The hardcover of the book was dark black in color, and on it were 2 lines of Hermes written in crimson, Book of Secrets. Klarman. Phew. Klein exhaled and wasn't in a hurry to read it. Instead, he quickly created a wall of spirituality in the room and held a ritual to summon himself and respond to himself. Then, he threw the Aztec copper whistle, the master key, the all-black eye, the Beyonder bullets, the biological poison bottle, the werewolf beyonder characteristic, the book of secrets, and other items, along with the containers, above the gray fog. He planned to wait for the commotion to subside before deciding which items to take with him. After doing all of this, he didn't even study the specific situation of the werewolf beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. He simply washed up and lay down on the bed. Firstly, it was too much of a waste of time to study items and flip through books. It was easy to bring trouble to his body in the real world on this restless night. Secondly, Klein deeply realized his current shortcoming, and that was that the speed at which his spirituality grew was unable to satisfy the increasing number of beyonder powers and mystical items. After such an intense battle, his spirituality was already exhausted. His head hurt, and he was drowsy. Yes, the one that puts the greatest burden on my spirituality is the paper figurine substitutes, followed by the holy water of the sun created by the brooch, but I didn't use it tonight. Next is holy light summoning and flaming jump. Klein yawned and used cogitation to get rid of the state where he was too tired and tense to sleep. In less than 10 seconds, he entered a dream, and all kinds of fragmented scenes alternated with each other. In the open space surrounded by the abandoned warehouse, the machinery hivemind came and went. The person in charge of this incident had already changed from a team captain to a powerhouse at the deacon level. Xianxia Bernard's brown hair was always unkempt, sticking out stubbornly, and even his hat could not hide it. As a result, many machinery hivemind members secretly joked that this deacon was probably using a balm to get a haircut. At this moment, Xianxia, whose face was hard and clear, was holding a silver mirror with ancient patterns. On each side of the mirror, there was an eye-like decoration. They were based on black gemstones and looked deep and enchanting. Xianxia looked around and said, although the rats in the sewers are experts at interfering with divination and mediumship, and they managed to deal with the scene effectively, this is the mysterious extraordinary world. There's no guarantee of success. As he spoke, he looked at the silver mirror in his hand and stroked its surface 3 times with his right palm. After pausing for 2 seconds, Xianxia took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Honorable Erodes, my question is, who were the participants in what just happened here? The surrounding darkness suddenly became dense, and the surface of the silver mirror rippled with aqueous light. Soon, a scene appeared in the silver mirror. In the surging flames, there was a figure floating in midair. He was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a half-top hat. His body was distorted, and his face was so blurry that it was difficult to see clearly. Furthermore, he was smeared with oil paint. Beneath his feet, the flames rose up and engulfed him. With a flash of aqueous light, the scene changed, and a middle-aged man in a dark red cloak appeared. His arms were burning with resplendent flames, but his head was hidden in the darkness. As the scenes changed, Xianxia and the others saw a woman with a complicated black regal dress and disheveled pale blonde hair. However, her face was completely transparent, as if she didn't exist. Beside the lady were 2 men with black hair all over their bodies. Their backs were being pulled by strange arms. Finally, the changes came to an end, and it was fixed on a scene of flames soaring into the sky, fireworks blooming brilliantly, and light illuminating the area. In such a dreamy scene, the man in the black double-breasted frock coat from before appeared again. His body twisted and contracted horizontally, and he faced forward. He pressed the hand holding the top hat to his chest and bowed slightly. Not only was his face extremely blurry as if it had been disturbed, but it also vaguely revealed the color of oil paint. Xianxia was just about to ask his team members for their opinions when a few lines of ancient Fasak words suddenly appeared on the silver mirror. According to the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. The word punishment was as red as blood, as if it was dripping with liquid. Xianxia's expression warped for a moment before becoming abnormally solemn. Then, the aqueous light flashed on the silver mirror, and a new line of words appeared. What's your sexual orientation? Xianxia was stunned, and he felt the gazes of the surrounding team members cast over. At 6 in the morning, the sky had just brightened. Klein, who was sleeping soundly, woke up at the punctual chime of the cathedral bell. According to his usual habits, he would turn over and continue sleeping until it was almost 8 o'clock before getting up. But this time, he sat up straight away and observed his surroundings. At least the gas meter wasn't searched. He heaved a sigh of relief. Without bothering to wash up, he got off the bed and took 4 steps counterclockwise before going above the gray fog. He wanted to study what he had gained last night. Sitting in the seat of the fool, Klein started with something simple. He picked up the dark green fong, observed it for a few seconds, conjured a pen and paper, and wrote down a divination statement. Its use. This didn't mean that he could use divination to replace experiments. Klein only wanted to see if he could obtain any revelations from Sharon and Merrick because he had the actual object, and because he had learned a lot about prisoners, lunatics, and werewolves from Sharon and Merrick. He felt that the prerequisites were sufficient. After chanting silently, he quickly entered a dream and witnessed a scene. A hideous wound appeared on Werewolf Tyre's abdomen. His intestines flowed out and dragged to the ground, but he only washed them with water and stuffed them back in. He pinched the 2 sides of the gap with his hands, and in the end, the wound actually healed. Under the full crimson moon, he held at the sky. Black fur grew on the surface of his body, and the fangs in his mouth became distinct. He waved his claws, and with a creak, he tore through a steel plate that wasn't too thin. He ran across the wilderness, shaking off the pack of gray wolves that were chasing him at full speed. He made the expressionless but cold attendants charge at the enemy without any fear of death. He also used all kinds of weapons to kill people, including bombs, and he became stronger when he lost his mind in anger. Opening his eyes, Klein roughly understood the characteristics of a werewolf and grasped the hidden dangers of this beyonder characteristic. Back then, Werewolf Tyre was illuminated by the full moon, and his desires were abnormally indulgent. After his death, he left behind a relatively strong mental imprint. The beyonder who used this beyonder characteristic to concoct a potion to advance had to resist this influence in the early stages, otherwise, there would be signs of losing control. However, the negative effects hadn't reached the level of a sealed artifact. The beyonder characteristic left behind by a werewolf could still be used as the main ingredient of a potion. Thankfully. Unfortunately, Zombie Jason's beyonder characteristic was swallowed by that strange door. I wonder where that door leads to, and if there's a way to retrieve it. Klein put down the dark green fangs. With a sense of regret and heartache, he picked up the brown translucent biological poison bottle. He used the method from before to do a dream divination, but this time, he didn't have the confidence to obtain a detailed revelation. Therefore, he changed the divination statement to its positive and negative effects. In the dark and gray dream world, Klein once again saw tragic scenes. Some people fell to the ground, scratching themselves, tearing off their skin and flesh, revealing white bones. Some people held their heads as their eyes lost focus, and their auras became weaker and weaker. Some people kept vomiting, and in the end, they convulsed and died. Some people suddenly laughed out loud, laughing so hard that they couldn't breathe. Some people suddenly stopped fighting with their opponents and looked at each other. Then, they hugged and kissed each other. The scene changed to the end. The translucent brown bottle was placed in a cup of water, and the transparent liquid inside gradually turned amber as it was drunk. The person holding the biological poison bottle was first weak, then he coughed. Then, he touched his forehead and felt that it was scalding hot. His condition was getting worse. The dream quickly ended. Klein tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers as he tried to interpret the revelations with a headache. Combined with Steve's words, the previous revelations mean that after the lid of the biological poison bottle is opened, it will constantly emit poison. As for what kind of poison the opponent will be poisoned with, it's purely random. Even the wielder can't control it? The poison inside is really nasty. The effective range of the poison can't be deciphered from the revelations. Soaking it in water and drinking the amber liquid in advance can prevent poisoning? But how long will it take? Even if the wielder of the biological poison bottle doesn't open the lid, his body will gradually deteriorate, and he will slowly be infected with the disease, slowly becoming more serious? What's the exact time cutoff? Klein rubbed his temples, planning to confirm it by experimenting above the gray fog when he had the time. However, he didn't know if the biological poison bottle would work here. For example, with his current spirit-body state, he wasn't afraid of being poisoned at all. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll study it in detail later. Klein cast his gaze at the goatskin-bound book of secrets in front of him and flipped to the first page. It was a title page with simple patterns, without any content. After flipping it again, Klein finally saw the beginning of the Book of Secrets, another one that only worships the moon and doesn't respect the goddess? Klein couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful expression. He had heard of such matters when he was learning about the life school of thought, but he never expected that a shaman king who had lived his entire life in the southern continent would have a similar point of view. After the Pale Era at the end of the Fourth Epoch, the Berserk Sea became a name worthy of its name. As such, the northern and southern continents were isolated and no longer had any contact. As for the life school of thought, it was formed in the early Fifth Epoch. Clearly, it was impossible for them to develop to the southern continent before Roselle sent people to find a safe sea route. Shaman King Klarman also belonged to the early period. He was active more than 1,000 years before the invasion of the northern continent. In other words, the two Beyonder factions that belonged to the northern and southern continents and were unable to communicate with each other chose to worship the moon itself and ignore the Evernight goddess at about the same time. Such a coincidence made one have no choice but to consider the reason. Could it be that a new deity was born and took away the authority related to the moon? However, as a deity, he shouldn't be so unknown. Or could it be said that although the goddess snatched away the authority of the moon, the believers of the primordial moon god survived, and they were passed down from the Fourth Epoch to the Third Epoch? And after the northern and southern continents were separated, there were two branches, one of the shaman kings, and the other the life school of thought. Klein made a rough guess, but he was troubled by the lack of corresponding clues to narrow down the scope. He temporarily gave up on thinking and seized the time to quickly browse through the contents of the Book of Secrets. In the preface, Shaman King Klarman directly said that many of the rituals, secret deeds, astrology, and summoning techniques in the book originated from the primordial worship of the moon. He also described the corresponding honorific names in detail: the unique crimson moon, the symbol of life and beauty, the mother of all spiritual powers. There's actually an honorific name. However, it lacks a more common description like Evernight goddess or Earth Mother. If there really is such a hidden deity, her believers would definitely develop a more concise title that's more suitable for verbal praise, and not replace it with the primordial worship of the moon. Klein sensed something odd and analyzed it with his knowledge of mysticism. Furthermore, using the Lady of Crimson to hold the ritual will obviously point to the goddess, but using a very similar but more detailed honorific name will bypass the goddess and point to the source of their power, the so-called primordial moon. I wonder what kind of strange existence it is. Klein thought curiously and horrified. As he didn't have much time, he quickly browsed through the details and found that, just as Shaman King Klarman had said, many of the secret deeds and rituals pointed to the moon. For Klein, this was not something he needed to care too much. He would not copy those things and provoke the primordial moon that he did not know what it was. What he wanted to learn was the overall structure, design, and details of the secret deeds and rituals. Only by grasping the hidden pattern could he create his own secret deed, ritual, astrology, and summoning spell that pointed to the King of Yellow and Black. Perhaps in the long future, I'll have my own mysticism. Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his wrist and confirmed the authenticity of the Book of Secrets. After receiving a positive answer, he wasn't in a hurry to use the werewolf's Beyonder characteristic to divine the formula. After all, he wasn't going to sell it. By the same logic, he planned on taking it slow before studying the origins of the biological poison bottle. He quickly returned to the real world and pulled open the curtains. What he saw was the sun that failed to illuminate the land. It was hidden behind the clouds and haze, appearing somewhat pale. Achoo! Suddenly, Klein covered his mouth and nose with his hand and sneezed. At this moment, he realized that he had a headache and a fever. He didn't feel energetic, as though he had caught a cold. As a Sequence 7 Beyonder, I'm actually sick. Klein pulled out a piece of paper and snorted. He carefully thought about it and quickly understood the reason. The negative effect of the biological poison bottle was to gradually weaken the wielder to the point of falling ill. If he carried it for a little longer, he might even die from the illness. And this wasn't something that could be eliminated by spirituality shackles. Last night, after the battle, Klein's spirituality was nearly depleted. Despite being weak from the poison, he still carried the biological poison bottle and hid in the Lever Cathedral for half an hour. Coupled with the time he spent returning to Minsk, he had shamefully fallen ill. Thankfully, it's not serious. It won't affect anything. Klein achoo again, tidied himself up, and took a hot bath. After washing up, in order to reward himself, he specially fried an egg, causing the aroma to permeate the air. A Shaman King's Book of Secrets, a mystical item that isn't inferior to the Brooch of the Sun, a biological poison bottle, and a Sequence 7 Werewolf Beyonder characteristic. I earned quite a bit this time. It's just a pity that I didn't get the Zombie Beyonder characteristic. Klein sat at the dining table and ate as he calculated his harvest. What made his heart ache was that he had used a total of 11 Beyonder bullets, each equivalent to nearly 10 pounds, that is to say, I burned 100 pounds. It's no wonder most low and mid-sequence Beyonders are so desperate for money. Klein looked down at his breakfast. They only added up to a few pence. After breakfast, Klein leisurely read the newspapers, occasionally sneezing and wiping his mouth and nose with a piece of paper. Just as the 8 o'clock bell stopped ringing, someone rang his doorbell. As expected, Klein saw the reporter from the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph. The reporter, who had beautiful blue eyes, a mustache, and rough skin, took off his hat and greeted him. Then, he went straight to the point. Detective Moriarty, are you free to take on my commission? Although I'm a little sick, I won't be suspected if I take on a commission as usual. Klein, who had just done a job, smiled. I'm slightly sick, but it doesn't affect my combat and shooting. Mike immediately smiled. Thank you for your help. Let's set off now. Detective Moriarty, have you had breakfast? I'm treating you. As your employer, I should be responsible for your food today. Treat me to breakfast? Klein was stunned for a moment. I just finished eating. But I suggest you go to the east side for breakfast. You'll be able to see a lot of things that way. Just give me a cup of coffee then. No problem. Mike pointed outside. The carriage I hired is waiting. Klein sized him up and said, That's right. Sir, you'd better dress worse, or I'll be very busy. Mike looked down at his woolen coat and said in enlightenment, That's right. Is this too eye-catching? It's like that in the Eastern District. Klein pointed inside and said, I have some clothes specially prepared for you. Well, our figures are about the same. Mike couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. You are indeed a professional. Professional crime? Klein silently cursed. After changing their clothes and becoming ordinary workers, the two of them got on the carriage and headed to the edge of the Eastern District. Achoo! Klein took out a piece of paper and wiped his mouth and nose, snorting. As there was no trash can nearby, he folded the paper and put it back into his pocket. The food in this cafe is not bad. Of course, this is relative to the residents of the Eastern District. Klein pointed at the slightly greasy cafe at the corner of the street. He had come here for breakfast a few times when he occasionally stayed in a one-bedroom room nearby. It looks like it's already one of the better restaurants here. Mike didn't think it was a cafe. It was already past 9, and there were very few customers in the cafe. The residents of the Eastern District often finished their breakfast at 7 and began working or looking for work. After accompanying Mike and ordering stewed beef with potatoes, bread, coffee, and other food, Klein looked around for a seat by the window. At this moment, he saw a familiar face. It was the middle-aged man whom he had pretended to be a reporter to help. He was the one who brought me here in the first place. Why is he only having breakfast now? Klein's thoughts raced as he said to Mike, You have an interviewee. As he spoke, he walked towards the tramp with a cup of coffee. The man was still wearing the thick jacket from before. His graying hair appeared rather oily, and his beard was rather obvious. However, there was no longer the sleepiness in his eyes, and his face was no longer as pale as before. Good morning, we meet again. Klein sat opposite him and greeted him. He discovered that the man's breakfast was black bread with a large cup of cheap tea that cost a penny. The middle-aged man raised his head, took a closer look, and exclaimed in pleasant surprise. He said in pleasant surprise, Mr. Reporter, it's you? Klein laughed dryly and pointed to Mike beside him. This is my colleague. He wants to do a deeper investigation on my previous interview. Mike was an experienced and knowledgeable reporter. He didn't say anything else when he heard that. All he did was smile and nod in greeting. As for Detective Moriarty pretending to be a reporter, it wasn't like he only learned of it today. He had borrowed a fake reporter's pass from him before. So you really are a reporter? the middle-aged man blurted out in surprise. But that doesn't stop you from being a kind person. Klein smiled and returned with a question. How have you been recently? The middle-aged man drank a mouthful of tea and said, with your help, I finally had a good night's sleep and a full stomach. I'm no longer that weak. I originally wanted to find the original kind of job, which was making shoes, but they didn't want me. They said that my hands were shaky. He lowered his head and chuckled, skipping this part. Later, I went to the docks and found some work. It's tiring, but at least I earn money. I've already rented a bed in someone's house, and I only use 6.5 pence a week. Of course, I can only sleep at night. Well, working at the docks is like that. I went there very early today and didn't eat anything. I raised my hand and shouted my name and the manager's name, but I still wasn't chosen. All I could do was return here. Thankfully, there's still a chance in the afternoon. Those people in the morning might be busy late and won't compete with us. Finally, the middle-aged man with white sideburns drank a mouthful of tea and sighed with a smile. Actually, this is already much better than what I had before. It's better than many people here, such as, he pointed at the homeless people huddled in a corner outside the window. Klein and Mike looked over and saw a dirty spot that was sheltered from the wind. There were tramps curled up on the ground. There were men and women, old and young. In this cold late autumn, they might not wake up again. At this moment, Klein noticed an old lady in her 60s standing by the street. Her dress was old and tattered, but she was relatively clean. Her hair was neatly combed. The white-haired old lady had the usual fatigue of a homeless person, but she still insisted on not squeezing with the crowd. Instead, she slowly walked by the side of the road, looking into the coffee shop numbly from time to time. She's also a pitiful person. The former homeless man who had eaten the rest of the black bread also noticed the old lady and sighed. It said that she had a pretty good life in the past. Her husband was a grain merchant and had a very spirited child. Unfortunately, he went bankrupt, and her husband and child died not long after. She's different from us. Really, you can tell at a glance. Sigh, she probably won't be able to last much longer unless she can enter the workhouse every time. As he listened, Mike's expression turned from calm to gloomy. He slowly exhaled and said, I want to interview her. I want to interview her. Can you invite her for me? She can eat and drink whatever she wants here. The middle-aged man didn't find this request strange. He only looked at Klein and Mike, as though saying that they were indeed colleagues. All right, I'm sure she'll be happy to. He drank a mouthful of tea, got up, and walked out of the greasy coffee shop. Before long, the old lady in an old but neat dress followed him in. Her pale face paled slightly under the warmth of the coffee shop. She kept trembling, though she wanted to release the coldness in her body bit by bit and absorb the relatively high temperature in the coffee shop. Even though she was sitting on a chair, it took her more than a minute to truly warm up. Order whatever you want. This is the reward for the interview, Klein said on Mike's behalf. After Mike nodded, the old lady ordered toast, inferior cream, and coffee in a reserved manner. Then, she smiled. I heard that when you haven't had food for a long time, you can't eat greasy food. Very polite, very self-controlled, not like a wanderer at all. Klein sighed silently. Before the food was delivered, Mike asked casually, Can you tell me how you became a wanderer? The old lady revealed a look of reminiscence and smiled bitterly. My husband is a grain merchant. He mainly buys all kinds of grain from farmers in the country. Ever since the Grain Act was repealed, we quickly went bankrupt. He wasn't young anymore. After being struck down by this incident, his body quickly collapsed and he died not long after. My boy, he was a fine young man who had been following his father in business. He couldn't take the blow, so he jumped into the Tussock River on a moonless night. His first suicide attempt failed, and he was sent to the magistrate's court. The police and the judge were very impatient, feeling that he was wasting their time. If you want to commit suicide, please do it quietly and successfully. Don't trouble us. Yes, they probably wanted to say that, but they found it too direct. My child was imprisoned. Not long after, he tried to commit suicide a second time, and he succeeded. The old lady spoke very calmly, as though it wasn't something that had happened to her. But for some reason, Klein felt a strong sense of sorrow. There's no greater sorrow than a dead heart. He suddenly recalled a saying he had heard in his previous life. In this world, suicide was not only forbidden by the various churches, but it was also a target of punishment by the law. As for the reason, Klein knew very well what it was. First of all, suicides often chose to jump into the river. If they weren't discovered in time, there was a certain chance that they would turn into a water ghost. Secondly, suicides were often in a bad mood. In such a state, ending one's life was equivalent to a sacrifice, and it was possible for one to resonate with a strange and terrifying existence. Therefore, their bodies or the items around them would carry a strange curse after they died, harming others. The misfortune cloth puppet behind Tianjin City's Chinese gate might very well have come from this. Therefore, the 7 Orthodox churches forbade their believers from committing suicide based on their own doctrines. The royal family had also pushed for the corresponding legislation. Of course, this sounded a little ridiculous to Klein. Would a suicidal person be afraid of the law or punishment? Mike jotted down notes and was about to say something when the owner of the coffee shop brought the food over. Fill your stomach first. We'll talk later. Mike pointed at the toast. All right. The old lady ate her food in small bites, appearing very cultured. She didn't order much, so she quickly finished it. After reluctantly drinking the last mouthful of coffee, she rubbed her temples and pleaded. Can I sleep for a while before we talk? It's too cold outside. No problem, Mike answered without hesitation. The old lady thanked him gratefully a few times, sat on a chair, and curled up to sleep. Mike looked at the middle-aged man beside him. You seem to be very familiar with this place? I would like to hire you as our guide. How about 3 soldi a day? Sorry, I forgot to ask for your name. The middle-aged man hurriedly shook his head. No. That's too much. Most of the time, I only earn 1 soldi a day at the dock. Just call me Old Kohler. Then, 2 soldi a day. That's what you deserve. Mike made the final decision. After witnessing this strange bargaining, Klein used a piece of paper to wipe his snot. Just as he was about to refill his cup of coffee, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He turned to look at the old lady who was curled up in a chair, sleeping. Her face, which had turned rosy from drinking coffee, turned pale once again. The color of her aura and emotions had disappeared. Klein stood up and subconsciously reached out to check the old lady's breathing. Under Mike and Kohler's surprised gazes, he said heavily, She's dead. Mike opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Kohler tapped his chest 3 times and smiled bitterly. I knew she wouldn't last long, this happens every day in East Borough. At least she filled her stomach and died in a warm place. I hope it'll be the same for me in the future. Klein fell silent for a moment. Kohler, get the police over. All right. Kohler tapped his chest 3 more times and ran out of the coffee shop. The boss glanced over but didn't come over, as though it wasn't something he needed to care about. After a while, a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform entered the coffee shop with a baton and a pistol. He looked at the dead old lady and asked Mike and Klein a few questions before waving his hand. It's fine. You can leave after I get someone to collect the corpse. That's it? Mike exclaimed in surprise. He was clearly unfamiliar with East Borough. The policeman chuckled. There are many such incidents in East Borough every day. He rolled his eyes and looked at Klein and Mike. You don't look like you're from here. What's your name? What's your identity? Mike took out his reporter's pass, and Klein said that he was a private detective who was protecting him. The policeman's expression immediately turned serious as he looked at Klein. I suspect you have illegal possession of a gun. I want to search your belongings. Please cooperate, or it will be considered resisting arrest. Mike instantly became worried because he knew that private detectives generally possessed guns illegally. Klein spread out his hands expressionlessly. All right. He allowed the policeman to search him, but he didn't find anything. After the old lady's corpse was sent away and the disappointed policeman left, Mike clenched his fist and pounded the table. A living person died here, but all he wants to do is investigate illegal possession of a gun. At this point, Mike turned to look at Klein and asked in puzzlement, "You didn't bring a gun?" Klein shook his head and pulled out his holster and revolver from under the table. He calmly said, "As a detective, I have a lot of experience in this area." As a magician, he could place his gun in front of his opponent without them noticing. Furthermore, as he hadn't bought ordinary bullets and had temporarily thrown the Beyonder bullets above the gray fog, his revolver was currently empty. However, this didn't stop him from shooting with a pistol. All he needed to do was to use his mouth to simulate a bang when he pulled the trigger. Seeing this, Old Kohler whispered, "Don't worry. So you're a detective." Klein pointed at Mike and casually explained, "Last time, I was also entrusted by this gentleman." Mike sat there and did not refute. After a moment of silence, "Although I've investigated the gangs and seen the miserable lives of some prostitutes, I don't know much about the situation in East Borough. Help me take a look and see if there are any problems with this interview plan." As he spoke, he took out a few pieces of paper from the inside pocket of his shirt and unfolded them on the coffee shop table. Klein glanced at it and said, "Interviews with East Borough residents of different ages? That's too troublesome. I think it can be divided according to the location. A better apartment, an apartment with 5 or 6 people squeezed into a room, a street corner sheltered from the wind, a park bench, a bar, or a workhouse. In addition, it can be divided into working hours and resting hours." Mike listened carefully and nodded. "Not a bad idea. What do you think, Kohler?" Old Kohler pinched his nose and said, "I don't know the words, but I think there's nothing wrong with what the detective said." Mike thought for a moment and modified his plan. At an intersection in Bakelands East Borough, Mike Joseph saw many children dressed in tattered clothes and had pitiful looks on the street. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and planned to give them some pennies. However, his actions were stopped by the former tramp, Old Kohler. "Those are thieves." "Thieves? What about their parents? Or is this all controlled by the mafia?" As a senior reporter, although Mike had never been to East Borough, he had vaguely heard that there were a few gangs that controlled street children to steal or beg. Parents? They either don't have parents, or their parents were once thieves, or are still doing so. Of course, Mr. Reporter, you're right. Many of them are indeed controlled by gangs. It's said that those gangs will even teach them how to steal. For example, hang a gentleman's coat on the wall, put a handkerchief in the pocket, and hang a pocket watch outside. Through repeated practice, they will be able to steal the handkerchief without the pocket watch shaking. This is what I heard from people in the workhouse when I was a tramp." Old Kohler rambled on. "I remember that the youngest thief caught on this street was only 6 years old. Sigh, 6 years old, he seemed to recall the child he had lost to the disease and couldn't help but take out a wrinkled cigarette from his pocket. However, he couldn't bear to smoke it and only sniffed it. 6 years old." Mike was stunned by the number. Klein listened quietly and sighed. "This is East Borough." He looked around and adjusted his emotions. "This place is closer to the jungle than human society. Our interview has to be treated as an adventure. You have to know how to avoid the territory of dangerous creatures, but you also have to stay away from the small things that don't seem to cause too much harm to you. Yes, I mean the mosquitoes in the jungle. Mike, if you expose the thickness of your wallet in front of those children, even if you protect it well and don't let them steal it, you will still encounter a robbery in the upcoming adventure. If you dare to resist, perhaps there will be an additional corpse floating in the Tussock River tomorrow morning." "Mr. Detective, you're absolutely right. There are so many people in East Borough. No one will care if a few go missing every day," Old Kohler agreed. Mike listened with a solemn expression. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly said, 1.35 million. "Ah?" Due to the cold, Klein's voice was obviously hoarse. Mike stepped forward. "This is the preliminary count of the population of the East District. But I know that there must be a lot more than that." "That many?" Old Kohler was shocked. Although he had experienced day and night in East Borough and knew that there were a lot of residents here, he didn't expect it to be so many. That's several times the population of Tingen. Klein subconsciously compared the place he was most familiar with. He glanced at the crossroads a few steps away. "Where do we go next?" Old Kohler looked up. don't go straight. That street is controlled by this Manger gang. They are vicious and completely unreasonable. If they find any reporters trying to interview us, they will definitely beat us up. This Manger gang? Isn't that the gang that Brainless was in that caused me to lose 10,000 pounds? He's also some executioner. I don't even remember his name. Fortunately, that 10,000 pounds was exchanged for the sequence 7, 6, and 5 potion formulas for Seer, the All-Black Eye, and the life of the Intis ambassador. I wonder which faction obtained the manuscript regarding the third-generation difference engine. Klein suddenly recalled what happened at the beginning of last month. This Manger gang? That gang that's mainly made up of Highlanders? Mike asked thoughtfully. Mr. Reporter, you've heard of them? Old Kohler asked in surprise. Mike chuckled. They're involved in quite a number of cases, and they're quite famous outside of East Borough. It's said that one of their members was once involved in an Intis espionage case. The person beside you is the person involved, the informant, the victim. Klein silently added. Since you respectable gentlemen know about this Manger gang, why don't the police arrest them? Old Kohler asked with the mindset of a commoner. Mike's expression immediately turned ugly as he coughed twice. They can only arrest those who have been involved in the case. There's no evidence for the rest, so they can't be arrested. Besides, East Borough is so big, and there are so many people. If anyone really wants to hide, it'll be very difficult to find them. As he spoke, he let out a sigh and said, It's easy to destroy this Manger gang, but as long as Highlanders come to Bakeland, as long as they retain their tradition of bravery and ruthlessness, and as long as they don't find any other way to make a living, it's only a matter of time before a new Manger gang appears. This is a complicated social problem. Klein pointed to the left and right. Pick one. Old Kohler looked to the street on the right. The ones active there are the Hueli gang. As long as you don't provoke the girls who do, that kind of business on the streets and in the bars, you won't be noticed by them. Heh, it's morning now, so there won't be any problems. They're all still sleeping. The word Hueli meant outlaw in Rouen, and the gang that came up with this name could be said to be quite self-aware. Klein and Mike didn't have any objections to this. Under the guide's lead, they entered the neighborhood. The buildings here were relatively good, and the environment on the streets wasn't that dirty. The air was filled with the smell of oyster soup, fried fish, ginger beer, and other food and beverages left behind by the street vendors, as well as the fishy smell of fish and seafood. Walking here, Klein felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned to Tingen City, to Iron Cross Street, to the street outside the apartment where he first lived. The only difference was that Bakeland was closer to the sea, so transportation was more developed, and there were quite a lot of fish in the sea. It's one of the better apartments in the vicinity. I've wandered around here several times in the past, and I found that the gentlemen and ladies inside are dressed rather, cleaner. Old Kohler pointed to a pale yellow 3-story building. The three of them approached and found a sign hanging at the entrance of the apartment. On it was a picture of a pocket watch, a wall clock, and a screwdriver, with the words clock repair written on it. There's a watchmaker living here? Klein dug out a similar scene from the memory fragments of the original Klein. Back then, Banson, Melissa, and he had gone to a similar place to repair the silver pocket watch left behind by his father. However, the item was repaired a few times, and it quickly broke down. It wasn't until Melissa completely fixed it that it became the most presentable thing on Klein during that period of time. And after Klein passed away, the pocket watch, which had both monetary and emotional value, didn't accompany him to the grave. It should belong to Banson now, right? I wonder if he thinks of me every time he takes out that pocket watch. Klein suddenly blinked and curled the corners of his mouth. Probably. Mike wasn't sure. If there was a problem with his pocket watch, it would usually be sent to the original watch shop, which would assign it to a repairman or entrust it to a craftsman who had been working with him for a long time. As soon as they entered the apartment, they saw a middle-aged man with a stubble. The gentleman had just come out of the bathroom and was about to return to his room when he realized that 3 strangers had entered. He hurriedly asked, "Do you want to repair your watch?" What a coincidence. We ran into that craftsman directly. Klein found it a little strange. Mike took out his pocket watch and smiled. Yes, my pocket watch has been off the mark recently. Help me take a look. He didn't reveal his identity and planned to conduct the interview in a casual manner. The middle-aged man immediately smiled and led them into a two-bedroom room with a half-closed door. He pointed at the chair beside the wooden table and said, "Wait a moment. I'll go get the tools." "Your tools aren't at home?" Mike asked in surprise. The watchmaker shook his head and smiled. "How is that possible? A set of tools is very expensive. I can't afford it alone, so we can only pool our money and buy 3 or 4 sets. Whoever has business will use them. Therefore, we moved together. Heh, it's more convenient this way. If it's too far away, we'll have to spend extra time and public carriage fees to borrow tools." As he spoke, he walked out the door and walked to the side. "So it wasn't a coincidence that we ran into a watchmaker. Many of the residents here are watchmakers." Klein came to a realization. Old Kohler examined the room and said enviously, "Before I got sick, I also lived in a place like this. Before I fell ill, I also lived in a place like this. My wife would help people so close at home. 2 children, Mike sighed and lowered his voice. "I thought watchmakers were all very rich." "Me too." Klein pinched his nose. After having a cordial conversation with several residents in the apartment, Klein and company once again embarked on an adventurous journey. They walked for about 100 meters when they suddenly heard someone arguing on the street. The 2 ladies were shouting at the top of their lungs, using all sorts of vulgar language to greet each other, allowing Klein to learn many words he had never heard before. The reason for their argument was that the woman on the left was accusing the woman on the right of making the apartment dirty and noisy. The woman on the right was scolding the woman on the left, believing that it was her own problem. No one asked her to solicit customers at night and sleep during the day. "That's a laundry girl?" Mike frowned slightly and asked after listening to the end. "Yes, I know her. She's a widow, and she's washing clothes with her 2 daughters." Old Kohler gave an affirmative answer. Mike thought for a few seconds. "Take me to see her house." Old Kohler nodded and led the 2 of them around the scene of the argument. They entered a dilapidated house that was clearly inferior to the previous apartment. As soon as they arrived outside the laundry maid's room, Klein immediately felt the dampness. Inside, there were dresses that had yet to dry. A 17 or 18-year-old girl was squatting in front of a large basin, washing the foaming items. A girl slightly younger than her was holding a hot iron wrapped in wet linen, carefully handling the items that had been washed and dried. Her movements were careful, as if she had been scalded by the steam many times. This was both their workplace and the place where they slept at night. The moist steam filled the room and soaked into their bodies. In addition, the stench of all sorts of smells was very obvious. "Don't you feel uncomfortable?" Mike pinched his nose. Klein replied in a muffled voice. "I've caught a cold." There wasn't a hint of a smile in his words. Mike released his fingers, walked into the room, and said to the 2 surprised girls, "I'm a reporter." "I'm a reporter. I'd like to interview the laundry lady." The girl who was rubbing the clothes numbly shook her head. "We have a lot of things to do. We can't delay." Mike's request for an interview was rejected just like that. He came out with a heavy expression and silently walked back to the street. After looking around, he pursed his lips and said, "Let's continue." In the city of Silver, Derek Berg, who was suffering from auditory and visual hallucinations, was brought to the bottom of the spire after a detailed examination. This place housed residents who showed signs of losing control, and various methods were used to try and save them. Walking down the dark, gloomy corridor, he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. "Help!" A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from a sealed room. "Help! This?" In that strange silence, the first thought that flashed through Derek Berg's mind when he came back to his senses was to save people. However, the 2 guards sandwiched between him did not react at all, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. "Someone is calling for help," Derek reminded the 2 Dawn Knights. Walking on his left, the tall knight in full silver armor replied calmly, "That's right. Don't be fooled. That's just a normal reaction from some extraordinaires who are on the verge of losing control." "Really?" Perhaps he's just unwilling to give up and lose control and become a monster, so he's screaming for help. Derek thought sorrowfully. As his emotions changed, the illusory buzzing in his ears grew louder. After taking a few more steps in silence, the Dawn Paladin pointed to a door on the left. You can stay here for the time being. We will send you food and medicine on time. As he spoke, he took out a small iron-black bottle. This bottle was woven from the leftover straws of the city of Silver staple, black-faced grass. When it came into contact with liquid, it would produce a thin film, thus achieving the effect of being waterproof and sealed. Derek took the bottle of potion and gulped it down. He felt a cooling sensation slide through his esophagus and into his stomach. He quickly calmed down. The shaking scene in front of him returned to normal, and the auditory hallucinations in his ears gradually weakened. Clang, with the sound of the iron door closing and locking, Derek entered the room that belonged to him. The first thing he saw was a candle flickering with a dim yellow light, and then he made out the low bed, the chair, and the square table. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, the surrounding walls, including the door, were engraved with complicated and mysterious symbols and labels. They seemed to form a complete seal. Derek's emotions were also suppressed by the potion. Without any curiosity, he sat down and lay on the bed. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly heard a violent knocking sound, but it did not come from outside his room, but from next door. Derek sat up and listened carefully. Amidst the crashing sounds, he heard thin, shrill sobs. His hair stood on end, and he stood up abruptly, assuming an extremely defensive posture. Right at this moment, the thumping sound spread to the metal walls that separated the two rooms, forming protrusions that were slowly deflating one after another. Just as Derek was about to pray for the holy light, his eyes suddenly lit up. The space he was in seemed to have been moved to the outside world, and lightning flashed. The sound of someone smashing the wall next door disappeared, and the bottom of the round tower became quiet again. This was not absolute silence. Rather, it was a silence where the sound of light footsteps could travel a long distance and echo for a long time. Just as he was guessing what had happened to the Beyonder next door, someone knocked on the metal wall on the other side. Tuck tuck tuck, it was. As if someone had bent a finger and was gently tapping on it. Who is it? Derek raised his voice and asked with slight fear. The knocking immediately stopped. After a few seconds, a deep but rather old voice could be vaguely heard. So it's a young fellow. You are? Seeing that the other party could communicate rationally, Derek leaned against the wall and pressed his ear against the cold metal. The old voice chuckled and said, "That's right. The one next to you almost lost control a few times. In the end, I couldn't save her today." Had he completely lost control? Derek asked through the metal wall, "Is he a monster now?" "No, it's not a monster, it's a corpse. He's already been dealt with by the item that's sealed here." The old voice sighed. "I've been here for 42 years. According to what the guards told me, I've seen too many similar things." Derek asked in surprise, "What's the matter? You've been here for 42 years? Normally speaking, losing control could be divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the appearance of signs, such as auditory and visual hallucinations. The second stage was when one's body and mind were already somewhat out of control. From time to time, they would display a terrifying or strange state. The third stage was a complete breakdown and degeneration into a terrifying monster. Going from the second stage to the third stage was rather fast. Perhaps just as one discovered it, one would witness a seemingly ordinary Beyonder turn into a monster from the depths of the darkness. In other words, after a Beyonder at the second stage was sent to the bottom of the spire, they would either slowly stabilize themselves through medicine, rituals, and other methods before leaving within a year and a half. Otherwise, they would quickly enter a state of losing control and be purged. It was impossible for anyone to be imprisoned here for 42 years. As for Beyonders at the first stage, they might only need a few days or more to eliminate the signs and leave after being healed. The old voice immediately chuckled and said, "That's right. I didn't expect to stay here for 42 years either. I don't have any signs of losing control, but they believe that I'm rather dangerous and that I might turn into a monster at any moment." Derek frowned slightly and asked curiously, "What happened 42 years ago?" He asked curiously, what happened 42 years ago? Back then, his parents weren't even born yet. The old voice fell silent for a moment before saying, I was once the captain of an exploration team. The old voice fell silent for a moment before saying, I was once the captain of an exploration team. We discovered a destroyed city half a month away from the city of Silver. That was calculated based on our speed. That city was similar to our city of Silver. There were obvious signs of giants ruling it, and they believed in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. Unfortunately, they were destroyed. They were destroyed countless years ago. Derek wasn't unfamiliar with such matters, so he immediately guessed. You encountered something strange there, so you were believed to be able to lose control at any moment? More or less. The old voice chuckled. After we explored the core area, we found that the city was trying to change the faith of the people and created some gods that they imagined could save them. However, it was useless. Even the statues of those gods were destroyed and scattered all over the ground. At this point, his tone suddenly became solemn. But, we met someone there. This is the first living person our city of Silver has encountered in more than 2,000 years that doesn't belong to our city. Outside the city of Silver, in the depths of the endless darkness, there really are people alive, Derek subconsciously asked. You brought him back to the city of Silver? The old voice paused for 2 seconds before saying, don't you feel the vibration? Our city of Silver has worked hard to explore our surroundings to find humans like us. We finally found one 42 years ago. This is indeed shocking news. But I often see Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and the others. I often hear about the Kingdom of Ruan and the 7 Orthodox gods. Isn't it obvious that there are people outside the city of Silver, as well as cities and countries? Derek scratched his head and pretended to be shocked, as though he didn't have much experience. I didn't notice that just now. It's indeed unbelievable. Apart from the residents of the city of Silver, there are actually other people. The old voice fell silent for a while before saying, has the education of the city of Silver become so bad? Without waiting for Derek to speak, he sighed and said, we invited that person to the city of Silver as a guest. We cautiously invited that person to the city of Silver as a guest. After some consideration, he agreed. We monitored and escorted him back, but when we were about to reach the city of Silver, he suddenly disappeared. We searched the surroundings, but we couldn't find him. After returning to the city of Silver, my team members went crazy one after another and lost control. All of them. The 6-member council suspected that we had been contaminated by something. They suspected that the person wasn't human at all, but an evil spirit, a monster. Therefore, they locked me up here. Every once in a while, they would come to confirm my condition, but they never told me what the problem was, nor did they let me out. Derek heaved a heavy sigh. Do you still remember what that person looked like? He looked very ordinary. He didn't have any special characteristics, and his clothes were similar to ours. Apart from remembering that he was male, I can't remember what he looked like at all. However, the elders should be able to use Beyonder means to directly see him from my blurry memories, the old voice said in pain after recalling for dozens of seconds. Derek casually asked, did he say what his name was? Did he communicate with you about his origins? Did he talk to you about his background? He told us that his name was, he paused and said, Amon. Sunday morning, the factory district. Over the past 2 days, Klein and Mike had visited many places in East Borough under Old Kohler's guidance. As a result, Mike had seen 5 or 6 people squeezed into a room, and that wasn't even the worst-case scenario. In the poorest places in East Borough, an ordinary bedroom could even sleep 10 people. The precise division of ownership, such as sleeping on the floor, day use, and night use, left the reporter amazed. Furthermore, poverty didn't discriminate between men and women. In those places, people of different genders inevitably squeezed together, and certain matters that could go to court were common. Be it men or women, they were constantly facing the threat of violence. Dirty, crowded, and smelly. That's the most intuitive impression. I suspect that all of them have serious parasites in their bodies. In the most rundown neighborhood, because the houses were built a long time ago, there's no special connection to the sewers. Feces, urine, vomit, and other things are everywhere. There's only one public bathroom in each house, or one public toilet in each street. They're extremely busy every day, but they can barely fill their stomachs without any savings. As long as they lose their jobs for a few days, they'll fall into an abyss that they can't save. I believe that as long as they're given a little hope, they won't even be afraid of death. Mike wrote in his investigation manuscript. In addition, the vagrants who wandered the streets like zombies after being chased away in the middle of the night, the girls who stood numbly by the streets or in the bars, and the drinkers who indulged in alcohol, weren't stingy with violence, and didn't even think about their future. All of these left a deep impression on the reporter. Cough, cough. Mike Joseph took out a handkerchief, covered his mouth, and coughed a few times. The fog in the factory area was thicker than in other places. The air was gray with a yellowish hue, as if there was dust floating in it. Occasionally, it would emit a pungent smell, making it unbearable for the reporter, who was already used to Bakelin's air. He turned his head to Klein, who was also coughing softly. I've always supported the government's establishment of the kingdom's Atmospheric Pollution Council and the establishment of the Alkali Industry Prosecutor, but I only realized today that the problem is so serious. If we don't take effective measures, it might lead to a tragedy in the future. Klein tried his best to clear his clogged nose. Perhaps all of Bakeland will be shrouded in fog with a visual range of no more than 5 meters, and an evil god might very well descend or be born in such a scene, he silently added. Old Kohler didn't quite understand their conversation. He cleared his throat, which was filled with phlegm, and led the reporter and the detective to bypass the guards and sneak into a lead-white factory. The factory was dominated by female workers. They were busy working without any protection, and the factory was filled with obvious dust. Looking at the tiny particles floating in the air, Klein seemed to see poisonous gas. The young women who weren't wearing masks were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At that moment, it was as if he had returned to Tingen, to the time when he helped Sir Deweyville deal with his resentment. He seemed to have witnessed the future of the female workers here. Some of them had a throbbing headache, some had a blurry vision, some became hysterical, and some had blue lines appearing on their gums. In the end, they either became blind or quickly died. This is like a large-scale bloody sacrificial ritual, except that the target is the flashing money symbol. If the Aurora Order, Rose School, and other cults can make good use of such things, just like what Lenivus has done, then there will be a huge problem. Klein covered his mouth and nose as he quietly watched. Mike Joseph whispered in shock and anger. How can this be? How can they do this? Some time ago, all kinds of newspapers and magazines focused on the matter of lead poisoning, but they didn't take any precautions? They can't even bear to part with a mask? These factory owners are committing murder. What a righteous reporter. Although he wasn't young, his style was stingy, and his acting was excellent, he still retained his original heart. But how did he know so much about lead poisoning? By the way, I forgot. I got Sir Deweyville to publicize the dangers of lead poisoning in all the newspapers and magazines. It seems like he did a good job, but to some people, what's the big deal if 1 or 2 lowly untouchables die? There are plenty of people waiting for job opportunities. Klein thought with a heavy heart. As a senior reporter, Mike did not lose his mind. He quietly observed and asked a few workers who were changing shifts before leaving the lead-white factory. After that, they entered one factory after another. They were in no mood to discuss the dirty environment and the high-intensity labor of the people inside. When it was close to noon, Klein suddenly noticed that a lot of people had gathered outside a factory in front of him. They were mainly women. They were shouting excitedly and trying to rush inside. What happened? Mike asked Old Kohler in puzzlement. Old Kohler was also puzzled. I'll go over and ask. He jogged outside the factory and blended into the crowd. After a few minutes, he returned to Klein and Mike's side. They want to smash those new machines. Old Kohler caught his breath and got to the point first. Why? Mike had never been in charge of such news before, so he didn't know much about it. However, Klein could vaguely guess the reason. Old Kohler pointed at the factory and said, "This is a textile factory. They want to switch to the latest textile machines, and the number of people in charge of operating them will also decrease. It seems like It seems like they're going to fire a third of the workers. Those women want to smash the machines and get their jobs back. Otherwise, they might not be able to survive, or they might end up as street girls. Mike opened his mouth. From the shape of his mouth, it was clear that he wanted to say foolish, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He only looked over in silence and didn't even approach. After a long time, Mike sighed and said, "Let's go back. I'm almost done with my investigations and interviews." The three of them immediately turned around and walked out of the factory area. No one spoke along the way. Just as they were about to part ways, Mike glanced at Klein and said in a low voice, "Tell me, if the unprotected lead factories are shut down or their bosses are sent to court, will those women be able to find something else to do?" Klein thought seriously and said, "If it's just a few, it won't be a big problem. If it's just a few rooms, it's not a big problem, but some female workers might endure hunger and cold in the process of looking for other jobs, gradually losing their labor force because they have no savings at all. If too many of them are shut down in a short period of time, coupled with the people who will lose their jobs after using the new textile machines, it will be a disaster. Just the Bakeland factory area alone might have thousands or even tens of thousands of unemployed workers. They would be without food or clothing, wandering the streets like zombies, or lowering their salary requirements to fight for the jobs of other workers. It's unknown how many people in East Borough will die as a result, or lead a more difficult life. It will be a hellish scene. Even if this world doesn't have Beyonder powers, it will still bring about a great disaster. And now, the various evil gods are secretly watching and waiting." Klein swallowed the words he wanted to say. Mike fell silent again. After paying the £10 and 6 soldi, he took a carriage and left the smoke-filled factory area. Klein watched the carriage leave and didn't speak for a long time. When he was a Nighthawk, he had understood and come into contact with the lives of the poor, but it wasn't as deep of an impression as this time. The omnidirectional, three-dimensional observation presented a complete abyss in front of him. East Borough is really full of hidden dangers and kindling. If I'm not careful, I might be ignited by some evil cult. Klein pondered for a few seconds and said, "Kohler, I would like to ask you to help me keep an eye on the situation in East Borough." "Kohler, I'd like you to help me keep an eye on the situation in East Borough." "Yes, when you're not working. I'll pay you so that you have the money to build a relationship with the other workers. Every week, we'll set a time to meet at the coffee shop from before." Old Kohler's eyes lit up. "No problem." He didn't mention a price, fully trusting the kind detective. Klein deliberated and said, "Every time we meet, I'll give you 15 soldi plus remuneration. Every time we meet, I'll give you 15 soldi plus remuneration. If I'm satisfied with the information you provide, I'll give you an additional 5 soldi as a reward." £1? Old Kohler blurted out in shock. Even during the warmest and happiest years of his life, his weekly salary was only 21 soldi, which was £1 and 1 soldi. "Yes." Klein nodded and said, "You have to pay attention to your words and actions. Don't be too eager to gather information. Maintain a state of asking less and listening more. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. In theory, this kind of informant fee can be reimbursed. However, I'm now a 5-pence man who brings his own rations." Klein let out a self-deprecating laugh. In Empress Borough, in the Earl Hall's luxurious villa, in Miss Audrey's study, the blonde, blue-eyed girl was listening to her psychology teacher, Miss Escalante's lecture. From time to time, she would stroke the large dog, Susie, who was sitting beside her. Escalante Asleka, who had waist-length black hair, noticed that the dog seemed to be listening very seriously. She couldn't help but smile and pause for 2 seconds. Then, she continued her introduction. "At present, there's no absolute orthodox theory in the field of psychology. There are several schools of thought, such as the school of psychoanalysis, the school of personality analysis, and the school of behavioral psychology. Of course, the study of the mind and spirit is not only done by psychologists and psychiatrists. Many professionals in the field of mysticism are also doing similar work. Among them, the most famous is..." Sorry, I deviated from the textbook. Let's return to the topic from before and talk about the school of psychoanalysis first. Audrey could tell that he was trying to seduce her. She pretended to be ignorant and curious. She pretended to be ignorant and curious and asked, "Teacher, I'm more interested in the research on psychology in the field of mysticism." She pretended to be ignorant and curious and asked, "I'm very interested in this area." Escalante pursed her lips, frowned slightly, and said awkwardly, "But this involves some oath of confidentiality." "But this involves some oath of confidentiality." "I'm saying that these theories and research results belong to the secrets of certain mysticism circles. They are only spread internally." "I see. Then can I join?" Audrey asked in anticipation. "They shouldn't be involved in evil matters, right?" "Huh, how is that possible?" "That's just a seminar organized by enthusiasts." After Escalante mentioned it, she took the initiative to change the topic. "Let's talk about this later. Let's continue with the class." Knowing when to stop and taking things one step at a time. If this is the general quality of psychological alchemy members, then I don't have to worry too much about them being filled with lunatics and perverts like Mr. A. Audrey deliberately revealed an expression of reluctance to leave the topic, but she still listened to the theoretical foundations of psychoanalysis in a well-mannered manner. After the class ended and Escalante left, she returned to the study, carefully closed the heavy wooden door, and said to the large golden retriever, "Susie, what do you think of her?" "She's not sincere," Susie replied bluntly. Then, it tilted its head and said, "However, what she talks about is very interesting. However, the things she talks about are very interesting. I think they're more interesting than meat and snacks." After returning to Minsk Street from the factory district, Klein had a simple lunch and fell asleep. He slept until the sky turned dark and evening came before he woke up naturally. But even so, he still felt exhausted from the bottom of his heart. After falling into a daze for a while, Klein went down to the first floor, lit the gas lamp, and prepared to sit on the sofa to read the day's newspaper. However, when he swept his gaze, he saw an invitation on the coffee table. He was first taken aback before he snapped to his senses. It was a dinner invitation that Mrs. Stellan Sammer had sent a maidservant to make up for a few days ago. "I almost forgot about this. A matchmaking party in disguise." Klein put down the invitation and walked to the bathroom on the first floor. He washed his face with cold water to make himself look more energetic. Compared to when he first arrived in Bakeland, he had a relatively thick black mustache around his lips and chin. Although it didn't completely eliminate his scholarly aura, it made him appear much more mature and boorish. "If I'm not someone I know, I won't be able to recognize me in person." Klein exhaled silently, wiped his face clean, and placed his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He took a short break, changed into a shirt with a straight collar, and matched it with a black tuxedo. Then, he very formally put on a half-top hat, took his cane and invitation, and turned next door. Amidst the jingling of the doorbell, he saw the maidservant, Julian, who opened the door. He saw Stellan with her blonde hair coiled up high and silver earrings on her earlobes. Klein took off his hat, bowed, and praised politely. "Mrs. Sammer, you look very beautiful today." Although his words were very perfunctory, Stellan was indeed much more beautiful than usual today. In the field of meticulously grooming herself, her abilities seemed to have undergone a breakthrough. From the looks of it, the matter of catching her in adultery had made her and Ma Mary truly best friends. And she's a tycoon with a net worth of tens of thousands of pounds. She's now part of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council and has gotten to know quite a number of dignitaries. She must be knowledgeable when it comes to makeup, clothing, accessories, and other aspects. Klein nodded inwardly in enlightenment. The corners of Stellan's mouth curled up uncontrollably. "These are my new earrings. They cost 8 soldi. Madam, your style still hasn't changed." Klein smiled as he handed his hat, cane, and coat to the maid. The fireplace and pipes in the house brought warmth as if it was early summer. Many young ladies and ladies' dresses were relatively loose. Some revealed half of their fair and tender arms, while others revealed their smooth breasts. "Luke is discussing business with some friends and asked me to apologize to you on his behalf." "Have your meal first. I'll introduce you to a few ladies with good upbringing later." "Actually, there's no need for that. Just let me eat in peace." Klein smiled. "I can already smell the food." Because there were more than 20 guests, the banquet was a buffet. Klein took the tray and walked around. He found that the food this time was more sumptuous than before. Cold salmon, chicken pie, lamb stew with peas, marinated brisket, curry, roast beef, cooked turkey, beef tongue pie, ham, salad, and cream cake. The wine was still champagne and red wine. This was very much in line with the appetite of a carnivore. Klein picked up a large plate and didn't chat with anyone. He shrank into a corner and slowly savored it. It's not as good as the chefs at the Quelag Club, he commented inwardly from time to time. Just as he was about to take the second round, he was finally discovered by Stellan Sammer. At the same time, he saw an acquaintance beside the lady, the serious-looking lawyer Jürgen. That's right, Jürgen is also a bachelor. Klein smiled as he leaned over and took the initiative to greet him. How's Mrs. Doris's recovery? Jürgen tugged at his bow tie uncomfortably. She'll be discharged next week. That's great, Klein said with a sincere sigh. At that moment, Stellan had already led a few ladies over and introduced them. This is Mr. Jürgen Cooper, a senior solicitor. He earns at least £3 a week, and he often receives a commission from his cases. His annual income must be more than £200, and he's young and promising. He's likely to become a barrister in the future. This is Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, a famous detective. His income isn't stable, but every sum is very generous, such as £10 or £50. Isn't this introduction a little too direct? Klein couldn't help but silently criticize. Jürgen, who was beside him, clearly frowned. Stellan didn't find anything wrong with her introduction. Miss Sarah Taylor, her parents are teachers at the grammar school. Angelina Watson, her father is a civilian at the Bakeland Police Department. Klein smiled numbly and greeted the ladies. After Stellan finished speaking, Jürgen said in a deep voice, Mrs. Sammer, it's not polite to mention someone's income in front of him. Stellan wasn't angry as she replied very seriously, no, it's very important. If you can like each other and build a family, income is an essential foundation. Think about it. There's always meat, vegetables, fruits, milk, white bread, cream, butter, and other food every day, right? You'll have to spend at least £1.05 solely a week on this, and that's not including alcohol. In addition, you'll have to rent a better house, which will cost you nearly £1 a week. Well, you'll also have to buy water, gas, charcoal, soap, and other necessities. You'll also have to consider the cost of traveling. All of that adds up to about 10 solely. This is the most basic expenditure. Don't you take your wife to concerts and plays? Don't you buy some new clothes every year? Ladies, I believe that a family has to spend at least £30 a year on this to be considered decent. In addition, there's the salary of a maid, the cost of a child's education, medical expenses, and some necessary decorations. Only with an annual income of more than £200 can these needs be met and a happy family can be had. So, in order not to waste your time and cause any misunderstandings, I think it's necessary to introduce it in advance. As a lawyer, Jürgen was momentarily unable to find the words to retort. Thankfully, he only had a serious expression to begin with. How magnanimous. However, basic etiquette is to inform both parties of such information in private. Of course, I understand the reason why Mrs. Sammer is introducing it in person. Klein forced a smile and said, yes, income is very important. That's right, income is very important. Only with an annual income of more than £400 can one hold a banquet of this level. Only then can one allow one's wife to have beautiful dresses and exquisite earrings. Stellan immediately raised her chin slightly and tried hard to suppress her smile. £430. What I mean is to have some savings every year in case of accidents or to invest in stocks and bonds. This was her husband's approximate annual income. After helping the two strangers find a topic to talk about, she left and greeted the other guests. And Klein clearly sensed that Sarah, Angelina, and the other ladies were more interested in lawyer Jürgen. After all, he was quite good-looking, and his job and income were very stable. As for a private detective who could enter the police station at any time, he wasn't a priority for middle-class women. Furthermore, with Klein's beard and slightly rugged appearance, it was inevitable that the girls would be a little afraid of him. After chatting with him for a while, he found an excuse to leave and hid in a corner. As he ate, he enjoyed Jurgen's awkward and helpless expression. At times like this, it was unknown where his eloquence as a lawyer had gone. A few minutes later, the two Sammer children ran past Klein while playing. Noticing the gentleman in the corner, they came to a halt, and with large, curious eyes inquired. They widened their eyes and asked curiously, "Mr. Moriarty, I heard you're a detective." "Yes," Klein replied with a smile. The little girl said innocently, "Can you tell us about the cases you've solved?" Her twin brother nodded repeatedly. "The cases I solved? It doesn't involve wraiths, marionettes, devil dogs, or finding a cat to catch an adulterer. There's really nothing suitable for children." Klein thought for a few seconds and chuckled. "All right, this is a story about treasure." An officer who retired from East Balham was suddenly murdered. He had actually forgotten most of the detective novels he had read in his previous life. He could only make them up based on his vague memories. As for the two children, they didn't care if the plot was reasonable or not. They listened very seriously and even learned to ask, "What happens next?" Unknowingly, Klein relaxed quite a bit. When the banquet came to an end, he was about to bid farewell when he saw the joy on Stellan's face. "Did something worth celebrating happen?" Klein asked casually. Stellan raised her head slightly and smiled reservedly. Mary was invited by the Chief Secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, Mr. Hibbert Hall. She will be attending a luncheon at his house on Monday. This gentleman is the eldest son of Earl Hall, a true noble. He invited all the members of the council and allowed them to bring 2 or 3 friends. Stellan paused. "Mary just invited Luke and me. Monday afternoon." Dressed to the nines, Stellan Sammer, accompanied by her husband, Luke Sammer, followed Lady Mary to Empress Borough and saw a building that occupied a large area. Marble statues, pools, fountains, gardens, lawns, and other things were reflected in her eyes, making her feel nervous before she even entered the villa. "Luke, does this necklace of mine not match my dress?" she turned her head and asked her husband. Luke shook his head and smiled. "Darling, you're too nervous. You don't have to worry at all. Nobles only live a little bigger than us and eat a little better. We're not lacking in anything." Stella nodded repeatedly as she listened, as though she had regained her former confidence. Upon entering the villa, they saw a gorgeous crystal chandelier, a hall that could accommodate many people to dance in, and plates of delicacies. Foie gras, pan-fried dragon-bone fish, baked lobster. Warmer red wine, misty champagne. It's just as described in the magazine. Stellan looked at the food curiously, feeling that if she were to scrimp a little, she could have such a meal during festivals or the New Year. Apart from warmer red wine and misty champagne, she finally added inwardly. At that moment, her gaze suddenly froze as she saw a girl in a beige regal dress slowly walk over. The girl had blonde hair and blue eyes. She was abnormally beautiful, wearing a pair of white silk gloves and a pair of small and beautiful emerald earrings. She had a pure and elegant bearing. "She really looks like an angel." Even though she had always been proud of her looks, Stellan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. "Hello." She clumsily greeted with the etiquette she had just learned. "Hello." The girl gracefully returned the greeting. After the two of them brushed past each other, Stellan accompanied her husband and Mary to get to know the distinguished guests, including the noble Mr. Hibbert Hall. After a while, she walked to the balcony alone, intending to calm herself down. However, she was surprised to see the angelic girl from before. She was looking out at the scenery, and beside her shoes with ribbons and roses was a large golden retriever obediently squatting there. "It's really cute." Stellan searched for a topic. The girl replied with a faint smile. "I thank you for your praise on behalf of Susie." Looking at the combination of the beautiful girl and the large golden retriever, Stellan suddenly felt that she should have a similar pet. Only then could she show the Sammers dignity. She deliberated and asked, "I heard that nobles will domesticate many hounds. Is it one of them?" "Yes." The girl, whose green eyes were more charming than the earrings, nodded lightly. "I wonder how much it costs to buy one?" Stellan asked with a smile. The pure and elegant girl looked down at the large golden retriever and replied with a smile, not minding it. £450. In the luxurious carriage that left Earl of Hall's house. Luke was chatting with Ma and Mary about the distinguished guests, such as the chairman of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, the director of the National Weather Service, Sir Des Shaw, the member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, the president of the Royal Meteorological Society, the member of Parliament, Mr. Cave, and the health director of Mid-Seashire, the famous doctor, Mr. Hawksley. They were all figures with extensive influence in the government, the royal family, or the House of Commons. The final report of this committee would become the most important basis for the Anti-Pollution Act and the Smoke Reduction Act. The Clim Company, which mainly focused on anthracite and charcoal, wanted to promote and speed up this development, preventing the old but large competitors from transforming in time. They definitely won't be stingy with their gold pounds. They will definitely lobby those heavyweight members of Parliament to interfere with our investigations. We need to have a clear response plan. Just like what Mr. Hibbert Hall said, we need to control public opinion and let the newspapers and magazines repeatedly publicize the horrors of smoke pollution. Luke was a senior manager of the Clim Company, an important assistant to the major shareholder, Mary. He was also rather capable. While chatting, Luke suddenly noticed that his wife was sitting beside him without saying a word, as though she had lost her soul. "Stellan, did something happen?" Luke asked with concern. Stellan snapped to her senses and squeezed out a smile. "Nothing. I'm just a little tired." "That's right. After meeting so many important figures, your mind must have been highly tense. Now that you can finally relax, it's normal to be tired." "Actually, I'm the same," Luke said with a smile. Stellan didn't respond to him. Instead, she stared out the window and at the park with the lake. Her ears were still echoing with that noble girl's careless words, "That's right, £450. A well-trained hunting hound costs between £450 and £700, Roland said. City of Silver, at the bottom of the spire. Derek Berg had been trapped in a small room the entire time. He ate and took his medicine regularly, and his mental state rapidly improved. He no longer had auditory and visual hallucinations. "I should be able to get out in a day or two. It's really suffocating to stay in such an environment all the time." The former captain of the exploration team next door has been locked up for 42 years, but he's still very clear-headed and rational. "If it were me, I'd definitely have gone crazy." However, the exploration stories and strange monsters he talked about are very attractive, and even a little scary. Derek sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the candle that had burned to the end. Until the next batch of food and medicine arrived, he would be in true darkness. At that moment, a grey fog suddenly filled his vision as the fool's deep voice sounded in his ears. "Get ready for the party." This change was fleeting. Derek retracted his attention and subconsciously counted his heartbeats. However, he soon discovered that it was unnecessary because he was currently alone and did not need to avoid others. Derek, who was no longer counting his heartbeats, quickly thought of a question. "I'm currently within the range of the mystical items seal at the bottom of the spire. Will Mr. Fool's subsequent actions of pulling people above the grey fog be discovered and detected? This is one of the 2 mystical items that prevented the City of Silver from being completely destroyed in the past few crises." Amidst his unease, Derek, who had yet to make a decision, saw boundless crimson light surge out of the void. He saw it engulf him with just a single rush. There was silence in the small, enclosed room. Even the sound of breathing was extremely weak. Suddenly, the metal wall that separated Derek and the former captain of the exploration team emitted a light tap sound. This was the signal for the 2 of them to chat with each other. Tap. The other party bent his finger and tapped again. After that, the third tap that should have quickly followed didn't appear for a long time. After a while, the do sound hesitantly rang out again. Then, the 2 rooms returned to silence, and there was no more movement. After the lunch meeting, Audrey practiced the piano for a while before returning to her bedroom. When she passed by her father, Earl of Hall's study, she saw that the door was ajar and there was a thick stack of documents on the table. There wasn't this before. Audrey's curiosity was piqued. She slowed down and gave the golden retriever, Susie, a signal with her eyes. As a spectator, Susie often only needed a tiny hint to understand what her owner wanted her to do. Of course, she would occasionally pretend that she didn't understand and just lay there motionlessly. After receiving the signal, Susie silently trotted into the study. Then, she stretched out her two front legs and propped them on the edge of the table before standing up. She quickly glanced at the first page of the stack of documents and returned to Audrey's side. She lowered her voice and said, "A survey of the living conditions of all classes in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district." "Audrey, what's the meaning of this?" "A survey of the living conditions of all classes in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district? Why did Dad suddenly do this survey? I don't remember mentioning anything like this to him." Audrey was puzzled and didn't have time to answer Susie's question. She looked around and saw that the servants were all in their positions and didn't pay any special attention to her. So, she raised her head slightly and calmly turned around to enter Earl of Hall's study. Coming to the desk, Audrey looked down at the survey report and found that the title was indeed the same as what Susie had described. Well, it was a typewritten document. The investigator was a reporter named Mike Joseph, and there was the holy emblem of the goddess at the bottom. This was commissioned by the Church of the Goddess? But why did they give Dad a copy? Well, Dad is a believer of the goddess, and the church wants him to give some support in this matter. This is a good thing. Audrey made a preliminary judgment. She originally had the idea of hiring someone to do a similar survey, but she felt that it wasn't in line with her intention of secretly guiding people. It was easy to make her presence known and no longer be ignored by the other nobles, so she had been hesitant to try it. Audrey flipped through the documents and found that Mike Joseph wasn't the only one with reports regarding East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. There were also many people who had conducted field investigations from different angles. A few of them even mentioned the spread of cults and the collusion between some Beyonders and gangs. Phew. Audrey looked at the clock in the study and saw that it was almost 3 o'clock. She gave up on reading carefully and restored the documents to their original state. Before leaving, she casually pulled out a book and disguised it as the reason she came in. At 3 o'clock sharp, the striking of the wall clock was still reverberating. Audrey had already appeared in the majestic palace in the dark red illusory light, appearing to the side of the long ancient table. She smiled, stood up, and bowed to the seat of honor. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After receiving a slight nod in response, she greeted the hanging man, the world, magicians, and the others. She acutely noticed that Sun seemed a little uneasy. "What are you worried about?" Audrey asked. This made Klein, who could also tell that little Sun wasn't in a good state, no longer need to speak. He, who had entered this mysterious space ahead of time, tidied up the items on the table. He threw the Aztec copper whistle, the biological poison bottle, the charismatic order copper whistle, and other items into a corner, and covered them with a thick gray fog. Now, there was only a dark emperor card on the table in front of him. This was an item that matched the identity of the fool. Sun didn't hide anything. He immediately recounted how he had successfully feigned illness and how he had been sent to the bottom of the spire for isolation treatment. In the end, he asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, will that mystical item discover that I'm participating in the tarot?" "How would I know? I don't even know what it is. However, for the time being, there aren't any strange or powerful forces attempting to invade. Yes, even the eternal blazing sun and the true creator haven't been able to find this place." Klein tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers and replied in a relaxed manner. "Normally, it wouldn't be able to discover me. But some mystical items have special effects." Seeing Mr. Fool give an affirmative answer, Derek immediately felt a lot more at ease. He tersely acknowledged and said, "I don't know what special effects it has either. This is one of the top secrets of the City of Silver." Having said that, he suddenly recalled what the former captain of the exploratory team had said. He blurted out, "Have you heard of a person named Amon?" "Amon?" Klein thought for a moment and recalled the source of the sense of familiarity. However, he wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he cast his gaze at the hanging man. He knew very well that this middle-ranking member of the Church of the Storm also knew of Amon, and he might even know more than him. Similarly, Audrey also looked at the hanging man. The last time she had heard of this name was from him. Magicians first listened with a blank look. She had a nagging feeling that what was being discussed was beyond her knowledge. The hanging man Alger frowned and asked in puzzlement, "When your City of Silver was exploring the surrounding areas, you encountered a person who called himself Amon?" When your city of silver was exploring the surrounding area, you encountered a person who called himself Amon? Or did you discover similar records? Sun nodded seriously and said, yes. Yes. 42 years ago, an expedition team encountered a person who called himself Amon in the depths of the darkness. After returning to the city of silver, they lost control one after another. Only one of them was left, and he was locked at the bottom of the spire. It's right next to me. Maybe he's crazy too. That's just his imagination. Magician's Furs made a guess with her rich experience in writing novels. The hanging man Alger glanced at Mr. Fool, who was seated at the very top. Seeing that he was calm and indifferent, he didn't say anything. He mustered his courage and said, imagination is one possibility, but he wouldn't come up with the name Amon without a reason. He turned his head to look at Sunday in the fourth epoch. Well, 1,500 years ago in our country, or even longer, there was a family that possessed strange powers. They belonged to the Tudor dynasty, and their surname was Amon. Even in that era with many high-sequence beyonders, this family's surname was a taboo. Why? It was Audrey who asked the question on behalf of Sunday. The hanging man Alger didn't answer directly as he continued, Abraham, Antigonus, Ammon, Jacob, and Tamara. Abraham, Antigonus, Ammon, Jacob, and Tamara are the 5 great families that supported the establishment of the Tudor dynasty. They are second only to the Blood Emperor. Among them, the Ammon family is the most mysterious. They left behind the least history, as if they have been distorted and covered up by some power. There's news from the king of the 5 seas, Nast. The Ammon family is a family of blasphemers. They hold the secret to stealing the power of deities. Also, the Ammon family claims to be descendants of the ancient sun god. Derek Berg was confused. In his knowledge of mythology, there was no mention of the ancient sun god, giant king Ormur, dragon of imagination Ankwelt, mutant king Faster, elf king Siniathrim, annihilation demonic wolf Fleegria, vampire ancestor Lilith, phoenix ancestor Gregrace, and devil monarch Farbati. None of these 8 ancient gods wield the authority of the sun. Derek seriously considered this problem. If I really have to make a connection, the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, has displayed the divine powers of the sun domain. Could it be that the Ammon family is a descendant of him? Seeing that Sun didn't say a word, the hanging man Alger stroked his stubble and said, the Ammon family is an ancient family from 1 to 2,000 years ago. The Ammon family is an ancient family from 1 to 2,000 years ago. It's almost equivalent to history. I'm very curious. Why did the gentleman you met appear around the city of silver? What's his goal? That's right. The Ammon family has Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, and that world. Why did he appear around our city of silver? Why did he not fulfill his promise after agreeing to be a guest and leave strangely, causing the entire team to lose control? Yes, other than the captain. What does he want to do? What is he searching for? If he's really a descendant of the Lord, perhaps his goal is the same as mine, to find the reason for the cataclysm in ancient times and figure out the truth of the curse. Sun's thoughts ran wild as he shook his head. Mr. the Hanging Man, I can't answer your question. This is also something I want to figure out. Alger replied in disappointment, that's right. Then you should communicate more with the former captain next door and see if you can dig out any new information. At this point, he thought for a while and gave a reminder. However, you must be careful and cautious. I think that person is very dangerous. Very dangerous? You think so too? Sun asked in surprise. The elders of the 6-member council also thought so. The hanging man looked up at the towering dome and silently drew a breath. Those who don't think so are the ones with a screw loose. Seeing that Sun was still a little puzzled, he shook his head. He's the only one alive in the entire expedition team. Just this matter alone is enough to indicate that there's a huge problem with him. He's been in a dungeon for rampagers for 42 years, but he's still very clear-headed and rational. This shows just how strange he is. Together with that mysterious Amon, the danger is obvious. These were all bits and pieces that Derek usually thought about but hadn't connected together. Now that he heard it, he immediately said sincerely, I'm not sure. He immediately said sincerely, I understand. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man. Audrey, who was listening and observing with relish, resisted the urge to cover her face with her hands. She felt that Sun was even more innocent than her. Seeing that everyone's curiosity had been satisfied, and that even the gloomy Mr. World had slightly adjusted his sitting posture, and that Sun didn't seem to have anything else he needed help with, she turned her head to look at the end of the long bronze table and smiled. "Mr. Fool, I would like to request a private exchange." "Again?" Klein was amused as he nodded slightly. "Sure." He immediately blocked off the senses of the hanging man and company instead of isolating himself from Miss Justice. This was mainly because he was worried that the others would be bored and casually communicate, thus exposing the truth that the world was only a repeater. After receiving the notification, Audrey smiled and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have 3 new pages of Roselle's diary." After the card of blasphemy was stolen by the fools' kin, she didn't stop going to the Royal Museum out of guilt. Instead, as though nothing had happened, she openly begged her father to give her another chance to read the notebook the week after the exhibition ended. Audrey thought that this would make her appear magnanimous and the best way to avoid suspicion. If he always looked guilty and did not do what he should have done logically, even if the Church of Steam did not suspect anything before, they would feel that something was wrong later. Based on her own experience, she believed that the first few pages of a diary often revealed more information, so she mainly memorized the first 3 pages. Without waiting for the fool to speak, she hurriedly added, "I understand that this isn't something that requires a private exchange, but I hope that I can hide it from Miss Magicians for another week or 2. This way, even if she knows that you need Roselle's diary in the future, she won't suspect that I'm Justice." She had met Furs and Zio once in the middle of the week. By leading the conversation, she naturally mentioned that her collection of Roselle's diary had been bitten by her beloved dog, Susie, and that it was difficult to restore it. Normally speaking, she didn't need to hide the fact that Mr. Fool needed Roselle's diary, but she used her telepathist powers to simulate Furs's thoughts and felt that she would have such thoughts. "What? That's a diary? That's the diary in which Roselle records his secrets? Even Mr. Fool thinks highly of it. I remember that Miss Audrey has some. Wait, her diary was just bitten to pieces by a dog a few days ago. Isn't that too much of a coincidence?" In order to prevent her from having such thoughts, Audrey hoped to hide it for at least another week. After becoming a telepathist, not only could she directly see the target's aura and emotional color, but she could also read their thoughts at a superficial level. She could also simulate the thoughts of others. Therefore, she understood one thing. In the process of guiding others, she had to try her best not to make any abrupt, illogical or reasonable actions. Only when all the details were gentle and reasonable enough, preventing the target from realizing that they were being guided or arranged, would she be considered a qualified telepathist. Gentle and reasonable. These are the 2 most important words, Audrey concluded in her heart. She flipped through Roselle's diary once again to avoid any irrationality. As expected of a telepathist, he has long recognized that Miss Magicians is one of the 2 people I recommended. Klein smiled noncommittally. "What do you wish to exchange those 3 diary pages for?" He asked this question with considerable confidence. After obtaining the Book of Secrets, his greatest shortcoming in the field of mysticism had been made up for. As for the mysteries of the other deities and the knowledge of sequences, he had grasped quite a bit. Any one of them was enough to deal with Miss Justice. "Even if I don't mention the psychiatrist formula, we're still good friends?" Klein lampooned in his heart. Audrey had long thought of this question. After a second of being reserved, she said, "Mr. Fool, I would like to ask you a question." "Mr. Fool, I would like to ask you a question. Why do you say that the cards of blasphemy hide the secrets of a deity?" "Good question." Klein chuckled inwardly. With a look that said, "I'm giving you a look and you'll figure it out yourself," he said in a low and calm voice. "Sequence 0, Dark Emperor." "Sequence 0? There's even a sequence 0? Above sequence 1 is sequence 0? This is the sequence that represents the deities? The Dark Emperor is a deity?" A series of questions suddenly emerged in Audrey's mind. This surprised and delighted her, as well as satisfying and shocking her. Restraining the agitation and unconcealable excitement in her heart, she took a deep breath and conjured the 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Klein held it in his hand and quickly glanced at it, confirming that it wasn't one of the ones he had seen before. February 23, 1143. I've been transmigrating to this world for more than a week. I have to write something and talk about certain things. Otherwise, I feel like I'll go crazy. I'm sure no one will be able to decipher it if I write it in simplified Chinese. This world is filled with alphabets. I'm now Roselle Gustav, but I'll never forget my real name. Huang Tao. I'm not sure how I transmigrated either. I thought about it seriously for a long time before I remembered that a few days before I transmigrated, I bought a very mysterious silver token. It was engraved with some strange symbols and patterns. It was very interesting. However, after transmigrating here, it didn't appear again. It's not my cheat. Yes, this is a world similar to ancient Europe. After the Renaissance, cannons and guns have appeared, but they're all rather crude and primitive. And I, Huang Tao Roselle Gustav, as an online novel enthusiast, used to be very fond of transmigration technology. I've learned a lot of useful things and specially read up on the corresponding knowledge. This is the stage for me to show off my abilities. But, I realized that my memory is F***king bad. I've almost forgotten everything. The heavens allowed me to transmigrate, but they didn't give me an excellent memory, a system, or a two-way door. How am I supposed to survive then? Alright, I'll start with some details first. When I have money, I'll hire a bunch of craftsmen, inventors, and scientists to help. I'll only be responsible for providing ideas. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of anticipation for the future. However, I still miss my old man and mom a little. Moreover, the entertainment in this world is too monotonous. The maids aren't very good looking, and they smell like the countryside from head to toe. It makes my expectations of going to school at night go bankrupt. I haven't finished chasing after Lingeo's 500 trash, and I still have a lot of TikTok girls waiting to be refreshed. My Glory and PUBG are waiting for me. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little melancholic. As Klein read, he almost frowned. He had originally deduced that Roselle had transmigrated 3 to 5 years earlier than him from the Pirate King and 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but now he realized that the gap between their transmigrations was less than a year. But why was there a gap of nearly 200 years here? Klein thought about it seriously for a while and made all sorts of conjectures in his heart. However, due to the lack of sufficient conditions, he could only temporarily attribute the matter to the difference in the flow of time between this world and Earth. My transmigration with Roselle was less than a year apart, but here, it has been stretched to nearly 200 years. That is to say, even if I spend 200 years to find a way back, I won't miss my parents. At most, I'll be missing for a year. Klein made a reverse inference, and his mood improved a lot. He suddenly felt a little smug. Of course, he knew very well that this inference was not rigorous, because there was only one initial condition, and it could not be determined at the moment. What if Roselle transmigrated after me? That might involve the so-called space-time turbulence. When that time comes, there's no guarantee that I can return to the appropriate node. Klein poured a bucket of cold water on his suddenly inflated emotions. Roselle's first diary entry was the product of a long time, and it took up more than 2 pages. Klein flipped to the end and read the remaining 2 entries. February 25th, what a boring world. There aren't even newspapers, and there are pitifully few novels. I feel that I need to do something about helping the poor in the cultural aspect, but the prerequisite for this is that I have to get some money, and I have to recall the improved papermaking and printing techniques. As a transmigrator, I can only rely on the pocket money given by my cheap father and mother to make a living. I can only occasionally see 1 or 2 shiny falcon coins. What a sad story. However, hunting is quite interesting. February 28th, this world might be a little different from what I know. Today, I got lost in the forest because I was hunting, and I ended up witnessing an unimaginable battle. Among them, the man who was surrounded had extra eyes on his face, a total of 4. And they emitted a dark green light from within. This is F***king illogical. Is this a humanoid monster? This is actually a fantasy world, right? The monster's opponent was even more powerful. He summoned a pillar of light burning with golden flames. Yes, it should be summoned. Fortunately, they didn't discover me. After killing that monster, they left with its corpse. I, Huang Tao, am indeed the main character. I've only transmigrated for a few days and I've already discovered the truth about this world. Maybe they can recognize the mysterious symbols and patterns on the silver plate. Of course, I won't ask them. I want to become like them and decipher it myself. There's another reason why I said that. I don't *King remember what the rune-like pattern looked like. I can only vaguely remember it. Was he really the main character? Great Emperor, did you pour your Chunibu soul into the diary? Klein couldn't help but complain. He was very interested in the silver plate that seemed to be the reason for Roselle's transmigration. He really wanted to know what the symbols and patterns on it looked like. If I can really rely on this world's mysticism knowledge to decipher it, then transmigration might not be a coincidence. Klein put down the diary and rapped the desk, removing the shielding measures that the hanging man and the magicians enjoyed. You guys can trade among yourselves. Klein leaned back in his chair and said with a smile. Furs quietly took a deep breath and said, that's right. I would like to purchase a spirit eater's stomach pouch and 20 milliliters of deep sea marlin's blood. I will pay in gold pounds. I have 430 pounds left, I can afford one. She encouraged herself silently. As for where the money for the remaining item would come from, she had no idea for the time being. This is one of the main reasons that prevents many Beyonders from advancing. Humans really shouldn't attempt to spend beyond their means. If it wasn't for the sake of completely escaping the influence of the full moon's ravings and becoming a trick master, I wouldn't even consider advancing after obtaining a relatively rich set of Beyonder means. I wouldn't even come into contact with this circle. I'll write books, save up money, drink tea, and go shopping with Zio. After she's done with that matter, I'll travel to different places in the northern and southern continents. I won't be afraid of danger or accidents, and I'll enjoy life. Furza's thoughts suddenly wandered. Just as she thought that no one would respond, the hanging man Alger said in a deep voice, I saw the blood of deep sea marlin at the pirate gathering. I saw the blood of a deep sea marlin at the gathering of the great pirates, but unfortunately, you've already missed it. You should have told me earlier. No, I was wrong. You hadn't joined the tarot club back then. Then what's the point of saying this? Are you flaunting your seniority? Furs secretly curled her lips and asked in all seriousness, Mr. the Hanging Man, please help me keep an eye out. Mr. Hanged Man, please help me keep an eye out. Prices ranging from 300 to 400 pounds are acceptable. Alger scoffed. The sea is wider than the land. Pirates might not even meet each other once in half a year. Even in the various archipelago capitals where they dispose of their loot, there won't be any Beyonder ingredients gathering. Only large cities like Bakeland, Trier, St. Millem, and Fainapotter can attract a large number of ingredients. From your accent, you should be from Bakeland, or should I say that you've been residing in Bakeland for many years? Do you mean that I still have to rely on myself? Furs almost looked up at the towering dome. At this moment, son Derek said, I know the approximate range of activity of a few spirit eaters. But I don't need the gold pounds you're talking about. I know the approximate range of activity of a few spirit eaters. Magician's Furs faked a smile. Then what do you want? The formula for the High Priest Sun Potion. Audrey answered inwardly. Derek thought seriously for a moment and said, that's right. The formula for the High Priest Sun Potion. This is a sequence 7 formula, right? I've heard of it, but the formula for this sequence costs at least 750 pounds. If you meet someone in a hurry, it can even be sold for more than 1,000 pounds. As for the stomach pouch of a spirit eater and the blood of a deep sea marlin, each of them doesn't exceed 400 pounds. Most of the time, it's only worth 300 pounds. Do you understand what I mean? Furs tried to make Sun understand that this was not an equivalent transaction. Derek answered without hesitation, that's right. I can give you 2 or 3 spirit eater stomach pouches. As for the additional deep sea marlin, he did not even consider it. He had never even seen the sea before. What can I do with so many spirit eater stomachs? Grill or fry? If I were to sell them, I don't know when I'll be able to sell them. Most importantly, I can't afford the High Priest Sun formula now. Furs squeezed out a smile. I'll try to gather them. She recalled the masked believer of the eternal blazing sun who was good at purification at Mr. A's gathering. She recalled the ring of light and believed that she could obtain clues to the high priest's sun potion formula there. But I don't have enough money. Magician's first thought for a moment, touched her face, looked around, and asked with abnormal sincerity, "Everyone, do you have any good ways to earn money?" Just as she finished her sentence, she realized that everyone had fallen silent. The silence was the silent palace and the silent gray fog. From the looks of it, everyone is troubled by this problem, and Mr. Fool doesn't need money. Furs wisely shut her mouth. Isn't the best way to earn money to own pastures, mines, fields, factories, shares, and so on? You can also go to the kingdom's bounty posters and complete them according to the price and what you can afford. Audrey knew that she had no real experience in making money, so she could only respond jokingly in her mind. Learn more about the bicycle project. Klein resisted the urge to control the world to speak. This would expose his real identity. After waiting for a few seconds, he maintained his unfathomable posture and made the world say in a deep and hoarse voice, "Help me pay attention to the mutated pituitary gland and blood of the thousand-faced hunter, as well as the characteristics of the human-skinned shadow and the hair of the deep-sea naga." Although Klein only had 589 pounds left, he had the werewolf beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. Furthermore, he was considering finding an opportunity to make the former into a mystical item and sell one of them. This way, the cost of a sequence 6 Beyonder ingredient was more than enough, therefore, he planned on getting the tarot members to keep an eye out in advance to avoid missing it. All right. Sun was the first to answer, but he didn't make any promises. Compared to spirit eaters, the human-skinned shadow and thousand-faced hunter weren't monsters that were easy to encounter. Thousand-faced hunter? I think I've seen its fossil, Audrey replied in thought. Oh, I'll confirm it when I get back. That fossil is in the Duke of Negan's vault. If it's already a fossil, perhaps the Beyonder characteristic has long been taken away. Klein controlled the world and nodded in a noncommittal manner. After a moment of silence, the hanging man Alger said, "Help me keep an eye out for someone. He's related to the disappearance of the colonial slaves that was previously mentioned. He calls himself Baron, and his skin is brownish red. He has obvious southern continent characteristics, but someone has occasionally heard him speak with a Bakeland accent. His third tooth on the left is missing, but it's very likely that it's been replaced. In addition, there's nothing special about his looks, and his height is rather ordinary. If you can find traces of him, the reward won't be a problem. At least 100 pounds, or an item of equivalent value. Just based on such a description, it's impossible to complete a divination, much less find someone." The fool Klein looked around and said, "Let's talk freely. Let's talk freely." After the tarot gathering ended, Sun returned to the real world and found himself in the dark and narrow room again. He sat cautiously for a few seconds, and when he didn't discover any abnormal changes, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Recalling that Mr. the Hanging Man had asked him to get more information from the former exploration team captain, Derek came to the corresponding metal wall, bent his finger, and knocked on it. Knock. Knock, he completed the secret signal, but there was no response from the other side for a long time. Has he fallen asleep? Or has he been taken to the 6-member council? Derek looked at the dull metal wall and thought in puzzlement. At this moment, an old and ethereal voice suddenly sounded from the bed behind him. "Are you looking for me?" The moment the voice entered his ears, Derek froze. His skin tightened as his hair stood on end. Why is he behind me? Why is he in my room? Where's the seal? What about the mystical item's effects? Derek's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he subconsciously turned his head to look. However, his instincts prevented him from doing so. This was fueled by the teachings of the City of Silver's general knowledge of monsters class and the strange scenes he had experienced after joining the patrol team. When someone is talking behind you, don't be in a hurry to turn around. Derek raised his hands and clenched them into fists in front of his chest. Then, while on high alert, he slowly turned his body bit by bit. The room was dark, making it impossible to see anything. However, in Derek's eyes, a golden glow expanded, turning into 2 miniature suns. With the help of the light suppliant's powers, he saw a black shadow sitting quietly on the edge of his bed. The black shadow quickly became clear, revealing a head that had been split vertically. In the middle of the head, two grayish-white brains squirmed as if they were alive. They wanted to approach each other, but they were powerless to do so. On the surface of the brain, sticky liquid drooped down into thin threads, but they were shrinking upwards like maggots. The eyes on each side were very far apart, and the bridge of the nose was split in the middle. The color of blood was bright. The left half of the mouth was open, but the right half was tightly shut. This terrifying monster was naked, and there were dark red wounds all over its body. The innumerable wounds split open, revealing rows of white teeth. They said the same sentence at the same time. "Are you looking for me?" It paused, and the corners of its mouth and the edges of its wounds curled up. "Look, don't I look very normal?" Derek's pupils constricted. Without any thought, he raised his hands that were clenched into fists in front of his chest and placed them under his chin, as if he was praying. The narrow room suddenly became bright. A pure beam of light that was wrapped in flames fell from the roof and hit the monster's body. This beam of light wasn't as dazzling as when Derek used it outside the spire. Due to the seal here, the mystical item here isolated the inside from the outside. But at this moment, Derek was surprised to see the holy beam of light he had prayed for suddenly thicken. It was so bright that he couldn't help but close his eyes. Vaguely, something even purer and thicker separated from the magnificent beam of light. It was like a man of light without any facial features or clothes. The man of light suddenly flickered and pounced on the monster. All the monster's mouths immediately opened, as if it was letting out a shrill scream. However, Derek didn't hear anything. The monster trembled violently and quickly disintegrated under the burning and illumination of the figure of light, melting and disappearing. It was a man with black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, a thin face, and a crystal monocle. The shadow had black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face. It wore a crystal monocle. Just as he appeared, the man of light exploded. Derek's eyes were filled with white light. By the time he regained his vision, he realized that he was outside the room at some point in time. He was in the corridor that was inlaid with metal lamps, illuminated by the dim yellow light. He turned his head in a daze and looked into the room. He saw the back of a tall and muscular figure wearing dark-colored trousers and a brown coat. In front of the figure, on Derek's bed, spots of light that resembled the first rays of dawn quickly condensed onto a white leg bone, turning it into a sharp, pure white sword. Next to the sword, there was a translucent little worm lying quietly. It was only the length of a thumb, and it was as slender as a child's pinky. The rings that were completely transparent separated it into many segments. Derek glanced at it and didn't count the rings in detail. He only vaguely felt that there were about 10. The tall figure with its back facing him reached out to pick up the strange translucent worm. As it turned around, it sighed. Almost, at this moment, Derek finally saw the tall figure's front. His hair was white, and it looked rather messy due to lack of care. His wrinkles were rather deep, but there were no wrinkles at the corners of his eyes or on his forehead. There were old scars that were either deep or twisted on his cheeks. He wore a linen-colored shirt inside, and there was a belt around his waist that was divided into many compartments. His light blue eyes were deep and filled with the vicissitudes of life. His entire person was like a book filled with stories. Derek was first taken aback before he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, as though he had just escaped from danger. "Your Excellency." Standing in front of him was the chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council, the powerful demon hunter Colin Iliad, who was more than 100 years old. Colin nodded slightly. "We always knew that there was something wrong with him, but in order to figure out the goal of that person named Amon and what was so strange about him, we deliberately didn't eliminate him directly. Instead, we locked him at the bottom of the spire and sealed him under the influence of a mystical item. We also often let Beyonders who only showed signs of losing control live next door to him and talk to him to see if they could induce some abnormal changes in him so as to obtain what we want to know. Unfortunately, up until today, he was very normal. But, too normal. Why do you think he suddenly mutated and suddenly attempted to penetrate the seal? How do you feel different from the others? So it was deliberately arranged for me to live next to the former captain of the exploratory team." Derek fell silent for a few seconds in enlightenment. "Perhaps it's because my Beyonder pathway is different from others." Sequence 9 Bard, Sequence 8 Light Suppliant. In other words, the Sun Pathway. If Mr. the Hanging Man is right, and the Amon family is a descendant of the ancient sun god, then it's very normal for me to cause him to mutate. Derek felt that he had grasped a certain truth. Colin's expression didn't change after he finished listening. He sized up Derek for a few seconds and said, "We were monitoring him. The members of the 6-member council took turns to be in charge, but we never expected him to suddenly mutate without any warning. Furthermore, his actions were very decisive and resolute." "What did you do in the room just now?" Derek was thinking about the relationship between the sun pathway and the ancient sun god's descendants, so he was momentarily at a loss as to what the chief was asking. By the time he understood, his mind was still a little numb as he seriously recalled what he had just done. "I didn't do anything. All I did was knock on the partition wall in an attempt to communicate with him. Before this, I was participating in a tarot gathering." "A tarot gathering?" Derek was suddenly taken aback. He felt that things probably weren't as simple as he had imagined. He knew that he definitely couldn't tell the chief what he was thinking, but he didn't know what expression he should make. All he could do was maintain his usual lonely and reserved silence. After some thought, he said, "I knocked on that wall 3 times. Before that, the candles in my room were extinguished, and it was completely dark. I attempted to practice some of my Beyonder powers." Colin quietly looked into Derek's eyes and said after more than 10 seconds, "Unfortunately, what Amon left in his soul wasn't his main body. It's a pity that what Amon left in his soul wasn't his real body, and things happened too suddenly, so we didn't get the result we wanted the most. Before he mutated, did you notice anything unusual?" "No." Derek shook his head with certainty. 2 complex, dark green symbols suddenly appeared in Colin's eyes, and Derek's figure was reflected in between them. After nearly 10 seconds of silence, the City of Silver's chief closed his eyes and said, "Your condition has stabilized. There's no need for further treatment. You can return." Derek was taken aback. "All right." He watched demon hunter Colin Iliad turn around and enter the room. He picked up the sharp, pure white sword and turned it over and over again to examine it. He quietly took a deep breath, walked along the corridor, and walked towards the exit. On the way, he met the keepers who were rushing over. He slowly walked home and closed the door. After carefully observing his surroundings, he sat on the edge of the bed and chanted softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." "I've just experienced something terrifying." Derek recounted everything that had happened and mentioned his 2 guesses. After doing all of this, he felt a lot more at ease. As the tension receded, he felt a strong sense of exhaustion, so he lay down and quickly fell asleep. In the quiet and dim room, bolts of lightning illuminated everything from time to time, and from time to time, it would disappear into the night. The sleeping Derek's right index finger suddenly flicked on its own as it leisurely tapped the bed. Once, twice, thrice, after the tarot gathering ended, due to the large expenditure of his spirituality, Klein didn't divine the werewolf Beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. He directly returned to the real world and took an afternoon nap. He woke up 20 minutes later and opened the curtains, allowing the light that penetrated the mist to bring a certain amount of light to the room. Sitting on the chair in front of the desk, Klein calmed himself down and thought about what he needed to do in the near future. The most important thing is to continue summarizing the magician's code of conduct and make adjustments according to the subtle feedback from my spirituality. Although there aren't any problems with the code of conduct such as don't perform unprepared, need a stage to perform, and be good at using a method to divert the attention of others to complete a performance, as long as I perform again and again and adjust myself bit by bit, I'll sooner or later digest the potion to the point where I can advance. However, this kind of acting isn't sufficient. I still lack some important rules. It will slow down the digestion process and make it incomplete. It might take a year, or even 2 or 3 years to advance. As for Xianxia, he won't stay where he is and wait for me. Only by becoming a high-sequence Beyonder as soon as possible will I have the right to seek revenge. Therefore, figuring out the other magician's code of conduct is the most important thing in the future. I'll first verify if the audience's applause will stir my spirituality, allowing me to better digest the potion. A male voice? Mr. the Hanging Man, or Little Sun? Klein looked at the gloomy sky outside the window, got up, and entered the bathroom next door. He locked the door, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the gray fog. In that mysterious space, a majestic and ancient palace stood quietly. The illusory male voice stacked on top of each other and reverberated continuously. Klein glanced at it and confirmed that the prayer was from Little Sunday. As he sat in the fool's seat, he stretched out his right hand, emanated his spirituality, and touched the corresponding crimson star. Suddenly, the prayer became clear and distinct. Klein quickly understood what Sun was talking about. The former captain of the exploratory team next door, who had seen Amon, had suddenly lost control and had strangely passed through the seal to come to his room. Thankfully, the City of Silver had taken this matter seriously and had always been on guard. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a tragedy. Sun believed that the other party's loss of control wasn't without reason. He guessed 2 possibilities. First, his beyonder pathway matched the needs of the ancient Sun's descendants. Second, the other party might have sensed the tarot gathering and sensed that Mr. Fool was secretly roping in people. If it was the former, he wouldn't have waited until today to lose control at the end of the tarot gathering. It's most likely the latter reason. Man, this is the first time I've met someone who can sense the gray fog. That Amon is very terrifying. It's no wonder their family was known as blasphemers in the 4th epic. Even their surname itself is taboo. Klein subconsciously looked at the corresponding prayer scene conjured by the crimson star. He carefully observed the blurry image of Little Sun to see if there was anything abnormal about him. Klein believed that Amon wouldn't be eliminated so easily. Even if it was as the City of Silver's chief had said, that he wasn't the main body, it was impossible, unless he didn't expect the powerhouses of the City of Silver to be monitoring him with the help of a mystical item. But is that possible? When he decided to let the former captain of the exploratory team lose control and secretly pass through the seal, he must have already had a plan. Amidst his thoughts, Klein's gaze froze as he looked at the prayer scene. There was a transparent, illusory figure wrapped around the blurry Sun. He had hands and feet, but like a python, he twisted around Sun and propped his head behind Sun. In the hazy image, he was wearing a black classic robe, a pointy hat of the same color, and a crystal monocle on his face. Sun was completely unaware of all this. Klein almost sucked in a breath of cold air. He was frightened by his opponent's strange methods. He vaguely understood the other party's goal. By residing in Sun's spirit body and waiting for the next tarot gathering, he would sneak above the gray fog without anyone noticing, just like a virus or a Trojan horse. When that happens, my control over this mysterious space might be taken away. What a blasphemer. Thankfully, Little Sun is rather simple and direct. He immediately reported the matter to me, and through the corresponding crimson star, with the help of the power above the gray fog, I was able to discover his strange state. Klein took a deep breath and tried hard to calm himself down. At this moment, he had to respond. Either he quickly thought of a way to remove Amon from Sun's body, or he could temporarily exclude Sun from the tarot gathering. Examining himself, from the beyonder powers of magicians, clown, and seer to Aztec's copper whistle, the Dark Emperor card, the all-black eye, the brooch of the sun, the biological poison bottle, and other items, Klein couldn't find a way to deal with Amon. The other party's sequence is definitely above 4, and his means are sufficiently strange. To be able to hide from the mystical items and powerful demon hunters that are the foundation of the City of Silver's existence, it's definitely not something ordinary items or powers can remove. After thinking for a moment and looking around, Klein realized that only the gray fog and this mysterious space had a chance of dealing with Amon. I have to think of a way to pry open its power. The previous sacrificial and bestowment ritual is a good example. With this train of thought, Klein cast his gaze at the Book of Secrets. This mysticism book originated from the ancient shaman king, Klarman. It recorded many mysterious rituals to seek help from the primordial moon. And Klein, who had previously browsed through it, vaguely remembered that a few of them were suitable for such a scenario. Of course, after changing the direction to the Fool, it's unknown what other changes I need to make, and whether it will be effective. I can only try it as a last resort. Klein flipped through the book, and his gaze stopped on a ritual. Blood Moon Sacrifice. This ritualistic magic was clearly different from the simple ones that Klein had learned in the past. It used the elements of a secret deed. The process was to first use a material rich in spirituality, preferably the blood of a beyonder, to write the honorific name of the secret deed's target on an animal's leather. The corresponding symbols and magic labels would also be drawn. If necessary, specific times, locations, and environments also needed to be considered. After completing this step, the ritual host would set up the altar, pick up the leather, and constantly chant the honorific name. He would then let his spirituality spread into the leather and gradually spread it out, allowing the corresponding great existence's secret existence to form a connection and obtain the corresponding spiritual experience or a certain amount of help. The final outcome of this ritual was unknown. It all depended on what the great existence's secret existence gave. Or rather, depending on the person's characteristics, the knowledge and power that could be obtained through the secret connection would also be different. This relatively vague and subjective ritual gave Klein the space to manipulate it. If he were to assume the stance of forcefully eliminating Amon from the beginning, the other party would definitely resist and create a dangerous accident. If the secret deed's target is something like the true creator or the hidden sage, it's normal for them to go mad after the ritual ends. Klein muttered as he conjured a pen and paper and began to modify the blood moon sacrifice to turn it into a secret deed ritual that belonged to the fool. First, he had to replace the honorific name with the 3 sentences of the King of Yellow and Black. Second, he had to change the symbol to the one behind the fool's seat, a unique symbol formed from the pupilless eye, which symbolized secrecy, and the contorted lines, which symbolized change. Third, he had to design the corresponding magic label based on the symbol and mysticism knowledge. This was the most difficult step. If he made a mistake, the entire ritual would undergo unpredictable changes. Finally, he had to modify the altar's layout to make it closer to the fool and the King of Yellow and Black. After busying himself for a while, Klein had a new secret deed ritual, one that he didn't know if it would produce any effects. He carefully checked it several times, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he spread his spirituality and replied, "Little son," in a deep voice. "I got it. I have something for you to do. Test if this ritual works." Derek suddenly woke up from his dreamless slumber. In front of him was a boundless gray fog, and in front of him was the lofty fool. His ears were reverberating with illusory and lofty words. He knew that Mr. Fool would occasionally let the members of the tarot gathering do some small experiments, as if to verify something. He didn't find it strange, so he sat up with great motivation and found the monster leather, strange herbs, and other items. As for the materials that were rich in spirituality described in the ritual, Derek didn't waste time going to the steeple or the underground market to buy them. He directly picked up the axe of Hurricane and cut a wound on his arm. He silently used his own blood as ink to write the honorific name of the fool and the corresponding symbols and magic labels on the bumpy monster leather. After a while, he put down the blood-stained quill and saw many mysterious symbols on the leather. The color was bright red, and it had an indescribable demonic aura. After treating the wound on his arm, Derek, whose face had turned pale, quickly set up a simple altar. He picked up the leather with the blood-red words and all sorts of shocking symbols and held it tightly in his palm. He looked at the flickering candle flame in front of him, closed his eyes, lowered his head, and constantly chanted the honorific name of the ritual's target. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck. Derek's spirituality slowly flowed out and entered the leather. The Jotun words and magic labels on it quickly lit up, turning a frightening bright red. At this moment, he, who had already entered a state of cogitation, felt his spirit scatter bit by bit as he floated to an infinite height, making contact with the grayish-white fog and the great hidden existence. Above the gray fog, in the towering palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein, who discovered that Sun hadn't delayed and had directly prepared for the ritual, was waiting here. Suddenly, he felt the entire mysterious space tremble gently. The still grayish-white fog began to flow clearly, the crimson star corresponding to Sun shone brightly, emitting an illusory light that resembled a tidal wave. The countless rays of light condensed into a blurry figure of Sunday. He was in a praying posture with his eyes closed and his head lowered. He was waiting for a tiny bit of agreement with the great existence to obtain a wonderful spiritual experience. On his body, the transparent figure was still tightly wrapped around him like a python, but his head had already been raised and was looking up. The crystal monocle was flashing slightly. He's searching for a subtle and hidden connection. He should be able to recognize that this is a secret deed ritual, but he didn't do anything to stop it. Is he trying to find a connection? This realization suddenly flashed through Klein's mind as he felt the grayish-white fog and the mysterious space above it ripple with power. However, Klein was temporarily unable to combine these powers with his own spirituality to form a beyonder effect that could expel evil spirits, unless there was another corresponding ritual. Obviously, this was impossible. He couldn't split his attention between two rituals, a ritual that was being held at the same time. Perhaps I can use it as a bridge. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, his right hand had already grabbed the dark gold brooch in the shape of a sunbird. At the same time, he used his spirituality as a vortex, sucking in the power that had been stirred in the mysterious space and directing it towards the sun brooch like a tidal wave. The tremors above the gray fog became obvious. Specks of pure light crisscrossed and swept towards Klein, fusing with his spirituality. The dark gold brooch of the sun bird immediately emitted a dazzling glow. It grew brighter and thicker, instantly condensing droplets of translucent golden liquid. The liquid quickly fused together, turning into a figure that was as tall as Klein. It was a golden figure, a holy figure. It's possible. A higher level of power allows the created holy sun water to be closer to a divine bestowment. Klein was delighted as he cast his gaze back at the crimson star that symbolized sun, at the figure that was waiting to fuse with the great existence. As for the golden holy sun water condensing into a holy figure, it wasn't a result of the mutation of the sun brooch, but a subconscious thought that came to Klein. At this stage, he could already make the golden figure step forward and, through the illusory crimson star, merge with the tiny sun in the secret deed ritual, expel the evil spirit hidden in his body, and give him a certain amount of knowledge and a wonderful spiritual experience. However, at this moment, Klein didn't have much confidence. The power stirred in the mysterious space above the gray fog was clearly of a higher level than his spirituality, making it impossible for him to control it smoothly. The power of the golden figure that was formed was mixed, chaotic, and uncoordinated. If he were to use it in such a manner, the effects would at most be 10% of what he expected. As for Amon, who was suspected to be a descendant of the ancient sun god, born in a family of blasphemers in the Fourth Epic's Tudor Empire, even if it wasn't his true body, he had successfully fooled the high-sequence demon hunters and the powerful mystical items that maintained the existence of the City of Silver. Klein really didn't have the confidence to rely on just 10% of the effects. His initial plan was only to give it a try. If it really didn't work, he would temporarily block Little Sun and wait until he found a better solution before reconnecting. However, at this point, Klein naturally wanted to do his best and strive for success. After pretending to be the fool who's close to a deity for so long, I'm still a little proud and want some face. He gave a self-deprecating remark and prepared to find a way to increase the golden figure's exorcism effects at the last moment. Of course, he could only waste a few seconds. Otherwise, the ceremony would be over. Klein's eyes swept over the items on the long bronze table again. He only thought of words like high level and high status. Based on the spiritual intuition of a seer, his gaze stopped on an item. Card of Blasphemy, Dark Emperor card. Of all the items in Klein's possession, it was the only one that matched the words high level and high class. As for Aztec's copper whistle, Klein clearly remembered that it had been completely suppressed back when he faced the evil god Spawn at the Blackthorn Security Company. However, the Dark Emperor card's high level and high class are the knowledge contained within. That's not right. After the holder advances to a high sequence Beyonder, it can also produce a subtle reaction with the Beyonder ingredients it needs. Furthermore, it also has anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics. In other words, its level isn't low. I don't need to use it in battle. As long as I can use its high class to suppress the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, I can reduce the golden figure's chaotic and unnatural state to the minimum. Klein quickly had an idea as he reached out to grab the Dark Emperor card whose back was facing up. At this moment, he saw a scene from the corner of his eye that alarmed him. Inside the figure of sun outlined by the illusory light of the crimson star, a palm that was so shriveled that it was only left with skin and bones suddenly reached forward. It slowly but firmly grabbed at the border of the crimson star, giving off the feeling that it was penetrating reality and entering a spiritual domain. That Amon was attempting to use the connection to open up the boundary and reach his hand above the gray fog. Whoosh! For the first time, the boundless grayish-white fog showed signs of chaos. The flow from before seemed to converge into waves and a strong wind. Klein's pupils constricted. Without any hesitation, he picked up the Dark Emperor card. The moment this item entered his hand, he immediately felt his spirituality no longer succumb to the power of the mysterious space that was being pried open. Suddenly, the golden figure became abnormally tall, and pairs of pitch-black wings sprouted from its back. There were a total of 12 pairs, and on each pair of wings were feathers that were engraved with many mysterious symbols. The gold and black formed a sharp contrast. Under Klein's control, the gigantic figure spread its wings and covered the vast dome of the towering palace. Without a sound, the holy and depraved, bright and dark figure flashed out, overlapping with the tiny sun formed by the crimson star. Light and shadow intertwined as strong winds blew in all directions. The palm that was shriveled to the point of being devoid of flesh and blood, with only skin and bones left, couldn't help but shrink backward, but it was determined not to retreat. It was like a person who had fallen off a cliff, reaching out to grab onto a protrusion that could save him. It refused to let go even in death. Whoosh! Amidst the illusory and chaotic sound, light and darkness completely erupted. The shriveled palm finally lost its support and fell backward, constantly disintegrating and disappearing. After a few seconds, the grayish-white fog and the mysterious space above it completely regained its calm, as though no one had set foot in it for thousands of years. Klein focused his gaze again. Little Sun's blurry figure was no longer entangled by the distorted, illusory figure. Phew! He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, he conjured a comparison scene and threw it at Little Sun's figure that was outlined by the crimson light, allowing him to comprehend it himself. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek felt that he was both awake and in a trance at the same time. He seemed to see figures of indescribable shapes, different colors of light that contained infinite knowledge, and a majestic and tall golden figure that looked down on everything. This figure stood beside Mr. Fool in the thick gray fog, with 12 pairs of huge, mysterious, pitch-black wings on his back. Unknowingly, Derek felt that he had come into contact with the figure that contrasted gold and black. Not only did his body and mind become warm and pure, but he also seemed to understand what sunlight was. Furthermore, he had directly figured out how to create holy water and how to expel evil spirits. There were also some scenes that he could not understand, such as the towering, hidden pyramid-shaped mausoleum. That magical spiritual experience intoxicated him. It was as if he had returned to his most carefree childhood and entered the land where the sun shone in his imagination. He only came back to his senses when everything disappeared and the simple furniture in the room came into view. Is this the secret deed ritual mentioned in the textbooks? For more than 2,000 years, no one in the City of Silver has succeeded. No one has come into contact with a great existence. At that moment, Derek's gloominess and loneliness lessened significantly. A sincere smile appeared on his face. Mr. Fool's so-called experiment is to confirm if our City of Silver's environment can complete the secret deed ritual? That much knowledge and wonderful feeling is the reward he gave me? Derek lowered his head once again and said with abnormal respect, I'm not sure. Thank you, Mr. Fool. At that moment, a grayish-white fog suddenly emanated in front of him. In the middle of the fog was a high chair, and it was the Fool who was sitting leisurely. Right on the heels of that, Derek saw himself, who was covered by a transparent, illusory figure. The figure was wearing a black classic robe and a pointy hat of the same color. A crystal monocle hung on his face, and it was wrapped around his body like a python. That Amon didn't die. He escaped the attention of the mystical item and the chief, and he parasitized into my spirit body. Derek's eyes suddenly widened as he saw his present self, the one who was no longer being wrapped around by Amon. Mr. Fool discovered me and finished me off? Son Derek's heart returned to its original position. His forehead was covered in cold sweat from the lingering fear, and his face instinctively revealed a look of reverence. He subconsciously said according to the words described in his mythology class, Praise be to you, great Mr. Fool. In the deep darkness of an unknown location, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. It was a plain filled with ravines, and a greenish-black cyclops was wandering around aimlessly. His eyes were lifeless, and there were signs of rotting pus all over his face. His body emanated a grayish-yellow gas that interweaved into clouds in midair. And beneath his feet, in the deepest ravine of the plain, a figure was standing at the edge, looking down. With the help of the lightning, a thick and wide grayish-white building could be vaguely seen at the bottom of the ravine. The figure was wearing a black classic robe and a pointy hat of the same color. He had black curly hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and thin cheeks. He was identical to the phantom Derek Berg had seen before. He raised his hand to pinch the crystal monocle, turned his head to the left, and looked into the distance. As expected, he suddenly whispered in ancient Fasak. After a pause, the figure's lips curled into a smile as he said a word, "The fool." Before he finished his sentence, he had already jumped into the ravine in front of him. At that moment, the lightning subsided for a second, and darkness completely enveloped the world. After resolving the fatal danger, Klein returned to the real world, and he once again felt the urgency to advance his sequence. The Amon that I eliminated wasn't his true body. If he's really interested in the mysterious space above the gray fog, it won't take long for him to return to the City of Silver. When that happens, I wonder if the 2 legendary mystical items and the 3 demon hunters will be able to stop him. His avatar is already so strange and terrifying, so it's obvious what his true body is like. Therefore, I have to quickly summarize the other magicians' principles and better grasp the mysterious space above the gray fog through digestion and advancement. Perhaps I can make use of the Shepherd Elder in the City of Silver. If she's really corrupted by the true creator. How should I summarize the rest of the magician's code of conduct? As Klein casually flipped through the newspapers he had long read, he pondered over a problem that was of utmost importance to him. He had previously considered one point, and that was the difference between having or not having the audience's cheers. But just this alone didn't seem to be enough. With this thought in mind, Klein's thoughts quickly wandered, and for some baffling reason, he thought of something. When I was still at the seer stage, being recognized by others and being praised as a true fortune-teller made me feel like the potion was digested faster. After concluding the seer's code of conduct, I began to believe that there was no direct connection. The opinions and feedback of others were only a performance and not a substance. If I acted well enough, I would naturally be recognized, and it would naturally speed up my digestion. That is to say, I had always believed that the 2 were different manifestations of the same gain, and not a causal relationship. But now, there's the option of having the audience's cheers. If it can really help me digest the potion, does it mean that some acting really requires feedback? The opinions of others can also subtly affect the speed at which I digest the potion. Well, by extension, could it be that the 7 Orthodox deities established the churches, spread their faith, and nurtured believers also have such a factor? What a blasphemous thought. I'm indeed not a person who worships deities from the bottom of my heart. I will praise them, but I won't blindly believe them. Klein quickly adjusted his train of thought and found another entry point. He repeatedly compared the subtle differences between seer, clown, and magicians, and gradually came up with an idea. In comparison, does the magicians, who need to perform, have the meaning of taking the initiative to find an opportunity to perform, and not being passive like the seer and clown? From the perspective of fate, this is quite in line. From the seer's reverence of fate to the clown's need to maintain a smile despite being teased by fate, to the magician's taking the initiative to challenge fate, even if it's to obtain a false outcome and obtain the audience's cheers by deceiving them, Klein nodded indiscernibly. He planned on attempting to take the initiative to perform. Where should I start? It has to be something that's relatively less dangerous. I can consider the matter of the vampire named Emlyn White being imprisoned by Father Utrevsky. However, the premise is that I have to confirm that these non-humans are always law-abiding. At most, they're a little thieving. Where do Emlyn's companions live south of the bridge? I can't really remember. I'll have to do some divination later. I can also confirm the level of danger. Thinking of this, Klein put down the newspaper, got up, and went upstairs. It had to be said that it wasn't his personality to take the initiative to get involved in something that had almost nothing to do with him without any other motive. But in order to act, he could only force himself. My situation was relatively simple. What would an iron-willed straight man do if he were to play the role of a witch or a witch of pleasure? It's no wonder the City of Silver emphasizes that you're only acting. Klein suddenly understood the warning. In a dark room at the top of the spire in the City of Silver, the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad, was standing in front of the window, staring at the City of Silver that was shrouded in darkness and lightning. The beams of light shone on his disheveled white hair, on the old scars on his face, on the deep wrinkles on his face, and on his eyes, which were full of worry. After an unknown period of time, Colin turned around and looked into a dark corner. He asked in a deep voice, "Did you discover anything?" In the corner, a shadow stood up, casting a pitch-black shadow on the wall as it twisted and whirled. Its voice had the sound of metal rubbing against each other, making it rather ear-piercing. After Derek Berg returned to his home, he showed some abnormalities, but there was nothing that required immediate treatment. Colin nodded slightly. What did he do? With the help of the mystical item at the bottom of the spire, he had transformed into a figure of light and finished off the rampager and the mysterious man who wasn't his true body. He had always suspected that the matter hadn't been completely resolved. The former exploration team captain suddenly lost control, and the mysterious man, who had endured for a full 42 years, recklessly took action without considering the traps and consequences. All of this made Colin, who had hunted many monsters, instinctively feel that something was amiss. Therefore, he believed that this was a deliberate choice made by the mysterious man. Although the other party's true motives were temporarily unknown, there was bound to be a corresponding follow-up. It wouldn't be so simple to eliminate him. After using his demon hunter powers to discover nothing abnormal, he deliberately pretended to be deceived and sent the youth named Derek Berg home. However, he secretly sent people to monitor him closely. This was completely different from the previous method of detention and inspection. It was a change that Colin had no choice but to make. The black shadow, which was constantly swaying slightly, replied. After he entered the room, he sat on the edge of the bed and whispered to himself for a while. Because I was worried that the mysterious man would discover him, I didn't get too close, so I didn't hear what he said clearly. However, I can confirm that it was an abnormal behavior. After muttering to himself, Derek seemed to become very tired and quickly fell asleep. But not long after, he suddenly woke up and held a ritual. I suspect that he wasn't conscious at that time and was in a state of being controlled by the mysterious man. By the way, that ritual had the element of a secret deed. Colin pondered for a moment with a solemn expression. Indeed. Perhaps he's using this method to communicate with his main body. What's his goal? Why would he spend 42 years peacefully at the bottom of the spire? The black shadow naturally couldn't answer this question. It continued, after the ritual, Derek didn't show any abnormal behavior. Does this matter need to be dealt with immediately? If the mysterious man's main body is lured over, we might not be able to deal with him. Chief Colin of the 6-member council fell silent for a few seconds. Continue observing. That mysterious man hasn't shown any substantial malice for the time being, so we can't react too intensely. Sai, do you still remember that prophecy? It's almost time for disaster to descend. We're exploring further and further, finding more and more strange ruins, and the things we obtain are getting more and more dangerous. By your will, Your Excellency. The black shadow slowly shrank back into the ground and disappeared. At that moment, in the Berg household, Derek suddenly coughed violently, so much so that his heart felt like it was about to split open. Cough, 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 he crouched down and kept coughing until his throat itched and he coughed out something. Pa. A translucent object slid down his throat and fell to the ground. It was a bug the size and thickness of a finger. Some parts of its body were completely transparent, forming circular rings. Derek had seen something similar at the bottom of the spire before, so he was completely certain that he had escaped Amon's influence. He bent down to pick up the translucent bug and finally counted the 12 rings on its body. What's its use? What can it be used for? It seems to be dead. Derek fell into deep thought. In the Winter County in the north of the Kingdom of Rouen, a black Gothic cathedral with a pointed roof stood in the snow-covered mountains, occupying an extremely large area. In front of it was a cliff, and it was surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. There was no sound at all. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Cathedral of Serenity, commonly known as the Holy Cathedral. The dark-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell put on a black trench coat and red gloves before walking out of his room. Having successfully advanced and stabilized himself, he still hadn't gotten the chance to participate in the operation. He still had some practice and so-called mysticism lessons. Rounding the corner, Leonard saw a staircase that led downwards. He saw Captain Dunn Smith, who was dressed in a black trench coat and had a pair of dark grey eyes, and Klein Moretti, who had a scholarly air about him, standing there, smiling as they waited. He raised his head slightly and sighed silently. My memory has also become worse. I've forgotten that all of you are no longer around. Leonard retracted his gaze and walked down the staircase to the first floor of the cathedral. He knocked on the door and entered a small room. There were chairs in the room, and a few nighthawks wearing red gloves were sitting there. Leonard casually found a seat and sat down. He smiled and chatted with his friends he knew. After a while, High Deacon Crestet Sesamir, whose collar was pulled up high to cover his chin and lips, walked in. He sat at the front and said to everyone, "In today's lesson, I'll tell you some things to take note of. As Red Gloves, you will travel the world, and there is a certain chance that you will encounter dangerous high-sequence beyonders. If they have obvious ill intentions and want to kill you, the only thing you can do is to secretly leave behind traces, allowing subsequent investigators to obtain the corresponding clues. The specific methods are, but most of the time, those high-sequence beyonders might not take action directly. They will use you for various reasons. You have to be sufficiently vigilant and not be deceived. Here are a few scenarios that we have concluded." Sitting at the back, Leonard listened with a smile. He was very focused. His target of revenge was a high-sequence beyonder. The high-ranking deacon, Sesamir, paused for 2 seconds and continued. In the first scenario, some high-sequence beyonders will disguise themselves as hidden existences, using promises and hopes to deceive you into reciting their corresponding descriptions. In the second scenario, some high-sequence beyonders might be imprisoned or sealed. They will disguise themselves as mystical items that can grant wishes, luring you to help them escape. For example, a magic lamp that can grant 3 wishes, or a wishing pool. In the third scenario, a high-sequence potion is called a parasite. They often claim that they have lost their bodies and can only coexist with your spirit body. They can only rely on you and are unable to harm you. Then, they will give you knowledge, formulas, and all sorts of benefits, hoping that you will become stronger and help them reconstruct their bodies or seek revenge. And in fact, the beyonders that are parasitized will only become their nutrients to continue their lives and state. The Cathedral of Serenity was especially beautiful under the night sky. It complemented the crimson moon that hung high in the sky, coldly illuminating the land. Leonard entered his single room, took off his 2 red gloves, and threw them on the wooden table. With a sullen expression, he sat in front of the patterned glass window, his back facing the outside as he bathed in the moonlight. After more than 10 seconds of silence, he suddenly said in a very soft voice, almost as though he was gnashing his teeth, "So you're a parasite." Leonard's voice echoed weakly in his ears, suppressing the obvious anger, tension, confusion, and fear. In an instant, a slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "You can say that. What exactly do you want to do? Parasitize my body and suck my life away? Or wait for me to become stronger, and then directly devour my beyonder characteristic, just like nurturing a humanoid potion?" Leonard's voice was suppressed, but he didn't. "Speak slowly." The slightly aged voice in his mind laughed and said, "I'm your fortuitous encounter. I'm your adventure, haven't you always thought so? You think that you're unique, one of the protagonists of this great era. Actually, you're not as arrogant as you usually appear. You've always been wary of me. After I taught you the acting method, you didn't put in the effort to figure it out. All you did was try it on the surface, and it took you a long time to digest it. Furthermore, you deliberately hid it and didn't pursue the nightmare potion. When you met the true Creator's Son and suffered a blow, you were willing to advance to sequence 7. You were so regretful that you nearly hallucinated. Leonard, think about it carefully. Do you think I don't understand the Church of the Evernight Goddess? When I interacted with them, the so-called Chinese wasn't even born yet. Do you think I don't know that the Church of the Evernight Goddess has a certain understanding of parasites? Do you think I wouldn't have thought that the Red Gloves would know some secrets to prevent the infiltration of high-sequence Beyonders? But did I stop you from joining the Red Gloves? After a brief change in expression, Leonard finally fell silent and didn't say a word. The voice in his head chuckled again. Do you feel older than your actual age? I don't think so. I can live for at least another 100 years. I'm not in a hurry to take over the host's life. As for your Beyonder characteristic, we aren't even from a similar pathway that can be swapped. Devouring it is equivalent to drinking poison. I'll become half crazy and increase the chances of losing control. Do you think I'll do that? Evernight is in the same category as Giant and Death. As for the Beyonder pathway I'm in, my target is an apprentice, a seer. Leonard looked at his figure illuminated by the crimson moonlight and pondered for a while. What exactly do you want to do? What is your purpose? The slightly aged voice in his mind sighed. Haven't I already told you? I've suffered serious injuries and need a host to slowly recover. Furthermore, I have to hide from a terrifying enemy. The Nighthawks and the Church of the Evernight Goddess are good choices. Leonard raised his head and looked at the ceiling for a few seconds before saying in a deep voice, That's right. Will you be discovered by an archbishop, a high-ranking deacon, or some sealed artifact? The slightly aged voice replied leisurely, If a parasite could be discovered so easily, the high-ranking deacon named Sesamir wouldn't have just given a reminder and not brought you to be inspected. Of course, there are also traces of parasites. The Church of the Evernight Goddess has the means to confirm this, but it's rather complicated and troublesome. It will result in a certain amount of damage and quite a bit of danger. It might even affect their goddess. Therefore, before you become a high-ranking deacon and have the qualifications to participate in the meetings of the church's top echelons, there's no need to worry about this before you come into contact with certain grade 0 sealed artifacts. By that time I should have recovered and embarked on my own journey. Leonard listened with a solemn expression. After a while, he said, That's right. You have a terrifying enemy? Who is he? The slightly aged voice chuckled and said, I don't know his name, but I know his surname. What is it? Leonard asked. The slightly aged voice suddenly became deep. Amon. South of the bridge, 46, River Bay Avenue. The hosts who were enjoying their dinner heard the tinkling of the doorbell. The only maid came to the door. Through the peephole above the lock, she saw a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform outside. She opened the door and asked fearfully, Sir, how can I help you? This policeman was none other than the disguised Klein. In an attempt to take the initiative to perform, he was confirming if vampire Emlyn White's companions, the people who lived at 48, River Bay Avenue, the ones who had entrusted Stewart with the mission, were law-abiding monsters. Yes, a law-abiding monster. Although this sounds a little wrong and a little funny, it's a reaction of my true thoughts. Klein emphasized in his heart. The police uniform he was wearing was not a custom-made fake. It was a product of ordinary clothes with an illusion effect. A magician had to do what a magician was supposed to do. Klein didn't monitor 48, River Bay Avenue because he believed that Emlyn White's companions had long moved away. As a monster and a non-human race, moving was the most basic thing to do when a companion had been missing for several days. They had to be wary that Emlyn White had been captured by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or other official Beyonder organizations. They had to assume that he could confess at any time. Therefore, what Klein wanted to do was a questionnaire. He maintained the arrogance of a low-ranking policeman facing ordinary citizens. Without taking off his hat, he raised his chin slightly. I have something to ask your master. The maid entered the room in a panic and soon returned with a man in his 30s wearing a thick shirt. Officer, what would you like to ask? The male host asked nervously. Klein stood at the door and looked inside. Do you know the occupants of Unit 48? Yes. The male host was taken aback. What happened to them? They're involved in a case. You have to tell me everything you know honestly, Klein said with a straight face. His face was also disguised to a certain extent, and he had added some illusion effects to distinguish him from the great detective, Sherlock Moriarty. The male host was immediately enlightened. It's no wonder they moved away in a hurry more than a month ago. Most of the residents on River Bay Avenue and the surrounding streets know the Whites and their son. He's a handsome young man with a somewhat eccentric personality. Mr. White is an excellent physician, and he's good at using all kinds of medicine and bloodletting. Bloodletting therapy? Klein asked in return. Yes. Although this is considered by many newspapers and magazines to be an ancient medical technique that doesn't have much effect, those who have received Mr. White's treatment have basically recovered. However, Mr. White also said that apart from him, the other doctors' bloodletting treatments are all fraudulent. The male host gave his opinion. Bloodletting treatments are to accumulate food for themselves, right? The only thing that's really useful is the medicine. This vampire family relies on bloodletting to treat people while receiving food as payment. If there aren't many patients, or if the blood is extremely unhealthy, would they consider going to a distant hospital to steal blood from a blood bottle to drink? Compared to their identities as monsters, they're really law-abiding. Klein nodded in enlightenment. The emotional changes he observed with his spirit vision told him that the other party wasn't lying. Seeing that the officer didn't refute him, the male owner continued, Mr. White and his wife are both very good and kind people. Although they can't cure those who are really seriously ill, they are already very good doctors for us who live nearby. Xianxia said. Mr. White and his wife are very kind people. Is it because their child, Emlyn, is involved in the case? This young man is too quiet and seems to look down on us. He's always hiding at home, and I have no idea what he's doing. Officer, are you feeling hot? It's so cold outside. Perhaps it's just because he hides during the day and comes out at night. Klein wiped his sweat and said, I've been walking around the area for a long time for this case. Following that, according to the questionnaire he had designed, he learned about the Whites and their son from all aspects. He knocked on the door one after another and asked. After summarizing all the answers, he came to the conclusion that the Whites were indeed kind, amiable, and law-abiding. This doesn't seem like a description of vampires. Klein looked up at the crimson moon that pierced through the clouds, intending to make a final confirmation. He dispelled the illusory effects on him and began his divination. After confirming that there was no danger, he circled to the side and climbed into the house at 48, River Bay Avenue. As others didn't know who had captured Emlyn White, they would always be afraid that an official beyonder would come to visit, but Klein knew what was going on, so he wasn't worried at all that there was a trap. After entering the second floor, he used the moonlight to see that the various rooms were in a mess. Many of the things hadn't been taken away. Through this, it was enough to imagine how hurried the owners had been when they left. In the study, he even found some precious books on herbs. Among them, there was no lack of folk recipes popular in the countryside. As he walked and read, Klein entered a bedroom, and a black shadow entered his eyes. He jumped in fright, thinking that he had been ambushed. He nearly snapped his fingers and lit the matchstick he had thrown outside. Fortunately, there was no attack. The crimson moonlight passed through the window and filled the entire room. Klein finally saw what the black shadows were. They didn't have any spiritual luster, and they were dolls of various sizes. The largest one was only slightly shorter than Klein. It was a girl in a gorgeous dress with lace and ribbons on her sleeves and collar. This female doll was clearly closer to a wax figure. Her facial features were lifelike, and she had blonde hair and red eyes. The smallest one was only the size of a normal person's palm. It was a woman wearing silver full-body armor. She looked valiant and beautiful. As his gaze swept across the dolls, Klein suddenly thought of something. Under Roselle's influence, there were two trends in the development of doll art. One was cute and could change clothes, and the other was more realistic. Klein looked around and couldn't help but click his tongue. These dolls aren't cheap. After a thorough inspection, Klein confirmed that there was nothing strange about the White family. Furthermore, the couple didn't leave behind a single strand of hair. It was obvious that they were guarding against someone using divination to track them down. He returned to the bedroom filled with puppets, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He planned on using divination to make a final confirmation. But before he got down to business, he conjured the female puppet that was almost as tall as him with great interest. Just like how he had divined the mutated sun's sacred emblem in Tingen City in the past, he picked up a dark red fountain pen and wrote a sentence on the yellowish-brown goatskin, its origins. Putting down the fountain pen and holding the piece of paper, Klein leaned back in his chair and recited softly as he slowly adjusted his mind to enter a cogitation state. After a total of 7 times, his eyes darkened as he lowered his eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. In that gray and fragmented world, he saw the puppeteer being abnormally focused on his work. He saw the red-eyed girl being placed in the dollhouse, and he saw Emlyn White take out his wallet without moving his eyes away. Finally, the scene was fixed on the bedroom where Klein was. With his hair combed back diagonally, the handsome but slightly delicate and arrogant vampire, Emlyn White, was sitting by the bed, gazing lovingly at the puppet, as well as the other puppets of different sizes. He's indeed a fan of puppets. Klein opened his eyes and covered his face with his hand. Then, he waved his hand and made the puppets disappear above the gray fog. After doing all of this, he picked up the fountain pen again and wrote a new divination sentence, 48 River Bay Avenue, the scene of people dying in the past 10 years. According to the statements of the residents nearby, the White family hadn't moved here for more than 10 years. Therefore, Klein was able to lock onto a specific area. Furthermore, he believed that if the White family was just a good monster on the surface, and had been creating missing persons cases all this time so that they could suck warm and delicious blood, then it was impossible for them to prevent the matter from happening at home. In the long 10 years, there were bound to be a few accidents, as long as they didn't stop. After carefully checking the divination statement, Klein repeated the recitation and cogitation before quickly falling into a dream. In the dusky world, his vision was sometimes pitch black, sometimes snowflakes turned into dots, and sometimes shattered, but nothing appeared. This was the result of the divination. There was nothing. No one had died at 48 River Bay Avenue in the past 10 years. Putting everything together, I can preliminarily determine that the White family is law-abiding vampires who are, at most, petty thieves. Klein looked at the long, mottled bronze table in front of him, enveloped himself with spirituality, and fell into the gray fog. After returning to the real world, he carefully cleaned up the traces he left behind and left 48 River Bay Avenue the way he came. He didn't make a final decision. Instead, he took a detour to the Riverbend police station. While the thieves and drunkards were led inside and handcuffed to the pipes, he easily snuck into the archives and boldly lit the gas lamp inside. Then, Klein found the missing persons records for the past 10 years and flipped through them noisily. From time to time, police officers on duty would pass by outside the door, but there was no light leaking out from the archives. There's nothing suspicious. After an unknown period of time, the black-gloved Klein placed the dossier back in its original spot. Then, he turned off the gas lamp, took off his hat in the deep darkness, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed towards the station's lobby. On the way back to Minsk Street, Klein took a shower, changed his clothes, sat in front of his desk, and spread out the map of Bakelin that he had first bought on the steam locomotive. He first found Rose Street south of the bridge, where the Harvest Church was located. Father Yutrovsky was the bishop of this church, and he had imprisoned Emlyn White in the basement. Following that, Klein moved his gaze and figured out the names and layout of the surrounding streets. I can't be too impatient or anxious for success in a performance. I have to slowly make the audience immerse themselves. Klein whispered, unfolded the letter, and put down his pen. Dear Detective Stewart, I wonder if you've found that Emlyn White. I've been keeping an eye out for you recently. One of my informants told me today that he had seen this person on Tativa Street south of the bridge. Of course, he only said that he looked very similar to the person in the portrait. Putting down his pen, Klein folded the letter neatly and stuffed it into an envelope. He then affixed a black stamp with a penny on it. On the vast Sonia Sea with undulating waves. The Blue Avenger moved forward steadily without the slightest sway. The hanging man, Alger Wilson, sat in the captain's cabin, holding a brass sextant in his hand, but his eyes were closed. Without a sound, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I've finally digested it. Alger opened his eyes and raised his hands, causing blue spots to appear around him. The blue spots converged and turned into a huge wave that swept forward. Alger pressed down with his hands, and the huge wave immediately collapsed, turning into countless raindrops that landed on the deck. After nearly 4 months, his seafarer potion was finally digested. During this period of time, not only did he spend a lot of time at sea to complete the various missions assigned to him by the church, but he also consciously explored new sea routes and searched for islands that had yet to be discovered. After several setbacks, he finally gained something. This spurred on the digestion of the potion, allowing him to basically grasp the principles of a seafarer that belonged to him. The core was to be close to the sea, to be familiar with the information of sea routes and weather, to explore and discover. The usually reserved Alger couldn't help but leave his seat. He paced back and forth in the captain's cabin and thought of the future he desired. Once I obtain the formula for the wind-blessed potion and find the corresponding Beyonder ingredients, I'll advance to sequence 6 without the church's knowledge. Then, I'll repeat the same process and strive to become a sequence 5 ocean songster within 3 years. During this process, I have to remain the captain of the Blue Avenger and not enter the complicated interpersonal relationships of the mandated punishers to prevent my secret from being exposed. Once I advance to sequence 5 and gain enough strength, I'll be able to return there in secret. Alger subconsciously looked to his right. His gaze seemed to penetrate the heavy planks of the ship and the vast sea, landing on an ancient and hidden island. Alger wasn't worried about his future advancement within the church. Once he fulfilled his wish, he could go all out to seek an advancement in his position. When the time came, the sequence 5 him would continue to disguise himself as a sequence 7 and drink another wind-blessed potion. This would increase his Beyonder characteristics, increase his strength, and slow down his digestion, but it wouldn't endanger his safety. By the same logic, after completely digesting sequence 5, he could have another ocean songster potion and repeat the normal process. This would only push him closer to losing control, and there was a solution. That was to find a woman to marry and transfer the excess Beyonder characteristics to his children. After doing this, I'll be able to reach the level of a cardinal and approach a high sequence Beyonder. Such a great era is my opportunity. In Alger's mind, he had already outlined himself wearing a cardinal robe, sitting in the upper echelons of the church, and controlling many mandated punishers. After a moment of reveling in it, he retracted his gaze and regained his rationality. The later steps will be more difficult. Thankfully, I have the tarot gathering and Mr. Fool. Although there are dangers lurking in this as well, any path to improve myself has risks. I have to quickly gather some Roselle diary entries in exchange for a chance to ask questions. I have to figure out what the card in Mr. Fool's hand that only shows its back is. It wasn't there before. Card. Roselle diary. It can't be the item I'm thinking of, right? Alger's eyes narrowed as his pupils shrank. 15 Minsk Street. Klein yawned, switched off the gas lamp, and slipped into bed. He originally had another plan, which was to use divination to roughly grasp the source of the biological poison bottle and obtain the potion formulas for the first 3 sequences of the mutant pathway from the werewolf Beyonder characteristic. However, after being busy with Emlyn White's matter all night, he felt a little exhausted. He planned on making another attempt above the gray fog the next day. Just as he lay down and closed his eyes, Klein suddenly felt that something was amiss. This is the instinctive spiritual intuition of a seer. It's been a few days since I obtained the werewolf Beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. It's not like I haven't been in a good mental state, but I've been procrastinating and haven't divined it. This is very abnormal. Klein sat up, thought carefully, and found a similar matter. The first time he met Megos, he had wanted to use his spirit vision to observe her mental state, but he had naturally missed the opportunity because of his momentary daze. Only in the end did he realize that it was because she had an evil god spawn in her belly. His instinctive spiritual intuition as a seer had stopped him without a trace, preventing him from losing control and collapsing on the spot. It's very similar, and it's even more obvious this time. I remember Miss Sharon saying that Rose School's control over its members far exceeds my imagination. Everyone's body and soul seem to be bound by something. This is also the reason why the mutant pathways sequence information isn't leaked. They believe in the chained god. So, when I use the werewolf Beyonder characteristic to divine the corresponding potion formula, it will directly implicate this evil god, bringing about consequences that I'm not willing to bear? Klein thought about it seriously and felt that there was something suspicious about it. Back when I divined the mutated sun's sacred emblem and the ear left behind by the listener, my spiritual intuition didn't stop me. Could it be that the chained god is stronger than the eternal blazing sun and the true creator, or could it be that his characteristic allows him to restrain the gray fog, allowing him to effectively penetrate it. Of course, the danger could also come from the source of the biological poison bottle. On a Tuesday morning, the weather remained cold and gloomy, which was common for this season. Klein tightened the collar of his coat, put on his hat, and opened the door. He was going to the mailbox at the end of the street to deliver a letter to Detective Stewart. It wasn't a long journey, so there was no need to dress so neatly and heavily. However, Klein had just recovered from his cold, so to be safe, he wrapped himself up tightly. Perhaps it was because of the strong winds last night, but the air in Bakeland was unexpectedly good. Klein subconsciously slowed down and enjoyed the rare morning. As he passed by the Jurgen house, he heard the creak of the oriel window opening. He instinctively turned his head and looked over. Standing at the window was Mrs. Doris, wearing a black plush hat and a thick grayish-blue scarf. Compared to before, her complexion was a little worse, and her figure was hunched. "Good morning, Detective Moriarty. Thank you for taking care of Brody all this time. He said that you're a good person, right, Brody?" Old Mrs. Doris bent down and picked up the black cat with green eyes. Brody used all four of his feet and struggled in her arms. Finally, he jumped down and landed lightly on the windowsill. However, it didn't leave. Instead, it circled around, using its head and body to rub against Mrs. Doris. It didn't even look at Klein. Did a cat give him a good guy card? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and said sincerely, "It's a happy thing. And what makes me even happier is that you've finally recovered and been discharged, Mrs. Doris." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he bade farewell and continued walking down the street with a smile. After taking a few steps, he heard Mrs. Doris shout from behind. "When Jurgen comes back, I'll get him to pay you. Do I look like I took on this mission for the money?" The smile on Klein's face suddenly froze. He could only turn his body halfway and wave his hand, indicating that he understood. When he was far away from the Jurgen house, his expression gradually turned solemn and he sighed faintly. He had just activated his spirit vision to look at the color of Mrs. Doris's aura and realized that her condition wasn't good. This was because of her advanced age, as well as the cold weather and terrible air in Bakeland, which had a negative effect on lung diseases. Mrs. Doris should be able to survive this late autumn and winter, but it's hard to say for the next one and the one after that. If she wants to live a few more years, I'm afraid she'll have to move south, to the area around Desi Bay. Unfortunately, Lawyer Jurgen probably doesn't have the means. I haven't even been to Desi Bay. Klein mumbled, found the mailbox, and stuffed the letter in. This will be the prelude to the performance. In the evening, he would go to the Harvest Church as a detective to make the remaining preparations. After buying a Desi pie for breakfast, Klein returned the way he came, feeling rather relaxed. Before he got close to his house, he saw an elegantly decorated carriage parked outside. Two ladies wearing ribbons and black hats were anxiously ringing the doorbell. Maids and bodyguards were scattered around, as if they were guarding against something. "Mrs. Stellan. Ma and Mary. They have something to entrust me with? They look very urgent." Klein held the paper bag containing the Desi pie, leaned over, and chuckled. "Ma'am, it should be breakfast time." When she turned around and saw that it was Detective Sherlock Moriarty, Ma and Mary heaved a sigh of relief. "Mr. Detective, you have to help me." In Klein's spirit vision, her anxiety, nervousness, and fear weren't fake in the slightest. Therefore, he nodded and pointed at the door. "Let's talk inside." As he spoke, he glanced at his landlady, Stellan, and found that she was in a completely different state from 2 days ago. She had become very depressed and dejected, as if she wasn't interested in anything. What did they encounter? Although the landlady likes to show off a little, she still loves life. Klein took out his key and opened the door. After entering, before he could even sit down, Ma and Mary impatiently said, "Detective Moriarty, I received a threatening letter." "A threatening letter?" Klein put down the Desi pie and clasped his hands. "What's the content of the letter?" Ma and Mary turned her head to look at Mrs. Stellan. Seeing that she wasn't as enthusiastic as usual, she had no choice but to weigh her words. "That letter requests that I treat the factory's smoke fairly when conducting an atmospheric pollution investigation and affirm their contribution. Otherwise, I'll end up like the doll that came with the letter. The doll's head was removed, and its limbs were broken." Ma and Mary seemed to recall the feeling she had when she opened the letter. With a trembling voice, she said, "This is the first time I've encountered something like this. I don't know if it will become a reality. I didn't know that becoming a member of the investigation committee would require me to bear such a thing. I didn't know." Perhaps Roselle the Great once said that there are only two extreme forms of hatred between people. One is to murder the other party's parents, and the other is to destroy the other party's ability to earn money. Klein nodded with a serious expression. "My suggestion is to call the police." From his point of view, Ma and Mary was now a member of the kingdom's Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee. Her status was completely different from before, and the police definitely wouldn't take the threat she had suffered lightly. Furthermore, this involved the formulation of the kingdom's important policies, so it wasn't an ordinary matter. Therefore, the police department would probably hand the case over to the church's Beyonder organizations, hoping to solve the case as soon as possible. Due to Ma and Mary's identity as a believer of the goddess, the Nighthawks were an inevitable choice. This way, even if Klein wanted to get a share of the reward, he wouldn't be implicated. "I've already done that, but it doesn't make me feel at ease." Ma and Mary pursed her lips and said, "Do you know what they said?" "They said that the threatening letter was made up of newspaper words, and that the doll was the kind that could be bought anywhere. It would be difficult to find the sender in a short period of time. And they only intend to send one police officer to protect me." "Goddess, is this how they treat a helpless citizen's request for help?" Ma and Mary paused and looked earnestly at Klein. "Detective Moriarty, I believe that you can help me. It's not only because of your performance on that matter, but also because of Mike's approval, Alan's praise, and Talam's praise. And I know that you've made outstanding contributions in that serial murder case. Don't worry, I'll pay you handsomely. Your words make me happy, but something doesn't seem right. Unless the police department has been bribed, they'll likely hand the case over to the Nighthawks. And with Beyonder means like divination, there's no way to avoid detection by using a letter made up of newspaper words. The sender has either been caught, or there's a way to interfere with divination. And the latter will cause the Nighthawks to officially intervene on a large scale. Regardless of the situation, it's different from how it's handled now." Klein didn't immediately answer Ma and Mary as he seriously analyzed the abnormality in this matter. The living room immediately became abnormally quiet. The silence made Ma and Mary and Mrs. Stellan feel inexplicably uneasy. At some point in time, Klein took out a coin and made it roll between his fingers. This seemed to be a habit of his when he was focused on thinking. Suddenly, the coin flew up and landed steadily in the palm of his hand with its back facing up. Klein was surprised. He had divined if there was any danger in this matter, and it turned out that there wasn't. If there really was such a threat, even if the sender didn't have much strength, it could still cause a certain level of danger. It can't be that there's no danger at all. It's just a simple threat? Or... Klein suddenly thought of another possibility as he smiled. He smiled and said, "Ma and Mary, don't be nervous. Go back in peace. If someone comes to you in the next 2 days to discuss this matter in the newspapers, letting the people know the true colors of those factory owners and igniting the anger of the people, then nothing will happen to you." What Klein had just thought of was that the threatening letter was a trap set up by his own people to incite the people and use their anger to smoothly carry out the investigation of the air pollution, allowing the subsequent bill to be beneficial to himself. And this could explain the police department's current reaction. "Why do you say that?" Ma and Mary asked with a frown. Klein smiled and replied, "That's my reasoning." "What if nothing happens in 2 days?" Ma and Mary pressed. "What if nothing happens in 2 days?" Madame Marie asked. Then I'll provide protection. It's not like there's any danger," he added inwardly. After comforting Ma and Mary, he went above the gray fog to confirm it and received the same result as before. And at that moment, his desi pie had already turned cold. Ma and Mary returned home, feeling a little uneasy. She wondered if she should invite Stellan over to stay for a few days to accompany her. At that moment, her butler informed her that the eldest son of Earl Hall, the chief secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, Mr. Hibbert Hall, was visiting. After both parties entered the living room, before Ma and Mary could say a word, the handsome blonde gentleman spoke first. "Ma and Mary, I've heard of your encounter. Ma, I'm Mary, I've heard of what happened to you. This is a disgrace to Backland and even the entire kingdom. I'm deeply sorry and sympathetic for this. Don't worry. Everyone in the council will stand with you. Thank you for your concern, Ma, Mary replied gratefully. Hibbert Hall deliberated for a moment. Madam, I want to find a reporter to cover this matter. I want to tell everyone what happened to you and your despicable actions. I want the people to see how savage the people who polluted Bakeland's air are. There was not the slightest hint of remorse. Please agree to my request. This is exactly as Detective Moriarty described. Lady Mary was speechless for a moment. After breakfast and a short rest, Klein, who had nothing to do, went above the grey fog and prepared to divine the origins of the biological poison bottle. In the ancient and majestic palace, one stone pillar after another supported the high dome. Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table, holding the translucent brown bottle. He checked it several times, but he didn't sense any danger. Let's begin. He conjured a pen and paper and wrote down the divination statement, its source. Putting down the fountain pen and mentally preparing himself for a critical hit, Klein stared at the paper and the biological poison bottle. He leaned back in his chair and began chanting in cogitation. Soon, he entered a hazy dream and saw a dark but spacious room. King cobras, black widow spiders, and other animals hung in the room. There were also many strange plants placed in a messy and terrifying manner. A stern-looking middle-aged man in a white coat stood in front of the long table in the middle. He threw snake gallbladders, spider venom glands, and other items into the black pot that hung from the ceiling. In the end, he even put in a few items that had a strong spiritual luster. For example, a lung-shaped object that would occasionally dissipate into black gas and condense into a dark green substance. Another example was a tube of clear blue liquid, and another example was a fiery red eye. The air around the black pot gradually became viscous. They gathered in the middle, but they were constantly pushed away, making it difficult for them to do as they wished. When the middle-aged man in the white coat saw this scene, he slowly frowned, his expression vaguely anxious. He flipped through the black notebook beside him, gritted his teeth, and used a ritual silver dagger to slit his wrist. Drops of bright blood fell into the black pot, and as if it had a life of its own, it suddenly produced a terrifying suction force, sucking in all the viscous air around it. It also sucked in all the scarlet blood that had yet to leave his wrist. That wasn't the end. No matter how the middle-aged man in the white coat struggled to resist, or how terrified he was, he couldn't help but approach the pot. His body was stretched, and his head was compressed. Amidst his tragic cries, he was eaten by the pot bit by bit. The specimens hanging around, the plants, everything that could move flew into the iron pot. The brown mist suddenly filled the room, quietly flowing and rippling. When everything was over, the entire room was empty, leaving only the translucent brown bottle lying quietly in the middle of the empty space. The scene quickly faded, and the dream quickly shattered. Klein opened his eyes and muttered to himself, so the biological poison bottle is the product of a suicidal experiment. I thought it was a beyonder characteristic left behind by a rampager. If that's the case, I can divine the formula. To Klein, the spirituality and beyonder characteristics of a rampager, as well as the spirituality and beyonder characteristics corrupted by an evil god, could be used to divine a formula, just like the all-black eye left behind by Nimblewright Master Rosago. This was because he had the grey fog to cut off the connection, and this mysterious space to eliminate the negative effects. He had plenty of means to court death. Of course, there were too many additional factors mixed into a beyonder characteristic. In theory, it was possible, but the chances of failure were extremely high. Klein only felt confident after advancing to magicians. Similarly, sealed artifacts formed from similar beyonder characteristics could also be used to divine the potion formula. However, if they were to be used as the main ingredients, and only become a mystical item through the creation of artisans or other beyonders or through some dangerous experiments, then Klein's current divination skills would be useless. Even with the enhancement of the mysterious space above the grey fog, it wouldn't work. Not bad. At least I don't have to worry about the hidden dangers of the biological poison bottle. Klein glanced at the fangs of the werewolf and rationally gave up his curiosity. In Queens, Earl Hall's luxurious villa, Audrey continued to study psychology. By her feet, Susie, the big golden retriever, was squatting there. Her eyes were bright and full of expression. She wagged her tail from time to time, as if she was enjoying it very much. Escalante, the psychologist, finished the introductory part and pretended to casually mention, actually, there's another theory. It believes that humans will inherit a certain amount of consciousness from their ancestors and past generations, thus forming the underlying logic of their own behavior. For example, although many people have never seen a venomous snake before, as long as they encounter it, they will instinctively feel fear and want to avoid it. Why is that? This is the feeling that we inherited from our ancestors, hidden in the deepest depths of our consciousness. In ancient times, people constantly fought with venomous snakes and all kinds of ferocious animals. Gradually, this memory was engraved in their consciousness and passed down. Then how is it passed down? Audrey asked with interest. Escalante, whose hair reached her waist, laughed. That's a very good question. The explanation given by some people is that everyone's consciousness is actually connected at the lowest level. It's one, and the traces and characteristics left behind here will affect one's own consciousness. For example, the lowest level of consciousness is like a boundless ocean, and each of our unique consciousnesses are islands in the ocean. This place can be divided into two parts. Hidden under the water is a larger and larger subconscious, and exposed on the surface of the ocean is a surface consciousness that can usually be detected. This is part of the theoretical foundation of the school of psychology. Audrey glanced at Susie and stroked the golden retriever on her neck. So, we can use the sea that is connected to each other to influence the consciousness of others and achieve the goal of treating certain mental illnesses? This is the mysticism foundation and beyond our powers of a psychiatrist? But it doesn't seem to be enough. There's still something missing. For example, the sky above us, the sky that envelopes everything? Audrey thought with a confused and curious expression. You are indeed very talented in this area. Escalante praised in pleasant surprise. But we can only influence the surrounding sea, and through it, we can influence people who approach. If we were to rashly venture deep and explore the deep sea, it's very easy to lose ourselves. She looked up at the gorgeous and complicated clock on the wall and smiled. Time's up. Today's lesson is over. Miss Audrey, if you are interested in this school of psychology, let's continue chatting next time. All right. Audrey stood up and bowed. As she watched her leave, she nodded thoughtfully. Ma Escalante doesn't seem like a real psychiatrist. At most, she's like me, a telepathist. Was she talking about the theoretical foundation of psychological alchemy? They sure are patient. Why haven't they recruited me into the society yet? As Audrey was lost in her thoughts, Susie said happily, Audrey, I feel like she's the same kind of person as us. Audrey, I feel like she's the same kind of person as us. No, the same kind of dog. No, that's not right either, woof. Susie, who only had a basic grasp of human language, fell into chaos. She couldn't find the right words to describe her feelings. South of the bridge, Rose Street, outside the Harvest Church. Klein, who was dressed normally, looked up at the sacred emblem of life on the outer wall. He held his cane, walked up the steps, and stepped through the door. The first thing he had to do was confirm the situation. Only by doing so could he perform better, so as to cleverly rescue the vampire Emlyn White without arousing suspicion. Then, as the detective who provided the clues, he would receive the gratitude of the White family and the applause of the audience. This would be an interesting performance. The Harvest Church wasn't big, and it only had a prayer hall. Klein found a seat by the aisle, took off his hat, and looked ahead. Bishop Utrowski was preaching. His height of more than 2 meters and his loose priest robe couldn't conceal his burly physique, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. However, his expression was abnormally gentle, filled with praise and gratitude for life. In front of such a priest, no one dared to make a racket. The few believers listened quietly, occasionally making the unique prayer gestures of the Church of Earth Mother. Klein carefully observed and waited patiently, neither arrogant nor rash. With the end of the sermon, he held his cane and prepared to get up for the follow-up. At this moment, a man wearing the priest robe of the Church of Earth Mother entered the room at the back of the church. He looked to be in his late 20s. He had black hair, red eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. He was handsome but not masculine enough. He was none other than Emlyn White. Klein's mouth gaped open bit by bit, almost unable to close it. Isn't this fellow supposed to be locked up in the basement? Didn't he keep shouting that he had to adhere to his beliefs and not submit to Bishop Yudrowski's thoughts? Emlyn White distributed the items related to Holy Communion to the believers before finally stopping in front of Klein. Klein's thoughts raced as he immediately suppressed his voice. You're Emlyn White, right? Your parents entrusted my friend to find you. Why are you here? Did something happen to him? Do you need help? Emlyn White's characteristic arrogance disappeared as he revealed a smile that was only slightly better than crying. There's no need. I'll be home soon. He pursed his lips, shook his head, and forced a smile. I'm already a believer of Earth Mother. No, priest. This answer was completely out of Klein's expectations. He was momentarily at a loss for a response. All he could do was shout in his mind. Hey, back at the Harvest Church, you firmly said that you worshipped the moon and would never change your faith to Earth Mother. How long has it been since then? Isn't this too fast? Where's your persistence? Where's your integrity? My carefully prepared performance was forced to end before it even began. This doesn't make sense. Klein opened his mouth and suddenly realized something was amiss. Why is Emlyn White telling me about changing my faith? I'm just a detective who happened to discover him while passing by. He wants me to pass this message to his parents. Is there another meaning hidden in this? Just as Klein was guessing the reason, Emlyn White put away his worries and smiled smugly. Mr. Detective, you don't need to act. Or should I call you the new owner of the master key? I've been recognized. Klein was alarmed and nearly entered a state of combat. Even without activating his spirit vision, he could tell from Emlyn White's tone and words that he wasn't lying. He was very confident, very certain. Just as he tensed up, Klein suddenly thought of a question. Why should I be worried about this? Immediately after, he answered his own question in his mind. It doesn't matter if I've been recognized. The situation now is different from 2 months ago. I once panicked because of Ambassador Bakerland's matter in front of the official monitors. I ran around, trying my best to grab at any straw. During this process, I came into contact with the Beyonder Circle and even became a Beyonder. It's quite possible. Therefore, even if my identity as a Beyonder is exposed, they won't think too deeply about it and dig up my past. Furthermore, Detective Eichinger Stanton is most likely a Beyonder, and he maintains a relatively good relationship with the police and the official organizations. He had vaguely guessed that I'm one of them and gently tried to rope me in. In this regard, I can barely be considered a peripheral member of the officials. If something really happens, it's not certain that I'll be arrested. More importantly, I've already made my current image deeply ingrained in people's hearts. I'm not afraid of a wanted poster in my photo. If the situation doesn't look right, I can directly give up 15 Minsk Street and my identity as Sherlock Moriarty. So, what do I have to worry about? Yes, before I came, I did a divination, and the revelation was that there's almost no danger. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein's constricted pupils, slightly changed expression, and Reddy stayed all relaxed, as if the other party was talking about today's weather. Seeing his normal expression, Emlyn White raised his eyebrows, took a few steps to the side, squeezed past him, and slowly sat beside him. The vampire looked at Bishop Yudrowski, who was leading the believers in the Holy Communion ritual, and chuckled. Mr. Detective, aren't you afraid that I'll go to the police station and shout that you're a Beyonder? Klein also looked ahead without turning his head. I'll follow you and shout that it's a vampire. Come on, let's hurt each other. I'm not afraid of you. Emlyn White's expression stiffened as he raised his right index finger. Sanguine, noble sanguine. Understand? Without waiting for Klein to speak, seeing that Bishop Yudrowski was focused on the Holy Communion ritual, Emlyn White chuckled. No matter what, I'm finally free. I pretended to submit and told the old man that I was willing to convert to Mother Earth and deeply repent of what I had done. Although I didn't know what I had to repent for, I had no problem putting on a show. That old man actually believed me just like that and was very happy. He let me out on the spot and made me a priest here. He told me that if I could memorize the Church of Earth Mother's Holy Bible, he would let me go home. Haha, This kind of old fellow whose brain is full of muscles and who has become stupid from religious beliefs is really easy to deceive. Gullible? Klein turned his head to look at the smug vampire and said, "There's no need to worry about that. Father Yutravsky used to be a pirate, and he's probably killed more people than your father has saved. Most pirates don't trust their companions, and they're full of deceit and betrayal. To be able to become a relatively successful and surviving pirate, even if Father Yutravsky isn't good at using his brain, he's definitely not someone who's easy to deceive." Seeing Emlyn White's look of disbelief and about to retort, he stroked the tip of his cane and leisurely added, "The priest has a powerful sealed artifact called the Mental Terror Candle. Father has a powerful sealed artifact called the Mental Terror Candle. It allows the wielder to enter the deepest depths of the target's mind. There, no one can lie. Besides, this is only one of its uses. I don't know if it has any other abilities." Emlyn gradually froze as his eyes slowly lost focus. After more than 10 seconds, he muttered with a pale face, "When I said that I was willing to convert, that old man came in with a lantern. When I said I was willing to change my faith, the old man came in with a lantern. There was a candle inside the lantern, but I didn't get a good look at the candle." Klein turned his head and looked at Emlyn White with pity. "Perhaps Father Yutravsky used it to plant a hint in you, making you gradually and completely believe in Mother Earth." The corners of Emlyn's mouth twitched, revealing a smile that was comparable to a zombie. "I didn't feel anything at all. It shouldn't be like what you said. Besides, aren't my parents coming soon? They can use ordinary people to accuse the priest of forcefully detaining me, making him choose between the reputation of the Church of Earth Mother or letting me go. Isn't this a great idea?" Klein maintained his sympathetic gaze as he clasped his hands and placed them in front of his mouth and nose, looking like he was seriously repenting. "If I were Father Yutravsky, I'd choose to call the police and let them clarify the situation. Do you think the one who will suffer in the end will be a bishop with legal qualifications to preach, or a vampire?" Sanguine. Emlyn White's facial muscles seemed to spasm. He clenched his fist and punched the back of the chair in front of him. "I can wait. Once I memorize the Holy Bible, I'll ask the old man to let me go. He's a truly pious person. He won't go back on his word." Klein didn't turn his head as he laughed. "I've been to 48, River Bay Avenue. Your parents have already moved away." "Of course. Not only will they move away, but they'll also move to a place I don't know," Emlyn White replied without hesitation. Klein added in a rather relaxed tone, "They moved away in a hurry. They didn't take many things with them. For example, the things in your room." Emlyn White's expression immediately became extremely interesting. He opened his mouth, stood up abruptly, squeezed past Klein, and rushed towards Bishop Yutravsky, who was in front of the sacred emblem of life. "Father, Bishop, I want to go home, I want to go home, I want to go home," Emlyn shouted loudly. Seeing that there were still believers who hadn't completed the Holy Communion ritual, Father Yutravsky didn't respond. All he did was calmly look at the pitiful vampire. Emlyn suddenly shut his mouth and became quiet. He paced back and forth, looking extremely anxious. Klein smiled as he got up, picked up his cane and hat, and strolled along the aisle to the front row of the cathedral's prayer hall. After the Holy Communion ritual ended, he walked to Father Yutravsky's side and said with a serious expression, "Bishop, I don't know why you let Emlyn stay here, nor do I wish to know. Bishop, I don't know why you let Emlyn stay here, nor do I wish to know. I only know one thing. His parents entrusted me to bring him back. If this giant-like priest easily agrees to my request, then I can only light some candles for Emlyn. No, from today onwards, he'll definitely hate candles. I'll have a moment of silence." Klein thought to himself. Father Yutravsky looked down at them and replied with a gentle expression, "Emlyn can go home at any time." Klein glanced at Emlyn White, raised his right hand, and tapped his chest. He originally wanted to tap 4 times clockwise to form the crimson moon, but in the end, he forced himself to draw the triangular sacred emblem. He originally wanted to tap 4 times clockwise to form the crimson moon, but in the end, he forced himself to draw the triangular sacred emblem. Emlyn felt rather uneasy under his gaze. Without a word, he rushed straight to the cathedral's entrance and successfully left. Klein followed behind him at a steady pace. He was in no hurry. After jogging forward for a while, Emlyn suddenly slowed down and said in a daze, "I feel like I'm beginning to miss the Harvest Church. I miss the feeling of reciting the Holy Bible, and I miss the sacred emblem of life. I want to do some cleaning and cleaning. I just need to do it for an hour." An hour. This hint is even more vicious than I imagined. No matter where this vampire goes, he has to report to the Harvest Church every day. Forced labor for an hour? Actually, it's still all right. At the very least, I didn't forcefully use a hint to change Emlyn's faith. It's still a form of respect for him. Why did I use the word respect? That candle's name is Mental Nightmare. It's said to come from a dragon. The spectator pathway is quite terrifying. Klein nodded his cane. Do you need me to remind you of anything? No need. Emlyn's expression warped as he said angrily, I'll resist this feeling. I want to move to Mid-Seashire, to Faysac. I don't believe that I'll want to return once I leave Bakeland. He gritted his teeth and suddenly exhaled. Let's take a carriage back to River Bay Avenue. All right, Klein replied indifferently. After a few steps, Emlyn stopped a rental carriage. Just as he was about to board the carriage, his back suddenly stiffened for 2 seconds. Then, he said in a very low voice, so low that even Klein almost couldn't hear him. I don't have any money with me. I do. Klein smiled. Emlyn didn't say another word as he entered the carriage. Klein sat opposite him, and after the carriage began moving, he asked in thought, what happened? Your father is a doctor? He has an outstanding pharmaceutical level? Although Emlyn was listless, he habitually raised his chin. This is the innate ability of us vampires. The most outstanding potion masters are all vampires. Is that so? Klein muttered to himself. No one knew what he was thinking. Emlyn fell silent for a moment. Remember to write to your friend and tell him I'm back on Bayou Avenue and my parents will be looking for me. Okay, Klein replied succinctly. Nearly 20 minutes later, the carriage drove into River Bay Avenue and stopped in front of the house at Unit 48. After paying the bill, Klein alighted from the carriage and saw Emlyn White looking in the direction of the bedroom with an abnormally excited expression. The vampire restrained his emotions and pressed his hand to his chest at Klein, bowing deeply. No matter what, I have to thank you. Klein immediately smiled. There's no need to thank me. I'll claim the reward for finding you, as well as the fare from before, from your parents. Also, you have to concoct medicine with beyonder effects to help me treat a patient. Bounty, transportation fees, medicine with beyonder effects. Emlyn White couldn't react for a moment. This was not the answer he had expected. Where's your gentlemanly demeanor? The vampire thought in a daze. As a detective, accounting is a must. Besides, you've delayed my trip to the Quelag Club. I wonder what the limited supply is for the next 2 days. Klein looked at Emlyn White and lampooned half-jokingly. After a few seconds, Emlyn forced a smile. I need to see the patient before I can formulate a suitable medicine. Judging from his tone, he sounds very confident. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He immediately thought of a question. The White family seems to be outstanding potion scholars. If I'm really injured or poisoned, I can come to them for treatment. Wouldn't the apothecary formula that I spent so much effort to obtain from Father Utrevsky be useless? I don't need to train another assistant who's good at healing. Things change faster than plans, however, it wasn't considered a waste. He had already recovered the cost from Miss Magicians. As long as a formula existed, it would always be valuable. Also, the White family will definitely leave River Bay Avenue and hide their identities again. I might not be able to find them. It's not that convenient, no. Before the mental terror candle's hint is resolved, I should be able to wait for Emlyn White at the Harvest Church. Thinking of this, Klein took off his hat and bowed. No problem, I'll take you there when the time comes. I won't take up any more of your time. Emlyn White's expression changed as he hesitantly said, That's right. If you can remove the influence of the mental terror candle, you will receive more rewards, and, he paused, raised his chin, and said, and the friendship of the vampires. I'm a magician. I have the brooch of sun and the biological poison bottle. My usage of the body of heart and mind is limited to mediumship. What can I do? Among the people I know, only Miss Justice is close, but she's only a sequence 8, a telepathist. Unless you change your faith to the fool that doesn't belong to this era, then we can study how to use the knowledge recorded in the Book of Secrets and use the corresponding ritual to help you resolve this problem. Speaking of which, vampires seem to be worshippers of the primordial moon, very similar to the Shaman King and the rest. The ancient god recorded in the City of Silver, the vampire ancestor, Lilith, couldn't be the primordial moon, right? Klein smiled as his thoughts wandered. I'll keep an eye out for a solution. Emlyn White nodded and didn't say anything else. He eagerly turned around and rushed to the door. If it weren't for the coachman still nearby, he would have spread his black bat wings and soared to the second floor. Klein laughed and shook his head wistfully. He took the rental carriage from before to the steam subway station not far away, and after a few twists and turns, he returned to 15 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough. Before entering, Klein, who had already formed a habit, opened the letterbox to check if there was a letter. To his surprise, there really was a letter. The letter didn't have a stamp on it, and it was addressed to Detective Sherlock Moriarty. It was signed by Jurgen Cooper. Lawyer Jurgen? Puzzled, Klein picked up the envelope and tore it open. Under the light of the street lamp, he saw a piece of paper and 2 bills inside. The 2 bills were in denominations of 1 soldi and 5 soldi. A total of 6 soldi. During this period of time, I fed the cat 3 times. The agreement was 2 soldi each time. Enlightened, Klein opened the door and lit the gas lamp. Unfolding the letter, he found that there wasn't much content on it, and Jurgen's handwritten words were as meticulous, serious, and reserved as he was. Dear Detective Moriarty, thank you for taking care of Brody during this period of time. This is the reward you deserve. I rang the doorbell twice and found that you weren't home. I had no choice but to put the reward in an envelope and put it in your letterbox. If I hadn't done this, I might not have had the time to come again until tomorrow evening. That would have missed the verbal agreement. My grandmother promised that it would be tonight. As a lawyer, I value the validity of verbal contracts and hope that they can be strictly fulfilled. Finally, thank you again. Jurgen Cooper. Mr. Lawyer, your gratitude is really dry and meaningless. It's not as good as Brody's. Your explanation of your actions is very detailed. It's really the standard Jurgen style. Besides, what letterbox? If I were on Earth, before I transmigrated, I wouldn't have looked at the letterbox downstairs for months. Klein smiled as he folded the bills and put them in his pocket. Then, he took out the letter and wrote to Detective Stewart. After the greetings at the beginning, he carefully wrote. I found Emlyn White at the Harvest Church near Tativa Street. It's a very small church that belongs to the Church of Earth Mother. It's rare in Rouen. Emlyn White claimed that he had chosen to leave home due to certain matters. Later, he was taken in by the bishop of the Harvest Church and lived there, becoming a. Klein thought for a moment and wrote down the word volunteer. Then, he said succinctly, that's right. After my persuasion, he has returned to 48 River Bay Avenue, but he might come to the Harvest Church to do some volunteer work. After he finished writing, Klein read through the letter. He then put down the pen and folded the letter neatly. He flipped through the envelope, but he didn't paste the corresponding stamp on it. He planned on hiring someone to deliver it to Stewart's house the next day. If he were to use the kingdom's postal system, even if he placed the letter in the mailbox now, it would only be picked up the next day. After that, there would still be the process of sorting and delivery. Therefore, even though they were both in the royal capital of Bakeland, Stewart would only be able to see the letter the day after tomorrow before he could inform the Whites. As for Emlyn White, he was now penniless and only had a doll. This is also to receive his remuneration as soon as possible. Klein chuckled, cleared the coffee table, and returned to the second floor to brush his teeth and take a bath. On Wednesday morning, after spending 2 soldi to hire a rental carriage driver to deliver the letter, Klein bought some of the main ingredients for Desi seafood rice and planned on making egg fried rice that day. Thinking of the white rice, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After spending a certain amount of time and going through all kinds of trouble in the kitchen and utensils, he finally made a pot of fragrant egg fried rice. It was paired with cured meat and black tea, and he nearly burst into tears as he ate it. What a nostalgic and touching taste. After finishing 2 large plates of egg-fried rice, Klein slumped into a chair and rubbed his stomach. In the case of Emlyn White, because the other party didn't play by the rules, his performance had ended before it truly began. He didn't achieve his desired goal, so he could only find another opportunity to take the initiative to perform. In this regard, Klein didn't gain anything. Failure was also an experience. This at least made him understand one thing: unlike ordinary magicians, my performance not only has assistants, but also enemies and participants. Their reactions and choices will also affect the development of the matter. I have to consider these factors in advance. This can also be considered a lesson. It's better to be taught a lesson on such trivial matters than to be taught a lesson on certain important matters. Klein looked at the empty plate in front of him and thought about what other performances he could take the initiative to do. After serious consideration, he realized that there wasn't one. Of course, it wasn't that there was absolutely none, but it wasn't suitable for him to do it now. For example, the evil spirit in the 4th Epic's Tudor dynasty ruins. Klein had always wanted to deal with it, but even with Sharon, who had the scarlet lunar corona, and Merrick, who had obtained the remnant characteristic of a wraith who had lost control, he didn't think that they could fight a high-sequence monster. They might even die without knowing how they died. Taking the initiative to perform isn't equivalent to courting death. It's not equivalent to risking my life to perform. Klein warned himself. There was another thing he wanted to do, but he didn't think there was any chance. That matter was to find the strange child, Septon, who had brought bad luck to Surgeon Allen. Klein had always been interested in the tarot cards in Septon's hand, wanting to confirm if it was a mystical item. Unfortunately, this matter had already been taken over by the Nighthawks, and Klein didn't really want to get involved in the actions of his former colleagues. When Dr. Allen is resting, I'll go to the Quelag Club to inquire about the progress and then decide what to do. Klein's thoughts quickly took shape. As far as he knew, Dr. Allen was usually free on Friday afternoons and Sundays, and he would go to the Quelag Club to play tennis. And just now, Klein had also confirmed one thing through today's Bakeland Morning Post. There would be a Beyonder gathering convened by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom tomorrow night. For the time being, I can't sell the werewolf Beyonder characteristic or the biological poison bottle. I can't even find someone to make the former into a mystical item. The high-sequence Beyonders of Rose School are definitely still active nearby. They must be filled with anger and can't wait to find and tear apart Sharon, Merrick, and their helpers. I have to keep a low profile in this area for the time being. Klein picked up a napkin, wiped his mouth, and began clearing the table. He had originally wanted to rest today and spend the day leisurely at the Quelag Club without taking the initiative to perform. However, he remembered that Amon's avatar had discovered the grey fog and attempted to infiltrate it. He also remembered the role that the Book of Secrets had played in that crisis. Thus, Klein lit the fireplace in the activity room and brought the Book of Secrets back to the real world. Then, he focused on reading, pondering over it, and taking notes. Of course, he would burn the corresponding notes above the grey fog afterward. Before he knew it, it was already noon, and he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. After hiding the Book of Secrets, Klein entered the living room and went straight to the door. The visitor was Detective Stewart, who had a thin face and a beard. He looked at Klein with great reverence and excitement and couldn't wait to praise him. "You really are a great detective with rich resources and channels. You were able to solve such a case without any clues so quickly." "No, it's just good luck. It's just that God is blessing me." Klein modestly made way and invited Stewart in. What he said was actually the truth. This matter was indeed due to good luck. Long before the other party took on the mission, he had already known where Emlyn White was. As Stewart took off his tweed coat and hat, he hung them on the shelf in the foyer and said with a shiver, "This darn weather is getting colder. This damn weather, it's getting colder and colder. Maybe I should try those cotton-stuffed coats." "You can't call this cold, right? Go north of mid-seashore and stay in Winter County for a day. You'll understand what true low temperatures and true winter are," Klein chuckled. Immediately after, he generously asked a question. "A cup of hot coffee?" "That's exactly what I'm hoping for." Stewart followed him to the activity room on the first floor. "I've been to the north of mid-seashore, so I know about the low temperatures and heavy snow there. It was a rather wonderful vacation, but Backland's cold isn't bad either. It's like magic, penetrating my clothes and seeping into my bones. Oh, a fireplace that makes one want to praise. Stuart stood in front of the burning charcoal fireplace for a full 20 seconds before sitting on the sofa. He looked at Klein, who was busy brewing instant coffee. I plan on going south for a New Year's holiday to Desi Bay to fish. What about you? What vacation plans do you have? We endured the air of Bakeland for a year and worked hard to save up money for such a vacation. Perhaps it's also to Desi Bay. Klein said hesitantly. He looked sideways at Stuart's face, his expression momentarily a little dazed. This was related to a promise. An agreement with his brother, Banson, and his sister, Melissa. Haha, I'll show you my sea fishing skills, Stuart chattered. We still don't have enough money. Otherwise, we would really want to go to Fasak, Intis, or even the southern continent. Klein finished brewing the coffee and handed the white porcelain cup to him. He took 2 steps back and sat opposite him. Stuart held the cup and took 2 deep breaths of the warm, fragrant air. After a few seconds, he put down the cup and said very formally, according to our agreement, I will share the reward I received this time with you. Mr. and Mrs. White gave you £50 altogether, and you obviously contributed more than I did. Sherlock, how about £30? I still have to pay my informants for their hard work. Only £50? A vampire is only worth £50? Klein could not help but curse in his heart. However, he also knew that it wasn't that the Whites didn't want to increase the reward. They were probably worried that if they gave too much money, it would scare the detectives and make them have unnecessary associations, which would then attract the attention of the police or some official organizations. To an ordinary private detective, a £50 mission was tempting enough. Back when Klein hired someone to investigate all the houses with red chimneys in Tingen City and the small towns in the suburbs, he had only spent about £7. In addition, Mr. and Mrs. White also gave you an extra £1, saying that it's your fare for the next few days. Stuart took out 6 £5 notes and one £1 note with slight doubt. Klein took it and casually checked its authenticity. He didn't explain about the fare. Stuart didn't ask any further. He smiled and said, other than Mr. Stanton, you're the most outstanding detective I've ever met. Did you enter the profession halfway, or did you learn from a great detective in the past? Which detective did he learn from? That's a lot. What Sherlock Holmes, what Hercule Poirot, what 10,000-year primary school student, what swindler in the name of his grandfather? Klein silently lampooned. He thought for a moment. I'm from Mid-Seashire. I did a lot of work in the early days before I became a detective. That's why you're so knowledgeable. Stuart said in realization. Hey, your flattery is making me a little embarrassed. Klein smiled but did not respond. Stuart took a sip of coffee and said, Sherlock, if I encounter a difficult case that I can't solve in the future, I hope I can ask you for help. My connections in the detective world have also been established. Klein replied cautiously, that's right. At that time, if I'm free. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Stuart tactfully bade farewell. Klein walked him all the way to the lobby. After putting on his coat and hat, Stuart was about to open the door when he suddenly turned around and said sincerely, Sherlock, you're too simple. Your talent deserves better coffee. Ah? Klein was taken aback at first before he felt a little awkward. He laughed dryly. I can't tell the difference between good and bad coffee. It's all the same to me. After sending Stuart off, Klein went out and bought a few beef bones and some beef from a butcher's shop. He also went to a vegetable shop to buy radishes and other ingredients, as well as the corresponding seasonings. He wanted to prepare beef bone radish soup for dinner to accompany the remaining rice. As for lunch, he found a random restaurant on the street and had a lamb chop. In the leisurely afternoon, Klein continued studying the Book of Secrets. The more he read, the more he felt that he knew too little about mysticism. Thankfully, he had a solid foundation, and he could quickly grasp many things the moment he came into contact with it. In the evening, he caught a whiff of the alluring fragrance of the beef bone radish soup. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down twice. He heard the doorbell again, and it was like a bugle call for dinner. Gulping a mouthful of saliva, Klein walked to the back of the door and reached out to grab the handle. The visitor's appearance naturally appeared in his mind. It was none other than the handsome but not masculine red-eyed vampire, Emlyn White. "There's no need to rush me. He's a guy who keeps his word." Klein opened the door and smiled. "Good evening, Mr. White." Emlyn lifted his chin, letting his impatience show. Just as he was about to speak, Klein sized up the brown priest robe he was wearing and revealed a knowing smile. "You just came from the Harvest Church?" "Who said that he could last night?" Emlyn immediately couldn't maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. He gritted his teeth and said, that old man, damn it, how do I get rid of that darn hint?" Without waiting for Klein's reply, he patted the clothes on his chest and pulled a long face. "Take me to the patient. A sumptuous dinner is waiting for me." As he spoke, he sniffed indiscernibly, as if he had smelled something. Klein didn't say anything else as he took his coat and hat. "All right, I'll take you there now." After closing the door and taking a few steps, he cautiously asked, "Do you have a medical license?" How else could he convince lawyer Jurgen to allow Mrs. Doris to take the medicine? Emlyn looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "I don't need that kind of document to prove my ability." Before Klein frowned, he nonchalantly added, "You're right. It's too simple. I just had to deal with it and I got it." "You sound like you're quite proud of your medical license." Klein smiled but didn't say anything. Emlyn looked at the wet ground in front of him and casually said, "That's right. Do you know what I like most about Bakeland?" "What?" Klein asked curiously. Emlyn chuckled. "The sky is gloomy for a long period of time, and a fog that obscures the sun, so even if I go out during the day, I won't feel too uncomfortable. This is great, except for the bad air." In other words, vampires would really be harmed by sunlight? "Thankfully, I considered this yesterday and deliberately didn't bring the sun brooch. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to communicate with Emlyn." Klein seemed to understand something. As they spoke, they arrived outside Jurgen's house. Klein stepped forward and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened, and Mrs. Doris, who was also dressed thickly at home, said in surprise, "Detective, are you here as a guest?" The black cat, Brody, silently squatted by the side as he warily looked at Emlyn, as though he felt that something was amiss. Klein pointed at the vampire beside him. "I got to know a new doctor who's good at treating lung diseases, so I specially invited him to take a look at you. This is Dr. Emlyn White." "Is that so? You still remember this matter? What good children you are." Doris cheerfully invited them to come in. "Child." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't say a word in the end. On the way into the living room, Emlyn lowered his voice and said to him, "This patient's problem is irreversible. This patient's problem is irreversible. She is very old, and her body is quite weak. Even if I give her the medicine, she'll only be able to survive this winter at best. She'll pass away in 3 to 5 years. Unless there's the legendary immortality potion or something similar, this is the only way. Or, turn her into a sanguine? But at her age, she can no longer withstand the changes a beyonder characteristic will bring to her body. Besides, my parents and I don't have any additional characteristics. Irreversible." Klein was taken aback as he sighed silently. He said to Emlyn, "Concoct the medicine for her first. Let's concoct the medicine for her first. We'll talk about it after this winter." "All right, I have a finished medicine that's suitable for this situation." Emlyn sat down on the sofa without standing on ceremony. At this moment, Jurgen took off his apron and came out of the kitchen. He asked Klein the reason for his visit. "Dr. White, what do you think of my grandmother's lung disease?" Jurgen asked solemnly. Emlyn was clearly very good at such situations. He first explained his understanding of lung diseases, and after making Jurgen dizzy, he said, "What she needs the most is warm and healthy air. What she needs most is warm and healthy air. This is my most sincere advice. In addition, I have a special medicine that you can try for free." As he spoke, he took out his physician's license and a small metal bottle. "Will there be any side effects?" Jurgen asked cautiously. "No, the only problem is that it can't cure the problem at all." It's only a temporary cure, Emlyn replied in a very professional manner. If it weren't for Detective Moriarty, I wouldn't have let anyone try it out. Perhaps we can give it a try? Ahem. Mrs. Doris interrupted. Jurgen glanced at Klein, and the latter, who had done a divination beforehand, gave an affirmative nod. All right. Jurgen finally made his decision. He watched warily as Mrs. Doris drank the bottle of medicine, carefully observing her reaction. Mrs. Doris didn't change at first, but she gradually felt that her breathing was becoming easier. She stood up, bent down to hug the cat, and said happily, I feel much better. Seeing this scene, the corners of Jurgen's mouth curled up slightly. The corners of Jurgen's usually solemn and unsmiling face actually curled up slightly. But what Klein thought was 3 to 5 years. He smiled and sighed inwardly. This can also be considered a kind of magic show, using beyond our powers to create a false outcome to make the audience happy. After waiting for more than half an hour and confirming that there were no accidents, Klein and Emlyn White left lawyer Jurgen's house. They silently walked forward with their own thoughts on their minds, and soon, they arrived outside 15 Minsk Street. Vampire Emlyn held his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. The payment has been made. I hope we won't have the chance to meet again. That was a nice sentence, but Mr. White, did you forget something important? Klein smiled politely. I'll visit Bishop Utravsky occasionally. I hope you won't be at the Harvest Church. Also, I don't have to help you find a solution to the hypnosis. Emlyn White's expression immediately turned odd. After 2 seconds of silence, he raised his chin. There are many powerful occultists in our race. I will write to them for help. With that, he placed his hand on his chest, bowed, and left. After taking a few steps, he suddenly slowed down, turned his head, and asked hesitantly, What are you cooking? Beef bone radish soup. It needs to be paired with rice and chili. That's a specialty of the Fainapotter Highlands, Klein said with anticipation as he breathed in the fragrance wafting out of the house. Emlyn frowned and shook his head. Chili doesn't belong to the vampire race. Frankly speaking, it's hard for me to imagine a vampire eating chili. Of course, I occasionally fantasize about a vampire eating a steamed bun and eating garlic and green onions. Klein criticized in his heart and pointed at the door, indicating that he was about to enjoy his dinner. Emlyn White considered for a second and lowered his voice. I thought about it for a long time last night and realized that you didn't actually do anything. Why did you ask for payment? The old man will let me go at any time. Klein chuckled. No, that's not how it works. Your parents entrusted me with the task of finding you, not saving you. In the end, I was the one who found you. According to the agreement, the reward should belong to me. Also, if I didn't remind you, you might have to stay in the Harvest Church for a few weeks or even a few months before you realize that you can leave freely, and you won't even realize that you've been hypnotized. Are you implying my intelligence? Emlyn's face contorted. No, I'm saying it explicitly. Klein smiled and didn't say anything else. He opened the door and went straight to the kitchen. His mind was filled with the clear and alluring soup, white rice, soft but chewy beef, marrow hidden deep in the bones, sweet carrots with the fragrance of meat, and chopped Fainapotter Highland chili. Pink rose salt and green coriander leaves of balsam were sprinkled among the fiery fragments. On Thursday morning, as promised, Klein arrived at the cheap cafe in the East Borough. Old Kohler, who was still wearing the thick jacket from before, was sitting in a corner, drinking tea that barely tasted like tea with a loaf of black bread. Klein walked in front of him, took out something he had prepared, and pushed it to him. It was made up of 2 5-soldi notes, for 1 soldi notes, and a handful of copper pennies to enhance the effect. Old Kohler stared straight at them for a while before he reached out with his right hand and took them with trembling hands. He scrutinized them repeatedly, raised his hand to wipe his eyes, and squeezed out a smile. At the dock, we move heavy goods and do some troublesome cleaning in the cold, dirty water. It only costs about 1 soldi a day, and here, there was a total of 15 soldi. Klein listened in silence. After a few seconds, he said, That's right. After a few seconds, he said, Have you heard anything recently? What did you notice? Old Kohler put away the funds, drank another mouthful of tea, and pinched the corner of his eyes. I got to know a lot of dock workers and re-established contact with my friends from when I was a vagrant. Some of them have entered the factory, and some are still constantly going back and forth between the workhouse and the corner of the park. Heh, just like me in the past. Recently, there's a saying that since we believe in one of the 7 deities, why don't we directly pray to the Creator at the source? It's said that He is in everyone's body, in all things, and hasn't truly passed away. Praying to Him will allow us to be redeemed. Not only will we be able to enter His kingdom after death, but we will also have a better life while alive. For example, we don't need to work so hard, and we can have butter and oily meat every day. This is the theory of the mutated creator spread by the Aurora Order. After the incident with Lenivas, they began to place importance on the poor of the East Borough, the dock area, and the East Borough, hoping to use them to achieve certain goals. I wonder if the 3 major churches have noticed this phenomenon. They should have. Klein placed the butter between 2 pieces of toast and took a bite without tasting it. Old Kohler rambled on for a while. Mr. Detective, according to your instructions, I paid attention to the female textile workers. In the end, with the participation of the police, their resistance was defeated. But, the leaders became the factory's supervisors, and 1/3 of them lost their jobs. Some of them are actively looking for new jobs, some have become street girls, and some have disappeared. The whole east side is in chaos. If Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings were in such a situation when he came to Bakeland, then no one would notice him coming to East Borough to secretly kill 1 or 2 people every day. Klein sighed inwardly. Old Kohler continued to talk about his daily experiences. By the way, Liv's youngest daughter has gone missing. Liv? Klein confirmed that he had never heard of the name before. Only then did Old Kohler come to a realization. It's the one you and Mr. Reporter saw quarreling with someone last time. She's been doing the laundry at home with her eldest and youngest daughters, but yesterday, one of her 2 daughters went missing on the way back from delivering the clothes. The younger one is really pitiful. She's been a widow for many years and has always been counting on her 2 daughters, but in the end. Sigh, the police in East Borough definitely won't put too much effort into looking for her. Unfortunate people often have even greater misfortune because they don't have the ability to resist risks and change the environment they're in. This sentence suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. He was silent for a few seconds like a stone statue. Take me to see them. I'm a detective, so I might be able to help them find them. They don't have money, Old Kohler reminded him. Klein picked up his hat and cane. I do volunteer work occasionally. Sherwood Borough, in the house the 2 ladies originally rented. Zio began her life as a bounty hunter again, while Furs sped up the progress of her new book, hoping to save enough money for the Beyonder ingredients needed for Trickmaster as soon as possible. However, writing a book wasn't something that could be written just because one wanted to. Furs scratched her hair in frustration and decided to go out for a walk to find inspiration. As she walked, she found herself unknowingly returning to a familiar place. Diagonally in front of her was the Yosef Clinic where she had first worked, a rather large private clinic. After staring for a while, Furs recalled the old lady who had led her into the Beyonder world, so she turned into an alley on the right and took a shortcut to a nearby street. On both sides of the street were parasol trees with fluttering leaves. It was a relatively quiet place. Furs remembered that the old lady lived in house 39. Back then, she would occasionally drop by to deliver medicine or injections, and even help with some of the daily chores. It's been almost 3 years. That place should have been rented out again. Perhaps there have been several tenants. I still remember that when I came to sort out her belongings, I found a lot of notes that recorded mysticism insights. Furs walked under the leafless parasol tree and slowly approached house 39. As she recalled her past experiences, she gradually gained some inspiration for her writing. At that moment, she saw an old man wearing a heavy coat and a half-top hat standing at the door of house 39. He rang the doorbell 3 times. After a few minutes, no one opened the door. The old man with blue eyes shook his head and turned around. He muttered in puzzlement, still no one. He suddenly noticed Furs, who had stopped not far away and was looking over. He hurriedly strode over and smiled warmly and eagerly. Beautiful lady, do you live on this block? Do you know Labero and Alisa? Alisa? Isn't that the old lady's name? This building hasn't had a tenant recently? Furs deliberated and said, I don't know if the Mrs. Elisa I know is the one you are looking for. She lived here for a long time, but she passed away 3 years ago. He passed away 3 years ago? Where's Labero? The old man with some wrinkles at the corner of his eyes hurriedly asked. Her husband passed away before she did, Furs answered honestly. The old man was stunned for a moment before revealing a sorrowful expression. He was silent for a moment. Thank you, kind lady. I'm Labero's elder brother. I've been living in Mid-Seashire all this time. As I haven't received any letters from them in a long time, I decided to come and take a look. Can you tell me what happened to them in those years? Mrs. Elisa's husband's brother. Could he be a descendant of the family she mentioned? Furs suddenly became alert and replied with a smile, no problem. She quickly thought about what she could and couldn't say. The elder pointed behind him and said, that's right. There's a nice cafe over there. In a slightly old apartment in the East District, Klein once again stepped into the humid room. He saw the tough woman who had quarreled with the street girl and disdained her occupation standing in the pile of clothes. Her wrinkled face had lost its vigor of toil, and was lifeless. Her eldest daughter, the 17 or 18-year-old girl who was squatting in front of the basin and washing clothes, sat by the bed and sobbed. It's me. It's all my fault. I didn't keep an eye on her, I shouldn't have taken her to a secluded alley. She also said that she would learn a few more words in the free school tonight. It's me. It's all my fault. Liv suddenly came back to her senses and turned to look at her eldest daughter. She put away her sad expression and said fiercely, why are you crying? Get up and wash your clothes. Do you want to go hungry? Don't you want to go to a free school? After yelling, she saw Klein and Old Kohler by the door. Old Kohler. This is? She asked in puzzlement. Old Kohler seemed a little afraid of the other party's toughness and subconsciously took a step back. Liv, this is a detective. He wants to help you find Daisy. Liv's wrinkled and peeling face turned to Klein and said. Coldly, we've already called the police. She may be in her 30s, but she looks closer to 50. Klein looked around the room where many wet clothes were hanging. He vaguely remembered that there was a 13 or 14-year-old girl here the last time he was here. She was carefully holding a simple and crude homemade iron, dealing with the clothes that had been dried and wrinkled. There were many burn marks on her hands. She's the lost Daisy. Klein looked back at the laundry maid, Liv, and said in an emotionless tone, that's right. Do you believe that the East Side police will really look for Daisy? Are you sure that the people who caused Daisy to go missing won't set their sights on your house? You want to lose another daughter after losing one? The cruel but heart-wrenching words reached Liv's ears. The indifferent expression on her face crumbled bit by bit. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. The corners of her eyes gradually turned red. She suddenly lowered her head, and said to herself in pain and despair, I don't have money. The room suddenly became quiet. Even the sobbing girl didn't make a sound. Klein pursed his lips and exhaled silently. I do volunteer work occasionally, purely to help others. I haven't done it in a long time. Please give me a chance. Volunteer? Liv raised her head and chewed on the word. Klein nodded slightly. This commission is free. No, it's not completely free. Kindness will bring me great satisfaction. Since you don't have any other way, why not give it a try? Liv was silent for a moment. She raised her palm that was wrinkled and swollen from being soaked in water for a long time, wiped her eyes, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Detective, you really are a kind gentleman. Her voice suddenly choked. Here's what happened. At noon the day before yesterday, Freja led Daisy back with a batch of laundry. It was just outside East Borough, and they had to go to several streets. In order to rush back for lunch, Freja chose a secluded alley, but when she wasn't paying attention, she realized that Daisy, who was behind her, had disappeared. She went back the way she had come, but never found it, and Daisy never came back. Freya, where were you? The girl called Freya had already stood up, her eyes red and swollen. She sobbed and said, right here, in Hatchet Lane, Detective. Is Daisy going to be all right? Probably, Klein replied without any expression. He looked around, then asked, "What's the matter? Anything that Daisy always carried? I can borrow a police dog. It has an excellent sense of smell and can find the target by following the smell they left behind." "No." Liv, the laundry maid, thought for a moment and said with a sad expression. Freyja shed tears again, feeling that things seemed to have reached a dead end again. Suddenly, she blinked and said, "Yes, there is one thing. Daisy's vocabulary book." "Vocabulary book?" Old Kohler asked from the side. Liv sniffed and said, "I got Freya and Daisy to go to the free school at night. I let Freyja and Daisy go to the free school at night. I can keep washing clothes, but they can't keep doing this. This lady is such a good mother." Klein couldn't help but sigh. Free schools were night schools established by the three churches or certain charitable organizations. Classes were held from 8 to 10 in the evening, and they didn't charge any fees at all. They would even provide writing tools and a certain amount of paper for free. It was considered an education aimed at illiteracy, and at most, it involved some religious knowledge. Old Neil had once been a teacher at the Evernight Goddesses Free School for a few years, and Klein had heard him mention some things. As there were very few people who volunteered to be a teacher at a free school, a unique teaching model was formed. The teacher would arrive early, gather the students with the best learning progress, and instill the content of the day into them. Then, they would be in charge of teaching the different classes, and the teacher would patrol back and forth to correct any mistakes. This was known as the tutoring system. Corresponding to the free schools were free organizations such as technical workers' workshops. They were the few channels that the poor could come into contact with to escape their social class. Unfortunately, there were too few such organizations. They were like a drop in the bucket, and it was difficult for them to play any substantial role. At this moment, Freyja added while sobbing, "Daisy loves to learn. She's already been confirmed by the teacher to be her class's tutor. She'll put the pieces of paper with the words she copied together, and every day, she'll sleep with them as her pillow. Then, she'll wake up early and go out to the streets to recite under the morning light. She's always regretted that there aren't any street lights nearby." As she spoke, Freyja rushed back to the bunk bed and took out a stack of crumpled paper from under the tattered pillow. Due to being in a humid environment for a long period of time, the words copied on it were a little blurry. The edges of the paper were also worn, as if it had been flipped around for a long period of time. "Mr. Detective, is this okay?" Freyja handed the so-called vocabulary book, which wasn't bound at all, to Klein with both hands and asked eagerly. "Yes," Klein answered very succinctly. He wasn't trying to comfort Freyja. Although such items weren't the kind that could be carried around, they would accompany the target for a long period of time and project a strong belief in them. They were excellent materials for using dowsing to find people. He casually flipped through the vocabulary book and said, "Then I'll start taking action. Then I'll start moving. The sooner I find Daisy, the better." Liv and Freyja couldn't find the words to describe their feelings. They could only watch as Klein and Old Kohler left, repeatedly saying thank you, Mr. Detective, and thank you, kind gentleman. After leaving the apartment, Klein turned his head to Old Kohler. "Pay attention to the female textile workers who have lost their jobs, especially those who haven't found a new job or become a street girl. Pay special attention to those who have gone off to who knows where. Pay attention to your own safety. Ask less and listen more. If you do this well, you'll get a bonus." "All right." Old Kohler nodded heavily. He didn't leave immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he asked in an expectant tone, "Mr. Detective, you'll definitely be able to find Daisy, right?" "I can only say that I'll do my best." Klein didn't make any guarantees. Old Kohler sighed and smiled bitterly. "I lost my own child, so this is the last thing I want to see." He waved his hand and walked towards another street. As for Klein, he left at an unhurried pace. On the way, he used Daisy's vocabulary book to wrap the tip of his cane. Without attracting any attention, he completed a dowsing rod search. There's a result. Northwest. I can't confirm if there's any interference or misdirection for the time being. He looked down at the direction where the cane was about to fall and reached out to support it. Following the revelation, Klein left East Borough and hired a rental carriage. More than half an hour later, the carriage, which occasionally adjusted its direction, stopped at Iris Street in Sherwood Borough near Westborough. It stopped in front of a house with a vast lawn, a wide garden, a small fountain square, and a marble statue. At this moment, in the carriage, Klein's cane had fallen down and was aimed straight at that direction. Through the window, Klein saw patrolling guards and vicious dogs with their tongues hanging out behind the iron gate. The security there was quite tight. More importantly, even without divination, he could sense that there was quite a bit of danger lurking within with his spiritual intuition. What is this place? How could Daisy's disappearance involve such a dangerous place? Klein pondered for a few seconds and ordered the coachman to continue forward. The coachman replied with some surprise, "Sir, are you not here to visit Mr. Capem?" Capem? Klein found the name very familiar. He smiled and asked in return, "Why do you think so?" "People often come out from East Borough and take my carriage here." "Heh, this is the home of the tycoon, Mr. Capem," the coachman replied casually. "East Borough. Capem. Tycoon." Klein suddenly recalled who Capem was. In many rumors, he was the leader of a criminal organization whose hands were stained with blood, and he was involved in the disappearance of many innocent girls, and in reality, he was a tycoon who knew many important figures. Klein didn't say anything else. He leaned back against the wall and half closed his eyes. The carriage slowly moved forward, and the luxurious villa swept backward, disappearing through the glass window. In a cubicle in a coffee shop, Furs already knew that the elder's name was Lawrence Nord. He came from Constant City in Mid-Seashire and was a public school teacher. He doesn't know that Mrs. Elisa's husband is dead, nor does he know that Mrs. Elisa has inherited his inheritance and become a beyonder. He didn't expect Mrs. Elisa to leave her belongings to me. Could he also be a beyonder? Does he have the ability to divine? Furs drank a mouthful of Fermo coffee and organized her words. "I was once a doctor at the nearby Yusuf Clinic, and Mrs. Elisa often came to see me. Back then, her husband, Mr. Labero, had already passed away. I would occasionally talk to her and help her do some things, such as, so, she eventually made a will, giving me her savings in cash, and donating her jewelry, books, furniture, and other items to charity. This was supervised by a law firm she appointed." What Furs said was the truth, but it wasn't the entire truth. Lawrence pinched his forehead and said, "What a pity. I can't understand why Elisa didn't contact me during those years. She didn't mention your name, and she was vaguely dissatisfied with Mr. Labero's relatives," Furs answered frankly. Lawrence was silent for a moment. "Thank you for telling me. It made me understand some things. By the way, where are Labero and Elisa buried?" "Grim Cemetery." Furs took out her pocket watch from her bag and glanced at it. "Mr. Lawrence, I still have matters to attend to. I should leave." Lawrence didn't stop her. He got up and sent her off. After sitting down again, he rubbed his son acupoint in distress and muttered to himself, "Labero passed away, and he didn't leave behind any children. I wonder where Elisa took his beyonder characteristic. Richard died at the hands of the Aurora Order. Sam didn't want to contact us at all. He didn't want to bear the responsibility of his family name." Lawrence sat in a booth in the coffee shop and couldn't help but think of the hardships the House of Abraham had suffered over the years. Ever since they were split into small families and scattered across the country, the Elders' Council's control over the family members had fallen to the lowest point. In order to avoid the effects of the curse, a large number of Abrahams were unwilling to advance and remained at sequence 8 or 9. They didn't even attempt to become beyonders. They only wanted to be ordinary people with a certain amount of knowledge and wealth, living a peaceful and beautiful life. The Elders' Council believed that this was an act of forgetting the honor of the family, but they couldn't deal with it strictly because it was equivalent to self-annihilation. In such a situation, the upper echelons of the House of Abraham began to have thoughts of reform. They imitated the master-disciple inheritance system of the life school of thought and nurtured non-family members, hoping that after they advanced to high-sequence beyonders, they could help the Abrahams resolve the curse that had existed for 1,500 years and find their ancestor, Bethel Abraham, who had disappeared in the War of the Four Emperors. This plan went very smoothly in the beginning. The apprentices, who didn't need to worry about the curse, quickly became stronger and advanced under the careful nurturing of the House of Abraham. In just 10 years, there were several Sequence 5 Beyonders among them, and there wasn't a single Sequence 6 among the direct Beyonders of the House of Abraham. The main branch was too weak, and the branches were too strong. The seeds of tragedy were planted, and the ambitious disciples set their sights on the few powerful sealed artifacts that the House of Abraham possessed. Their plot failed, but it also brought about serious repercussions. All the Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 Beyonders who weren't members of the family believed that their status in the House of Abraham didn't match their own strength. Furthermore, they weren't trusted and were unable to obtain control over certain sealed artifacts. Amidst the back and forth, arduous negotiations, and the process of mutual compromise, an accident happened. One of the Sequence 5 traveler named Bodis was tempted by the true creator and joined the Aurora Order, causing a terrifying disaster. In this disaster, the upper echelons of the House of Abraham were nearly wiped out. More than half of the few powerful sealed artifacts were lost, leaving only 3. Lawrence's half-brother, Richard, died as a result. Bootiz had received great benefits. Not only had he gathered all the Beyonder ingredients he needed, but with the help of the true creator, he had also successfully overcome all obstacles and stepped into the demigod sequence, becoming one of the 5 saints of the Aurora Order, the Saint of Secrets. After the disaster, the Elders' Council of the House of Abraham, which had been rebuilt, reflected on their actions over the past years, but they could not find a solution to the problem. Negative, depressed, and desperate emotions shrouded the hearts of the few remaining family members. Lawrence didn't want to be in such an environment, and he didn't want to face the size and depressing atmosphere every day. He found an excuse to leave the Elder Council and come to Bakelin to find his other half-brother, Labero, and half-brother, Sam. Now, he suddenly realized that he was the only one left from his father's branch. He himself was nearly 80 years old, and all of his children had died in the disaster brought about by Bootiz. Just thinking about this made him feel an indescribable sense of sorrow. What pained him the most was that he couldn't see any hope of revenge, nor could he see the dawn of his family's glory returning. "I'm already very old, and I was previously injured. I don't dare to use Beyonder powers unless it's absolutely necessary. It will cause me to lose control or cause a curse to descend. What's the future of the House of Abraham?" Lawrence took a sip of Fermo coffee and fell into a long silence. After returning to her rented apartment, Furs immediately entered her bedroom and locked the wooden door. She sat on the edge of the bed, adjusted her state, and softly recited the honorific name that represented hope and future. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I wish to pray to you and tell you what happened to me today. I met the elder brother of the husband of the old lady who made me an apprentice. He's suspected to be a member of a certain family. I hid the matters related to mysticism, but I'm worried that he has extremely powerful divination abilities and can find out the complete truth." At this moment, Klein happened to be above the gray fog. He saw the crimson star, representing magicians, expand outwards, causing ripples. He heard layers of pleas constantly spread out. After figuring out the details, Klein tapped the edge of the long ancient table with his finger and muttered to himself, very cautious. "You know to seek help from the fool. Furthermore, your guess is correct. The corresponding Sequence 7 of Apprentice is astrologer. Recently, he had been studying the Book of Secrets and quickly came up with a plan that could help the other party interfere with divination through a ritual. I have to say, after advancing to Sequence 7 and obtaining the Book of Secrets, I'm becoming more and more like a true deity above the gray fog. Of course, it's still an empty shell for now. Speaking of which, I performed in front of Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man many times, perfectly fooling them. Why didn't I receive the corresponding spirituality feedback? The progress of the potion didn't speed up either. Does it have to be in the real world? It could also be that the cheers of the audience are blocked by the gray fog, preventing them from directly affecting me. It's just like how the eternal blazing sun and the true creator are unable to penetrate the gray fog and find this mysterious space. From the looks of it, the reaction of the gray fog and this mysterious space is very mechanical. It's not agile enough and lacks intelligence. However, to me, this is actually a good thing." Amidst his thoughts, Klein conjured the corresponding knowledge into an ancient goatskin parchment and threw it into the crimson star representing magicians. Suddenly, an endless grayish-white fog appeared in front of Furs, and an illusory yellowish-brown goatskin descended from the sky. She saw the knowledge written on it, and her heart calmed down. With Mr. Fool taking action, that Mr. Lawrence definitely wouldn't be able to obtain the correct revelation from his divination. Furs sincerely expressed her gratitude and busied herself preparing for the ritual. She had seen many evil spirits harm people, so she didn't really trust the Fool that much. However, the curse of the full moon made her rely on him. At worst, I'll just lose my life. Without Mr. Fool's help, I would have already lost control and become a monster during the last blood moon. Every day I live is one more day of gain. This is all bestowed by Mr. Fool. He can take it back whenever he wants. It's best not to take it back. Furs took a deep breath and lit the 2 candles that symbolized the Fool. The initial steps of the ritual were no different from what she had previously mastered. When the candles were lit, essential oils, extract, herbal powder, and other items were thrown into the fire. When a clear and ethereal fragrance filled the room and a thin, illusory fog enveloped the entire altar, Furs quickly adjusted her body and mind according to the contents recorded on the goatskin. She entered cogitation and silently chanted the corresponding honorific name of the Fool over and over again. Such monotonous and repetitive actions made Furs, who had already calmed down from her visualization, slowly enter a state of deep sleep and spirituality. She was in a daze, but she also maintained a strange lucidity. She felt that her mind was drifting and constantly rising. This was somewhat similar to the process of using external objects to form a secret deed, but there were many differences. This was a technique of mediumship, used to communicate with spirits of a higher level. At its peak, it could even allow beyonders to roam the spirit world while maintaining a strange lucidity. Some beyonders who were good at influencing the mind called it artificial sleepwalking. They could use hypnosis and other techniques to make ordinary people enter such a state. That way, ordinary people would appear to be asleep, but they would be able to answer questions. They would appear to have their eyes and mouth closed, but they would be able to discover the various spirit bodies around them and complete a certain level of communication. The reason why Klein didn't allow Furs to use the secret deed ritual was that it could only give knowledge, direct effects such as purification or erosion, allowing the other party's mind to obtain a wondrous experience. It couldn't interfere with another person's divination or other matters. To put it simply, the secret deed ritual directly affected the target's soul body, astral projection, body of heart and mind, and ether body. Any positive or negative states related to them would be eliminated. The ritual under artificial sleepwalking could allow Klein to do some indirect things to deal with the intrusions from the outside world. In a daze, Furs felt that she had drifted back to the towering ancient palace above the grey fog. She saw Mr. Fool sitting high above, looking down at everything. Klein looked at the magician's illusory figure outlined by the crimson starlight and calmly picked up a paper figurine that he had found in the junk pile in the corner. As a seer who had advanced twice, he had many ways to interfere with the divination of others without the help of mystical items. At that moment, due to the ritual's influence, the mysterious space above the grey fog trembled slightly, and some of its power flowed due to it being pried open. Klein pressed his left hand on the Dark Emperor card on the surface of the long bronze table, allowing it to connect with his spirit body and raise his level. It was just like how he had used the flaring sun charm and Aztec's copper whistle to strengthen his spirit body and raise his level. Right on the heels of that, with a flick of his right wrist, he threw the paper figurine out. The paper figurine suddenly enlarged, and 12 pairs of black angel wings that were cut out of paper grew out of its back. The feathers were lifelike. The paper angel quickly pierced through the crimson light and overlapped with the illusory figure of the magician's. Without a sound, it began to burn and completely disappeared. The half-awake Furs seemed to see a dignified and solemn angel. She saw the other party using many pairs of pitch-black wings to wrap around her. After an unknown period of time, Furs suddenly woke up from her artificial sleepwalking state. In front of her were the 3 candles burning quietly on the altar and the fog that permeated the entire room. Her nose was filled with the familiar fragrance of tranquility and ethereal. Angel. Furs fell into a daze and momentarily forgot to end the ritual. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like it has 12 pairs of wings. According to the descriptions in the books of the various churches, this is the highest level angel. Furs tried her best to recall the scene she had seen in her half-awake state. She was shocked, but at the same time, it wasn't that shocking. It was as though she had encountered something shocking that she had never encountered before. It's not surprising that Mr. Fool has an angel serving him. From the fact that Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man occasionally refer to him, it's conceivable. From the fact that he can isolate the influence of the full moon's ravings, it's possible to infer. However, my request is just to interfere with Mr. Lawrence's divination, and he actually got an angel to protect me. Isn't this too extravagant? Or is this a routine operation for him? There's another question. Why are the feathers on the angel's wings black? Does this indicate degeneration or death? What's Mr. Fool's true identity? Which great existence is he? The death that was rumored to have perished in the Pale Era? He wants to resurrect himself through the tarot gathering? Fur suddenly took a deep breath. She was no longer worried that the gentleman named Lawrence would use divination to discover that there was a problem with her. Thinking that she had already joined the tarot, she smiled bitterly and muttered silently, I can only do as Roselle the Great said. I'll take it one step at a time. Reining in her thoughts, Furs once again humbly thanked Mr. Fool. Then, according to the normal procedures of the ritual, she extinguished the flames of the 3 candles and dealt with the altar that was filled with all sorts of items. Above the grey fog, Klein temporarily threw the matter regarding the house of Abraham to the back of his mind. According to his original plan, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the next divination statement: Daisy's current situation. Putting down the pen, Klein stacked Daisy's vocabulary book and the piece of paper with the divination statement together and held them in his left hand. Then, he leaned back in his chair and entered a cogitation state. He silently recited Daisy's current situation over and over again. After a total of 7 times, Klein fell asleep. His vision was first pitch black with a hint of red before it turned gray. A series of images flashed before his eyes. Some were coherent, some were jumpy, and some were illogical. Klein saw Liv's youngest daughter, a 13-year-old girl who was repeatedly scalded by the steam but still insisted on ironing clothes. A man wearing a heavy jacket and a grayish-black cap covered her mouth with a handkerchief from behind and dragged her into a fork in the alley. Another man in the same attire grabbed her legs and lifted her up with his companion. They walked quickly. Their target was the carriage parked outside the alley. The whole process ended in less than 2 minutes, and by the time Daisy's sister, Freja, returned to find them, the carriage had already left. In the carriage, a cold and sharp dagger was pressed against the muddle-headed Daisy's face, and filthy threatening words rang in her ears. The carriage drove into Capham's luxurious villa. Daisy was in a small, dark room, and the cries, screams, and curses of women echoed from time to time outside. Daisy woke up and shouted for help, but someone opened the door and kicked her. She was in so much pain that she couldn't stand up. Tears streamed down her face as she kept softly shouting the words Mom and Freja. Klein opened his eyes and realized that the paper in his left hand had crumpled into a ball at some point in time. He had already confirmed that Capham was the mastermind behind the disappearance of many young girls and that he was the boss of a criminal organization. But the problem was that such cases shouldn't and couldn't involve beyonder powers that were too powerful. At most, there would be a few money-grubbing sequence 7s, 8s, or 9s to help. It wouldn't make Klein feel a strong sense of danger through his spiritual intuition the moment he approached the villa. Could it be that Capham himself is a sequence 6 or even a sequence 5 beyonder? However, it's not difficult for a beyonder at this level to earn money. There's no need for him to do such dirty and complicated things. He can just find the various gangs and collect protection fees from them. It's easier than this, and he won't dirty his hands. Could it be that Capham's human trafficking has some hidden agenda? As Klein pondered, he used the power of the grey fog to restore Daisy's vocabulary book to its original state. After a few seconds of silence, he conjured another piece of goatskin and wrote a new divination statement: Saving Daisy is a dangerous matter. After reading it carefully twice, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and let the topaz pendant fall onto the paper, nearly touching the line of words. After calming himself down for a few seconds, he closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement he had just written. When the voice stopped, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the spirit pendulum in his left hand. The topaz pendant was spinning clockwise at a high speed and a high amplitude. It was an affirmation that saving Daisy was a rather dangerous thing, but it's not completely hopeless. There's still a small possibility and opportunity. As long as I can grasp it. Klein interpreted the revelation given by the spirit pendulum. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Wasn't I looking for an opportunity to perform? That's right, as a magician, I still have to challenge some difficult matters. Otherwise, I should be called a trickmaster and not a magician. Completing the seemingly impossible, even if the outcome is false, is the image of a magician in my heart. As for whether it's one of the rules, it still needs to be confirmed. Klein tapped the edge of the long ancient table and quickly made a decision. The most difficult thing for him to save Daisy and deal with Capim was that he didn't understand him at all. He didn't know how many Beyonders were in the villa, or which pathway or sequence they belonged to. This made it impossible for Klein to make any targeted preparations. And to a magician, the first rule was don't perform unprepared. Many of the seemingly impromptu performances actually required a certain amount of preparation. For example, long periods of practice, or a deep understanding of how to divert attention. In the name of a blessed, should I get Miss Justice to help me investigate Capim's background? Klein seriously considered the solution to the problem. But he quickly rejected this line of thought. No, I won't be able to obtain detailed information. Although Capim is a tycoon who has connections with many important figures, he's ultimately not someone who can be brought to the surface. At most, Miss Justice can find out which nobles, members of parliament, and government employees he has close ties with, but she won't be able to figure out how many Beyonders are in his villa, what traps he has set up, or what the setup is like. By following these connections and clues, Miss Justice might be able to find out what I want to know in a few weeks, but it's too slow. Saving someone is like putting out a fire. Any delay will result in a tragedy. Klein's gaze swept across the surface of the long bronze table and the corner where the junk was piled up. An idea gradually formed in his mind. On the one hand, I'll get Miss Magicians and her friend, Miss Zio, to investigate Capim's background and figure out which Beyonders he has connections with. They have good connections in East Borough, in many gangs, and in many Beyonder circles. On the other hand, I'll do it myself. I'll get the information I want from the servants or bodyguards who come out of Capim's villa using mediumship. After finalizing the plan, Klein wasn't in a hurry to get Miss Magicians' help. He decided to give it a try himself first. Only then could he get her to inquire about certain matters. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the towering palace above the grey fog. After lunch, a man wearing a grayish-black cap and a thick cotton coat carefully left through the back door of Capim's villa. He walked all the way to a crossroads and got into a rental carriage. East Borough. He touched the dark red birthmark on his face and instructed the carriage driver. The carriage began to move, and the man looked out the window in boredom, admiring the beautiful ladies and young ladies on the street. If only I could kidnap them. The man let his imagination run wild as he revealed a regretful expression. After leaving Iris Street, he suddenly shuddered, and his eyes became slightly dazed. He knocked on the carriage wall and said to the coachman, "Stop, stop. I forgot something. That's all." The coachman didn't dare to reprimand the ferocious man. He didn't even grumble as he stopped the carriage by the side of the street and let him alight. After paying 6 pence, the man backed off a few dozen meters and entered a cheap hotel. Without the need for identification, he paid for a room. After entering, he only left the door ajar and did not lock it. Then, the man sat on the edge of the bed expressionlessly. Suddenly, a transparent and illusory figure separated from his body. It was Klein dressed as a worker. He used the method of summoning himself to transform into a spirit body and possess the man's body, allowing him to walk to a convenient place for channeling. After knocking the man unconscious, the spirit body Klein disappeared from the room. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and his corporeal body walked in again. Using a wall of spirituality to seal off the area, Klein quickly set up a spirit channeling ritual, allowing the alluring scent of amantha extract and eye of the spirit medicine to permeate the surroundings. After finishing his preparations, he was about to begin channeling when he suddenly exclaimed and stopped. He discovered that the spirit body of the unconscious man on the bed was under a mysterious and unknown restriction. If he were to forcefully channel his spirit, although there was a high chance of success, it would trigger the mark and alert a certain Beyonder. This would alert the enemy. What a strange Beyonder power. Very cautious, very careful. The matters that Capim is involved in aren't simple. Klein paced a few steps and frowned slightly. He glanced at the unconscious man and suddenly chuckled. Do you think this will stump me? He quickly interrupted the spirit channeling ritual and once again summoned himself and responded to himself. A few seconds later, his spirit body flew out of the candlelight and floated in the room once again. Without any hesitation, Klein, in his spirit body form, suddenly went forward and possessed the unconscious man. The man suddenly sat up and opened his eyes, looking rather dazed. He stood up and walked to the front of the altar. Then, he chanted softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." In a room filled with the ethereal fragrance of amantha extract and eye of the spirit potion, Capim's subordinate was controlled by the possessed Klein to constantly chant the fool's honorific name. Amidst the monotonous but rhythmic murmurs and the fragrance that made it difficult to focus, the man's soul body gradually dispersed. His entire being became muddle-headed, but he maintained a certain degree of strange lucidity, as if he was hypnotizing himself. With the help of Klein in his spirit body form and the feedback from chanting the fool's honorific name, he slowly entered an artificial sleepwalking state. His astral projection approached the gray fog at an infinite height, approaching the mysterious place above the gray fog. Klein seized this opportunity to end the summoning, return to the towering ancient palace, and sit in the seat belonging to the fool. He saw a bright and clear light ripple out beside him, outlining the illusory figure of Capim's subordinate. And this mysterious space was affected by the ritual, and there was a slight tremor. Some of the power had been stirred and was slowly flowing. Klein picked up the Dark Emperor card and made a paper figurine appear in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the paper figurine flew out and absorbed the bit of power that had been stirred above the gray fog. It transformed into a man wearing a grayish-black cap and a thick cotton coat. He looked identical to Capim's subordinate, even his aura and feeling were identical. The paper figurine overlapped with the target's illusory figure, helping him withstand the mysterious and unknown restrictions in his spirit body. At the same time, Klein held the Dark Emperor card in his hand and emanated his spirituality, touching the illusory figure of Capim's subordinate that was outlined by the bright and clear light. This was an application of the secret deed element. Weak humans and great existences had a bit of synergy, sensing the corresponding knowledge and obtaining a wonderful spiritual experience. What was different from normal was that here, Klein was playing the role of the great existence. And in this state of close synergy, the interaction was reciprocal. Humans could obtain the knowledge of the great existence, and the great existence could naturally read the desired scene by asking questions. If it wasn't for the fact that Klein didn't have the beyonder powers of the mind domain, he could have used this as a cue. Who are the powerful figures in Capim's villa? Klein asked through the spirituality of the interaction. The shadow transmitted the memory without any resistance, making Klein feel like he was watching a holographic movie. The man in the cap stood in the room with fear and respect. In front of him was a middle-aged gentleman wearing a black tuxedo and a white wig. This gentleman had a long, thin, and serious face. His lips were naturally pursed, giving off an unusually cold feeling. He took out a pocket watch of the same color along the golden chain, opened it and glanced at it. "Look at me." The man in the cap didn't dare disobey as he raised his head and looked forward. "Yes, Mr. Harris." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a pair of eyes shining with a strange light and heard a commanding voice. "Keep the secret. I can't reveal anything I see or hear in this villa to anyone outside." The man in the cap shuddered inexplicably, feeling that he had to do as the other party said. He lowered his head again and said, "Yes, Mr. Harris." The man in the cap carried an unconscious girl down the stairs to the entrance of the underground area. Over there was a small room that had been partitioned off. Inside sat a bearded man whose age could not be determined. The bearded man had a pair of cold and intimidating blue eyes. He held a fine flannelette in his hand and was carefully wiping a grayish-white rifle on the table. The rifle was thick and long, and it was connected to a large mechanical box of the same color through a pipe. This was a high-pressure steam rifle. This was a military-controlled item. "Mr. Belize." The man in the cap was already prepared and bowed his head in greeting. The man in the cap entered the neatly arranged underground building that resembled a prison and locked the unconscious girl in one of the small rooms. He locked the door, returned to the corridor, and picked up the lantern he had been assigned. At that moment, he saw a figure slowly walking out from the depths of the corridor on the other end. The figure's eyes seemed to be able to see through the darkness and didn't carry any lighting devices. With the help of the lantern's light, the man in the cap discovered that it was a woman in her 30s. The woman wore a brown bonnet that was tilted up in the middle, a thin white shirt and suspender pants, and a pair of leather boots that reached her knees. There were a few old scars on her face, and the corners of her mouth always held a cruel smile. The man in the cap lowered his head in shock and fear and stammered, "I'm sorry, Madam Katie." The woman ignored him. Step by step, she walked past him as if he was nothing but air. After the lady called Katie left, the man in the cap curled his lips. "Bitch. You'll definitely be more dissolute than a prostitute in bed." He straightened his crotch, picked up the lantern, and left the underground area. The man with the peaked cap met the two men in the magnificent hall that shone with golden light. One of them was about 1.65 meters tall and a little plump. He didn't have any special features, but his gaze always left one shuddering in fear. The other was about 1.70 meters tall and looked rather old. He had some wrinkles on his forehead, a high nose bridge, and his brown eyes were spirited. He didn't look intimidating. "Mr. Capim." The man in the cap first greeted the plump middle-aged man before saying to the other man, "Mr. Parker." The faint light of dawn shone in as the man in the cap met the cold, middle-aged gentleman known as Mr. Harris at the entrance of the underground area. Harris, who was wearing a white wig, glanced at him, who was standing respectfully beside him. He nonchalantly stretched out his right palm and aimed it at the entrance of the underground area. Confinement. Silently, the feeling around him changed subtly. There are a total of 4 Beyonders, at least 4. The strongest should be that Mr. Harris. He's at least a sequence 6, maybe even a sequence 5. I wonder what pathway it is, but it's somewhat similar to the Black Emperor pathway. Relying on order to issue decrees? Based on the scene just now, I can roughly determine that the lockdown is only aimed at the underground area, not the entire villa. That's right. There are people coming and going during the day. Once it's sealed, it'll be too troublesome to get in and out. I wonder if it's the same at night. Klein analyzed the information he had just obtained and asked again, "What's the overall layout of the villa like?" He quickly received feedback and saw a resplendent hall, an elegant and spacious dining room, a corridor that ran through the first floor, as well as a washroom and an underground area. Through them, Klein pieced together the general layout of Capim's villa in his mind. Sensing the depletion of his spirituality, he asked one last question: which important figures does Capim have close ties with? The scene in front of him was the resplendent hall from before. Half-naked girls were either prostrating themselves to serve alcohol to the guests, allowing them to scold and play with them, or being pulled to a secluded spot to be ravaged. They were all young, and their expressions were pained and numb. If they were slightly slow or not enthusiastic enough, Capim's attendants or maids would whip them. These servants witnessed the sinful scene, but they didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. They fought to be the first to express themselves in an attempt to gain praise. Among the guests, Klein saw Capim, the cold Mr. Harris, a member of Parliament of the House of Commons who often appeared in the newspapers, and a fat man who was addressed as Deputy Inspector General. That's a Deputy Inspector General of the Bakeland Police Department? That's one of the higher-ups of the police department. None of those servants are good. That's right, the people in the villa must have been screened and trusted. Klein rubbed his forehead and stopped the intimate state. The man in the cap was only a minor leader, so that was all he could know or participate in. And up to this point, the mysterious and unknown restriction still hadn't been touched. Klein ended the ritual and made the man's figure disappear above the gray fog. He then returned to the real world. In the ethereal and illusory room, he sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the man in the cap who was unconscious on the ground. Based on the information he had just obtained, he analyzed the feasibility of the performance and thought of one plan after another. Finally, Klein came up with a certain idea and muttered to himself, "Perhaps I don't need any help. Helpers will only drag me down, making it inconvenient for me to escape when I'm in danger. I have to choose the timing well. It's very important." Nearly 50 minutes later, the man in the black and gray cap appeared in East Borough and headed straight for the streets controlled by the Xianxia gang. Just as he saw a few dark-skinned, thin, and fierce-looking Highlanders, he immediately approached them and pretended not to look where he was going. He bumped into one of them. "Damn it! You bunch of trash!" The man in the cap cursed loudly and threw a punch at the other party. The Highlanders, who loved to fight to begin with, didn't back down and engaged him in a brawl. During this process, the man in the cap pulled out his dagger, and the Highlanders also drew their weapons. Splat, in the midst of the battle, a dagger stabbed into the man's neck in time, hitting his artery. The man in the cap collapsed, bright red blood splattering around his head. He quickly lost his life, and the illusory, transparent figure in his body disappeared. Klein returned above the grey fog and used it as a springboard to re-enter his body. He opened his eyes in a cheap hotel in Sherwood Borough. He cleaned up the remaining traces and checked out of the room at the front desk. On the way back to Minsk Street, Klein once again went above the grey fog. He wanted to divine a simple but crucial piece of information. He picked up a pen and wrote a line of words. Putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein picked up the piece of paper with the divination statement on it and leaned back in his chair. His lips quivered as he softly chanted, "Captain's dinner time today," over and over again. These words reverberated above the silent and empty grey fog. Klein's eyes quickly darkened as he slowly lowered his eyelids. In the fragmented dream, he saw the spacious and elegant dining room. He saw the golden-laid porcelain cutlery, caviar, roasted chicken, stewed lamb, fried ox-eye meat, deep-fried dragonbone fish, cream soup, and other food. The food was placed in front of the diners in a certain order and according to a certain requirement. Among them were the slightly plump Capim, the middle-aged gentleman wearing a white headgear, Horace, Katie, who was only wearing a thin shirt, and Parker, who looked rather old and didn't look intimidating. And looking out from the end of the dining table, one could see a beautifully decorated glass window. The clouds outside were sparse, and the crimson moon could be vaguely seen in the sky. Klein opened his eyes and marked the location of the moon in the dream. Then, based on his knowledge of astrology, he quickly calculated the corresponding approximate time. "Looks like it's 7:30 to 7:45. Considering that Capim and the others are already halfway through their meal, I can set it back another 15 minutes. This way, 7:30 is a better choice." Klein muttered to himself as he interpreted the revelation given by dream divination. It wasn't rare to have dinner at 7:30. This was even the norm in the Kingdom of Rouen and even in the northern continent. This was because many middle-class people lived in the suburbs, either due to environmental concerns or because of the cheap rent. They had to take the short-distance steam locomotive to and from the city to work every day, and by the time they returned home, it would often be after 7 in the evening. Therefore, 7:30 to 8 o'clock was the normal time for dinner. Klein had such an experience when he was in Tianjin City, but that was because he didn't have servants or a full-time wife. When the three siblings returned home, they had to busy themselves for a while before they could enjoy hot food. It wasn't because of the distance to work. This was the reason why commoners and the poor often had dinner from 7:30 to 8 o'clock. And due to the distance between lunch and dinner, afternoon tea, which belonged to the upper class, gradually became popular among the middle class and commoners. After interpreting it, Klein recalled the revelation he had just received and keenly noticed a problem. Where were Capim's wife and children? They didn't appear in the dining room. Could it be that Capim is an extreme believer of the Lord of Storms, and women and children have to eat in the living room? Or was there another reason? Or was Capim not married and had no children? He's already a middle-aged man. Klein attempted a divination but failed to obtain any effective revelations, so he could only give up. 7:30. He repeated the time and then returned to the real world. In the evening, Capim, who wore a formal bow tie even at home, narrowed his eyes and looked at his subordinate in front of him. "Fabian is dead?" "Yes, boss." Even though he had been Capim's accomplice for many years, the subordinate was still a little afraid and terrified. "Odysseus, sir, in a few years, sir." Capim tugged at his bow tie and pretended to handle the thick cigar leisurely. "When did Fabian die?" "How did he die?" "This afternoon. I sent him to East Borough to do something, but he got into a conflict with the Xianxia gang and was stabbed in the neck." Odysseus described with a trembling voice. Captain roasted his cigar and said in an unperturbed tone, "That's right. Fabian is such an idiot. But how could this Manger gang not know that he's an idiot working for me? Sir, as you know, there are often Highlanders coming to the East Sector to join this Manger gang. They are barbaric and reckless, and they don't care who is who." Oz quickly explained. Captain snorted. Have they forgotten that this is not a plateau? Or have you forgotten me, Captain? Odysseus, I want the body of the leader of this Manger gang. Can you do it? If you can't, I'll sink your wife and children with you into the Tussock River. Sir, there's no problem. Otis immediately raised his voice. Then, he asked in a low voice, who can I mobilize? Captain was about to answer when the door was suddenly pushed open, and Horace, a middle-aged gentleman wearing a white wig, walked in. He coldly glanced at Odysseus before shifting his gaze to Captain. I heard that one of your men had a conflict with a gang in Eastborough and died? Yes, Mr. Horace. Captain stood up with a cigar in hand. Horace stared into Captain's eyes. You want to take revenge on them? Captain's forehead suddenly beaded with sweat. No, Mr. Horace. You misunderstand. Horace nodded slightly and said, you have to remember that during critical periods, we should try not to cause trouble unless necessary. He paused for a second and observed Captain's reaction. You're not the only human trafficker in Bakeland. We can support you, but we can also support others. You have to remember this. Back then, I chose you because you were vicious, shameless, and abnormally cautious. It's not because you're already the biggest human trafficker. Listening to the conversation between the two, Odysseus wished he was just a mass of air. That way, he wouldn't be able to see Boss Captain's lowly appearance. Captain didn't show any signs of anger on his face as he smiled obsequiously. Mr. Horace, I'm mainly worried that Fabian's death isn't that simple. It might disrupt your plans. No, there's nothing wrong with his death, Horace said in a firm tone. I didn't receive any feedback. Is that so? Captain pretended to be relieved. Then I'm relieved. He glanced at Odysseus and gestured for him to leave. Then, he lowered his voice and said, Mr. Horace, the goods this time have the type you like. Seeing that Horace's expression had relaxed but he didn't say anything, Captain hurriedly added, everything that was sent over has been gathered. Horace nodded slowly. Have her come to my room at night. Yes, Mr. Horace. Captain said with a face full of smiles. After watching Horace leave, his face turned gloomy. He took a deep breath and whispered, Don't worry. He took a deep breath and whispered, I hope you can keep your promise this time. I don't want to be involved in such matters again. He clearly remembered that during the harvest festival that year, someone had approached him, hoping to obtain a batch of naive girls. From that day onwards, the trajectory of his life changed drastically, and he even bought a fifth of the slave trade that had gone underground due to the law's prohibition. He quickly became one of the more famous tycoons in Bakeland, got to know many important figures, and pulled them into the abyss of depravity. At this point, he desperately wanted to cover up his past sins, wanting to baptize Captain once again and become a true member of high society. However, he was temporarily unable to do so. Looking at the cigar in his hand, Captain picked up the photo frame on the table. Inside was a photo of him with a beautiful woman and 2 children. Stroking the surface of the photo frame with his thumb, Captain narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself, After this, you should be able to return. At dinner time, Captain walked out of the study with a warm smile on his face once again. I'm Katie, there's caviar you like tonight, as well as roasted chicken specially prepared for you, he said to the lady in a thin shirt. Katie touched the old scars on her face and didn't say a word. All she did was nod gently. Captain knew that she had a silent and fierce personality, so he didn't waste his breath and watched her take her seat. Right on the heels of that, Horace, wearing a white wig, entered the dining room and nodded slightly at every diner. The older-looking Parker took a sip of his aperitif and smiled as he gestured for Captain to sit down. White napkins were spread out, and the food was served one by one. Captain raised his glass and chuckled. Holy Lord of Storms, let us toast to a beautiful future. Cheers to a beautiful future, Parker replied. Horace didn't say a word. All he did was pinch the stem of his glass and raise it. Katie completely ignored them. At this moment, the classical clock hanging in the hall had just reached 7:23. In a cheap hotel in the Bakeland Bridge area. The disguised Klein took out his golden pocket watch and checked the time. Then, he took out holy night powder and sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. After doing all this, he quickly set up the altar and began the ritual. In my name, I summon the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. After the ritual was completed, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog, ready to respond to himself. In the towering and solemn palace, he saw the door of summoning condensed from ripples of light. It was an illusory door covered in mysterious symbols. Klein wasn't in a hurry to be summoned. Instead, he followed the plan and stored the mystical items like the brooch of the sun into his spirit body. Finally, he picked up the Dark Emperor card and let his spirit body envelop it. Suddenly, Klein felt his spirit body materialize as though it had flesh and blood. It was as though he could pick up a pistol and move tables and chairs. A dark, illusory fog emanated around him, and the fog stuck to his surface, forming a dignified armor. A pitch-black crown appeared on his head, and a cloak of the same color appeared on his back. At this moment, Klein was like an emperor about to embark on a journey. Dark Emperor. He took one last look at the purifying bullets, revolver, and other items that he didn't bring with him. With a step, he entered the crack in the illusory door. After leaping out of the candlelight, he immediately flew quickly under the cover of the night towards Capham's villa on Iris Street in Sherwood Borough. Not long after, he floated in front of the artificial fountain and approached the villa's entrance at an unhurried speed. The patrolling guards passed by him, but they didn't react at all. As it wasn't truly night yet, there were no Beyonders guarding outside. In addition, Klein wasn't afraid that the powerful Beyonders inside would notice him in advance and have a premonition. Wearing a pitch-black crown and covered in dense armor, Klein stood at the door, adjusted himself for a few seconds, and took a step forward. His seemingly corporeal body silently passed through the door and entered Capham's villa. The first thing that appeared in front of him was a spacious foyer with many chairs and coat racks. Behind it was a magnificent hall with a golden theme. There was no ceiling, and one could directly see the dome that reached 3 stories high. A huge crystal chandelier hung down, and on each petal stood a white candle. To the left of the hall, through a heavy door, was an elegant and tasteful dining room. The aroma of roasted meat was the strongest inside, masking the smell of alcohol and other food. Klein wasn't in a hurry to sneak into the dining room. He first circled around the outside, occasionally reaching out to pull the grayish-white gas pipe. It was as if he was experimenting with the strength of his spirit body with the Dark Emperor card, as well as how strong the interference it had on real matter. During his seer and clown period, apart from divination and intuition, Klein's spirit body state only had 2 spell-like abilities. They were a direct attack on the soul and a freezing effect on the target through contact. After advancing to a magician, he didn't rely on his physical body's Beyonder powers, and he could also use them in his spirit body state, such as paper figurine substitutes and air bullets. In addition, he began to possess others and complete preliminary control. And with the augmentation of the Dark Emperor card, his spirit body's strength increased, and he could carry more matter. The spell-like ability that directly attacked the soul evolved into Wraith Shriek. With sound waves that humans couldn't hear, he could damage the souls of all living beings within a certain range, which was also a soul body. Similarly, the freezing effect brought about by contact was significantly enhanced. After confirming it, he found the wall in the corner, passed through it, and entered the dining room. Then, he suppressed all his thoughts and swept his gaze across the long table without any emotion. Harris, who was wearing a white wig, Katie, who was wearing a thin shirt, Parker, who looked old and was drinking red wine, as well as the slightly plump Capham, who was cutting the beef I meat, entered his line of sight. Klein didn't dare to look any further, afraid that the Beyonders would discover him through their spiritual perception. With the help of the spiritual brilliance of the male and female servants standing at the side, which was the color of the aura, he carefully circled the dining room and figured out the specific layout. For example, the size of the dining room was equivalent to the living room, dining room, and living room of his residence. For example, there was a fireplace that was burning with charcoal, and it spread warmth throughout the entire room through pipes. For example, there were 16 elegant gas lamps in the surroundings. Their light intertwined, bringing the feeling of daytime. For example, on the wall beside the fireplace, there were picture frames hanging. There were sketches and oil paintings, all of which were the works of famous artists. That bearded Belize isn't here. He should be taking turns guarding the entrance to the underground area. For a Beyonder to be willing to do such a chore, Capham's involvement definitely isn't as simple as human trafficking. Klein thought for a few seconds and leaned against an oil painting of a sunset. He reached into his body and unscrewed the lid of the brown translucent bottle. This was a biological poison bottle. The reason why he paid attention to the timing and chose dinner time to come was because at this moment, the main characters were the most gathered, and it was the most orderly. It was the best time to use the biological poison bottle, and the tightly shut doors and windows in early winter would allow the biological poison bottle to take effect faster and more effectively. In addition, Klein hadn't used the biological poison bottle to soak it in water to make a preventative before coming. He was now in his spirit body state, so he wasn't afraid of biological poison at all. With the help of his spirit body's concealment, he stood there quietly, patiently admiring the elegant wall lamps that were connected to the grayish-white gas pipes. As the colorless and odorless poison quickly spread out, Horace, who was wearing a white wig, cut a piece of fried dragon bone fish that only had a main bone, dipped it in black pepper juice, and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing and swallowing, he picked up the light golden champagne that was bubbling like a string of beads and took a sip in a good mood. He couldn't help but fantasize about the evening's entertainment program, the joy of a stubborn girl being conquered by him. This reduced his appetite and made it impossible for him to focus. Katie didn't get her servant to help her cut the roasted chicken. She had her head buried, holding a knife and fork. With a precise dissection style, she quickly divided the food into many pieces, all of which were about the same size. Parker tasted the red wine and ate the lamb stew. From time to time, he would chat with Capham, who was sitting at the head of the table. He could be considered the most competent guest here. Dinner proceeded in an orderly manner, and Capham placed the last piece of ox-eye meat into his mouth. He smiled at the three Beyonders. "Mr. Horace, I'm Katie, Mr. Parker, tonight's dessert comes from the head chef of Lepore restaurant. There are a total of 3 desserts, fruit caramel pudding, butter shortcake, and carrot cake." Horace, who was always cold, nodded gently. "Our country loves desserts so much." Just as he finished sighing with emotion, he saw Capham raise his hand to scratch his cheek before scratching it again. "It's a little itchy." Capham smiled apologetically. Before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't help but scratch again, leaving behind an obvious bloody mark. The bloody mark quickly swelled up, and the skin turned translucent. One could vaguely see the pale yellow liquid inside. "It's really a little itchy." Capham smiled again. He scratched the same spot again, and due to using too much force, the swollen translucent skin split open, and pus with a fishy smell spewed out. Horace narrowed his eyes, stood up abruptly, and looked around warily. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha, ha ha ha." At this moment, he heard exaggerated laughter, and his body suddenly tensed up. He saw a man and a woman holding their bellies and laughing so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. They laughed so hard that tears flowed out of their eyes, and the room fell silent. As if it was a chain reaction, some of the other servants fainted, while others kept vomiting, spitting out a yellowish-green liquid. They couldn't stop vomiting. None of them were spared. Bang! Katie flipped the dining table, causing the golden-laid cutlery and the remaining food and wine to spill all over the floor. A revolver and a black whip appeared in her hands. Parker stood up as well, but his mind was a little absent-minded. He looked at Capham, who was screaming for help while constantly clawing at him, tearing off a few strips of flesh. For some reason, he felt that Capham's ugly and disgusting appearance was now somewhat handsome. At this moment, Horace realized that he couldn't breathe, and he instantly realized that the entire room was probably filled with poison. He growled in a low voice, "Hold your breath. Parker, open the door. Katie, follow me to find the intruder." At this moment, Horace was extremely glad that he was having dinner with Capham, and that there were many waiters around. These ordinary people's resistance to poison was far inferior to that of Beyonders. They had shown signs in advance, allowing him and the others to notice that something was wrong before the poison had even spread too deep. Parker, who's the lowest of the sequences, should be the one with the most severe symptoms among us. This thought suddenly flashed through Horace's mind. Creak, as Parker opened the door, the dining room was no longer sealed off. Using his spirit vision, Horace discovered an illusory figure that was quietly wandering around. The figure wore thick and dignified black armor, a pitch-black crown on its head, and a mask of the same color that covered its face. It looked like a king from the spirit world. It was none other than Klein. Horace raised his right hand and pointed at the black figure that couldn't be seen by ordinary people. He chanted a word in ancient Hermes, "Imprison." Suddenly, the black figure's surroundings turned sticky, as though it had formed a gigantic amber, or a sealed transparent wall. The figure froze there, unable to move at all. As for Katie, she had already aimed and pulled the trigger. Their cooperation was rather tacit. With two bangs, a pale gold bullet painted with strange patterns pierced through the sticky air and hit the black figure. The bullet drilled through and hit the opposite wall. The black figure spontaneously combusted. It was a crudely cut paper figurine. In the pale golden flames, the paper figurine quickly turned into ashes. "Pa!" a strange, crisp sound erupted. The light from the 16 elegant gas wall lamps and the quietly burning fire in the fireplace suddenly brightened, illuminating Horace, Katie, and Parker's eyes for a brief moment with a fiery red. Following that, all the flames were extinguished, leaving only the street lamps outside the window that were as tall as a person and the crimson moonlight that pierced through the clouds, silently illuminating the dining room, making it appear abnormally dark. Once again, Horace and company relied on their spirit vision and spiritual perception to search for the ghost-like intruder. At the same time, he realized that the poison wasn't taking effect very quickly. It didn't seem like it would really take effect before finishing off the enemy. Therefore, as he paid attention to the movements at the entrance of the underground area, he pointed at the door again and said in a deep voice in ancient Hermes, "Imprison." The entire dining room suddenly froze, as though there was an invisible wall that even spirit bodies couldn't penetrate. Horace wanted the intruder to not be able to escape. "Found you." Katie held a revolver in one hand and a whip in the other when she discovered the black figure floating in midair. A strange glint flashed in her eyes, but before she could attack, her mind buzzed, as though someone had struck her in the head with a wooden stick. She felt like she had encountered an indescribable scream, and a few drops of sticky blood slowly dripped down from the tip of her nose. Horace only felt a little dizzy, and the symptoms of his shortness of breath worsened. Parker, who was the weakest, was seeing stars, and his footsteps became unsteady. Suddenly, Parker's shoulder was patted by someone. A cold feeling surged over him, and he immediately froze on the spot, as though he was completely covered in frost. The low temperature seeped into his bones, and a familiar deep voice sounded in his ears, "Imprison." Parker was instantly trapped by the transparent wall by the door, but Klein didn't possess him. He directly passed through it and avoided the effects of Horace's spell in time. Horace narrowed his eyes and flicked his right hand. The invisible prison around Parker immediately collapsed, leaving not a trace of it behind. However, he didn't regain his ability to move. Instead, he slumped to the ground, constantly shivering as if he was still frozen. This wasn't only the after-effects of the ghost's touch, but also the effects of Klein directly penetrating his body and damaging his soul. Parker, who was only a sequence 8, naturally wasn't able to recover in a short period of time. He couldn't even control his breathing, and he once again inhaled large amounts of the same biological poison as the one in his body. In his weakened state, the effects of the poison accelerated, and his eyes went blank as he instinctively turned in another direction. He saw Capim, who was also rolling on the ground, constantly scratching his face and body. He saw the strands of flesh hanging beside the bloodstains, and the white color of his bones. Parker panted heavily as he struggled to crawl over. Capim, who was itching to tear off his outer layer of skin, suddenly realized that Parker was crawling over with bloodshot eyes. An ominous feeling flashed in his heart, but he, who couldn't stop scratching, had no way to dodge. He didn't even have the strength to shout no. All he could do was scream in place of it. At this moment, Klein, who had escaped the imprisonment, shouted the word holy in ancient Hermes. Then, he rubbed his fingers, and as the dark golden sun brooch shimmered, he shot out an air bullet. As soon as the air bullet took shape, it was dyed with a holy luster as it headed straight for Horace's face. This was the holy oath provided by the sun brooch, and Klein had added holy damage. Horace had long changed his position, and his movements were abnormally agile. He didn't look like a mage, but more like a combat expert. As he dodged Klein's air bullet, he gestured for Katie to brandish her whip and entangle him. When Klein's attacks were interrupted and no longer continued, he took out an iron-black metal glove from his pocket and attempted to put it on his left hand. In his spirit-body state, even though Klein was facing Horace from the side, he didn't need to use the corner of his eye to see this scene. He immediately flew up, avoided Katie's whip, flew over the chandelier, and lunged at Horace. When Horace saw this scene, he held the iron-black metal glove and pointed diagonally upwards. Exile. Klein immediately encountered a majestic and invisible force. His entire spirit body was sent flying and slammed into the wall. He slammed into the invisible wall created by confinement, but he didn't penetrate it. Seizing this opportunity, Horace put on the iron-black metal glove. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have grown a little taller. He was so dignified that he seemed like a great person who could control the lives of others. The moment Klein was freed from the state of exile, he was overwhelmed by an unreasonable fear. He couldn't help but want to lower his head and crouch on the ground. He wanted to listen to the guy's every word and obey his every command. His movements became rather sluggish. His pupils were filled with Lady Katie, who was approaching at high speed. "Pa!" Katie lashed out with her black whip and accurately struck Klein. The whip passed through his spirit body, but it brought Klein considerable pain to his mind. It was as if someone had pressed a red-hot iron on his weakest spot. He suddenly raised his head and let out a miserable scream. Katie pulled the revolver in her other hand. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets with a pale golden glow shot out one after another, hitting Klein's body. A bright and clear light soared, and the black-armored figure quickly became thin, turning into a paper man. Then, it was quickly burned to ashes. Klein appeared in a dark corner as the brooch of sun in his spirit body suffused a dark golden glow. A warm power instantly filled his body, and the extreme fear that Horace brought him quickly disappeared. One of the effects of the brooch of sun, fear immunity. In just a few dozen seconds of battle, Klein had been forced to use paper figurine substitutes twice. Although he had done it on purpose, it was enough to show the combined strength of Horace and Katie. It confirmed the results of Klein's divination. This operation was rather dangerous. If Parker hadn't been temporarily crippled by the effects of the biological poison bottle and his initial surprise attack, the situation would have been even more dangerous. And his plan was to rationally give up if the 4 paper figurines he had prepared were used up, but the opportunity didn't appear. It wasn't that Klein didn't want to prepare more substitutes, but that his spirituality could only support him 4 times outside of battle. As for the confinement effect created by Horace, Klein wasn't worried at all. He was now a spirit body that had been summoned. As long as he ended the summoning, he could immediately return above the gray fog. Unless it was the interference of a deity-level power, or some special Grade 0 or Grade 1 sealed artifact, there was no way to interrupt this process. Previously, when Klein went to the Royal Museum to steal the Dark Emperor card, the woman who was suspected to be a high-sequence Beyonder had failed to stop him from leaving. This was also the main reason why Klein dared to attempt to help despite knowing the danger, and why he dared to challenge the impossible. It was also his greatest reliance, seeing that the enemy was no longer afraid. Horace, who was wearing an iron-black glove, gestured for Katie to stop Klein again. He pointed ahead and solemnly said, "Spectres and wraiths are forbidden here." Klein's body, which was covered in black armor, immediately swayed as he was forcefully repelled by an invisible force. However, the Dark Emperor card's level was extremely high, allowing the spirit body's level to be relatively high as well. This direct effect on existences was quickly suppressed. Horace narrowed his eyes, finding the attacking spectre very odd. He saw that Klein had easily escaped Katie's entanglement by flying, so he pushed his palm forward again and announced in ancient Hermes, "Flying and floating are forbidden here." Suddenly, Klein felt his body turn heavy as he plummeted to the ground from midair. Katie took a few steps forward and rushed over. With a shake of her wrist, she pulled out the whip that interrogated the mind and soul. She still had quite a number of Beyonder bullets on her, but there were less than 3 that could be used against specters and wraiths. Therefore, she temporarily gave up on using her revolver and only relied on her offhand weapon. Klein skillfully curled his body and rolled on the ground, nimbly dodging Katie's whip. He heard the crisp sound of the whip striking the ground. Just as Katie was about to sweep her whip, her throat suddenly itched. She coughed twice and missed the opportunity to attack continuously. This was a sign of the poison she had been inflicted with. Horace took a deep breath and held his breath again. He turned his wrist back and pointed at himself. Punishment targets, wraiths and specters. The surface of his body immediately emitted a radiance that resembled the first rays of dawn. Even his fists flickered with a clear luster. Thud, the marble beneath Horace's feet silently cracked. His tall and thin body pounced forward quickly and fiercely, instantly appearing in front of Klein. At this moment, he was even more like a knight than Katie. Bang! He threw a punch forward, causing the air to explode. However, Klein retreated ahead of time and dodged it with the wind. Pa! Katie assisted from the side, brandishing her whip and lashing it at the spot where the enemy was dodging. This forced Klein to roll again and adopt a guerrilla fighting stance. He was also constantly paying attention to avoid Horace's imprisonment spell. Bang! 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 Horace continuously attacked while Katie assisted from the side. In less than 2 minutes, he forced Klein into a situation where he had nowhere to hide. Even rolling was of no use. Pa! Katie's black whip came lashing at him. Klein only had time to take a diagonal step before he was struck in the arm. The pain that pierced his mind attacked his soul once again, causing him to stiffen on the spot. Even his spirit body thinned. Seizing this opportunity, Horace clenched his left fist and solemnly declared, "Die." His body immediately fused with some strange power, leaving behind an obvious afterimage as he slammed into Klein. Rip! The figure covered in black armor instantly shattered, turning into pieces of paper that fluttered like butterflies. Klein had used the third paper figurine. Horace swept his gaze and quickly locked onto the enemy that had appeared in the corner. He sneered and said, "I see that you still have a few body doubles." In the process of searching for the enemy, he had already discovered that Parker was squirming on Capham's body. The scene was bloody and disgusting. It was unbearable to look at, cruel, and horrifying. However, Horace couldn't be bothered to save his subordinate. He knew very well that the poisoning would only worsen. He had to kill the enemy as soon as possible, so he couldn't afford to be distracted. If he didn't do this, he might leave the restaurant first and ease the poison, allowing the enemy to escape successfully without obtaining any useful information. He gestured for Katie to step forward again to hold back Klein, who couldn't fly or float, while he took a deep breath and calmed down. There's a strange smell in the air. This should be a sign that the poison is increasing. A thought flashed through Horace's mind, but he didn't think too much about it. He raised his left palm and solemnly declared, "Trespassing into another's home is a crime." Trespassing. When he repeated it a second time, Horace found it harder to breathe. For a moment, he couldn't catch his breath, so he had no choice but to stop. He took another deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and said again, "Don't worry. Trespassing into another's home is a crime." He repeated it 3 times in a row, and Klein, who was unable to escape Katie's entanglement, felt an inexplicable chill. Cough, cough, cough. Katie coughed again, and her whiplashing slowed down. Klein took the opportunity to escape her entanglement, but he didn't attack her. Instead, he raised his head, opened his mouth, and let out a sharp whistle that humans couldn't hear. Hum. Katie raised her head and swayed her body, feeling the ground undulate. Horace only felt a slight dizziness before he returned to normal. He looked coldly at Klein and said in a dignified voice, "The sinner shall be restrained." Klein, who was about to pounce at him, suddenly realized that his feet seemed to be shackled by invisible shackles. His movements turned stiff. Katie, who had just recovered, opened the revolver and quickly removed the used and unused bullets from the gun. Following that, she took out a quick loader and stuffed 6 bullets, including the remaining purified bullets, into the magazine. Horace clenched his left fist and began to prepare an attack. He wanted to form an echelon with Katie's shooting, in order to completely finish off the enemy or exhaust his double. At this moment, Klein, who was covered in black armor, smiled. This was because the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. He knew that it would take a certain amount of time for the biological poison bottle to have a good effect, and Beyonders would be able to sense that something was amiss the moment there were any signs and take the corresponding actions. They could either search for hidden enemies or escape from the poison-filled environment. It was very difficult to heavily injure them or even finish them off. Therefore, he had two other reasons for using the biological poison bottle: first, to weaken the enemy; second, to conceal some of the scents, so that Horace and the others would attribute all the abnormal smells to the poison that permeated the air, allowing them to focus their attention on this aspect. This was the most important part of the magic show, and it was also the key to success or failure. That abnormal smell was the smell of gas. It was the smell of gas, the reason why Klein wanted to instantly light up the gas lamp and the fire in the fireplace and extinguish them was not only to interfere with Horace and the others' line of sight, but also to attract their attention so that he could destroy a few hidden gas pipes. He had deliberately put himself in danger in the beginning to trick Katie into shooting at the race inspectors, so that she wouldn't shoot blindly in the future and wouldn't trigger the corresponding changes. He had been entangled with her all this while, not making any other attempts, just to wait for the air to be filled with gas. Therefore, he had been holding back and not using flaming jump or flame controlling. As for Horace's act of confining the room, he had expected it, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Therefore, before he entered the dining hall, he had kindly checked to see if the doors and windows were closed and destroyed the gas pipes in a hidden spot in the hall, forming a huge bomb inside and outside. Even without confinement, it wouldn't affect anything in the end, and as a specter, there was no doubt that Klein wasn't afraid of explosions. Low-level ghosts would be incinerated by the flames, but specters would at most be injured. This was the reason why Klein had bought purifying bullets and the brooch of sun even though he could control flames. Seeing Katie raise her revolver and about to shoot, and seeing Horace about to pronounce him dead, Klein smiled and snapped his fingers. Horace suddenly had a premonition of danger. But at this moment, he saw a flame light up in the fireplace to the side and suddenly ignite the surrounding air. Boom! With a loud bang, Horace's eyes were completely occupied by the flames that filled the room, as though he was watching a grand fireworks display. Capcom lay flat on the ground, itching and in pain. He wished he could tear himself apart on the spot to escape this hellish pain. Then, he saw the scarlet waves of flames instantly spread over and heard a deafening explosion. He thought that this last moment would be long, and that he would recall all the beautiful scenes when his wife and children were by his side. He thought that he would feel relieved because he wouldn't have to endure this inhuman torture anymore. But at that moment, extreme fear still surged out from the bottom of his heart, and a strong desire to live surged out. Moreover, the so-called memories didn't even have the time to flash before his mind was already filled with intense pain, and then he fell into a deep darkness. Boom! The windows of the dining room were shattered and sent flying, accompanied by countless bricks and rubble and flames that were clearly rolling out of the room. The guards who happened to be patrolling this area were instantly knocked over. Those who were lucky enough not to be hit had their ears ringing as their bodies swayed and fell. They saw that most of the dining hall's outer walls had collapsed, and the flames seemed to be floating in midair. The citizens of the entire street and the police officers in charge of the surrounding area heard the loud bang at the same time, and they were momentarily puzzled and terrified. Inside the dining hall, Klein, who was covered in black armor and a pitch-black crown, stood there, bathing in the scarlet flames and enjoying the powerful shockwaves. He remained unmoved. Much of the black gas around him had melted, and his spirit body had also suffered some damage, but it wasn't serious. Beside the overturned dining table, Parker and Capcom had been knocked into a corner. Their heads were dented and cracked, and their bodies were charred black. Flames were still burning quietly on their surfaces, similar to the rest of the servants. In the area opposite the fireplace, Katie, who hadn't been able to dodge in time, was thrown heavily against the wall before sliding to the ground. Her body was a bloody mess, mixed with a large number of charred marks. There wasn't a single patch of skin that was intact. She wasn't dead yet, but she was seriously injured and unconscious. But even so, she was still convulsing and coughing as she inhaled large amounts of the floating flames. The black whip had also suffered damage. Many cracks had appeared on it, and some of it had been ignited. As for the Beyonder bullets she had, none of them were spared from the explosion. Katie no longer had any combat strength. Horace rolled in time to protect his vitals, but his body was still covered in blood and charred black. He staggered to his feet, his back, hair cover, and legs burning with scarlet flames. His breathing became more and more difficult. His body had suffered serious injuries. However, this was enough to prove the sturdiness of his body and the strength of his physique. In other words, after wearing the black iron glove, his body was sturdy enough and his physique was strong enough. However, this was also within Klein's expectations. In a situation where he was unable to estimate how much damage his target could take, he would overestimate his target's constitution when he came up with a plan. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Klein was almost unscathed. His pupils constricted as he hurriedly extended his left palm and pointed in that direction. Exile. Once again, Klein could not bear it and was pushed away. Like a piece of paper in a hurricane, he was thrown out of the dining room. The hall outside had been set ablaze for a moment, and the fire was much smaller. Another wave of disaster was brewing from the wooden stairs. However, because the main body of the explosion was confined in the dining room, the damage here was not serious. Seizing this opportunity, Horace suddenly turned around and ran outside without looking back. Even though the flames covering his body were still burning, he didn't waste any time dealing with them. He knew that his condition was extremely bad and that he was in danger of losing control. The effects of the poison would soon reach its peak, and with the two added together, he didn't believe that he had any chance of defeating the intruder. Even if he had the help of Sequence 7 bullies at the entrance to the underground area, it would still be the same. If he continued fighting like this, Horace believed that he would only end up with the poison acting up or losing control due to serious injuries. Once he decided to escape, he didn't care about Katie, who was still alive. When Klein, who had just stabilized his body under the effects of exile, saw this scene, he immediately raised his head slightly, opened his mouth, and let out a shrill scream that humans could not hear. Horace felt dizzy, and his footsteps came to a halt. Dense transparent blisters grew on the surface of his body, which was a sign that he was about to lose control. However, he quickly recovered and continued running, escaping the lawn that belonged to the villa. How difficult to kill. To avoid any accidents, Klein didn't chase after him. He remembered that his goal was to save people, not to clean up these fallen beyonders. More importantly, he had expended a lot of energy, and he had suffered considerable injuries. If he were to chase after him, he might not be able to withstand Horace's crazy counterattack. Klein snapped his fingers and shot out an air bullet. The bullet entered Katie's head, ending all her suffering. Immediately after, Klein turned around and flew towards the entrance to the underground area. The bearded bullies had been paying attention to the commotion outside, but he didn't dare to leave his post, afraid that the intruder's accomplices would take the opportunity to break into the dungeon. At that moment, he, who was holding a high-pressure steam rifle and had his spirit vision activated, was frightened by the loud bang, and he became abnormally tense. Then, he saw the majestic ghost flying over, and without hesitation, he raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! White smoke spewed out from the barrel, and a sharp pale gold bullet shot forward at an astonishing speed. Klein was already prepared. And had an intuition. Before bullies fired, he had already made a small arc. The bullet passed through the hall, pierced through the main door, and flew outside. At the same time, bullies rushed out of the duty room, holding a high-pressure steam rifle and assuming a threatening posture as he quickly moved towards the door. He believed that the intruder, who could deal with the combined forces of Horace, Katie, and Parker, would definitely be able to easily kill him. Furthermore, the huge commotion just now would definitely attract attention. Perhaps the mandated punishers would come to investigate, so the only choice was run. Klein let out another invisible scream, making the other party feel as if he had been struck by a hammer. Countless stars danced in front of his eyes, and a few drops of blood flowed from his nose. However, this didn't stop bullies from escaping. After shooting at Klein, he had already run into the hall and tumbled towards the door. After some deliberation, Klein gave up on chasing and fighting. He turned off the main valve, went to the entrance to the underground area, and snapped his fingers. Bang, bang. Bang, air bullets hit the invisible wall, gradually disintegrating the confinement. This was also one of the reasons why Klein dared to cause a gas explosion and use the biological poison bottle. With Horace's confinement effect on the underground prison, he didn't have to worry about accidentally injuring the pitiful girls as long as he didn't attack them head-on. He destroyed the door lock and flew into the dungeon. Based on the revelation given by the divination scene, he found the cell where Daisy was imprisoned. He then confirmed that she hadn't suffered any serious injuries and still had the ability to move. Then, his body turned incorporeal and melted into the metal door. Clang! 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 The metal doors on one side opened rapidly, as if invisible ghosts were running to unlock them. Clang! 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 After one side was done, it was the other side's turn. Daisy and the other girls were first alarmed by the explosion outside. After a while, they were surprised to find that the cell door had opened for some reason, but no one had entered. It was as if they could leave at any time. Some of the girls, who had just been kidnapped and hadn't received any training, mustered up their courage and went out. They ran all the way to the exit of the underground area. They passed through the hall that had been slightly damaged by the explosion, left the villa that was burning up, and ran in the direction of freedom with increasing urgency. Only when they reached the street did Daisy and the other girls remember to look back. As they looked back, they could vaguely see a dignified figure dressed in black armor and wearing a black crown standing at the top of the evil house. Whoosh, the cloak on the figure's back fluttered silently. They memorized this scene and searched for the nearby cathedral in distrust of the police. Klein returned to the dining room that was filled with flames and smoke. He discovered that Parker and Katie's Beyonder characteristics were showing signs of seeping out. He checked the items they carried and confirmed that most of them had been destroyed. Even the banknotes were charred black and brittle. Klein suddenly jumped up and went to the second and third floors. He quickly patrolled the area, hoping to find the corresponding clues. He didn't attempt to mediate the spirit because there wasn't enough time. And bringing it above the gray fog didn't meet the requirements for his curtain call. Even a minor leader is required to keep it a secret, so these important figures definitely have the corresponding restrictions. They can't be mediated just because they want to, and the previous operation was too complicated and troublesome. It's not suitable for now. Klein ended his investigation. He didn't find anything, but he casually picked up a deck of tarot cards. After returning to the tattered and charred dining room, he took out all the main cards in the tarot cards and walked to the side of Capham's corpse. Then, he took out 2 of them and sprinkled the rest on Capham's body. After doing this, he covered Capham's eyes with the 2 tarot cards he had specially pulled out, face up. At this point, Parker and Katie's Beyonder characteristics had already been determined. Dozens of seconds later, an illusory door suddenly tore open in midair outside the villa. It was covered in complicated symbols. The door opened silently, and a handsome man in a well-ironed suit walked out. He was in his 40s, mature and elegant. He had a pair of golden eyes, and with a sweep, he locked onto the dining room that looked like a scene of a fire. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, and a figure flew over at high speed. It was an elder wearing a black bonnet and an abnormally stern look in his silver eyes. He wore a black robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm. He was none other than the Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Bakelin Diocese, Spellsinger of God Ace Snake. "Why are you here?" Ace asked in a deep voice. Beyonder matters in Sherwood Borough were managed by the Holy Wind Cathedral, so he had the right to ask. The handsome man replied with an ugly expression. "I live nearby." This place was close to West Borough. Without another word, the 2 descended to the ground at the same time and entered the scene of the explosion. A violent hurricane stirred up, sweeping away the flames and sending them to the artificial fountain outside. The wind seemed to have a life and intelligence of its own. The 2 demigod powerhouses then saw Katie, who had been shot in the head and had her flesh charred black. They saw Parker, who was entangled with someone, his head caved in and cracked. They also saw Capham, whose body was covered with tarot cards. They saw the 2 main cards on the human trafficker's face. They were the Judgment card with an angel blowing a horn, and the Emperor card with a crown and armor on his head. Almost at the same time, Cardinal Snake and the handsome man sensed something and suddenly turned their heads to look outside. They discovered a dignified figure covered in black armor and a pitch-black crown on the roof of the house on the side of the villa. The figure nodded slightly, and his cloak fluttered. Then, he disappeared without any warning, right under the noses of the two high-sequence Beyonders. With a swoosh, a silver bolt of lightning in the shape of a tree lit up the early winter night. It didn't strike down, but instead pierced through the air, illuminating the area around where Klein had been standing as if it was daytime. Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake, retracted his gaze and whispered with a dark expression, "Rose School?" Not a wraith, nor a true undead creature, a mature middle-aged man with golden eyes turned his head to look at Capim's corpse. A mature middle-aged man with a pair of golden eyes turned his head to look at Capim's corpse. This is the second such case in the past 2 months. When was the first time? Cardinal Snake asked in a deep voice. The mature middle-aged man in a well-ironed suit coughed lightly. The time when the true creator attempted to descend with the help of a swindler. The time when the true creator attempted to descend with the help of a swindler. Then it's not the Rose School of Thought. Cardinal Snake made an affirmative judgment. Although those organizations that believed in evil gods didn't like each other, they wouldn't deliberately destroy such matters. Instead, they were happy to see it happen, waiting for the other party to mess up the situation first. I think so too. Perhaps it's a newly emerged secret organization. Their characteristic is to cover their target with tarot cards. The mature and handsome middle-aged man smiled. And the different ways in which the tarot cards are presented seem to express different meanings. There are only 2 cards on this corpse's face. One is Judgment, and the other is the Emperor. Judgment is the motive and goal, and the Emperor is the codename of that person's organization? Of course, this could also be a ritual. Cardinal Snake didn't answer. He looked around and said, "Let's see what exactly happened here." It was only then that the first batch of mandated punishers arrived at Capim's villa. Above the grey fog, Klein, who had only used paper figurine substitutes 3 times and had yet to reach his limit, was using divination to confirm Daisy's subsequent safety. Daisy will be able to return home safely. He held the spirit pendulum in his left hand, closed his eyes, and silently recited the sentence. After 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise, but the amplitude was extremely small and the speed was very slow. This means that Daisy's journey home will have some twists and turns, but it's almost negligible. After reading the revelation, Klein let go of his last worry. He then looked at the 2 items in front of him, both of which were emitting a strong spiritual glow. One of them was a light blue, translucent hexagonal prism. Wisps of light streaked across it from time to time, like lightning that came from the depths of one's consciousness. This was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Lady Katie. The other belonged to Parker, who hadn't been of much use in the previous battle. His Beyonder characteristic had condensed into a ball, like a child's fist. This fist was composed of 3 colors, iron black, dark red, and a large area of silver white. Without any hesitation, Klein conjured a pen and paper, prepared to use the 2 Beyonder characteristics to divine the corresponding potion formula. Before he advanced to sequence 7, the Beyonder characteristic he left behind had too many additional influences, so it was almost impossible for him to divine the formula. Even with this mysterious space eliminating the interference and increasing his divination abilities to a certain extent, it was still impossible. Therefore, in the past, Klein only had one method, mediumship. Only after he became a magician did he possess the ability to divine using the Beyonder characteristic he left behind above the grey fog. However, there was a high chance that he wouldn't succeed. This time, without exception, Klein shamefully failed. However, he also gained something. He figured out the corresponding sequence names of the 2 Beyonder characteristics. Parker is a sequence 8 sheriff, and Katie is a sequence 7 interrogator. Isn't this the arbiter pathway? This pathway is in the hands of the royal family, the military, and a small number of ancient noble families in Rouen. And they have strict control over the leaking of formulas and Beyonder ingredients. Could it be that a portion of the girls Capim kidnapped will be sent to a noble's manor, but there's no need for them to send 4 Beyonders to help Capim just to enjoy themselves? This is clearly unfair. Horace is much stronger than Katie. Perhaps he's a sequence 6 of this pathway, and after wearing that glove, he might even reach sequence 5. Could it be that some bloody and evil sacrifices are involved, and the target they seek can't be exposed. Apart from the kingdom, the Faina Potter Castilla family also has this Beyonder pathway in their hands, and they've passed it on to their army and intelligence system. Is it another spy case that involves some unknown matter? Klein tried to divine a few of his guesses, but he failed once again. He temporarily threw the matter to the back of his mind and tapped the edge of the long bronze table. As long as there's the formula and the corresponding supplementary ingredients, these two Beyonder characteristics can respectively make a person a Sequence 8 sheriff and a Sequence 7 interrogator. Miss Magician's friend named Xiao seems to be lacking the Beyonder ingredients for sheriff. Next time, I can sell Parker's portion to Miss Magician's through World. I can quickly accumulate the materials needed for my subsequent faceless sequence. It doesn't seem appropriate to always go through World. This time I deliberately left the tarot cards. If Miss Justice were to hear of this matter, she would definitely think that it was done by my adorer. I'll get Mr. Fool to help him sell it. Klein quickly finalized his plan and made the sheriff and interrogator Beyonder characteristics fly to a corner and hide in the junk pile. I wonder what the Sequence 6 and 5 of the Arbiter pathway are called. It feels like I'm using order and law. Judge? Klein reined in his thoughts, half-closed his eyes, and carefully examined his condition. He once again felt his spirituality become lively. The potion was being pried open, and his digestion was speeding up. This time, he intuitively believed that he had summarized most of the magician's code of conduct. The remaining details were better, but it didn't matter if he didn't. It wouldn't affect his digestion too much. Conjuring a fountain pen and goatskin, Klein wrote as though he had strengthened his memory. Magician's code of conduct. 1. Don't perform unprepared. 2. Challenge the impossible, even if the final outcome is fake. Klein believed that the above were the two core principles of the magician's code of conduct. Grasping them meant grasping the crux of the matter. The remaining ones were supplementary and perfected. 3. Take the initiative to perform. 4. Try your best to get the audience's applause. 5. Control the target's attention. Putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein browsed through it from beginning to end and made a judgment. Daily acting combined with 3 to 4 active performances is enough for me to digest the magician's potion before the new year. If I were to challenge the impossible again in the middle, the progress would be even faster. This is about the speed I hope to achieve. There were still about 2 months to the 1st of January 1350. After doing all of this, Klein rubbed his temples and prepared to return to the real world. After putting away the Dark Emperor card, biological poison bottle, and other items, he suddenly laughed and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Challenge the impossible. Isn't this equivalent to courting death?" As his voice echoed, Klein's figure disappeared above the gray fog. In a cheap hotel in the Bakeland Bridge area, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw the candlelight for his summoning ritual. After quickly dealing with the loose ends, Klein put on the thick worker's jacket that he had just bought for 4 soldi and walked to the window. He picked up the sweet iced tea he had bought before and looked at his blurry figure reflected in the window. He revealed a heartfelt smile and whispered to himself. He revealed a heartfelt smile and muttered to himself, "Cheers." Just as he said that, he touched the glass in his hand, raised his chin, and drank it all in one gulp. Following that, he leisurely left the hotel. The nearby gas lamps were all lit up, and the pedestrians and carriages were busy, oblivious to the explosion at the border of Sherwood Borough and West Borough. Klein strolled around the Bravehearts bar and paced around for a while. At 7:58, he knocked on the door of old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's Beyonder gathering. He put on the iron mask and the hooded robe. He behaved like an ordinary person. At the same time, Xiao, who would go to different places every night to check some contact marks, saw a symbol that had never appeared before. It belonged to the golden-masked man who had sold the sheriff formula to her under the guise of someone else at the gathering Mr. A had convened. It was the symbol of an emergency meeting. He didn't look for me before, and I pretended that nothing had happened. Why did he suddenly? Xiao thought for a moment and decided to take a look. The golden-masked man had promised to give her some missions so that she could save up enough money to exchange for the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. Thus, Xiao changed locations and marked the time and place of the meeting. Half an hour later, in a remote but well-connected alley, Xiao, who had been secretly observing for a while, walked out of her hiding place and walked towards the golden-masked man. The man was still wearing a black tuxedo, and his light brown eyes swept over Xiao's head. I have a mission for you. Difficulty and reward? Xiao asked familiarly. The man nudged his mask that seemed to be forged from gold. It's not dangerous, but it might be very dangerous. It all depends on what you do. The initial reward is 30 pounds. If you can obtain any useful information, I can even directly give you a beyond or ingredient corresponding to sheriff. What mission? Xiao frowned slightly. The golden-masked man's gaze darkened. Through your channels, find out who has been asking about Capim recently. Capim? That human trafficker? Xiao asked in surprise. The golden-masked man nodded. Yes. I refuse this mission. I hate him very much. Xiao immediately rejected him. The man opposite her scoffed. I'm not working for Capim. Because he's already dead. Dead? Xiao was momentarily stunned. He died in his own home. His body was covered in tarot cards, and there were 2 of them on his face. One was Judgment, and the other was the Emperor. By the way, take note of any incidents involving tarot cards that haven't been reported to the police department in recent years, the golden-masked man added. Sherwood Borough, in the house that Xiao and Furs rented. Just as Furs decided on the beginning of her new book and was about to reward herself with a cigarette in a good mood, Xiao pushed open the door and entered the study. Smoking is bad for your health. Xiao sniffled. Seeing the puzzlement on her face, Furs didn't argue and instead asked, What's the matter? You seem to have encountered something? Xiao scratched her coarse blonde hair and sat down on a chair beside her. The person from before contacted me. He's the person who sold me the sheriff formula at Mr. A's gathering. He gave me a relatively simple mission. The initial reward is 30 pounds. I don't know if there are any hidden dangers, Furs thought for a moment and said, that person. He should have an organization behind him, but why would he want to rope you in? Isn't he afraid of being implicated by your intelligence and leading to the destruction of the entire organization? You don't have anything worth scheming against. Your looks are passable, but you're too short. Your life is probably the only thing that's more valuable. What mission? Xiao was already used to being dealt a blow by her friend. She ignored the first half of her question and directly answered the second half of the question. Investigate who has been asking about Capim recently. Capim? The human trafficker who should be hanged, no, burned at the stake? Although Furs wasn't a bounty hunter, it was a writer's instinct to gather material. Therefore, she often got Xiao to recount her experiences and rumors. Xiao nodded. It's him, but he's already dead. It seems like he died rather tragically. How did he die? Was it slowly sliced to death by a knife? Furs asked happily and curiously. That man didn't give a detailed description. Maybe tomorrow's paper will. Xiao thought for 2 seconds and said, he only mentioned the special circumstances of the scene. He said that Capim's corpse was covered in tarot cards, and his face was covered with Judgment and the Emperor cards. The meaning of the Judgment card should be judgment on Capim. The outcome is death. What does the Emperor card represent? The identity of the murderer, no, the hero? The best-selling author Furs instinctively tried to decipher the unique layout of the crime scene. Suddenly, she froze. Tarot cards? Corpses covered in tarot cards? Furs suddenly thought of the secret organization she had just joined. Tarot, it couldn't have been done by one of our members, right? But there's no member with the codename Emperor. If it's true, this is the first time I've found traces of the tarot in the real world. We're not just a secret organization that only exists above the gray fog. Furs's thoughts churned as she felt pleasantly surprised and worried. Under the guidance of the waiter, Klein entered the familiar living room. There was still only one candle in the room, and the dim yellow light illuminated the surroundings like a scene from a ghost story. Coupled with the mysterious people in black robes and iron masks, the atmosphere was even more intense. As soon as he stepped in, Klein suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. He felt the flickering candlelight staring at him. He felt that the flames would explode and ignite his hair and robe. He felt that the curtain behind the oriel window would suddenly swing up and envelop his body, covering his nose and mouth for breathing, forcefully suffocating him to death. What's going on? Klein was stunned and tensed up. This wasn't a premonition of danger, but it was an unavoidable intuition. Klein carefully found a seat and sat down. As soon as his butt touched the surface of the chair, he felt that the chair would explode, and thick wooden spikes would pierce through his body. This reminded him of a few videos he had seen on Earth, a poor-quality pneumatic chair that exploded, and the steel rod and fragments pierced into the owner's buttocks and abdomen. The entire scene was a bloody mess. It was a tragic sight. Why do I always have such bad associations? Could it be the negative effects of my spirit body being injured in the previous battle? Klein looked around thoughtfully and realized that the chubby apothecary still hadn't come. What happened? Or has he already left Bakeland? Klein silently muttered to himself and heard old Mr. Eye of Wisdom announce the beginning of the gathering. In the following period of time, Klein sometimes felt that the chandelier on the ceiling would fall diagonally and hit him on the head. At other times, he felt that the coffee table in front of old Mr. Eye of Wisdom would suddenly move sideways and trip him. At other times, he suspected that the members of the gathering around him were filled with malice and could attack him at any moment. This made him restless, vigilant, and puzzled. He didn't have the mood to pay attention to the various successful or failed transactions. If a premonition of danger is said to be a phone that occasionally vibrates, reminding you that there's a message or an incoming call, then this inexplicable intuition is equivalent to an electric drill that's constantly shaking me, making it difficult for me to relax and pay attention to anything else. Klein tried to rub his temples, but he touched the cold iron mask. At this moment, he felt that his iron mask would suddenly cave in and stick close to his face, embedding itself into his brain. Is it really because my spirit body is injured that I'm hallucinating? Klein furrowed his brows. He had originally wanted to make a request to purchase the mutated pituitary gland and blood of the thousand-faced hunter at this gathering, but in such a situation, he could only cautiously give up. Although the level of the gathering organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom wasn't high, and there was a high chance that it wouldn't involve high-level monsters like the thousand-faced hunter, Klein believed that many of the members here had participated in other gatherings. Perhaps they could come into contact with the corresponding information and clues. While feeling uneasy, Klein participated in the gathering as a bystander. Just as he took off his robe, mask, and left the room, the inexplicable intuition that everyone and everything was trying to harm him suddenly disappeared in a strange manner. Klein's pupils constricted slightly as he confirmed that the phenomenon just now wasn't due to his spirit body being injured. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be in two different states. He suspected that there was an invisible, undetectable, and abnormally terrifying existence in the activity room where the gathering was held. Thus, it stimulated him, who had the spiritual intuition of a seer and the premonition of danger of a clown. However, due to the other party's suppression or uniqueness, this stimulation appeared in the form of too many associations, preventing him from being vigilant. Who could it be? This is too terrifying. Just its existence alone is enough to make me feel like I'm about to lose control. Klein quietly left old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's house and walked towards the nearest street. Suddenly, he had a guess. The Bravehearts bar is nearby, and Steve, the Wraith that Merrick, Miss Sharon, and I killed are in charge of monitoring the surrounding area. Their deaths would definitely anger the high-sequence Beyonder from Rose School, and he would cast his gaze here, at the Beyonders active near the Bravehearts bar. Was that him just now? Fortunately, I used items like the biological poison bottle and the sun brooch tonight, and in order to avoid being divined, I left them above the gray fog. Otherwise, the outcome would be unimaginable. The magicians, who had just completed an impossible performance, would die here. The world of Beyonders is really dangerous. In the Holy Wind Cathedral, Cardinal Ace Snake looked at the captain of the mandated punishers in front of him, his silver eyes emotionless. Who is Capim? Why is there an underground prison in his villa? The captain of the mandated Punisher team immediately replied, a tycoon, rumored to be involved in the disappearance of many young girls. He was suspected to be a human trafficker and was secretly involved in the slave trade. That underground prison proves the rumor. Why would a human trafficker be protected by several Beyonders? And it's not a low sequence, Cardinal Snake asked. Your Excellency, this needs to be investigated. We've tried to use Beyonder means to find clues, but we've failed, the captain of the mandated punishers replied in fear. I tried too. Cardinal Snake did not blame him. The upper echelon of the Church of the Storm paused. Continue investigating this matter. Also, find that sequence 6 or 5 ghost. After his subordinate left, Cardinal Snake picked up his pen and wrote down a few targets in his notebook that he needed to pay attention to. Capim, human trade, tarot card ritual, a strange but low-ranking specter, and a secret plot. Empress Burrow, in the luxurious villa of Earl of Hall's family. Audrey was waiting for the maid to cut the food when she suddenly heard her father, Earl of Hall, who was used to reading newspapers at breakfast, laugh. Capim is dead. Who is he? Audrey asked with widened eyes. In fact, she wasn't curious about who Capim was at all. She was simply playing along with her father, who clearly had a desire to communicate. This was both a daughter's specialty and the instinct of a telepathist. A tycoon who might be a human trafficker in private. He has a good relationship with certain people, heh. Earl of Hall chuckled. He was killed last night, and there were obvious signs of a trial at the scene. All the newspapers called the murderer a hero bandit Dark Emperor. Yes, he was named after the codename of the ancient Solomon Empire's ruler. Hero bandit? Hero bandit Dark Emperor? Dark Emperor. Audrey instantly thought of the card of blasphemy that currently belonged to Mr. Fool. This was the highest level item she had come into contact with so far. She suddenly became interested in Capim's murder case. It sounds interesting. Although it's illegal, I still want to say that the hero bandit did a great job. Oh, Dad, what about the process? The police and the church's corresponding departments didn't disclose the specific details, and I haven't met them either. This is how it was described in the newspapers. The hero bandit wore black armor and a pitch-black crown, with a cloak of the same color behind him. He entered Capim's villa, and not only did he steal all the valuables in the safe, he also stole the lives of Capim and his evil subordinates, and rescued the girls locked up in the dungeon. He scattered tarot cards all over Capim's body, and the most eye-catching ones were the 2 on his face. One was Judgment, and the other was Emperor. Earl of Hall held the newspaper and described with a smile. Tarot cards. The Judgment card and the Emperor card. Audrey's eyes suddenly lit up. Upon hearing the description of the familiar scene, Audrey was almost certain that it was done by Mr. Fool's adorer. She immediately felt a strong sense of immersion, participation, and pride. That's a human trafficker whose hands are stained with blood and sin. The Judgment card means that he's being judged by justice. The verdict is hanging, beheading, or burning at the stake. The Emperor card should be a symbol of identity. Is this the adorer who infiltrated the Royal Museum and stole the Dark Emperor card? For a moment, Audrey's imagination ran wild. She had planned on asking for more details and a more detailed process, but from her father, Earl of Hall's expression, tone, and emotional color, she knew that he didn't know what had happened for the time being. All she could do was suppress her doubts and curiosity and prepare to ask her good friend, Kance Learson, who worked at MI9. Although asking Kance directly suits my image in this regard, it would still be a little abrupt and slightly contradictory to my identity as a noble. Get Annie to prepare a few invitations for afternoon tea and send them to Glaint, Kance, Murray, Christine, Jane, and the others. Most of them are interested in mysticism, so they won't be uninterested in the title of Hero Bandit Dark Emperor. Under my guidance, they can help me ask many questions that are inconvenient for me to ask. It's decided. Audrey retracted her attention and took small bites of her breakfast. She believed that Mr. Fool's adorer wouldn't deal with Capim purely to punish evil. This didn't match his identity. Of course, if it were a few months ago, Audrey, who had just joined the tarot, would definitely be willing to accept such an explanation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen the Justice card as her symbol. After attending many gatherings and experiencing many things, she felt that she had matured a lot and was no longer that naive. She believed that there had to be more crucial and intrinsic factors hidden in this matter, such as which evil god or secret organization Capim was involved with. I hope Kance can provide me with useful information. Audrey thought in anticipation. At 15, Minsk Street, Klein was eating white bread with jam spread on it as he flipped through the day's newspaper. What? A safe? As he stared at it, he almost choked on his own words. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Klein immediately denied that he had stolen all the valuables from the safe. At that time, the situation was urgent. In order to obtain clues, although he found the safe, he only went in to see if there were any important documents and evidence. He didn't take any of the valuables and quickly left the place and went to another room. Of course, in his spirit-body state, Klein had also suffered some injuries from the explosion caused by the gas. The total weight of the items he could carry had decreased by quite a bit, and Capham's safe only had gold bars, jewelry, land deeds, house deeds, and antiques. It was either inconvenient to take them away or impossible to get rid of. Maybe he has a special place for cash, but unfortunately, I didn't find it, and I don't have time to look for it. Klein muttered silently, confirming that the people who had split up all the valuables in the safe were investigators. He glanced at the newspaper, took a sip of Zide black tea, and slowly exhaled. He laughed in his heart. Hero Bandit Dark Emperor. I like this title. After breakfast, Klein put on a heavy double-breasted frock coat, picked up a half-top hat, and a hard black cane. He opened the door and left Minsk Street, heading for Broken Axe Alley at the edge of East Borough. That was where Daisy had gone missing. After finalizing the plan yesterday, before taking action, he had deliberately made a trip to Broken Axe Alley and seriously searched for clues. He had also knocked on the doors of many surrounding houses and asked if they had seen any girls similar to Daisy. Although Klein believed that the official Beyonders who took over the case wouldn't think that a poor family could afford to hire a hero bandit with the strength of at least Sequence 6, and there was a high chance that they would focus their investigations on the secrets that Capham was involved in, supplemented by who has been inquiring about Capham's matters and other peripheral investigations. However, he still carefully decided to try his best to put on a good show. What if some law enforcer had a screw loose and planned on doing a preliminary investigation in this area? Some families might still have some savings and can afford to hire other detectives. I'm just a kind-hearted person who took over the case yesterday, so the chances of me being suspected are extremely low. As long as I'm not suspected, they won't compare it to my performance during the Lenivas case. Furthermore, the ones who were mobilized last time were the Nighthawks, and they were assisted by the military's special department. This time, in Sherwood Borough, it should be the mandated Punishers. The communication between them won't be that smooth. Katie and Parker belong to the Arbiter pathway, so I wonder if the military will interfere. As a former Nighthawk, Klein had a sufficient understanding of the behavior, style, and investigation habits of several official organizations. To put it simply, I have excellent anti-detection abilities. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and boarded the carriage. He was going to continue investigating Daisy's disappearance. This was because he was an ordinary private detective who had yet to confirm that Daisy's disappearance was related to Capham. At 9 in the morning, Daisy returned to the dilapidated apartment she had rented, accompanied by the police officers in charge of the surrounding streets. Last night, she had been placed in the cathedrals of Sherwood Borough along with the other pitiful girls. She had been questioned accordingly, including the scene when they had escaped, what they had seen when they turned around, where they lived, what their family situation was like, who they knew, who they felt wasn't an ordinary friend, and so on. Daisy, who was still in a state of panic and fear, answered those questions truthfully. After that, no one came looking for her. She slept for half the night and was sent to East Borough in the morning, handed over to the fierce police officer she often saw. Along the way, Daisy didn't dare to speak, and she trembled slightly. Only when she entered the apartment where she lived did she feel a little more at ease. Just as she stepped through the door, before she could find her mother and sister through the hanging wet clothes, she heard a scream. Daisy! Freya put down the work in her hands, and like an agile deer, she dodged the clothes in midair and the junk on the ground. She quickly ran to the door and hugged her sister tightly. Then, she let go and, with tears streaming down her face, she sized up Daisy in pleasant surprise and worry. Are you all right? That's great, you're finally back. Liv also stood up from behind the washtub, wiped her hands on her clothes, and wiped her eyes. Daisy, where have you been the past few days? At this moment, the policeman interrupted. She was kidnapped. She was kidnapped, and we rescued her. Thank you, thank you. You're too great. Liv cried as she randomly used adjectives. The policeman coughed lightly. It's our duty. Have you encountered any strange people in the past few days? Liv was taken aback for a second. She didn't want to add to the trouble since it was one less thing to deal with. She said, "No, really not." The policeman waved his hand and said, "Be careful in the future. Don't take the deserted path." He couldn't stand the humidity and the mixed smells here, so he immediately turned to leave. Liv looked at her daughter again and strode to her side. After wiping her hands on the side, she hugged Daisy. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back," she murmured with tears streaming down her face, not asking if Daisy was hurt. Daisy, relieved at once, began to sob. Freya, who was beside her, also cried. She reached out her hands and hugged her mother and sister. After crying for a while, the mother-daughter trio released each other. Liv wiped her eyes again and said, "Wash the clothes first. There's still a lot left." Daisy, who had just been rescued, nodded and quickly threw herself into her busy work. It wasn't until noon, when they were chewing on black bread and drinking water that couldn't even be considered tea, that Liv had the time to ask. "Daisy, are you hurt?" Daisy shook her head. "They only hit me a few times." "That's great. The police rescued you?" "Yesterday, a kind-hearted detective was willing to help find you for free, but you ended up coming back today." "Ah, your vocabulary book is still with him," Freya said casually. Liv was already prepared, so she said, "I'll get old Kohler to get it back and tell the detective that you're already home, so he doesn't have to busy himself with this matter anymore. No matter what, we have to thank him again." Daisy let go of her worry and answered her sister's question. "No, it wasn't the police. There was a sudden explosion, and the door that locked us was strangely opened. We ran out just like that, but we saw a gentleman or a lady standing on the roof. He was wearing black armor, a helmet that looked like a crown, and a cape. He just watched us silently, and none of those bad guys came to stop us or chase us." As a tutor at the free school, Daisy's vocabulary was clearly richer than her mother's. "A person in that kind of clothes saved you?" Liv asked in surprise. Freya waited curiously for the answer. Daisy nodded seriously. "Yes, he's like the bards speak of, hero." "Hero." Freya ruminated over the word, her eyes as bright as stars. In a secret room, a group of people were holding the information they had been given, carefully comparing the Lenevis case and Capham's case, looking for similarities in the motive and modus operandi. The two matters can't be linked at all. The only thing they have in common is that evil, or rather, evil, was defeated. "The owner of the tarot cards upheld justice," someone said with a sigh. "What can be confirmed is that the two attacks weren't done by the same person. Their strength is clearly different, and their expertise is even more different. Although it might be because their sequence has been raised, the murderer in Capham's case is a vengeful spirit, or should I say that he can switch his spirit-body state. This isn't common." Another person's analysis was agreed upon by the majority. Thus, the convener concluded 2 cases, 2 different people, and both of them throwing tarot cards. Perhaps the latter is a copycat, so we can lock on to the people who know about the Lenevis case. The other possibility is that there's an organization. An organization symbolized by tarot cards. In Empress Borough, in Earl Hall's luxurious villa. The top-grade Fainapotter St. Desire Mountain coffee emitted a rich aroma, and the beautiful smell of Queen's black tea blended into an intoxicating symphony of scents. They lingered around an elegant 3-tiered tray, serving delicious and exquisite desserts. This was Audrey's afternoon tea. Her aristocratic friends and mysticism came as promised, and they sat around the table, chatting and laughing. After Audrey's quiet guidance, Jane, Murray, and the others developed a strong interest in the hero bandit Dark Emperor who had appeared last night. They all cast their gazes on Kong Learson, the son of a noble who had joined MI9. "Does that Dark Emperor have any Beyonder powers?" the sweet-looking Christine asked curiously. Their fathers were at least viscounts, giving them sufficient status and channels to understand the existence of Beyonder powers and potions. However, they were just like Audrey back then, unwilling to join the Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, Machinery Hivemind, or MI9. They were unwilling to waste large amounts of time on official duties. Apart from that, the families they belonged to couldn't be traced back 1,000 years. Even the ancient nobles of the Fourth Epoch, when the Ruan kingdom was first established, weren't completely loyal to the royal family or the upper echelons of the military. Therefore, they had never been bestowed with formulas. Even if there were beyonder ingredients, they might not be able to recognize them, and even if they did, they wouldn't know how to use them. This limited the possibility of Murray, Christine, and the others becoming beyonders. They could only yearn for it, but it was difficult for them to take that critical step. As for whether their elders had secretly collected potion formulas and nurtured a few beyonders that belonged to their families, that wasn't something they could understand. After all, it wasn't allowed. If the king really caught wind of it, he could use it as a reason to strip them of their titles. Of course, there were already 2 traitors in the living room at this moment. They were Audrey, who had advanced to Sequence 8 telepathist, and Viscount Glaint, who had gathered a beyonder ingredient and would soon become an apothecary. The lanky young gentleman, Kong Learson, took a sip of coffee and said, "I won't give a direct answer. I will not answer you directly. I will only tell you some facts." Apart from the traces of a gas explosion in the restaurant where the battle took place, various methods were used to detect poison, substitutes, wraith screams, bullets condensed from holy powers, and other elements. Right, that Black Emperor, no, that hero bandit, is in a ghostly state. It doesn't seem like the one who killed Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, nor does it seem like the one who finished off Leonidas in the sewers. The one who stole the Dark Emperor card and created Capim's case is Mr. Fool's 3rd blessed. Bakeland alone had at least 3 blessed. How many blessed would he have in total? Audrey had an idea. She pretended to be confused and asked, "An intense battle between transcendents happened there?" Under her guidance, Moulay took a step further and asked, "There's a beyonder in the Capim family? A relatively powerful beyonder? Or more than one?" "He's just a human trafficker." Viscount Glaint subconsciously expressed his doubts. Audrey kept her faint smile and curious eyes, patiently waiting for Kong Si's answer. Kong Si laughed and said, "Moulay's guess is correct. Murray's guess is correct. That's all I can say. Do you want me to be grounded by team leader? Capim's family has relatively powerful beyonders, and there's more than one. Indeed, he's not an ordinary human trafficker. He might be involved in many mysterious matters, human trafficking. Could it be that he's involved in a cult sacrifice? Mr. Fool's Blessed is targeting this. Leonidas's incident was similar. It involved a cult, a sacrifice, and the descent of the true creator. I wonder which cult or evil god is behind Capim. Mr. Fool's target seems to be those evil gods. Is it really a game between deities? I wonder how many things he has ruined for those evil gods. Audrey made many connections, and her heart gradually surged. Artero's enemy is an evil god, nothing else is qualified. Could it be that Mr. Fool wants the title of nemesis of evil gods? Audrey pursed her lips and chuckled inwardly. Then, she reined in her emotions and secretly repented. "Audrey, how can you do this? How can you joke about Mr. Fool?" At noon, Klein returned to Minsk Street, and as expected, he found a letter in his mailbox that old Kohler had hired a carriage driver to deliver. This was the emergency contact they had agreed on. Of course, according to Klein's expectations, old Kohler, who didn't know how to read, would only use simple symbols to tell him when and where to meet. To his surprise, when the letter was unfolded, it turned out to be neat words. With just a glance, Klein confirmed that it was the same handwriting as in Daisy's vocabulary book. From the looks of it, this girl helped old Kohler write it. This piece of paper doesn't show any signs of being soaked in moisture. Perhaps old Kohler specially bought some for emergency contact. Klein opened the door and read the letter as he walked into the living room. He didn't take off his coat, only his hat, and leaned on his cane. This was because the fireplace in the room had yet to be lit, and the cold of early November was silently drilling into his bones. The contents of the letter were very simple. After all, Daisy didn't know many words. She first thanked the detective for his kindness, then told Klein that she had returned home safely. Finally, she tactfully mentioned that she hoped that the detective would bring the vocabulary book with him the next time he came to Eastborough. A polite girl. Klein chuckled, snapped his fingers, and burned the letter, leaving no clues behind. He decided to make another trip to East Borough tomorrow to return the vocabulary book to Daisy and reimburse old Kohler for the cost of delivering the letter, paper, and pen. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh and chuckle. "Captain, it's my turn to reimburse someone else." With only the last bit of work left, Klein suddenly had nothing to do. Without wasting any time, he went out again and went straight to the Quelag Club. Dr. Allen often appeared there on Friday afternoons, and Klein wanted to ask about the tarot card-playing child, Willa Septon. After entering the Quelag Club in Hillston Borough, Klein said to the waiter in a red vest, "A cup of Marquis black tea and a dessert." "A cup of Marquis black tea and a dessert." "Send it to the corner of the hall where Dr. Aaron and reporter Mike are sitting." Klein had already seen the cold-blooded, well-known surgeon, Alan Series, who wore gold-rimmed glasses, and the Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph, who had worked with him twice and had a pair of charming blue eyes, as well as the aristocratic equestrian teacher, Talon Dumont, who was second only to Sherlock Moriarty in frequency of appearances at the club. "Oh, our great detective is here, and he happened to be talking about you." Talon smiled as he stood up. "Are you bad-mouthing me?" Klein joked. Mike stood up as well and reached out to shake his hand. "No, I want to hire you again." "What's the matter this time?" Klein bowed to Dr. Allen and sat at their table. Mike chuckled. "You should have read the newspaper, right? Capim has been killed by the hero bandit Dark Emperor, and his crimes have been exposed. This is really something to be happy about. And as a reporter, I have to have sufficient news acumen. I plan on getting a list from the police department and going to East Borough to interview the rescued girls. Then, I'll restore Capim's most vicious, cruel, and unforgivable side to the readers of the newspaper. Of course, those victims must remain anonymous." He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice. "I also have a hidden goal, or rather, an idea. Through such interviews, I want to find out if those girls and their families have any special friends. Who knows, that might be the hero bandit Dark Emperor." "You found the right person." The corners of Klein's mouth nearly twitched. He smiled at Mike. "We've already worked together on matters in East Borough. We have enough familiarity and trust, so I have no reason to refuse. It's a pleasure working with you." Mike stretched out his hand with a relaxed expression. "We'll start tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The pay will be the same as last time, a total of £10. At this moment, Dr. Allen, who had been listening by the side, said, "Sherlock, I'd like to hire you as well. Tonight, or after dinner." "I've been optimistic recently." Klein asked in amusement, "Will it conflict with Mike's commission?" "No." Allen shook his head. "My luck has been pretty good recently. This makes me suspect that my bad luck was because of that child's reversed Wheel of Fortune card and his words. I'm very puzzled and troubled by this. I can be said to be very good to him and have great kindness. Why would he do this to me? I want to visit him at his house and confirm that he didn't mean it. However, I'm still afraid of something similar, afraid that an accident will happen, so I want you to protect me tonight. It won't conflict with Mike's commission. How about it? This is exactly what I want to do. Challenging the impossible. After doing good deeds, my character has become very good. Have I really become the king of yellow and black who wields good luck?" Klein was pleasantly surprised as he smiled reservedly. "No problem. We can talk about the pay." City of Silver. Derek Berg examined the translucent worm with 12 rings once again, examining the remains of Amon's avatar. He originally wanted to ask Mr. Fool what it was, but considering that he had already troubled this godlike figure once, he gave up on the idea because he was rather thick-skinned. He planned on conjuring it to ask Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, and the others at the next tarot gathering. After hiding the worm, Derek suddenly thought of something. The team that had followed Shepherd Elder Lovia to explore the half-destroyed temple of the fallen creator was about to return. It wasn't too far from the City of Silver, and it was a direction they hadn't set foot in before. He decided to take a look. There were quite a number of people he knew. Looking at the bolts of lightning illuminating the dark sky, Derek didn't directly knock on the doors of his acquaintances. Instead, he walked along the widest avenue and headed for the training grounds at the edge of the City of Silver. After every exploration squad returned, they would stay in this place for a while. It was both convenient for them to communicate and report what they had encountered in the darkness, and it was also a form of isolation, in case certain weird things were attached to the bodies of any of the members, which would explode violently after a certain time. This was the experience that the City of Silver had accumulated over the past 2,000 years. It wasn't complicated, but it was rather useful. The moment he entered the training grounds, Derek Berg's eyes lit up with the axe of Hurricane behind his waist. He saw the gorgeous elder Lovia, who appeared to be in her 30s. He also saw two acquaintances of the same age. The City of Silver was only that big. Due to the environment, the population had always been unable to increase. There weren't many people in a given age group. Derek didn't dare to say that he knew all of them, but he had seen most of them. Some of them were his classmates and training partners from general education classes for several years. In this exploration team, Derek was most familiar with Dark Regents, who had once been his teammate in the patrol team. This youth named Dark was of medium height and slightly plump. He was known for his strength, and he was optimistic and cheerful. He often wore an amiable smile on his face. He was currently a Sequence 8 gladiator of the Giant Pathway. At that very moment, both sides were separated by a translucent but steel-like wall, unable to make effective contact. They had to wait for the expedition team to confirm that there were no problems before they could directly meet. Derek, who had become quiet and withdrawn after his parents' death, waved at Dark. The gladiator sensed something and turned his head to look over. "Dark, how is it? Did you encounter any danger?" Derek shouted. The material used for the black wall came from a place not far from the City of Silver. It was called dark amber. It was as hard as steel, but at the same time, it had a certain degree of transparency and good sound conductivity. Derek's words passed through without any obstruction. In Derek's imagination, Dark would definitely reveal a bright smile and wave his arms out of habit. "You see that I'm not injured, so you should know that we didn't encounter anything too dangerous. It's just a small problem." Upon hearing his voice, Dark took a few steps forward and approached the wall. "No, it's always been smooth." Looking at his flawless smile, Derek suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as though he was sleeping on the top of an abandoned tower or in a destroyed city at night. It was pitch black all around, and undercurrents were brewing. Inside the Quelag Club, Klein and Dr. Allen agreed on the remuneration. £2. I have to say, it's really easy to earn a doctor's money. If it were me in the past, I would at most pay 10 solely for such a request. Klein, who had wanted to take on this task, sighed in his heart. He remembered that when he was in the Nighthawks, he had heard corpse collector Fry mention that famous doctors had high incomes. At that time, the poet Leonard Mitchell, who did not look like a poet, replied that as far as he knew, if someone bought a house in the prosperous area of Bakelin to build a shop, the fastest way to recoup their losses was to transform it into a clinic. Both parties agreed to visit Willa Septon's house after dinner, and it wasn't even 3 in the afternoon. Therefore, the equestrian teacher, Talim, called the 3 of them together at a table and started playing Level Up, the kind invented by Roselle the Great. I expected to play tennis, practice shooting, and flip through the books in the library. What a healthy life it would be. But why did it turn out like this? Klein thought during a break in the game. Frankly speaking, with his current attainments in magic, he could make Dr. Allen, reporter Mike, and Talim lose all the money they had on them. But I'm an honest person. I believe in my skills and luck more. While the red-vested waiter was shuffling the cards, Klein picked up a cream pastry and took a bite in enjoyment. He praised from the bottom of his heart. This is life. While playing cards, Klein noticed that the equestrian teacher, Talim, was no longer in a daze and full of worries like before. Has the matter of his friend falling in love with someone he shouldn't have been resolved? Klein took a sip of Marquis black tea and thought curiously. As a detective, he knew that this matter should not be asked in front of others, so he restrained himself and focused on playing cards. At 5 o'clock, Mike Joseph had to make a trip back to the news agency, so the game between the 4 of them came to an end. Klein won 5 solely. My luck has been pretty good recently. Klein sighed in relief. When he saw Dr. Allen leave the table and go to the washroom, he controlled his voice and chuckled. Talim, has your friend's matter been resolved? Talim was throwing the cards in his hand into the middle of the table when he heard that. Sort of. He added with a desire to communicate. Actually, it wasn't anything too serious. I was just thinking too much at the time. To put it simply, a prominent young gentleman fell in love with a commoner woman. As you know, a man of such status has to marry a noble lady. To him, even the daughter of a tycoon is out of the question. Is that so? To think that I came up with so many melodramatic and bizarre stories, such as falling in love with a man, falling in love with a monster, falling in love with someone whose ethical relationship isn't allowed. Klein was disappointed and said in amusement, from what I know, gentlemen in high society don't mind having a mistress outside. No, Sherlock, you don't understand. Love, do you understand? Love. That young gentleman only wants to marry that commoner woman, Talim sighed. Yes, I don't understand. I'm just a single dog. Klein opened his mouth, but was speechless. Talim sighed to himself. For the sake of that young gentleman's future, I once thought of asking you to find someone with some magical powers. In secret, In short, I'm a law-abiding person, and I only think about it in my head. How was the matter resolved? Klein asked with interest. Talim picked up his Highland coffee and took a sip. The solution was simpler than I imagined. I went straight to the lady and told her of the predicament. She very rationally expressed her willingness to leave the gentleman and asked for my help. I have to say, she's really a considerate, kind, elegant, and beautiful girl. If I didn't consider my status, perhaps I would have knelt in front of her and kissed the back of her hand. All right, it looks like I can't help. Klein picked up the white porcelain cup of black tea inlaid with gold threads. As a visitor from Earth, he was completely uninterested in breaking up a couple and ruining someone else's love. However, it was another matter to treat it as gossip. After having dinner at the Quelag Club and tasting the limited supply of Sonia lobsters, Klein and Dr. Allen took the latter's carriage to Will Septon's house at 66, Dalton Street in Northborough. This was an address that Dr. Allen had memorized a long time ago. He didn't return to the hospital to look through the corresponding medical records, and according to Klein's guess, the information regarding Will Septon had most likely been taken away by the Nighthawks. As a former Nighthawk, I know their procedures very well. Klein sighed with a bitter smile. After ringing the doorbell, the two waited for a while before the door was opened. A maid in a black and white dress asked curiously, "What's wrong?" A maid in a black and white dress asked in puzzlement, "Gentlemen, who are you looking for?" Seeing that Allen was still as cold as ever, Klein took the initiative to say, "We're looking for Will Septon. We're looking for Will Septon. He's his attending physician. He's here to do a return visit and confirm his health." I don't know him. I've only been here for a few days. I'll get my master. Please wait a moment, the maid replied with a blank look. As the two waited, Allen suddenly said, I don't know about him. I almost believed the reason you gave me just now. This is the basic quality of being a detective. Klein chuckled. At this moment, an old gentleman in his 50s walked to the door and said in a deep voice, Will Septon's family has already moved out. Will Septon and his family have already moved away, he gave a date. Allen did some calculations and frowned. How can they move out after being discharged from the hospital 2 days after surgery? He really acted like he was paying a return visit. Klein asked in puzzlement, Sir, how do you know so much? Normally, subsequent tenants would only move in after a period of time. The old gentleman replied in a bad mood, Someone came to ask about it previously, and I even specially went to the landlord. The old man replied snappily, Someone has already asked about it before. I even went to the landlord. Do you know where Will Septon's family moved to? Do you know where Will Septon's family moved to? Do you know where Will Septon's family moved to? Klein deliberated for a moment and continued asking. A little. The old gentleman took a deep breath and said, But they've all been given to the previous group of people. Then, did they leave anything behind? Klein deliberated for a moment and continued asking. It's really helpless to meet a fellow detective. They can always think of things ahead of time. Klein couldn't help but sigh. Seeing that there were no more clues, Klein and Allen politely bade farewell and left 66 Dalton Street. "It looks like your doubts will only be resolved after a long time," Klein said to Dr. Allen. Allen fell silent for a few seconds and slowly exhaled. "After what happened just now, I'm not that troubled anymore. I'm a doctor, and it's enough for me to do my own thing. I should pay a return visit to his health and not question him about the situation. What others think and why they aren't things I should be concerned about. In the future, I'll just try my best to maintain a doctor-patient relationship." "It's best that you think that way," Klein echoed from the bottom of his heart. Then he casually asked, "What happened to Will Septon's left leg back then?" "There was a strange tumor growing on his left calf. It happened to form a ring, and it severely compressed his blood vessels," Dr. Allen recalled. "But the child didn't seem to be in too much pain. He only looked a little afraid. We initially wanted to treat him conservatively, but the situation rapidly worsened." City of Silver. Derek Berg didn't know how he returned home. He only remembered the indescribable fear. Compared to the past, Dark Regence's personality and performance weren't much different, but there was indeed an unsettling change. Derek was afraid that the City of Silver would be targeted by the evil god, the fallen creator. He was afraid that it would be completely destroyed before he could become the sun and save the City of Silver from the curse that had lasted for more than 2,000 years, giving the residents hope and sunshine. At this moment, he hated himself for not being strong enough. He was still only a Sequence 8. "No. I can't just watch." Derek suddenly stood up, prepared to rush to the spire and inform the other elders of the 6-member council and Chief Colin Iliad of the abnormality he had discovered. However, Derek knew very well that such abnormalities weren't suspicious at all. Every exploration into the depths of the darkness would be accompanied by the members for days, more than 10 days, or even more than a month of high tension. It was really possible to encounter powerful or strange monsters at any time. In addition, the uninhabited wilderness and the hopeless journey would bring about extreme depression. In addition, for safety's sake, the members of the exploration team weren't allowed to vent their sexual desires when they were out. This made it possible for their minds to be remolded after every exploration. If they were to encounter a huge danger where more than half of the team members were dead or injured, it wasn't uncommon for the remaining people to have a drastic change in personality. To deal with such people, there were only conventional isolation and treatment. There were almost no exceptions. The City of Silver had the first 3 sequences of the Dragon Pathway, so it didn't lack psychoanalysts. Derek rushed to the door and suddenly slowed down. He knew that reporting to the 6-member council like this was likely to be ineffective. There was a high chance that it would arouse suspicion, and there was even the danger of being targeted by Shepherd Elder Lovia. After pacing around for more than 10 seconds, Derek gritted his teeth and pulled the door open. He believed that he had to warn the elders of the 6-member council, even if he had to bear quite a bit of risk, to most of the residents of the City of Silver, sacrificing themselves to maintain the existence of this city and the continuation of this civilization was a belief that was deeply ingrained in their bones. Selfish people usually don't live long in such an environment. Of course, Derek wasn't completely rash. Under the teachings of the Tarot members, especially the Hanging Man, he clearly understood that he had to be patient at times. He had to protect himself appropriately and not make unnecessary sacrifices. This was to better protect the City of Silver. "I'm just saying that the abnormality I observed shouldn't be dangerous." Derek comforted himself as he ran faster and faster. Finally, he saw the spire that symbolized the highest authority in the City of Silver. He found the Beyonder on duty and made a request to meet the chief. To Derek's surprise, the Beyonder didn't ask why like normal. After a simple briefing, he led him up the spiral staircase and arrived at the chief's room. "It's strange. It's different from before." Derek felt that this change in detail made him even more uneasy. Upon entering the room, he saw Chief Colin Iliad standing in front of a wall. This tall old man had deep wrinkles, blue eyes, and messy white hair. He had 2 swords hanging on the wall in a crisscross pattern. He wore his usual flaxen shirt and brown coat. It was hard to believe that he was a champion who had hunted many demons and monsters. "Derek Berg, what is it that you have to tell me face to face?" Colin asked in a mellow voice. Your Excellency. Derek bowed. I met the team exploring the temple at the training ground today. I realized that the Dark Regents I know has changed strangely. He's no longer as cheerful as before. His smile is as polite as a stranger's. Also, Elder Lovia no longer changes the way she speaks. Colin looked deeply at Derek and asked in a deep voice, "Is that all?" "Yes, yes." Derek lowered his head. "Yes, yes." Derek lowered his head. "I think there might be an anomaly." Colin waved his hand and said, "Got it. I'll get A-Floor to do a checkup. Go back. In the future, just report such matters to the Spire's guardian." A-Floor was the most experienced psyche analyst in the City of Silver who was closest to Sequence 6. Unfortunately, there were no potion formulas for Sequence 7 and beyond. After receiving such an answer, Derek left gloomily. Colin looked at his back disappearing by the door and suddenly sighed in disappointment. After discussing Will Septon's situation with Dr. Allen, Klein, who didn't discover anything else, got off the carriage midway and took the steam subway. After 3 stops, he arrived near Minsk Street and switched to a trackless public carriage to return home. As it was still early, he first used divination to confirm that the previous tenant wasn't lying. Then, he diligently continued studying the Book of Secrets. Ever since he had this mysticism book that could be described as a beginner to expert, Klein's use of the mysterious space above the gray fog became more and more ingenious, and he completed many outstanding operations. What's restricting me now is my own sequence, my own strength, and spirituality. Late at night, Klein hid the Book of Secrets and sighed as he went to the bathroom to clean himself up and get ready for bed. That night, he slept soundly. Even the sound of the church's bell in the morning only made him turn over. It's best to stay in bed during winter, Klein mumbled as he got out of bed. In order to reward Hero Bandit Black Emperor, he had an additional serving of boiled eggs with sugar for breakfast, as well as strawberry jam specially bought for the white bread. Just as he was leisurely enjoying his food, the doorbell suddenly rang. "Didn't I tell Mike to come after breakfast?" Klein mumbled as he drank a mouthful of sweet soup and wiped his mouth with a napkin. According to his agreement with Mike, the other party would arrive half an hour after breakfast and begin the interview with the rescued East Borough girls. If Mike didn't appear after half an hour, it meant that the matter would be delayed by a day. Klein walked to the door, and before he reached out, his mind naturally outlined the visitor outside. It wasn't reporter Mike Joseph, but Dr. Alan Series. "Good morning, Alan. Did you sleep late last night?" Klein noticed that Alan looked rather pale, so he secretly activated his spirit vision to take a look. Alan took off his hat and put away his cane. He was about to take off his coat, but he was dissuaded from doing so by the cold air in the room. Klein laughed dryly and said, "I was preparing to head out today. As you know, Mike might come looking for me, so I didn't set up the fireplace." Alan nodded and didn't say anything else. He followed Klein into the living room and found a seat to sit down before saying, "Sherlock, I had a nightmare last night." "Sherlock, I had a nightmare last night. I dreamed of that child, Will Septon." "Nightmare?" "That's within the scope of my knowledge. I'm a professional at interpreting dreams, even more so than inference." Klein leaned forward and clasped his hands. "What kind of nightmare?" Alan recalled and said, "There are some details and processes that I can't remember. I can't remember some of the details and processes, but the one that left the deepest impression on me was a pitch-black, towering spire with a giant silvery white snake coiled on it. It was slowly wriggling and looking at me with cold, merciless red eyes. I don't know why, but I entered the steeple, went up and down the stairs, passed through one wall after another, passed through one locked door after another, and finally, I found the child named Will Septon in a dark corner. He hopped a few steps on one leg and curled up against the wall, with the deck of tarot cards scattered around him. When he saw me, he was afraid and happy. He shouted, 'Dr. Allen.' That was pretty much the entire dream. After that, I woke up." Klein listened seriously and asked in thought, "Didn't Will Septon say anything else?" Alan frowned and thought for a moment before he suddenly blurted out, "Yes," he said, "Dr. Allen, a snake wants to eat me." Following that, the gigantic silver snake hung down from the ceiling, its head facing me. Its mouth was very big, but there were no teeth or tongue inside. It was blood red. Gigantic silver snake. A pitch-black tower. Velocipton under layers of defense. Klein deliberated as he said to Dr. Allen, "This isn't a very strange dream. This isn't a very strange dream. It should be that when you were communicating with Velocipton, you subconsciously sensed that he was in some sort of predicament and was being threatened by something. That's why you dreamt of such a scene, a child hiding in the depths of the tower, behind countless walls and doors, a giant silver snake coiled around the top of the tower. As a detective, I more or less know a little about psychology. It's often introduced in the newspapers. What I don't understand is why you only had such a dream today." Klein didn't lie about his interpretation. He just didn't mention the possible reason. Allen opened his mouth. "I was too eager just now and forgot something." As he spoke, he took out a leather wallet and took out a paper crane that was made with good craftsmanship. "After I discovered that Velocipton's family had already moved away, I recalled that he gave me this before he was discharged. He said, 'Doctor, this can bring you good luck.' I didn't think much of it back then and casually threw it in the office drawer. After I parted ways with you last night, I went to retrieve it and put it in my wallet. In the end, I had that nightmare last night." Klein looked at the paper crane and nodded in thought. "Dr. Allen, it looks like Velocipton didn't mean for you to be unlucky. He made amends after the fact. The paper crane that Roselle the Great invented has the meaning of giving good wishes, and he even said that it would bring you good luck." Allen subconsciously asked back, "What? The paper crane folding technique was invented by Roselle the Great? I don't know if it's him, but I think it's him." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. "Probably." With Klein's explanation and consolation, Allen felt a lot more at ease. He planned on observing him for a few more days to see if he would have similar nightmares again. After sending the famous surgeon out the door with a smile, Klein's expression suddenly turned solemn, as though he was thinking about something. There was nothing wrong with his interpretation of the dream. The pitch-black tower, the obstructive walls and door, as well as the giant silver snake did indeed symbolize Velocipton's situation of being threatened by something. It symbolized the child's fear and helplessness as he attempted to hide behind layers of protection. But the crux of the problem was that this was most likely not a revelation that Dr. Allen's spirituality had received on its own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until last night to find the paper crane before having such a dream. Long before Velocipton was discharged from the hospital, when his spirituality had unconsciously sensed something strange, there should have been such a development. Therefore, Klein suspected that this dream was instilled into Dr. Allen by someone else, and the medium was the paper crane. Klein activated his spirit vision to carefully observe the artifact, but he didn't discover any spiritual luster. However, his spiritual perception and intuition told him that there was something magical about the paper crane. Perhaps it involved the most ethereal, most difficult to grasp, and most worthy of respect. That child named Velocipton isn't simple. From the looks of it, the magical thing isn't the tarot cards, but him. The giant silver snake is a symbol of danger, and this matter is related to bad luck, and other factors. Could it represent the snake of Mercury, the sequence one of the monster pathway, the snake of Mercury? Klein's thoughts wandered, but he was unable to confirm anything. He began analyzing the problem of how the dream was instilled. With Klein's present attainments in mysticism, this wasn't something too complicated or incomprehensible. He quickly came up with an idea. First, I can eliminate the influence of race and specters. That would cause Dr. Allen's aura to be dyed with varying shades of blackish green, and I didn't notice any signs of that just now. There are roughly 2 ways to ensure that the dream's owner doesn't experience any abnormalities. One is to use a beyonder power similar to a nightmare. Like Captain, I can rely on guidance to achieve my goal. Furthermore, I can't participate too deeply, or else I'll also leave behind traces. The second method is even more ingenious and high-end. The principle behind the dream is that when an astral projection roams the spirit world, it will allow certain details that it would normally unconsciously notice to transform into a symbolic revelation under external stimulation. Or, it can directly obtain revelations that are related to itself from the external world. Then, it can be told to the soul body or the spirit body. And as the owner is in a sleeping state, it will appear in the form of a dream. Therefore, the second method is to instill it in the spirit world. First, use some mystical means to create the revelation that you need. Then, naturally let the target's astral projection obtain it while roaming the spirit world and feedback it back. That way, the target will be able to dream of the scene that others want them to dream of, and there won't be any traces of it. That's something I can't do at the moment. Even in my spirit body state, I can't stir some of the powers above the gray fog. Klein paused for a moment and added another possible guess. Dr. Allen had been hinted to by someone through the paper crane. Once he found it, he would have the corresponding dream. This is easy to confirm. As long as I use mediumship on Dr. Allen, I should be able to find the corresponding traces. However, would it be too unfriendly to use mediumship on him? Or borrow the nightmare candle from Father Yutravsky? That's not right. The one who recognized me was that vampire, the avid puppet lover, Emlyn White, not the muscular, giant-like Father Yutravsky. Klein reined in his thoughts and considered what he should do next. He decided to wait above the gray fog to divine the level of danger. If it was acceptable, he would sneak into Dr. Allen's house tonight and use the dream charm to secretly observe. He wanted to see if the source of the dream was a direct guidance or an indirect fabrication. However, with Klein's strength and level, it would be rather difficult to find traces of the latter. Even he didn't have much confidence. This didn't mean that by sitting beside Dr. Allen and entering cogitation, his astral projection would be able to roam the same spirit world as him. This required sufficient positioning. According to the description in the Book of Secrets, the existence of the spirit world was rather magical. It completely overlapped with the real world, so everyone could obtain revelations from the spirit world at any time. However, the spirit world didn't have any distinction between up and down. The past, future, and present could all converge here. It was like a strange ocean formed from countless knowledge, information, and illusory spirits. It was completely different from the normal concept and logic of the world. It was precisely because of this that the revelations obtained from the spirit world could only be various symbols and not direct answers. And it was precisely because of this that the part of the spirit world that every person's astral projection roamed was not only related to one's location and time, but also closely related to the current state of one's body and mind. Without a corresponding positioning method, it was impossible to lock onto and find a person's astral projection in the spirit world, even if one was right beside the person. And it was precisely because of this that the astral projection roamed the spirit world had its limits. It didn't dare to go too deep. Once it got lost and couldn't return to its body, its owner would become a demented person. In more serious cases, they would become a vegetable. And to enter the spirit world with one's body and use it as a springboard to complete the teleportation was even more difficult. If one wasn't careful, they would get lost and never return to the real world until they rotted to death. Phew. Klein exhaled and temporarily threw the problem to the back of his mind. He took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. He realized that he had been thinking for too long. His breakfast had turned cold, and reporter Mike still hadn't arrived. This meant that the commission would most likely be delayed by a day. In the spirit of not wasting anything, Klein finished the rest of the food and went above the gray fog to do a divination. He was surprised to receive a revelation that there was no danger at all. After doing all of this, it was already past the agreed time. Without any hesitation, he changed into a heavy jacket, put on a cap, took his vocabulary book, and left 15 Minsk Street. His original plan was to find an opportunity to give old Kohler some hints when he accompanied Mike Joseph to East Borough for an interview, so that he wouldn't mention his promise to help Liv find her daughter. As for Liv's family, old Kohler would be the one to remind them. And now that Mike had delayed the matter by a day, Klein was even more at ease. He no longer had to worry about any mistakes or accidents. Combined with the address that old Kohler had mentioned, Klein entered the depths of East Borough based on the revelation he received from his divination. Under the watchful, wary, numb, or greedy gazes, he found the room on the 3rd floor. There were 2 bunk beds here, and there were some tattered mattresses on the ground. Every empty space was filled with junk. Klein looked straight at the bottom bunk bed in the innermost room and shouted, "Old Kohler." With a whoosh, old Kohler sat up and leaned against the door in surprise. "You really came. After sending you that letter yesterday, I guessed that you would come looking for me today," so I didn't go to the dock and waited at home. Alright, I don't have to think about how to come up with a lie to explain why I came here to look for you. Klein looked around and said, Old Kohler, with your current income, you could have rented a better room and moved to a better place. Old Kohler, with your current income, you could have rented a better room and moved to a better place. Why did you only change from a mattress to a bunk bed? Most of that money was to help you gather information, Old Kohler said with a smile. Old Kohler smiled. Besides, I'm no longer young. I have to save up some money for when my body completely weakens in the future. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds. You can consider buying some insurance, such as the Orphan Elderly Relief Insurance. It will allow you to receive a weekly sum of money that can at least fill your stomach and allow you to sleep in your room when you truly grow old. The insurance industry in this world had sprouted in the fourth epoch. After Roselle the Great's promotion, it was now relatively mature. It mainly had all kinds of insurance related to maritime trade, such as fire insurance, injury insurance, and pension insurance under different names. Overall, it was more concentrated on the rich and the middle class. I know that. When I was still a worker, I would pay 3 pence a week for insurance, but after that, I lost my income. Old Kohler sighed. His biggest problem now was that his income was unstable. He didn't know when the informant fees from the detective would stop. Klein couldn't promise anything, so he pointed outside. He pointed outside and said, Let's go to Liv's house and return the vocabulary book to that girl. After leaving the room, Klein casually mentioned, What a joke. I just volunteered to help find Daisy the day before yesterday, but she was sent back by the police yesterday. Don't mention this in the future. I don't want to be laughed at. All right. Old Kohler agreed first before saying, No one will laugh at your kindness and kindness. After passing through the dirty streets, the two arrived at Liv's house. Klein saw that the girl who had just been rescued had begun ironing clothes that could burn him at any moment. He saw the clothes hanging out to dry, dripping with water, no different from before. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Daisy. After a while, he shouted, Your vocabulary book. Daisy's eyes lit up, but it wasn't convenient for her to leave. She busied herself for a while before stopping. She came to the door and kept saying thank you. When Liv and Freja put down their work and came over to express their gratitude, Klein repeated what he had just said to Old Kohler. After receiving a positive answer, he took out the 2-pound change he had prepared and handed it to Liv. There will be a reporter coming to interview Daisy tomorrow. This is the reward he gave in advance, but don't mention it in front of him. Otherwise, a lot of things will be difficult to deal with. Maybe he will give you more tomorrow, but not this much. No, I'm willing to expose that scoundrel's evil deeds for free. Darcy shook her head fiercely. Klein laughed. These are the rules. You can't break them, understand? He turned to look at Liv. Take it. You're right. Only if Daisy and Freja know more words and learn more things can you get out of your current situation. He was going to say a lot of things and suggest that Liv and her family move to the edge of the East End. After all, customers who could afford laundry didn't live in the East End, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He had originally planned to give the other party more help, but in the end, he restrained himself. There were more than a few thousand people like Liv's family in the East End. There were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of them. If a single person wanted to help them, even a big banker wouldn't be able to do much. And this was only the East End. There was still the entire Bakeland and the Kingdom of Rouen. Thank you. Thank that reporter for me. Liv was silent for a moment before accepting the money. Klein didn't stay any longer and left in a hurry, as if there was a ghost hiding here that would devour his soul. After walking outside with Old Kohler, he looked back and suddenly exhaled. He whispered, There's never been a savior. What? Old Kohler asked, not hearing him clearly. Klein looked at the potholes in front of him and chuckled in a self-deprecating manner. Nothing. I hope Liv's family can escape from their current situation and lead a better life. He had indeed expressed his feelings just now. As the successor of the Foodie Empire's new era, it was an extremely normal instinctive reaction to think of revolution, mobilizing the masses, and changing the world. However, on careful thought and analyzing the specific problems, he felt that it was impossible to rely on the poor to save themselves. This was because there were beyonder powers in this world, and some of them were rather strange. They couldn't be dealt with by guns, just like the Sequence 5 Wraith of the Mutant Pathway. This was one aspect, and the other aspect was that it was limited by the law of beyonder characteristics conservation and the availability of materials. Beyonder powers couldn't be popularized, and it was difficult to convert the advantage of numbers into effective combat strength. And even if it could be popularized, as long as the problem of losing control wasn't resolved, it would still bring about a disaster. If there weren't any high-sequence beyonders, these problems could actually be resolved to a certain extent. However, in the real world, not only did it have demigods, but it also had all kinds of sealed artifacts that could make people die without even knowing how they died. Furthermore, deities were truly high and mighty. This way, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for the poor to use strikes and demonstrations to resist. However, once they picked up weapons and established an army, they would definitely encounter an irresistible counterattack. It wasn't impossible for large-scale natural disasters or large-scale psychological cues to appear. And the ones that could contend with official beyonder organizations were mostly secret organizations. They often had evil attributes, and death might not be the most tragic outcome if one worked with them. Therefore, the most promising way to succeed on the path of revolution was to obtain the support of a particular church or a few churches. How many concessions can the vested interests make with just strikes and demonstrations? It'll be much easier to bribe them. However, the matter of the true creator nearly using the tragic situation of the poor to descend upon Bakelin seems to have stirred up the Church of the Goddess and the nobles who know about it. This can be seen from the investigation mission that reporter Mike accepted and the feedback from Miss Justice. Klein thought about the matters in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. In the end, he couldn't help but chuckle and sigh inwardly. No matter how I think about it, it's still best to use the threat of the evil god's descent to improve the situation of the poor. However, the evil gods are the existences that are most eager to absorb their flesh and blood and devour their souls. They are most likely to bring about a disaster that no one can escape from. What a wonderful irony. In Queens, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Because Dr. Escalante had other things to do, Audrey attended the second psychology class of the week in advance. Susie was even more excited than her. She rushed into the study early and even left her favorite ball game aside. In this class, Audrey deliberately showed her curiosity. From time to time, she would ask Escalante about the psychological knowledge related to the mystical domain. At the end of the class, Escalante finally spoke after some deliberation. "Miss Audrey, we have organized a seminar on this topic. Many of our members are specialized in the field of psychology and mysticism. Are you interested in joining us?" "Of course." Audrey nodded without hesitation. She perfectly matched her character of an innocent and curious girl. Escalante smiled and said, "Remember to keep it a secret. Remember to keep it a secret. You know that your elders have a great prejudice against mysticism. I'll take you there next time." "No problem." Audrey gave an affirmative answer with slight excitement. After sending the waist-length Escalante out of the study, she closed the door and faced the mirror beside the bookcase. She was elegant and quiet for 2 seconds. Then, she lifted the hem of her skirt, took a step, and made a circling motion in a court dance. Then, she looked at herself in the mirror and smiled sweetly. "Audrey, you're amazing." Audrey knew that she had taken the first step into psychological alchemy. Although the seminar was mostly just a peripheral circle, and there would definitely be many subsequent tests, it had indeed allowed her to open the door to psychological alchemy. And during this process, she didn't rely on external forces. She relied solely on her own observation and performance to perfectly fool Escalante's psychiatrist. Therefore, she was very proud. "That seminar sounds interesting." Susie came over and wagged her tail. "Audrey, can I join?" "Join?" Looking at her beloved dog with golden fur and round eyes, Audrey fell into deep thought. She gave a long terse grunt. "Susie, not for the time being." "Why, you're too conspicuous." At this point, she changed the topic and smiled faintly. "But I can bring you with me." On Saturday night, Klein took the master key and his black cane and walked out of 15 Minsk Street. Without the latter, he reckoned he wouldn't be able to return today. He was going to find Dr. Allen, enter his dream, and figure out how the nightmare related to Will came about. As for where Dr. Allen lived, he had already found out yesterday, 3 Boningham Road, Hillston Borough. By the time Klein arrived, it was already past 11. The surrounding streets were dim and gloomy and quiet. After tossing a coin and doing a divination, Klein passed through the iron fence outside and circled to the side. He used the master key to open an invisible passage in the wall and entered the already dark corridor. With his agile footsteps, he silently went up to the second floor and hid in an unoccupied guest room. After confirming that Dr. Allen and his wife were asleep, Klein passed through the wall and entered their bedroom. The first thing he did was to take out the slumber charm and chant the incantation to make Dr. Allen's wife fall into a true slumber. She wouldn't suddenly wake up and disturb his subsequent dreams of her husband. Following that, Klein sat on the chair in front of the dressing table, held the dream charm in his hand, and whispered a word in ancient Hermes, crimson. Just as he said that, he felt the charm in his hand become light, as though it had become a weightless, illusory object. As his spirituality surged in, a transparent flame enveloped the charm, burning it with a deep and serene black color. Under Klein's will, the blackness spread out and enveloped Dr. Allen, as well as himself. Klein, who had quickly entered a cogitation state, saw the endless darkness and a lonely oval ball of light. His spirituality extended over and touched the illusory and hazy object. The world around him suddenly turned upside down and distorted. Without realizing it, Klein found himself in a barren plain. Beneath his feet were pitch-black stones, and there wasn't even a single weed. In the middle of the plain stood a black steeple, and coiled around it was a gigantic silver snake. Its head was already raised, and its bright red eyes were coldly staring in his direction. Unlike Dr. Allen's description, the silver snake didn't have any substantial scales. Instead, its body was covered in dense patterns and symbols. They formed wheels that were connected to each other, and around each wheel were different symbols. The wheels on the tail and head of the giant snake only had half of each. It looked rather uncoordinated, as though it could drive an obsessive-compulsive patient to death. However, Klein imagined that if the silver snake could bite its own tail, then the wheels would be complete. Everything would become perfect, no longer incomplete, and no longer have any changes. Beside Klein, Dr. Allen looked ahead with a blank gaze as he approached the pitch-black steeple step by step. It can be confirmed that no one is guiding Dr. Allen. Eliminate the beyonder powers of a nightmare. Klein quickly made a judgment. He didn't stop Dr. Allen and followed behind him, walking towards the pitch-black steeple towards the silver snake. The two of them had only taken a few steps when their target was already in front of them. The silver snake lowered its upper body, as though it was pondering how to enjoy the dessert that was delivered to its mouth. It opened its mouth wide, but there was no fishy smell. Its red eyes were cold and emotionless. It looked at everything as though it was its prey, but it didn't have any killing or cruelty. In front of it, everything seemed insignificant, and they were equal because of their insignificance. The giant snake ultimately didn't attack. Klein followed Dr. Allen through an ancient, rotting wooden door and entered the pitch-black tower. Just as Allen had described, the layout here was abnormally chaotic. The staircase first spiraled upwards before descending diagonally. The hall, library, and various rooms were either normal, inverted, or embedded in other parts. This was a building that couldn't possibly exist in the real world. After passing through the doors and walls, Klein no longer knew where he was in the black tower. Perhaps it was the steeple, or perhaps it was the basement. In the thick darkness, he suddenly discovered a figure curled up in a corner in front of him. The figure sensed Dr. Allen approaching, and he hurriedly propped himself up and hopped over on one leg. It wasn't until the figure was inches away that Klein clearly saw his appearance. He looked strong and dignified, in his early teens. His face was filled with childishness, and he had an obvious look of fear. The figure was about 1.4 meters tall, and his left calf was empty. It was none other than the child who had undergone surgery, Will. He held a deck of tarot cards in his hand, and his ink-black eyes were filled with surprise and joy, as well as fear and panic. "Dr. Allen, a snake wants to eat me." Suddenly, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes reflected the huge and mysterious silver snake. Whoosh, the tarot cards in his hand fell to the ground, leaving only one tightly clenched in his palm. Klein focused his gaze and discovered that the card also had a wheel. It was the Wheel of Fortune card. Whoosh, the dream instantly shattered, and Klein found himself still sitting on the chair in front of the dressing table. The crimson moon outside the window was obscured by the clouds, and the moonlight that passed through the curtains could barely outline the outlines of the large items in the bedroom. Darkness and gloom became the main theme of the room. Klein sat in such an environment, in no hurry to leave. He looked at Dr. Aaron, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and quietly analyzed the scenes he had seen in his dream. Will Septon finally held the Wheel of Fortune card in his hand. And in such a dream everything has a symbolic meaning. It's all a revelation obtained from his astral projection. In other words, Will Septon's matter is related to fate. In addition, that silver serpent might very well represent the snake of Mercury. This child might be related to a high-sequence beyonder or some strange sealed artifact of the monster pathway. His danger stems from the snake of Mercury coveting him or the strange sealed artifact he's involved in, but the snake of Mercury is a sequence one, an existence that's closest to a deity. Just the name itself reflects his high status. It's impossible for him to be unable to do anything to a child like Will Septon. That Amon, who I still don't know if he's a sequence 1, 2, or 3, had nearly infiltrated the world above the grey fog with just an avatar. From the looks of it, this matter isn't that simple. It must be hiding a huge secret. With this in mind, Klein decided to retreat. This sounds very dangerous. Furthermore, that deck of tarot cards might not be a mystical item. What's special is very likely Will Septon himself. Yes, apart from having nightmares, Dr. Aaron has already recovered from his troubles. There's no reason for me to be involved in this matter. To take the initiative to perform on this is impossible. It's practically equivalent to suicide. Yes, I have to follow my heart's wishes. Klein used his black-gloved right palm to support himself on the surface of the dressing table and slowly stood up. After the dream he had just entered, he was completely certain that Dr. Aaron's nightmares stemmed from the revelation his astral projection had received from the spirit world. And that revelation was deliberately created and provided by a high-level existence. The paper crane was a positioning tool. According to a particular chapter in the Book of Secrets, Klein could also attempt to use the paper crane to find Dr. Aaron's astral projection who was roaming the spirit world and secretly observe where the revelations came from. However, he had already decided not to be involved. After stretching his body, Klein rummaged through Dr. Aaron's leather wallet with his final curiosity and took out the paper crane. He placed the paper crane at the tip of his cane and held them. Then, his eyes turned deep as he muttered to himself, Will Septon's present location. After repeating the divination statement 7 times, a breeze suddenly swirled in the room, bringing with it a chill that seemed to caress one's soul. Klein released his right palm, and the cane stood steadily before falling down with the paper crane, pointing diagonally at the bed. There. Klein frowned slightly, changed his position, and repeated the divination. He successfully obtained the feedback. And the intersection point of the two divination was Dr. Aaron. Will Septon's location overlaps with Dr. Aaron's. That's a little interesting. Klein muttered to himself in amusement and surprise. His curiosity rose to the extreme. Although he didn't plan on getting involved in this matter, he wanted to figure out why there was an overlapping situation. I'll divine the paper crane above the grey fog. With the grey fog blocking it, there won't be any accidents. Klein quickly came up with a new idea. And since it wasn't convenient to hold a summoning ritual in Dr. Aaron's bedroom, he decided to bring the paper crane home first. In fact, he was already prepared for this. Before coming, Klein wasn't sure of the seriousness of the matter. He had the thought of searching for Will Septon to see if he could obtain the tarot cards. Therefore, he had prepared another paper crane ahead of time, planning on using it to replace the original one. It would make it convenient for him to do all kinds of divination, and he would exchange it back when the problem was resolved. With this in mind, Klein took out the paper crane he had prepared from his pocket. He had deliberately folded it above the grey fog, in case Dr. Aaron suddenly decided to hand over items related to Will Septon to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, allowing the fake him to be divined. Being thorough and detailed in advance really makes things a lot simpler. Klein praised himself. With the help of the thin moonlight, he seriously compared Will Septon's paper crane to the one he had folded to see if there were any obvious differences. With this, Klein fell silent. His handicraft skills are inferior to a child's. Actually, they're all paper cranes, so there's not much of a difference. Mine is at most a little crude. As long as Aaron doesn't repeatedly study the original one, he definitely won't be able to tell that it has been switched. Klein silently muttered to himself, took out a coin, and used divination to make a final confirmation. After receiving the confirmation, he placed the paper crane he had folded into Aaron's wallet and placed it back in its original spot. He then cleaned up the scene and left 3 Boningham Road with Will Septon's paper crane. Using the dowsing rod method, Klein successfully returned home. While he was taking a bath, he used the method of summoning himself to send the paper crane and the master key above the grey fog. Sitting in the silent and uninhabited palace, he picked up the paper crane and carefully examined it for a few seconds, but he didn't find anything abnormal. Then, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote the same divination statement as before Will Septon's present location. This time, he switched to using dream divination and was pleasantly surprised to see an image appear in the grey and fragmented world. It was a dark room. The strong-looking, dark-eyed Will Septon was leaning against a desk in front of the window with the help of a chair, looking at the scenery outside. He held a stack of tarot cards in each hand, and beside him was a pile of building blocks. The building blocks formed a ring-shaped snake with its head connected to its tail. The scene outside the window was equally dark, and only the faint sound of flowing water could be heard. The dream silently ended there. Klein opened his eyes and tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his finger. He muttered silently to himself, "That's right." He silently muttered to himself, "The Ouroboros is indeed the snake of Mercury? The snake of Mercury that represents fate. There's the sound of flowing water outside the window. This means that Will Septon's current location is close to the Tussock River. Previously, I divined that his location overlapped with Dr. Aaron's. Was he interfered with by fate, seeing that the divination above the grey fog could only provide such a level of revelation? Klein was no longer troubled by his curiosity. He barely made an interpretation and planned on exchanging the paper crane tomorrow night. He would find an opportunity to give Dr. Aaron some pointers and get him to inform the bishop of the Evernight Goddesses Cathedral. It's better to leave such matters to the regular army. Klein chuckled softly and returned to the real world. After a leisurely bath, he didn't do anything else and crawled into bed. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly woke up. He was clear-headed and knew that he was dreaming. He was dreaming of flipping through the Book of Secrets in the living room. This familiar feeling. He habitually put on a blank expression and turned his head to look at the door. The door creaked open, and a figure in a grey coat walked in. He was about 30 years old, with long cheeks and a broad forehead. He had a pair of deep blue eyes that looked rather wise. "Not Captain." Klein suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh and silently exhaled. He then turned the Book of Secrets in his hand into a ladies' aesthetics magazine. As he flipped through the magazine, he casually greeted the person. The man in the grey trench coat took off his hat and sat opposite him. He smiled and replied, "Aaron came to look for you this morning?" "He's indeed a nighthawk, a nightmare." Klein resisted the urge to sigh and replied with a smile. "Yes." He already understood why the nighthawks would suddenly enter his dream. The nightmare in front of him was likely a captain of a nighthawk team. He was in charge of Will Septon's matter, but he hadn't been able to find any useful clues. Under such circumstances, Dr. Aaron and Detective Sherlock Moriarty's visit to inquire about Will Septon's whereabouts should have been known by them last night or this morning. At the same time, they discovered that Dr. Aaron had rushed to Minsk Street to visit Detective Sherlock Moriarty right after breakfast. In the spirit of professionalism, entering a dream at night was the most normal and natural development. As for Dr. Aaron, he was more sensitive, so entering the dream might very well cut off the clues. Therefore, a particular detective was undoubtedly the first choice. "What happened to him?" the captain of the Nighthawk team casually asked. Klein answered truthfully. He had a nightmare. Klein described the scene of the pitch-black tower, the silver snake, and Will Septon, who was under layers of protection. Finally, he said, before having this nightmare, Aaron went to Will Septon's house to look for the child. As he was worried about his recovery and was troubled by his bad luck, it was a pity that Will Septon's family had already moved away. However, Aaron recalled that the child had given him a paper crane that he had folded himself and wished him good luck. Maybe he was stimulated by these two things, which is why he had such a nightmare. The man in the gray coat revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. A paper crane? Yes. Klein nodded gently. The child gave it to Aaron before he was discharged. Aaron threw it into a drawer in his office and forgot about it until last night. I understand. Thank you for your explanation. The captain of the Nighthawk stood up and politely bowed with his hand pressed to his chest. The dream suddenly rippled like water, and he disappeared from the room. Looking at the seat he had sat in, Klein leisurely speculated about what would happen next. The Nighthawks might go to Dr. Aaron's place tonight and enter the dream to check and take away the paper crane. Hence, the problem arose. The paper crane was folded by Klein, and the real one was above the gray fog. Forget it, no matter which paper crane I use, they won't be able to divine the answer. It doesn't matter if I exchange it back or not. Klein muttered to himself. Reining in his thoughts, he continued sitting there. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the dream, and he fell into a daze for a long time. After a while, he curled the corners of his mouth and sighed softly. How nostalgic. The crimson moon outside the window was obscured by the clouds. The moonlight that penetrated through the curtains could barely outline the outlines of the large items in the bedroom. Darkness and gloom became the main theme of the room. Klein sat in such an environment without being in a hurry to leave. He looked at Dr. Allen, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and quietly analyzed the scenes he had seen in his dream. Will Septon finally held the Wheel of Fortune card in his hand. And in such a dream everything has a symbolic meaning. It's all a revelation obtained from his astral projection. In other words, Will Septon's matter is related to fate. In addition, that silver serpent might very well represent the snake of Mercury. This child might be related to a high-sequence beyonder or some strange sealed artifact of the monster pathway. His danger stems from the snake of Mercury coveting him or the strange sealed artifact he's involved in, but the snake of Mercury is a sequence one, an existence that's closest to a deity. Just the name itself reflects his high status. It's impossible for him to be unable to do anything to a child like Will Septon. That Amon, who I still don't know if he's a sequence 1, 2, or 3, had nearly infiltrated the world above the gray fog with just an avatar. From the looks of it, this matter isn't that simple. There must be a huge secret hidden behind it. With this in mind, Klein decided to back down. This sounds very dangerous. Besides, that tarot card might not be a mystical item. What's special is very likely Will Septon himself. Yes, apart from having nightmares, Dr. Allen has already recovered from his troubles. There's no reason for me to involve myself in this matter. It's impossible for me to take the initiative to perform on this matter. It's practically equivalent to suicide. Yes, I have to follow my heart's wishes. Klein used his black-gloved right palm to support himself on the surface of the dressing table and slowly stood up. After entering the dream, he was completely certain that Dr. Allen's nightmares stemmed from the revelation his astral projection had received from the spirit world. And that revelation was deliberately created and provided by a high-level existence. The paper crane was a positioning tool. According to a certain chapter in the Book of Secrets, Klein could also attempt to use the paper crane to find Dr. Allen's astral projection that was roaming the spirit world and secretly observe where the revelations came from. However, he had already decided not to get involved. Klein stretched his body. With his last bit of curiosity, he took out Dr. Allen's leather wallet and took out the paper crane. He placed the paper cranes on the tip of his cane and held them at the same time. Then, his eyes darkened and he muttered to himself, Will Septon's current position. After repeating the divination statement 7 times, a breeze suddenly swirled in the room, bringing with it a chill that felt like it was blowing at the soul. Klein loosened his right palm. The cane stood steadily at first, then fell down with the paper crane, slanting towards the bed. There. Klein frowned slightly. He changed his position and repeated the divination. He successfully received feedback. And the point of intersection of the two divination was Dr. Allen, while Septon's position overlaps with Dr. Allen. That's interesting. Klein muttered to himself in amusement and surprise. His curiosity rose to the extreme. Although he didn't plan on getting involved in this matter, he wanted to figure out why there was an overlap. I'll divine the paper crane above the gray fog. With the gray fog blocking it, there shouldn't be any accidents. Klein quickly had a new idea. And as it wasn't convenient to hold a summoning ritual in Dr. Allen's bedroom, he decided to bring the paper crane home first. He was actually prepared for this. Before coming, Klein wasn't sure of the seriousness of the matter. He had the thought of finding Will Septon to see if he could obtain the tarot cards. Therefore, he had prepared another paper crane ahead of time. He planned on using it to replace the original one so that it would make it easier for him to do all kinds of divination. He would exchange it back when the problem was resolved. With this in mind, Klein took out the paper crane he had prepared from his pocket. He had deliberately folded it above the gray fog to prevent Dr. Allen from suddenly deciding to hand over items related to Will Septon to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, allowing the fake him to be divined. Being thorough and detailed in advance indeed makes things a lot simpler. Klein praised himself. With the help of the thin moonlight, he seriously compared Will Septon's paper crane to the one he had folded to see if there were any obvious differences. Klein immediately fell silent. His handicraft skills are inferior to a child's. Actually, they're both paper cranes, so there's not much of a difference. Mine is at most a little crude. As long as Allen doesn't repeatedly study the original one, he definitely won't be able to tell that it has been switched. Klein silently muttered to himself, took out a coin, and used divination to make a final confirmation. After receiving a confirmation, he placed the paper crane he had folded into Allen's wallet and returned it to its original spot. He then cleaned up the scene and left 3 Burnham Road with Will Septon's paper crane. With the dowsing rod method, Klein successfully returned home. While he was taking a bath, he used the method of summoning himself to send the paper crane and the master key above the gray fog. Sitting in the silent palace, he picked up the paper crane and carefully examined it for a few seconds, but he didn't find anything abnormal. Then, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote the same divination statement as before. Will Septon's current location. This time, he switched to using dream divination. In the gray and fragmented world, Will Septon was pleasantly surprised to see an image appear. It was a dark room. The strong-looking, black-eyed Will Septon leaned on a chair and leaned against the desk in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside. He held a stack of tarot cards in each hand, and beside him was a pile of building blocks. The building blocks formed a ring-shaped snake with its head and tail connected. The scene outside the window was equally dark, with only the faint sound of flowing water. The dream silently ended there. Klein opened his eyes and tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his finger. He muttered silently to himself, "That's right." He silently muttered to himself, "The Ouroboros. Is it really the snake of Mercury?" The snake of Mercury that represents fate. There's the sound of flowing water outside the window. This means that Will Septon's current location is close to the Tussock River. Previously, I divined that his location overlapped with Dr. Allen's. Was he interfered with by fate? Seeing that the divination above the gray fog could only provide such a revelation, Klein was no longer perturbed by his curiosity. He reluctantly made an interpretation and planned on switching the paper crane back tomorrow night. He would find an opportunity to give Dr. Allen some pointers and get him to inform the bishop of the Evernight Goddess's cathedral. It's better to leave such matters to the regular army. Klein chuckled softly and returned to the real world. After a leisurely bath, he didn't bother with anything else and crawled into bed. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly woke up. He rationally realized that he was dreaming. He was in the living room flipping through the Book of Secrets. This familiar feeling. He habitually put on a blank expression as he turned his head to look at the door. The door creaked open, and a figure wearing a gray coat walked in. He was about 30 years old, with thin cheeks, a broad forehead, and a pair of deep blue eyes that looked rather wise. "I'm not Captain." Klein suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh and silently exhaled. He then turned the Book of Secrets in his hand into a ladies' aesthetics magazine. As he flipped through the magazine, he casually greeted the visitor. The man in the gray trench coat took off his hat and sat opposite him. "Alan came to see you this morning?" As expected of a nighthawk, a nightmare. Klein resisted the urge to sigh and replied with a smile, "Yes." He already understood why the nighthawks would suddenly enter his dream. The nightmare in front of him was likely a nighthawk captain who was in charge of the Will-Septon case, but they hadn't been able to find any useful clues. Under such circumstances, Dr. Allen and Detective Sherlock Moriarty's visit to inquire about Will-Septon's whereabouts should have been known by them last night or this morning. At the same time, they discovered that Dr. Allen had just finished breakfast and had rushed to Minsk Street to visit Detective Sherlock Moriarty. In the spirit of professionalism, entering a dream at night was the most normal and natural development. As for Dr. Allen, rashly entering the dream might very well cut off the clues, so a particular detective was undoubtedly the first choice. "What happened to him?" the captain of the Nighthawk team casually asked. Klein answered truthfully, "That's right. He had a nightmare." Klein described the scene of the pitch-black tower, the silver snake, and Will-Septon, who was under layers of protection. Finally, he said, before having this nightmare, Alan had gone to Will-Septon's house to look for the child. As he was worried about his recovery and was troubled by his bad luck, it was a pity that Will-Septon's family had already moved away. However, Alan recalled that the child had given him a paper crane that he had folded himself and wished him good luck. Maybe he was stimulated by these two things, which is why he had such a nightmare. The man in the gray coat revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "A paper crane?" "Yes." Klein nodded gently. "The child gave it to Alan before he was discharged. Alan casually threw it into a drawer in his office and forgot about it. He only recalled it last night." "I understand. Thank you for your explanation." The captain of the Nighthawk stood up and politely bowed with his hand pressed to his chest. The dream suddenly rippled like water, and he disappeared from the room. Looking at the seat he had sat in, Klein leisurely speculated about what would happen next. The Nighthawks might go to Dr. Allen's place tonight and enter the dream to check and take away the paper crane. Hence, the problem arose. The paper crane was folded by Klein, and the real one was above the gray fog. "Forget it, no matter which paper crane I use, they won't be able to divine the answer. It doesn't matter if I exchange it back or not," Klein muttered to himself. Reining in his thoughts, he continued sitting there without being in a hurry to leave the dream. He fell into a daze for a long time. After a while, he curled the corners of his mouth and sighed softly. How nostalgic. On Sunday morning, not long after Klein finished his breakfast, he heard the doorbell ring as he expected. But to his surprise, it wasn't just Mike Joseph who came, but Dr. Allen as well. "Sherlock, I had that nightmare again last night." "I think it's abnormal," Alan said the moment he entered the living room without avoiding Mike. Without waiting for Klein's reply, he took out his wallet and took out a paper crane. "Do you think it's a problem with this?" "Ever since I found it and carried it with me, I've been having nightmares." Klein glanced at it indifferently, and his expression suddenly froze. If he hadn't been a clown in the past and had great control over his facial muscles, he might have even revealed an unconcealable smile in front of the reporters and doctors. Yes, a smile. This paper crane is even uglier than mine. That was the thought that came to Klein's mind. At that moment, he had the urge to cover his face and sigh. Could this be the tradition of the Nighthawks, where they have poor handiwork? Without a doubt, the paper crane in front of him was another product of a swap. After receiving accurate information from Klein, the Nighthawks didn't seem to delay. They snuck into Dr. Allen's bedroom that night and exchanged the paper crane they had folded for the one in his wallet. But they didn't expect that the one in his wallet was also a fake. It had been folded by Klein above the gray fog, and it was rather crude. It's inexplicably comical. Klein glanced at Dr. Aaron, who didn't notice anything, and cleared his throat. Perhaps so. I suggest that you go to the cathedral again and talk to the bishop from before. We have to believe that the deity we believe in is always watching over us. As he spoke, he drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. After the nightmare left last night, Klein had specially gone above the gray fog to divine if there was any danger in switching back the paper crane. He had received a revelation that it was very safe. Therefore, he could now make such a suggestion with great interest in an attempt to tease his former colleagues. I wonder how they'll feel when they see their poorly folded paper cranes return to their hands. Klein solemnly consoled Dr. Allen, then turned to the reporter and smiled. Mike, what I really want to suggest to Allen is to see a psychiatrist, but faith can definitely comfort his soul. You're not honest at all. Mike laughed. Well, let's go. The next day, Klein accompanied the reporter from the Daily Observer to East Borough to interview the rescued girls. In the face of an interview fee of £1, no one would reject it, even some of the girls who had been abused. In this interview, Capham's crimes were one of the main points, and the current situation of the girls was another. The former was infuriating, while the latter was depressing. Daisy was actually one of the luckier ones. After returning home, she could immediately get back to work and use her own labor to exchange for food. Less than a third of the rescued were like her, and most of them still had some savings in their families. Their situation allowed them, who had been traumatized, to not be busy for the time being. They could patiently look for suitable work. As for the other two-thirds of the rescued, they had to work hard to survive. With a large number of female textile workers out of work, they often could only find temporary jobs with very low pay. Those whose parents and siblings hadn't lost their jobs were still fine. At least they could help each other and barely fill their stomachs. However, those whose family situations weren't as optimistic had already taken the path of street girls. It was as though they had never been rescued. They had sold their bodies once, perhaps for the sake of some food. This made Mike as silent as the last time. It wasn't until the sky turned dark and they left East Borough that he snapped back to his senses and thanked Klein. Sherlock, it's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, I would have definitely been blackmailed by those gangsters today. Isn't that why you hired me? Klein smiled politely without any hint of smugness. With his previous instructions, Old Kohler and Liv's family didn't reveal that he had helped them search for people for free. In particular, Daisy was rather smart. When Mike asked if they knew anyone special, she directly replied, Mr. Reporter and Mr. Detective. Mike nodded habitually and walked in silence for a while. Before getting into the carriage, he suddenly exhaled. I want to make an appeal in this report. I want to appeal to the government to take out Capham's estate and set up a relief fund. I want to use the annual income to steadily help these rescued girls and others who have been harmed because of Capham, giving them a chance to escape their current predicament. Although Capham's safe has been ransacked by that hero bandit, his greatest wealth is in the estate he bought. All of this should be illegally obtained. Klein listened carefully, took a deep look at Mike, and praised him sincerely. You're the best reporter I've ever seen. There are many reporters like me. There are always some idealists in this world. Mike sighed. With that said, he paid Klein £10 for the employment fee and took off his hat and waved it. After watching the reporter get into the rental carriage, Klein prepared to take public transportation in another direction. At this moment, Mike suddenly wound down the window and asked with a teasing smile, Sherlock, I'm not the only reporter you know, am I? Klein was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. Guess. City of Silver. Derek Berg was like a beast trapped indoors, pacing back and forth anxiously in the room. He felt that the chief wasn't paying enough attention to his report. He was worried that the exploratory team members, who had been affected by the fallen creator for some reason, would cause devastating damage to the city that had existed in the darkness for 2,582 years after they were released from quarantine. In such a situation, he was eager to get opinions from Mr. the Hanging Man and Miss Justice, who knew the fallen creator rather well. This was the tarot gathering he looked forward to the most. Wait a little longer. If Mr. Fool still doesn't summon us, I'll pray directly to him. Derek tried to calm himself down, but his pacing didn't slow down at all. Suddenly, he saw the boundless gray fog and heard the messianic voice. Prepare for the gathering. Derek heaved a sigh of relief and cautiously sat on the edge of the bed. He lay down and pretended to sleep for a while out of exhaustion. After silently counting 1,000 rapid heartbeats, he waited for a while before he was engulfed by the illusory crimson light. At this moment, Derek's room was abnormally quiet. Lightning streaked across the sky outside the window, causing the darkness to leave the land. Suddenly, in the corner of his bed, darkness squirmed and stretched out, transforming into a human shape. The black shadow quickly climbed up and quietly looked down at Derek. He carefully observed for dozens of seconds before retracting without finding anything. In the corner, the shadow was the same as usual. The endless gray fog lingered beneath his feet as usual. The long bronze table in front of him was mottled with rust, but it didn't show any signs of decay. Son Derek first saw Miss Justice and Miss Magician sitting opposite him. What entered his ears was a familiar, brisk greeting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Good afternoon." Shrouded in the gray fog, Klein nodded slightly. He appeared to be leisurely responding to Miss Justice and the other members' greetings, but in fact, he was busy controlling the world to make him appear like a real person. It was already dinner time after accompanying reporter Mike for an interview yesterday. Klein found a Fennepotter-style restaurant outside and took the initiative to order a glass of desert beer due to the spiciness. After eating and drinking his fill and returning home, he didn't go out again for the rest of the time. He either studied the Book of Secrets or prepared his own food. This alleviated the heavy emotions he felt every time he went to Eastborough. Unknowingly, the afternoon arrived, and his thoughts turned to the tarot gathering. After exchanging greetings, Audrey held back her curiosity and excitement. She wasn't in a hurry to ask about the truth behind Capham's matter. Mr. Fool might not answer, but how would he know if he wants to answer without asking? I hope he can raise a request of equivalent value. I'll try my best to satisfy it. Audrey looked around and observed the other members. As a telepathic reader, she quickly noticed something unusual. Son is very anxious. Did something happen to the former exploration team captain? Did he meet Amon? Also, Furs is in a state of wanting to ask but not daring to. She must have read the newspaper and guessed from the tarot cards that Capham's death was caused by our tarot, but she's puzzled as to who the Emperor card represents. She seems to be even more awed by Mr. Fool. What happened? Mr. the Hanging Man is in a good mood. His potion has been digested. He seems to be looking forward to something. Mr. World still looked gloomy and reserved. It was difficult to read his thoughts. He's really the nemesis of the spectator pathway. Son didn't hide his anxiety, but he didn't directly consult the tarot members. He knew very well that the opening period belonged to Mr. Fool, unless there was no Roselle's diary. There's no need to rush. The gathering has already begun. If Mr. Fool is in a good mood, he might answer some questions. Derek consoled himself. The Hanging Man Alger turned his head to look at the seat of honor and said humbly, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I found 3 new pages of Roselle's diary." Diary? Roselle's diary? Magician's Furs pricked up her ears. Klein smiled in response. "What do you want to exchange them for?" Glancing at the card in Mr. Fool's hand, Alger suppressed the fervor in his heart and said, "That's right, Mr. Fool. I want to know what the card beside you is." "I know that." Audrey rolled her eyes and raised her chin slightly. She happily cast her gaze diagonally ahead, towards a stone pillar that supported the dome. She quickly retracted her gaze, prepared to enjoy Mr. the Hanging Man's reaction after hearing the answer. Magician's Furs vaguely understood something. Using the so-called Roselle's diary, she could exchange it for answers to certain questions from Mr. Fool. She might even be able to exchange it for items. Roselle's diary? Are they the notes written by Roselle using unique symbols that no one else can understand? They're actually diaries? The Hanging Man's tone was very certain, and Mr. Fool didn't refute it. "I've encountered many, but because I wasn't interested, I didn't buy them." "Ah yes, Miss Audrey has quite a number of them. She's a fanatic in this area. But that dog of hers last week, no, maybe the week before last, I can't remember clearly. In short, it chewed up many books and notes, including all the Roselle the Great's diary." The sudden surprise and subsequent disappointment filled Furs's heart, making her want to raise her hands, cover her ears, and scream loudly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to express her current feelings. "I hate dogs." Magicians, Furs thought hatefully. The Hanging Man's request was somewhat beyond Klein's expectations, but to him, it was the easiest kind to fulfill. Hence, he chuckled and said, "Sure. Do you wish for everyone to hear it, or only you know?" The Hanging Man, Alger, answered without hesitation. "Only you know." he didn't have the spirit of selflessness. Klein smiled and blocked off the other members' senses. This made Miss Justice feel very aggrieved. She was waiting to see Mr. the Hanging Man's stunned and shocked expression, as though she had done something impressive. Although she wouldn't take the initiative to publicize it, she looked forward to the reaction of others when they learned of it. But now, the detestable the Hanging Man has robbed me of this joy. Audrey muttered in her heart. Of course, she knew that the other party's request was absolutely legitimate. But I already knew the answer. She pursed her lips and thought. At that moment, Klein leisurely flipped the card of blasphemy and stood it up, allowing the Hanging Man to see Roselle, who was wearing black armor, a crown, and a cape. The portrait of this great emperor was often seen. Alger was no stranger to the Hanging Man, so he immediately recognized it. More importantly, there was a bright sign on the card, Sequence 0, Dark Emperor, as expected. It was the rumored card deck created by Roselle the Great that hid the path of divinity. It was the so-called prototype of tarot cards. Sequence 0, Black Emperor. This corresponds to the path to godhood of the lawyer pathway? From the looks of it, Mr. Fool has been collecting Roselle's diary to find clues to the deck of cards. And in just a few months, he has already obtained one. Alger was pleasantly surprised, excited. Suddenly, he had an inexplicable feeling that the future of the tarot was extremely bright. Previously, he was only intimidated by Mr. Fool's mysteriousness and power. He only had the goal of exchanging information and items for the so-called tarot, but now, he began to imagine the benefits he and the other members would receive after Mr. Fool collected Roselle the Great's cards one by one. When that happened, the tarot might become the most powerful secret organization. The Hanging Man Alger couldn't help but look forward to the future. At this moment, Klein said slowly, the card of blasphemy. Card of blasphemy. He immediately dispelled the barrier. As soon as she regained her senses, Audrey immediately cast her gaze at the Hanging Man. Through the blurry image, she could vaguely read his remaining shock, joy, and yearning. That's how it should be. Audrey immediately felt extremely satisfied. Card of blasphemy. It's indeed related to the blasphemy slate. The Hanging Man Alger lowered his head in thought for a few seconds before conjuring the 3 pages of Roselle's diary that he had just obtained. Soon, the 3 yellowish-brown goatskin parchments arrived in Klein's hands. He casually lowered his gaze and began reading at a moderate pace. On the 15th of March, I was indeed the main character. Just by relying on some archaeological clues and folklore, I found a specter ship left behind by the Solomon Empire near the Ordek archipelago at the edge of the Fog Sea, the ancient Black King. It's really eye-catching. There are also some ancient books on it, including a treasure map that points to a nameless island. It's the final settlement of a powerful noble from the Solomon Empire who left the northern continent in defeat. Everything he left behind is there. This treasure will definitely belong to me. 19th March. After repeated consideration and weighing the pros and cons, I've finally decided to go on a long voyage. After that, I'll be entering the kingdom's army as an officer. It'll be very difficult for me to have such an opportunity again. Edwards and Grimm are willing to follow me on an adventure in that fog-filled sea. Actually, I'm not just doing this for the treasure. I also want to verify a question. From the sun to the crimson moon, from the trajectory of the stars in the sky to the alternation of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, all sorts of signs and different data prove that the world I'm in should be a planet. In that case, it shouldn't only have northern and southern continents. Based on all sorts of data, the combined area of the northern and southern continents isn't even 10% of this planet. To the west of the northern continent is the Fog Sea, and to the east is the Sonia Sea. I suspect that there are other continents at the end of these 2 seas, just like how the southern continent is at the end of the Berserk Sea. Perhaps I can discover a brand new continent, the western continent. Let's go, great seafarer Roselle Columbus Magellan Gustav. Go and verify your conjecture. The emperor sure was rash when he was young. He dared to set out on a voyage just because of a treasure map that he didn't know if it was real or not, or if it contained any dangers. No, he's just as rash when he's old. The card of blasphemy is evidence. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. This page of the diary seemed to be connected to the page he had seen before. At most, there were 1 or 2 other diary pages in between. Therefore, Klein was roughly certain that Roselle had gotten lost on this voyage and found a primitive island outside the safe sea route. There were many Beyonder creatures on it. During this process, he had even used the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse and One Piece memes to prank Grimm, Edwards, and the others who had followed him out to sea. In addition, Grimm, who was praised by Roselle as the smartest among us, grew stranger after discovering the primitive island. In the end, he died in the fog sea. Speaking of which, the idea that this world is a planet has already been widely acknowledged and confirmed by astronomy. Klein flipped to the second diary page. April 18. I discovered the term Western Continent in the ancient records of the Black King's throne. There really is a Western Continent. However, even in the fourth epoch, in the Solomon Empire, when the gods were still walking the land, the Western Continent was only a rumor. It was said to be the homeland of the elves, and it involved an ancient god named Seniathrim. But the problem is that the elves were ultimately trapped on Sonia Island. After that, they were scattered across the various islands deep in the mountains and in the sea. There have never been any legends of them attempting to return to their homeland. In short, at the end of the Fog Sea, there might be a Western Continent, the home of the elves. Then, what about the end of the Sonia Sea? Is there really an Eastern Continent? Where is it hidden in the mythological books? Could it be the illusory forsaken land of the gods? Continue forward, Roselle. You are about to reach your destination. Western Continent, Eastern Continent. Roselle guessed that the latter might be the forsaken land of the gods. Right, Mr. the Hanging Man once said that many members of the Aurora Order are searching for the true Creator's holy sanctuary in the Sonia Sea, and he suspects that the holy sanctuary is the forsaken land of the gods. This is somewhat similar to Roselle the Great's thoughts. This world still has many secrets. Klein moved his gaze down and looked at the last few paragraphs on the page. April 20th. All signs indicate that we are about to reach a land, one that isn't an island. There's such a benefit to being lost? Could it be that I'll discover the so-called Western Continent? April 21st. I saw the abyss. Abyss? Roselle saw the abyss. Is it the abyss in the sense of mysticism? Klein's pupils constricted as he hurriedly flipped the page. However, the third page of the diary made him doubt life and his years of Chinese education. It was filled with the following sentences: F***K, I invited someone into the manor. This? Klein instantly understood that this page was likely a forged version of Roselle's diary. They had used the original symbols to piece together a bunch of sentences. At that instant, Klein felt like he had seen garbled code, and he had the urge to curse the forgers. He wanted to confirm if the abyss mentioned in Roselle's diary was the abyss that was referred to by the terms source of all evil, land of corruption, and residence of devils. The abyss in the true sense of the word is the dark side of the universe where even deities can be corrupted. It should be independent of the real world like the spirit world. At the very least, that's what the Book of Secrets and the books I came into contact with when I was in the Nighthawks team. If it's not the true abyss, then what does the abyss that the Emperor mentioned refer to? Klein couldn't get an explanation no matter how much he thought about it. He felt extremely displeased. It was like a novel that he had been catching up on, only to have it end at the most critical moment. With a sweep of his gaze, he calmed himself down and made the diary disappear from his hand. You may begin. Sitting at the end of the long bronze table, he chuckled. Alger immediately turned his head to look at the sun and asked nonchalantly, "What's the matter?" He asked nonchalantly, "Did you find out anything from the former captain of the expedition team?" Sun was originally anxious to ask about the fallen creator, but when he heard the hanging man's question, he answered honestly, "I don't know." "He's dead." "He's dead?" Justice, the hanging man, and the magicians expressed their surprise at the same time. They really did not expect this turn of events. After all, the former captain of the exploration team had been locked up for decades without any problems. Who would have thought that he would die right after they finished discussing about him? At this moment, apart from Mr. Fool, only the gloomy and reserved world maintained his original state. Son Derek nodded. Yes, after I returned to the City of Silver, I originally wanted to follow Mr. the Hanging Man's suggestion and find out more about the expedition team's former captain. However, he suddenly appeared behind me and asked if I was looking for him. Upon hearing this, Audrey immediately took a small gasp. Although Sun clearly didn't have the ability to tell a good story, his simple description still made her feel like she was reading a horror novel late at night. It was as though there was someone standing behind her, asking, "Are you looking for me?" The magician's, Furs, was terrified and excited, just like how she was when she listened to her mother's ghost stories when she was young. Even though she had covered her ears in fear, she still opened the gaps between her fingers as though she had been possessed, allowing the voice to enter her mind. This scene could be written into a novel. As a best-selling author, she had excellent professional instincts. Alger was experienced and knowledgeable, so he subconsciously asked, "What's the matter? Your City of Silver's dungeon for rampagers doesn't have a seal? There was no barrier between them? I remember you said last time that there is a very powerful and magical item as the core." "Yes, but I don't know why he came to my room, and he's completely out of control. His head has split open in the middle, and liquid is constantly flowing out. There are many cracks on his body, and every crack is a mouth." Sun casually described the scene. "Then how did you survive? How did you escape from him?" "No, it?" Magician's Furs felt very immersed in the scene. This was also a question that Audrey was concerned about. However, Alger's reaction was completely different from theirs. He muttered thoughtfully, "That's right. It doesn't make sense to put you, who only shows signs of losing control, next to such a dangerous person. From the looks of it, the upper echelons of the City of Silver, the members of the 6-member council, are consciously letting people come into contact with that fellow to see if they can obtain more useful information from him and observe his corresponding changes. So, which elder saved you?" Derek's mouth opened bit by bit, feeling as though Mr. the Hanging Man had seen and heard everything that had happened. Just from my description of the situation, he could guess the truth. "Amazing." Sun replied in admiration, "That's right. Just as you said, the chief appeared in time and used that mystical item to finish off the rampager." Sensing Sun's respect and admiration, the Hanging Man Alger chuckled. "It's obvious. As long as one has enough knowledge, they can easily see through it." "I didn't expect it." Audrey muttered to herself gloomily. "I didn't see it coming." Magician's Furs stroked her hair in shame. "I didn't think in that direction." The world repeated Mr. Fool's sigh. At this point, Alger frowned slightly and asked slowly, "You said that not long after you returned, the former captain of the exploration team lost control?" "You said that not long after you returned, the former captain of the exploration team lost control? He didn't lose control for decades, but he suddenly lost control after you returned?" While asking the question, the Hanging Man looked up at Mr. Fool. Seeing that he was calm and carefree without any abnormalities, his mood instantly calmed down. The uneasiness that had just surfaced turned into puzzlement. The Amon family is known as the Blasphemers. Could it be that that person discovered the tarot and the secret above the grey fog, but was easily finished off by Mr. Fool? Sun nodded seriously and said, "I've guessed 2 reasons. I guess 2 reasons. One is that I chose the sun pathway, and you previously mentioned that the Amon family is a descendant of the ancient sun god. The other reason is that he sensed that Mr. Fool was pulling me to a gathering, so there was a change. In the end, it was proven to be the latter." "How was it proven?" The Hanging Man Alger pressed without leaving any gaps. "Someone sensed that Mr. Fool was pulling people to a gathering? Someone really sensed it? How terrifying. As expected of a blasphemer." Audrey was surprised and shocked. She couldn't help but glance at the end of the long bronze table, and she was immediately comforted by Mr. Fool's calm and indifferent attitude. "It's just a trivial matter." To Mr. Fool, it's just a trivial matter. Audrey thought in delight and relief. So there are still people who can discover the gathering of the tarot. Indeed, with so many pathways and so many sequences, there's bound to be a beyonder power that can deal with this matter. But for the current me, this is an extremely bad thing. I'm still too weak. I have to advance my sequence as soon as possible." Magician's Furs was momentarily shocked and horrified. Sun described truthfully, "When that rampager was finished off by the chief, I saw Amon's shadow. When the rampager was dealt with by the chief, I saw Amon's shadow. It should be him. He looks like this." After obtaining Mr. Fool's approval, Derek conjured a screen of light that depicted Amon's image. A black classic robe, a pointy hat of the same color, a crystal monocle, a wide forehead, a thin face, black eyes, black curly hair. Have you seen him? Asked Derek expectantly. Sunday. The Hanging Man, Justice, Magicians, and World shook their heads at the same time. Derek didn't harp on the matter and continued. Amon's shadow was also destroyed by the chief with the help of a mystical item, leaving behind a translucent worm. The chief told me that it was just a clone of Amon. He explained the reason why he arranged for me to stay next door. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with me, he told me to go home by myself. I was a little afraid, unsure of what Amon would do next. Therefore, the moment I returned home, I began praying to Mr. Fool. Wait a moment. The Hanging Man, Alger interrupted Sun with a frown. You said that you were released home by the chief after experiencing such a strange and terrifying matter? And the moment you returned home, you didn't do anything else, but you began praying to Mr. Fool? Yes, Derek answered, slightly bewildered. Is there a problem with that? He found Mr. the Hanging Man's attitude rather odd. Audrey vaguely felt that there was something wrong with Sun's handling of the matter, but she couldn't figure out what was wrong in a short period of time. She only believed that if she were in his shoes, she definitely wouldn't have done so. And at that moment, Magician's furs had already covered her face. Too careless. I was the same in the past. The price was using up the stone on my bracelet and beginning to suffer the curse of the full moon. This best-selling author sighed inwardly. The Hanging Man, Alger, glanced at Mr. Fool again. Seeing that he still didn't have any reaction, he forced himself to relax and clenched his fist to press against his nose and mouth. Do you think that the chief will be completely at ease after just a simple inspection after you have crossed paths with that strange Amon? If that's the case, that former captain of the exploratory team wouldn't have been locked in the dungeon for 42 years. Based on my experience, the chief must have sent people to monitor you in the dark, and you have undoubtedly exposed your uniqueness. Don't doubt this. If even the chief isn't careful, your city of silver wouldn't have been able to survive to this day in such a harsh environment. This? Sun's eyes gradually widened as he increasingly felt that Mr. the Hanging Man was really knowledgeable. What he said made sense. I've been discovered by the chief. That's why he had such an attitude when he heard my report. What to do? What should I do? Derek instantly became nervous and terrified. Seeing his worry, the Hanging Man Alger chuckled. However, you don't have to worry too much for the time being. I just thought about it carefully. Even if your City of Silver's chief discovers your abnormality, he will only suspect that you have been possessed by Amon and have been corrupted by him. He won't think of tarot. You still have time. You can still slowly think of a way to resolve this problem. Sun calmed down a little and said honestly, that's right. I was indeed possessed by Amon at that time. What? The Hanging Man Alger blurted out. He almost left his seat and assumed a fighting stance, just in case. Audrey and Magician's furs also tensed up. Only the gloomy world showed surprise. Derek was alarmed by Mr. Hanged Man's reaction as he hurriedly added, this was discovered by Mr. Fool. It's in my prayers. As he spoke, he conjured the scene that Mr. Fool had sent him back then. Amon, wearing a black pointed hat and a crystal monocle, was wrapped around his spirit body like the ghost of a python. Seeing this, Justice and the Magician trembled from the bottom of their hearts. The Hanged Man hurriedly asked, what's the matter? And then? Later, Mr. Fool taught me a ritual. Through that ritual, he sent his angel to purify Amon's avatar. Sun replied without any change in expression. Angel? The Hanging Man looked at the end of the long bronze table in shock. He immediately realized that his action was too abrupt and disrespectful, so he hurriedly lowered his head. Angel? Audrey was momentarily at a loss. After a brief moment of confusion, Audrey quickly understood what Sun was talking about. He said that Mr. Fool had sent his angel to purify Amon's avatar. Angel, Mr. Fool had sent an angel. Mr. Fool really has an angel as an attendant. Every angel has at least the strength of a sequence too. Although this is only to be expected and something I've long expected, it's still exciting because it's finally been confirmed, and only deities can control angels. Audrey's eyes glowed with excitement as she couldn't help but imagine what Mr. Fool's angel looked like. I wonder when I'll be lucky enough to meet one. She looked at the end of the long bronze table with eyes filled with reverence and fervor. At the same time, her spiritual perception told her that the usually gloomy Mr. World had also sat up straight in shock. This made her feel inexplicably pleased. Magician's Furs recalled the incident from before. She had only requested Mr. Fool's help to interfere with the divination, but she ended up seeing a 12-winged angel descend and envelop her spirit body with its wings. It's indeed an angel. A 12-winged angel with pitch-black wings. And this is indeed Mr. Fool's usual way of doing things. He casually sent an angel to help resolve the crisis of the gathering members. Furs suddenly didn't dare to look up at the man sitting leisurely at the end of the long bronze table. Although she was only a sequence 9, and although she hadn't received a complete mysticism education, she had been in different beyonder circles for 3 years. Certain matters would reach her ears even if she didn't deliberately seek them out. There was a very important point. In this, do not look directly at God. In the past, Furs didn't have a deep impression of this sentence, but at this moment, she suddenly felt that it was the truth, a truth that had been summed up from countless lessons of blood and tears. Angel? Mr. Fool really has an angel by his side. The hanging man felt a wave of horror and inexplicable excitement, so much so that his body trembled slightly. Previously, telling him his honorific name, responding to the prayers, and the ritual indirectly indicated that Mr. Fool was equivalent to a deity, but this still lacked direct evidence. And now, an angel had appeared. His existence itself was enough to explain many things. Among them, the most important thing was that angels represented the most direct deterrence. Mr. Fool isn't without influence in the real world. Even without a blessed, he can still radiate his dignity to a certain region. Alger instantly thought of many things. He broke out into a cold sweat over his superficiality, but he also felt that the future was filled with hope. Then, he pondered the details in Sun's words. Mr. Fool didn't directly let the angel descend. Instead, he first taught Sun a ritual. Through that ritual, he sent the angel to purify Amon's avatar. This was a huge detour. Does this mean that Mr. Fool has to break through many obstacles in order to influence the real world? This is consistent with my previous judgment that he is sealed and restrained. But perhaps there's something special about the forsaken land of the gods. Mr. Fool didn't act like this before because he escaped a little? He was gradually breaking free. Sitting at the Fool's seat, Klein slowly surveyed his surroundings. He could clearly sense Miss Justice's reverence and eagerness, as well as Mr. the Hanging Man's horror and excitement. Didn't they treat me like a god in the past? Why would he behave like this after hearing about angels? From the looks of it, indirect proof is ultimately inferior to a direct display of deterrence. In the future, if there are new members who doubt me, I'll make preparations in advance. I'll let World jump out and speak nonsense. Then, I'll casually point at him and kill him as a warning to others. When things calm down, I'll create another world. Klein's thoughts gradually scattered. Sun didn't quite understand the reactions of Mr. the Hanging Man and Miss Justice. From his point of view, wasn't it normal for a deity, a mighty existence, to have angels serving him? He waited for a few seconds before saying, after Amon's avatar was purified, I coughed out a worm. It's identical to the one in the dungeon. Do you know what it is? With the Fool Klein's help, Sun successfully conjured a translucent worm with 12 transparent rings on it. Audrey and Magician's Furs looked over curiously and shook their heads at the same time, indicating that they had never seen or heard of such a worm. 12 rings. In the Book of Secrets, similar symbols are related to time. The Amon family is the descendant of the ancient sun god, and in ancient times, people believed that the sun and time were related. This can barely be considered an explanation. It can be verified from 2 aspects. However, why is the eternal blazing sun only an inextinguishable light, the embodiment of order, the god of contracts, and the guardian of commerce, but no longer in the domain of time? In order to maintain his image as the Fool, Klein wasn't in a hurry to answer. He had a smile on his face, and his gaze was warm. The Hanging Man Alger thought for a moment before saying, it should be a medium for Amon to create an avatar. It should be a medium for Amon to create an avatar. In myths and legends, there's a worm that looks similar to it. It has 12 transparent rings, and it's called a worm of time. However, no one has ever seen a worm of time. Many people suspect that it's actually the name of a sequence potion. Worm of Time. It's very close to my guess. Although this is only a mythical story spread among beyonders of the church's middle and higher echelons, the information itself is of considerable value. For Mr. the Hanging Man to say it for everyone to hear, is it because he has already received payment and learned a lot of important information from young Sun? Klein felt wistful and amused when he heard that. Worm of Time. A medium for Amon to create an avatar. Sun muttered softly to himself, as though he had resolved many of his doubts. He asked curiously, what can it be used for? I'm referring to it when it's dead. I don't know. Under Sun's trusting and respectful gaze, the Hanging Man Alger suddenly felt a little ashamed. At this moment, the fool, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, calmly said, it's the main ingredient for certain rituals. This was a deduction made by Klein based on the contents of the Book of Secrets. However, he wasn't worried that he would say something wrong, because it was almost impossible to verify. If you can't find a ritual that requires a worm of time, it only means that you aren't knowledgeable enough. However, he wasn't worried that he would say something wrong, because it was almost impossible to prove otherwise. Klein leisurely added. In his heart. Certain rituals. Audrey and company instantly let their imaginations run wild. Thank you, great Mr. Fool. Son Derek half stood up and bowed. Then, he changed the topic to the matter that concerned the existence of the City of Silver. The expedition team has returned. I'm referring to the expedition team led by Shepherd Elder Lovia. They completed the exploration of the fallen creator's half-destroyed temple and returned to the City of Silver. And I discovered that the personalities of the team members I'm familiar with have changed. They've been corrupted by the true creator, the Hanging Man Alger pointed out without hesitation. The true creator? Audrey couldn't help but glance at the end of the long bronze table. She remembered very clearly that the true creator's descent had been foiled by Mr. Fool's blast. She had previously guessed that the leader of her tarot was going to be the nemesis of evil gods. Really? Derek asked in disbelief. The Hanged Man said in an unperturbed tone, describe the changes in them in detail. It feels like he's still the same person, but he's very different from before. His optimism has turned gloomy, and his bright smile is only a polite smile. Son Derek recounted all the abnormalities he had discovered, including the sudden improvement of Shepherd Elder Lovia's condition. The Hanging Man Alger deliberated and said, the situation might be worse than you can imagine. The situation may be more serious than you think. Contamination is the best possibility. If they've already sincerely believed in the truth, the fallen creator, that would be troublesome and irredeemable. No matter what, their personalities, thoughts, and views will be distorted, turning them into latent lunatics. You can start from this aspect and let the other members of the 6-member council discover that something is amiss. I've already reported it, but the chief doesn't seem to believe me, Derek said in a low voice, feeling slightly aggrieved. Magician's Furs couldn't help but sigh. That's because your chief suspects that you've been possessed by Amon and that you're plotting something detrimental to the City of Silver. Then what should I do? Even if I tell them of the existence of the fallen creator, will they not believe me? Son Derek asked anxiously. The Hanging Man pondered for 2 seconds. Actually, that chief of yours should have already begun paying attention to the shepherd and the members of the expedition team. For your City of Silver to survive to this day, the upper echelons still have the most basic level of vigilance. They won't let go of any possible threat. The only problem is that they definitely don't place enough importance on it. It might not even be as important as you and Amon. Without waiting for Sun to speak, he deliberated and said, perhaps you can use this matter to get rid of the suspicion on you. Find a chance to make one of the exploration team members show the most complete abnormality and have a conflict with him. This way, the other members of the 6-member council will notice that something is wrong and pay more attention to them. And at the same time, hand over the suspected worm of time and say that in the midst of the conflict, you suddenly fell into a trance and didn't know what had happened. All you heard was someone shouting the true creator, and when you snapped to your senses, you had already coughed out the worm. When it comes to an evil god, there are many methods and powers that cannot be used. Your chief will logically guess that Amon's avatar had a conflict with the mental corruption left behind by the true creator, and he eventually died as a dead worm. the surveillance on you will definitely be greatly reduced. If you stay put for a while longer, the suspicions will be completely eliminated. Why does Mr. the Hanging Man seem very skilled in this aspect? Audrey thought with her mouth slightly agape. Sun's eyes lit up when he heard that. He felt that Mr. the Hanging Man was indeed trustworthy for coming up with such a good idea. Then how should I make that exploration team member display the most thorough and most abnormal state? He quickly asked. Alger fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he said, "That's right." After a few seconds, he said, "I don't know." He then added, "Don't worry. If only there were items related to the true creator." Klein knew very well why Miss Justice was looking at him. Knowing about the Lenivus incident, she definitely believed that he and the true creator had many conflicts, both in the open and in the shadows. It was normal for him to have the corresponding items, and the number might even be quite a lot. From a logical point of view, there's nothing wrong with her thoughts. And in fact, I've interacted with the true creator time and time again, and I do have items that match the description. Klein sighed inwardly. It wasn't a question whether he should help little Sunday. There were many monsters in the forsaken land of the gods where the city of Silver was located, and they could gather many beyonder ingredients that were already rather rare in the northern and southern continents. Furthermore, their history had never been interrupted, nor had it been distorted by any deity or church. It was the most direct representation of the stories and secrets before the cataclysm, and it contained a lot of extremely valuable knowledge. Be it from the standpoint of the tarot leader or purely considering the benefits, Klein didn't plan on giving up Little Sun and the City of Silver unless it was completely hopeless. However, there were some words that weren't suitable for Mr. Fool to say. Just as Audrey was looking at Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in a thick gray fog, the Silent World spoke. I have an item that contains the mental corruption of the true creator. He was referring to the all-black I left behind by Nimblewright Master Rosago. An item that contains the mental corruption of the true creator? The Hanging Man Alger thought as he organized his words. This might be able to help Sunday. Once those members of the expedition team sense that the true creator's mind is beside them, there's a high chance that they'll mutate on the spot. The world looked at Sun and laughed hoarsely. Lad, I can lend you that item, but what can you give me in return? Upon seeing Hope, Sun's mind raced as he recalled what had happened at the gathering. I can help you collect the characteristics of the human-skinned shadow, the mutated pituitary gland of the thousand-faced hunter's brain, or one of the thousand-faced hunter's blood. I will also try to find a way to remove the uncontrollable mental contamination from the items. Whichever I get first, I'll take it as my reward. Here, human-skinned shadows were relatively easier to encounter. They belonged to the more terrifying types of monsters in the depths of the darkness. At this moment, Derek wasn't considering whether the value was equivalent. Although borrowing an item contaminated by the true creator was obviously not as good as the conditions he had proposed, in the current situation, he could grit his teeth and accept whatever high price the other party offered. Therefore, he might as well take the initiative to show his sincerity. The world nodded slightly. Very good. I'll ask Mr. Fool to lend it to you. As he spoke, he conjured the appearance of the all-black eye and added, it's equivalent to a sequence 5 beyonder. If you lose it, you have to compensate me. Also, return it to me immediately after this matter is over. This was something Klein couldn't say as the Fool. As a secret existence at the level of a deity, if he kept talking about compensation and remember to return it to me, he would fall from the sky to the ground. In addition, Klein also considered the latent dangers that existed in the future. Items like the all-black eye were the type that he had used in the real world. If he were to rope in new members who knew of this matter, they would be able to confirm certain matters from this point. Therefore, Sherlock Moriarty being equivalent to the world was clearly much better than Sherlock Moriarty being equivalent to the Fool. If one's strength doesn't match one's status, one can only tremble in fear, as though one is treading on thin ice or facing an abyss. The Fool Klein sighed silently. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't reject the world's request, nor did he point out that there was a problem with the deal, Derek heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly agreed to all the requests. At the same time, Audrey was sincerely happy for little Sunday. The Hanging Man Alger thought for a moment and slowly exhaled. He deliberated and said to Sun, don't be too optimistic. You have to grasp the specifics. First, you have to choose an opportunity. You can't put yourself in danger. It's best if there's only one member of the exploration team present, and there are many other residents of the City of Silver, or they might be imprisoned or sealed. You have to use a wall of spirituality to seal the container of the item in advance, preventing others from directly noticing it. Only then will you be able to control the progress of the matter. In addition, you have to consider how to hide the item after the matter is over. You can't let the 6-member council discover it, or you won't be able to clear your name of suspicion. If such a gullible fellow were to die, it would be very difficult for me to obtain information about the forsaken land of the gods and the secrets of ancient times. The hanging man didn't feel that there was any problem with him providing help. Under his guidance, Sun gradually came up with a complete plan and clarified a few key points that he needed to pay attention to. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man. Thank you. Thank you. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to the tarot members, making Audrey feel a sense of satisfaction from doing a good deed. With Sun's matter coming to an end, Magician's Furs, who had witnessed everything, suddenly had an idea. She flicked her slightly curled long hair. I want to know which family the apprentice pathway belongs to. I'm willing to use a chapter from sites in the spirit world in exchange. Although this is considered to be the ravings of a fanatic, according to my experiences in entering and exiting the spirit world, many of the descriptions in it are true. Sites in the Spirit World was one of the mysticism notebooks that Mrs. Alyssa had left behind for her. The content in it was illogical and absurd. Just reading it would make one irascible, but after entering and exiting the Spirit World 3 times due to various reasons, Furs realized that what was recorded in the notebook might not be the ravings. Sites in the Spirit World? The fool Klein leaned back slightly and controlled the world to speak before the hanging man could answer. I know the answer, and I can give you some corresponding information for free. He knew very well that the hanging man could also answer the magician's question. It's not good to have competition. You even have to pair it with freebies. Klein silently lampooned. All right. Furs was overjoyed. She realized that tarot was indeed a lot more high-end than the other Beyonder circles she had participated in before. Many difficult questions could be answered here. At that moment, the world asked in a hoarse voice, "What's going on? Do you want to be the only one to hear the answer, or do you want everyone to hear it?" The magician's Furs considered for a few seconds and said to Audrey and company's surprise, "You're right. Let's put it this way." From her point of view, the answer to her question wasn't of much help to others. It didn't matter even if they knew. And if Mr. World left something out or didn't describe it completely, and others happened to know the corresponding content, she could use the same sites in the Spirit World chapter to seek a way to complete it. She thought this was even more important. The world wasn't surprised as he said in a low, hoarse voice, in the 4th epoch, the apprentice pathway was controlled by the House of Abraham. Later, it flowed into the hands of the Tamara family, who had a long-term friendship with them. In the 5th epoch, which is the current epoch, the Theosophy order also has the apprentice and trickmaster potion formulas. It is widely believed to be related to the Abraham and Tamara families. Of course, there are also people who suspect that the Theosophy order is actually the demonist sect in disguise. Considering that Miss Magicians had already encountered a member of the House of Abraham, Klein manipulated the world to add, it said that the House of Abraham has been suffering from the curse of the bloodline for a long time. They have no choice but to live separately to avoid danger. Bloodline curse? Magician's Furs's eyes widened as she thought of her own fate. Mrs. Alyssa's husband belongs to the House of Abraham. That Mr. Lawrence also belongs to the House of Abraham? That's why she said that as long as one isn't a member of this family, one wouldn't be cursed. But I used that bracelet. It belongs to the House of Abraham? Furs's heart was once again bitten by regret. This was also the first time the hanging man Alger and Justice Audrey had heard of the House of Abraham's bloodline curse. They had their own thoughts, and no one spoke for a moment. After a while, Magician's Furs took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Mr. World. Thank you, Mr. World. You have answered the greatest question in my heart. I will make a copy of the first chapter of Sights in the Spirit World after the gathering ends and offer it to Mr. Fool." Mr. Fool, is that all right? The magicians are descendants of the House of Abraham? It's no wonder she can enter and exit the spirit world with her body. She must have the corresponding mystical item. The hanging man suddenly looked at her. Furs is from the house of Abraham? She was born in an ancient family that dates back to the fourth epoch? Justice Audrey nodded as though she was in thought. After receiving an affirmative answer from Mr. Fool, Magician's Furs relaxed and began searching for the Beyonder ingredients, Spirit Eater's stomach pouch and deep-sea marlin's blood. Unfortunately, Sun hadn't gone out during this period of time, so he didn't find anything. As for the hanging man, he only mentioned that there were clues to the deep-sea marlin's blood. No one had obtained the wind-blessed potion formula, and Justice Audrey wasn't in a hurry to purchase the psychiatrist formula because she was about to join psychological alchemy. Klein originally wanted to sell either the werewolf Beyonder characteristic or the biological poison bottle, but considering how compatible the latter was with his spirit body, as well as the member's current financial situation, he temporarily gave up on the idea. The trading session quickly ended, and the gathering reached the stage where everyone shared their knowledge. Audrey slowly looked around and smiled. Black Emperor? The hanging man, who was absent-mindedly listening to Miss Justice's narration, suddenly looked up, his gaze subconsciously turning sharp. Only then did he know that the card in Mr. Fool's hand was one of the cards of blasphemy created by Roselle the Great. Its name was Dark Emperor. Does this have anything to do with Mr. Fool? The hanging man Alger quickly glanced at the end of the long bronze table before lowering his head. If it's really done by Mr. Fool's blessed, this matter definitely isn't simple. Alger listened carefully to Miss Justice's subsequent description. Magician's Furs, who had long learned of this matter from Zio and had some guesses, also secretly sized up Mr. Fool, hoping to figure out the truth from this hidden existence's reaction. However, the Fool remained as calm as usual in the thick gray fog. Similarly, Audrey, who didn't find anything, paused and continued. The victim was the tycoon, Capim. Many rumors point to him as the biggest human trafficker in Bakeland. Hero bandit Dark Emperor infiltrated his villa and took his life, and rescued many innocent girls imprisoned in the dungeon. When Capim's body was found, it was covered with a deck of tarot cards. His face was Judgment and the Emperor. She didn't mention the safe because she didn't think it was important. Covered in tarot cards? Is this our tarot signature? Wait a minute. Human traffickers? The hanging man Alger keenly captured the phrase. He turned to the end of the long bronze table thoughtfully and asked humbly, Mr. Fool, is Capim related to the disappearance of the colonial slaves? The latter was a mission assigned to him by the Church of the Storm. He had once locked onto a suspect named Baron and asked Justice, Magicians, and World and Bakeland to keep an eye out for him. Therefore, when he heard human traffickers, Alger instinctively believed that it had something to do with the disappearance of many tribes in the southern continent and the escape of many slaves from the many islands in the Sonia Sea. He believed that only such matters that seemed to contain a secret could pique Mr. Fool's interest. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that Mr. Fool's blessed is acting independently. It's impossible for him to wait for everything to be arranged. He's like a puppet that's being manipulated. The hanging man Alger thought. Is Capim related to the recent disappearance of slaves in the colony? On careful thought, I can't rule out that possibility. There are 4 Beyonders in his villa. That's abnormal in itself. Even if a tycoon like him were to hire Beyonders as bodyguards, he would at most have 1 sequence 7 and 2 sequence 8 or 9 Beyonders. Back then, that Horus, including the mystical item, was equivalent to a sequence 5 Beyonder. Klein was reminded by the hanging man's words, and he immediately thought of many things. He felt that the matter could be vaguely connected. However, he was unable to confirm his guess. All he could do was skip the hanged man's question and chuckle. He chuckled and said, My blessed made some trivial contributions in this matter. Indeed. Audrey's eyes lit up as she cheered inwardly. Indeed. This is the first thing I've encountered in real life related to tarot. Magician's Furs was half delighted and half wistful. The hanging man Alger believed that Mr. Fool's words had indirectly proved his guess. Capim, this human trafficker, was definitely not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed the help of a secret existence as blessed. And there was a high chance that the human trafficker and the disappearance of the slaves were related in some way. Without waiting for Miss Justice to speak, the fool Klein tapped the edge of the long ancient table and added leisurely, he obtained the remnant characteristics of 2 beyonders in this matter. And he hopes to sell them as soon as possible. One of the 2 remnant characteristics corresponds to sequence 8 Sheriff, while the other corresponds to sequence 7 Interrogator. Sheriff, Interrogator. Isn't this the arbiter pathway that the Augustus family controls? Only members of the royal family, ancient nobles, and the military can obtain it. One of them is backing Capem? I can't rule out the possibility that it's the Fainapotter Kingdom's Castilla family. The hanging man Alger frowned slightly, increasingly feeling that the disappearance of the slaves wasn't that simple. Audrey's thoughts were similar to his. She never expected that the Beyonder in Capem's villa would be of the arbiter pathway. It's impossible for a faction that has the corresponding formula to collude with a human trafficker like Capem. Audrey pursed her lips slightly, feeling puzzled and confused. Sheriff? Furs knew that her good friend, Zio, was saving up for the potion ingredients for this sequence. She hurriedly sat up and asked in puzzlement, Mr. Fool, what are the characteristics left behind by Beyonders? This reaction was different from what I had expected. Shouldn't he have directly asked how many gold pounds? That's right. I don't recall telling Miss Magicians about the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Klein was slightly taken aback as he deliberated over his tone. And at this moment, Audrey took the initiative to speak. Mr. Fool, can I answer this question? She will give you the corresponding remuneration directly. She was friends with Furs, and because she was worried that Mr. Fool wouldn't share his knowledge in that area, she volunteered. No problem, Klein replied with a smile. Miss Justice is always anxious for what I'm anxious for. He sighed inwardly. Phew. Audrey silently heaved a sigh of relief and turned to face Furs. She deliberately didn't use a noble's pronunciation or words. Do you want to know the answer? What are you willing to pay for it? Magician's Furs nodded without hesitation. Of course. She looked at the figure shrouded in grey fog and asked respectfully, Mr. Fool, can I use another chapter of sights in the spirit world as payment? She had specially emphasized in addition because she knew that the sights in the spirit world chapter for Mr. World had to be sacrificed to Mr. Fool first, and knowledge that could be browsed at any time didn't seem to have the value of a transaction. This didn't mean that she suspected that a god-level figure like Mr. Fool would peak, but she felt that changing the chapter would show more sincerity. Sometimes, powerful people only cared about your attitude. Furs had read similar sayings in many novels before. Klein, who was leaning back in his chair, replied in a nonchalant tone, sure. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Magician's Furs couldn't help but smile. Her intuition told her that she was about to come into contact with some secret high-level knowledge. Audrey was completely relieved as she smiled faintly and said, in the Beyonder world, there is such a law. Remember, it's a law. In similar pathways, the total number of Beyonder characteristics is conserved. It won't decrease or increase. It will only be transferred from one thing to another, and it will only change from one form to another. Therefore, after a Beyonder dies, their characteristics will be separated, equivalent to the main ingredient of a potion. As long as you know the corresponding supplementary ingredients, you can use them to concoct the potion of that sequence. Well, except for the ones left behind by rampagers. There are too many latent dangers, so they can only be used as artifacts. After a Beyonder dies, their characteristics will be separated, equivalent to the main ingredient of a potion? At this moment, Furs felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through her mind, allowing her to understand many things. So the relic Mrs. Alisa gave me was her own Beyonder characteristic. So every Beyonder is equivalent to a walking ingredient in the eyes of others. How dark. Furs clenched her fists tightly. She felt that the Beyonder world was essentially filled with madness. However, she didn't feel disgusted because she had consumed the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Mrs. Alisa to advance. Instead, it gave her a faint sense of warmth. After losing her mother and before getting to know Zio, Mrs. Alisa was the person who treated her the best. To Furs, being able to inherit her relic and have her always be with her was a sad but warm experience. So that's how it is. The law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. In other words, the characteristics left behind by a sheriff beyonder are equivalent to all the main ingredients of that potion? Furs asked in a bid for confirmation. Yes. Audrey also thought of Zio. Magician's Furs immediately stood up and bowed to the mysterious existence that was looking down at everything. Mr. Fool, can you ask your adorer to keep the beyonder characteristic of sheriff for a while longer? I want to buy it, but I don't have enough money for the time being. Give me another week, all right? Sure. Klein put on an attitude that said he didn't care about the matter at all. Furs heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked, how many pounds does your adorer want for this? Each beyonder ingredient corresponding to a sequence 8 is about 300 pounds. Klein smiled. 600 pounds. After reporting the number, he immediately changed the topic to show that he didn't care about the characteristics left behind by a sequence 8 beyonder. He looked around and conjured a few pieces of parchment. This is part of the meaning of Roselle's secret symbols. It's considered free knowledge so that you can better collect the diary. This included the number and the date. The reason why Klein taught the tarot members this knowledge was because he was afraid that they would buy fake goods in the future. Just from the date alone, I can at least eliminate most fake products. Klein chuckled inwardly. Audrey and the others were pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect to receive such a harvest in the end. Although they had already discovered that the secret symbols on the parchment were the simplest ones, they believed that this was a good start. If there was a first, there would be a second and a third. After a few more exchanges, Klein said in a calm tone, let's call it a day. As you wish. Audrey, Alger, and the others stood up at the same time and bowed. End of chapter 399. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.